So pure so flirtatious chapter 707 to chapter 768. What's the favor? Yang Ming glanced at Li Yixuan who was hopping and asked. Don't you and Yin Yin know each other? Li Yixuan said. Wait. Before Li Yixuan finished speaking, Yang Ming waved his hand and said, Who is Yin Yin? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by this sudden intimate name. It sounded like Yonyan. It was like addressing Chen Mingyan. It's Wang Xiaoyan. Li Yixuan said with some embarrassment. Oh, I know her. What's wrong? Asked Yang Ming. If that's the case, then fine. You help me send this flower to Wang Xiaoyan. Li Yixuan put the flowers in Yang Ming's hand and said. I send? Yang Ming frowned. Sending flowers, how can you find someone to do it for you? What's more, Yang Ming didn't have the leisure to get involved in Li Yixuan's trivial matters. Good buddy, I beg you. You can't not give me face when I ask, right? As soon as Li Yixuan opened his mouth, he began to use words to pressure Yang Ming, blocking his way out. However, this wasn't the end of it. There was something more extreme. This kid threw the roses into Yang Ming's arms, then he turned and ran. As he ran, he said, Please, buddy. I will treat you to a big meal next time. That's right. I have to tell her seriously that I love you. I'm sincere to you. Please give me a chance. Yang Ming opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. I have never seen such a thick-skinned person. I really want to throw the flowers away. Suddenly, I remembered little Shenyang's words, flowers are innocent. I shook my head and thought, just this once. So, holding the flowers, I reluctantly came to the door of the villa next door and rang the doorbell above the door. After a long time, a pretty girl wearing a black leather jacket ran out. Her voice was somewhat lazy as she said, Who is it? Yang Ming shook his head. This Wang Xiaoyan was still so muddle-headed. Wasn't she afraid that bad guys were knocking on the door? How could a girl run out so casually? Looking at Wang Xiaoyan's appearance, it was obvious that she was sleeping just now. However, she was dressed quite neatly. Yang Ming guessed that she might have gone out to exercise in the morning and then went back to sleep after coming back. Who are you? Flowers? Wang Xiaoyan was sleepy and didn't recognize Yang Ming. She also didn't expect that Yang Ming would wear a military coat and dress like a migrant worker. What kind of flower shop is this? Why didn't they send someone in formal attire to deliver the flowers? Yang Ming was stunned. Hearing what she said, he knew that Wang Xiaoyan misunderstood and thought that he was a florist. No. I'm your neighbor. Yang Ming quickly explained. Neighbor? Wang Xiaoyan frowned. You're my neighbor? You're the one who smashed everything in your house all day long? You made me unable to sleep in the middle of the night. Yang Ming scolded Li Yixuan's 18 generations of ancestors. Why am I doing this? Why did I take on such a shitty job? He was too lazy to explain. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan didn't recognize him, he quickly completed the task and left this troublesome place. So he quickly said, The person who sent the flowers said, I love you. I'm sincere to you. Give me a chance. When Yang Ming spoke, he deliberately lowered his head. Since Wang Xiaoyan didn't recognize him, he didn't want to create more problems. Wang Xiaoyan was in a daze, so she didn't hear Yang Ming's sentence, the person who sent the flowers said. She only heard the second half of the sentence, and her lungs were about to explode. What kind of neighbor is this? Renovating in the middle of the night disturbed my rest. He finally came here, but he didn't come to apologize, but to confess to me. Wang Xiaoyan grabbed the roses in Yang Ming's hand, and then slammed it on Yang Ming's face. The two were too close. Yang Ming couldn't dodge in time. He was hit, and the roses scattered all over the floor. Mother asterisk cur, who did I provoke? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It's hard to be a good person these days. He shook his head and said, AI, flowers are innocent. After that, he turned around and left. But he suddenly heard Wang Xiaoyan yelling, Yang Ming, you stop. Yang Ming was shocked. This girl recognized me? Wang Xiaoyan didn't pay much attention to Yang Ming, But when she threw the flowers on Yang Ming's face, Wang Xiaoyan subconsciously followed the bouquet of flowers and glanced at Yang Ming. With this glance, she immediately recognized Yang Ming. "Sweat, you just recognized me." Since he was recognized, Yang Ming couldn't leave. He turned around and said awkwardly, "It's you." Wang Xiaoyan frowned and was a little annoyed. Originally, Yang Ming's matter didn't have much to do with her, but because of Zhao, she had to say a few words. "Yang Ming, what do you mean? You disturbed my rest." "For Sister Ying's face, I won't punish you. But what do you mean by sending me flowers? I really feel sorry for Sister Ying. How did she like a half-hearted guy like you?" Yang Ming wanted to explain, but Wang Xiaoyan turned and left. When she left, she threw out a sentence that made Yang Ming very embarrassed. "Sorry, you're not my type." F***ck. Yang Ming felt that he was really wronged. What is this? Nothing good happened in the morning. It's simply inexplicable. He was too lazy to explain to her. What Yang Ming cared about was what Wang Xiaoyan said just now. "Zhao Ying likes me?" Although Zhao Ying didn't express any thoughts in front of me, what does Wang Xiaoyan mean? Could it be, there is an inside story? Thinking of this, Yang Ming wanted to find Wang Xiaoyan to learn more about the situation. However, it shouldn't be possible today. Wang Xiaoyan, this chick, misunderstood me and was angry. Forget it. Anyway, we are neighbors. The monk can run away, but the temple can't run away. I will find an opportunity to apologize and get some information from her. Glancing at the roses scattered on the ground, Yang Ming shrugged and turned to walk back. Glancing at the wastewood piled up in front of his villa, Yang Ming was too lazy to move it. He lifted his legs and walked in directly. Not far away, Li Yixuan actually didn't leave, but he had been paying attention to the movement here. He couldn't hear what Yang Ming said, but he could see. When he saw that Yang Ming was thrown by Wang Xiaoyan, he was secretly shocked. Fortunately, I didn't go personally. Even an acquaintance is treated like this. If I go personally, I don't know what will happen. Thinking of this, Li Yixuan shuddered a little. However, Yang Ming's approach gave Li Yixuan some inspiration. If I don't come to deliver flowers, I can entrust those flower shops to deliver flowers. That way, I don't have to come here early in the morning every day. As for the flower delivery person being thrown a few times, it didn't matter. There must be a brave man with a high reward. Li Yixuan didn't believe that if he gave more money, would he be afraid that no one would take this job? Entering his villa, Yang Ming found the foreman and handed him a cigarette. Then he asked, "These few days, did you affect the neighbors next door at night?" Boss, did the people next door complain to you?" The foreman was stunned and asked. You should be quiet. The people next door don't want to." Yang Ming looked at the foreman's expression and knew that what he said last time was in vain. These guys would definitely not care about the neighbors' rest in order to complete the work as soon as possible. I have already paid attention to it, but this work, no matter how light it is impossible for there to be no movement at all." The foreman said with difficulty, "Boss, why don't you negotiate with her?" "Forget it." Yang Ming waved his hand and knew that it was useless for these people to say anything, so he said, "Pay attention next time. I will try to coordinate." "Right, why are you looking for me?" "It's like this. Last time, Miss Chen said that there's a bedroom where we can't use any smelly thinner. But, boss, you also know that there are chemical ingredients in the thinner and paint." "How can there not be any at all?" the foreman explained. "So that's it." Yang Ming knew that Chen Mengyan was referring to the bedroom left for Zhou Jiejia. In order to create a good resting environment for Zhou Jiejia, Chen Mengyan suggested not to use those toxic paints and diluents. Then, is it okay not to use them? Didn't the original design already finish painting the walls? It's okay, but the plan that Miss Chen brought is not the same as the original. The foreman was talking about the drawings of Zhou Jiejia's original homeroom. In order to let Zhou Jiejia adapt to the environment, Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan discussed and decided that the decoration here was completely copied from Zhou Jiejia's room. Try not to use it. It doesn't matter if there are some differences. Yang Ming thought about it. If it really doesn't work, immediately get some bamboo charcoal bags to absorb the toxic substances after you finish the work. That's fine. I will study it again. The foreman said, also, about the bathroom, boss, can you come and take a look? Is this okay? Yang Ming followed the foreman to the bathroom and then went to the kitchen. Although they were small problems, they also delayed Yang Ming's morning. As he was talking about the implementation plan of the large bathtub in the bathroom, Yang Ming's cell phone rang again. The bathtub in the bathroom was replaced with a huge one according to Yang Ming's request. The renovation workers were puzzled. This bathtub is enough for a couple's bath. Why do you need to change it to a big one? Yang Ming couldn't say much. He simply said, I'm swimming in the bathtub. Can't I? All the questions of the workers were swallowed back. How would they know that Yang Ming was planning his multi-beauty bath plan? In the material market, there was no bathtub as big as Yang Ming's request. It could only be customized with the manufacturer. Today, it was mainly to discuss the details of the bathtub. Picking up the phone, Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID above. It was Lin Jiyun. Jiyun, what's the matter? Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, are you free now? Lin Jiyun hesitated for a long time and said. If there's anything, just say it. Don't hesitate. You don't have to be shy with me. Yang Ming knew Lin Jiyun's temperament. She didn't like to trouble him easily. However, Yang Ming was gradually cultivating Lin Jiyun's habit of finding him to solve the problem first. This is the case. My uncle is coming here from Australia. His flight is in the middle of the night. My mother is afraid that the airport doesn't have a bus coming to Songjiang. She wants to trouble you to pick up my uncle. If it's really troublesome, then there's no need. Lin Jiyun said carefully. What's the trouble? Yang Ming smiled and said, okay, then are you going? If you go, I will naturally go, said Lin Jiyun. Okay, then you wait for me at home. I will pick you up in a while. Yang Ming promised. After explaining the matters here, Yang Ming left the villa and walked to the place where he parked his car. Just as he took out the remote control to open the door, Yang Ming was stunned. A 12 or 13-year-old boy was holding a football in his hand. He was standing on the side of Yang Ming's BMW, and there were several explosive cracks on the windshield of Yang Ming's BMW. There was no need to ask. This was obviously done by this child. Yang Ming patted his forehead. Why am I so unlucky today? I have been unlucky since the morning. Who knows what bad things will happen in a while. Uncle. Is this your car? The little boy trembled as he looked at Yang Ming, who was walking over, and asked carefully. Yang Ming nodded and looked at the little boy with a wry smile. Did you do this? I'm sorry. Uncle, I was wrong, please don't hit me, can you? The little boy said with a sad face. You. Ai. Yang Ming couldn't do it to this child. Besides, he wasn't distressed about this piece of glass money. The key problem was that he just told Lin Jiyun that he would pick her up, and then such a F***ing thing happened. Your family lives here? Yang Ming looked at the little boy and asked. Yeah, it's over there in building E19. The little boy said. What about your parents? For this kind of thing, it was useless to tell a child. Let's find his parents first. Uncle, can you not tell my family? They should beat me. The little boy begged. Then what do you say? Although Yang Ming didn't lack this piece of glass money, should he just accept his bad luck? What's more, if this child didn't teach him a lesson, he would still play football in the community. Yang Ming didn't want to be on tenterhooks all day long. Even if the car wasn't smashed, there were still the windows of the house. In these few days, everyone was renovating, so the people in the community were quite chaotic. There weren't enough security guards. No one would notice this child playing football here. Then, can I pay for it? Asked the little boy. Pay for it? Do you have money? Yang Ming wondered. This piece of glass in the car costs a few hundred yuan. Can this child afford it? Can I find my sister to compensate you? Said the child. Find your sister? Okay. Yang Ming thought about it. It didn't matter who he found. The key was to reprimand the child so that he wouldn't play football in the yard in the future. The child actually had a cell phone. But thinking about it, cell phones were so cheap now. It had become a popular communication tool. The child made a phone call. Not long after, he saw a police car speeding over. When the person in the car came down, Yang Ming was stunned. A valiant policewoman was actually Xianxia. Xianxia was also stunned when she saw Yang Ming. She looked at the little boy next to him and understood. Without saying anything, she hit the little boy's head and said, "Did you get into trouble again? Let me clean up your butt." As a policewoman, Xianxia usually came into contact with the dark side, so her words weren't so gentle. "Sister, I was wrong. You help me pay for this uncle." The little boy lowered his head and said carefully. "What uncle? You should call him brother." Xianxia was angry when she heard it. How did Yang Ming become an uncle? Wasn't I inexplicably a generation lower? Forget it, Xianxia. Is this your brother? Yang Ming smiled and said, "You don't have to pay for it. You have to talk to him so that he won't play football in this place in the future." Brother. I was wrong. When the little boy saw that the person in front of him knew his sister, he knew that things had taken a turn for the better. Why did you change your car? Yang Ming saw that Xianxia drove a racer last time, but today, she drove a Jetta. I don't have to go to work. The team gave me a Jetta. Xianxia said, I've been so busy recently. I didn't have time to take advantage of you. How could Xianxia not have time? After being promoted to the vice captain, she didn't have to go to work. Her time was much more abundant than before, but every time she thought of the ambiguous matter with Yang Ming, her face would burn. She was really embarrassed to see Yang Ming. Since he is your brother, then this matter is over. However, you are responsible for finding someone to tow the car away and help me fix it. You don't need money to tow the car, right? Yang Ming said, I still have something to do. Let's talk next time. Xianxia was embarrassed to look for Yang Ming, but it didn't mean that Xianxia didn't want to see Yang Ming. She didn't know why, but recently, when she didn't see Yang Ming, Xianxia's heart was empty. Today, she finally got to see Yang Ming through her brother's matter, but she didn't say a few words before Yang Ming was leaving. She couldn't help but be a little angry. Yang Ming really had something to do, so he didn't notice Xianxia's expression. He just waved his hand, threw the car key to Xianxia, and turned to leave. Before he left, he asked the little boy, What is your name? Brother, my name is Lu Xing. Replied the little boy. Lu Xing? Xianxia? Yang Ming sweated. Yang Ming left, and Xianxia vented her anger on Lu Xing. Poor Lu Xing. He thought that his sister was angry because he got into trouble. Who knew that this anger was because of Yang Ming? The car was gone, so Yang Ming had to find another way. He took out the phone. He wanted to call Bao Sanli, but he dialed Xianxia's phone instead. The phone rang a few times, but no one answered. When Yang Ming wanted to give up, the phone was picked up. Dear, what are you doing? You took such a long time to answer the phone. Could it be that you solved your physiological problem by yourself? Yang Ming joked. Cough cough. There was a man's voice over the phone. Yang Ming, I am Sun Hongjun. Ugh. Uncle. Yang Ming sweated. It was really like the saying. If a person was unlucky, even cold water would be stuck in his teeth. I am in little Jia's company. She went to get the information for me. She didn't bring her phone. Should I ask her to call you later? Said Sun Hongjun. That's fine. That's it, uncle. Yang Ming hung up the phone with a red face. If it were another person who spoke to Sun Hongjun like this, Sun Hongjun would have already gone mad. However, the person was Yang Ming, so Sun Hongjun had to pretend that he didn't understand. But in his heart, why do young people nowadays make such vulgar jokes? Yang Ming stopped a taxi and went directly to Sun Jia's company. On the way, he received a call from Sun Jia. Because Sun Hongjun was on the side, Yang Ming and Sun Jia didn't talk much. Yang Ming just said that he wanted to borrow Sun Jia's Audi R8. Sun Jia asked where Yang Ming was and asked the secretary to send the car key down. Driving to Lin Jiyun's home, Yang Ming knew that Lin Chongqing and Xin Yueping also planned to go together. If there was no problem with Yang Ming's BMW, they could sit down, but this Audi R8 sports car could only seat 2 people. Little Yang, don't be embarrassed. Jiyun's father and I will take the bus. Xin Yueping said after seeing Yang Ming's car. It's okay. I will find another car for you and Uncle Lin. As Yang Ming said this, he took out the phone and called Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli had a lot of idle cars, so he just asked him to send one over. You and Yun Er go first. Old Lin and I will wait here for a while. It was rare for her daughter and Yang Ming to have a chance to be alone. Xin Yueping didn't want to disturb them. Anyway, they weren't in the same car, so she let Yang Ming go first. Yang Ming thought about it and agreed. The speed of the Audi R8 wasn't something that an ordinary car could catch up with. Even if they set off together, they would arrive first. So, he said, well, Auntie Shen, I have explained everything. When the car arrives, I will call you. Okay, you go first. When you arrive, find a place to rest first. We will contact you when we arrive. Xin Yueping nodded and smiled. It was a torture to let a high-performance sports car follow behind an ordinary van. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun took the lead. They got on the ring highway and drove out of the city. It was unknown when, but there were scattered snowflakes outside the sky. Yang Ming had to turn on the windshield wiper to sweep away the snow on the windshield. It's so beautiful. Lin Jiyun looked out of the window and said sincerely, I remember when I was a child, the children in the alley ran out happily when it snowed. They made snowmen together and had a snowball fight. Now is fine too. If you like, I will make a snowman with you and have a snowball fight. Yang Ming said. But how can 2 people fight? Lin Jiyun shook her head and chuckled. You can hit me. Yang Ming also smiled. Or, when Chen Mingyan is free, let's go snowball fight together. No, you 2 must be in a group. I will be the one who gets beaten up. Lin Jiyun heard Chen Mingyan's name and she was shocked. She said with a sad expression. That's not necessarily true. You and Mingyan are in a group. You can hit me. Yang Ming saw Lin Jiyun's nervous mood, so he comforted her. Hee. Lin Jiyun didn't take Yang Ming's words seriously. It was obviously impossible. How can I be friends with Chen Mingyan? After passing the toll booth of the highway, Yang Ming frowned. The fog was so thick that it wasn't easy to drive. It was better in the city. There was only some light snow, but the Dongsong highway was full of fog. For safety, Yang Ming turned on the running lights, but some cars turned on the high beams. However, Yang Ming once read a news report that said that it was unsafe to turn on the high beams in fog, so he didn't turn it on. Why is the fog so big? Can you see clearly? Lin Jiyun asked worriedly. We can only drive slowly. Yang Ming said, we have passed the toll booth. We can't go back unless we stop by the roadside, but that seems to be even more unsafe. The left and right lanes of the Dongsong Expressway were separated by an isolation belt, so there was no way to head on the expressway. After passing the toll booth, they had to keep driving. Although it was a bit unfair for the Audi R8 to only go up to 60 km per hour, for his own safety, Yang Ming didn't dare to drive too fast. Fortunately, the other cars on the road were also very slow, and there were no tricks. For Yang Ming's vision, this fog was basically nothing. His eyes could see through things. However, Yang Ming was also afraid that others would hit him. He always paid attention to the movement behind him. Until the entrance of a small town in front, the traffic flow was normal, but at the entrance of the town, there were cars. Yang Ming subconsciously slowed down the speed of the car. What happened in front? Lin Jiyun asked quickly. I don't know. Maybe something happened? Yang Ming said so, but in fact, he had already seen it clearly. 2 big trucks collided together. A big truck was going to enter the town, and the other was going straight, but because of the fog, they couldn't see each other clearly. In addition, the snow on the road caused the 2 vehicles to collide together. This was not the end of it. The following vehicles did not see these 2 trucks clearly, so they directly crashed into them. Yang Ming glanced at it roughly. There were 13 or 14 vehicles, and they crashed into each other one after another. As Yang Ming spoke, he turned on the double emergency lights at the back of his car. However, in this fog, it wasn't clear how much effect it would have. In front of Yang Ming was a medium-sized truck, and it also slammed into an Audi A6 in front of him. Half of the A6's tail had been completely deformed. It seemed that this was the result of the truck braking in time. Otherwise, the Audi in front of him would be in a bad shape. Yang Ming once saw a video. A 3-compartment Hongqi sedan was pincered by 2 trucks on the highway. The entire body was compressed to less than half a meter. The car was already like this, let alone the people in the car. Hurry up and get out of the car. Although Yang Ming had good eyesight and stopped the car in time, he couldn't guarantee that the driver behind could make the same judgment in time as him. If they were slightly careless, what awaited them would be broken into pieces. Get out of the car? Lin Jiyun didn't understand. She looked up at Yang Ming in confusion. Just as Yang Ming was about to explain, there was a continuous and urgent whistle from behind him. Yang Ming quickly looked back. Oh my goodness, a large truck with a heavy load was rushing over here. Yang Ming could see the truck driver's anxious and pale face, and his mouth kept cursing and praying, hurry up and get out of the way. Hurry up and get out of the way. Yang Ming knew that it wasn't that he didn't want to brake, but that he couldn't brake. When the truck driver saw the serial accident in front of him and made a judgment, it was too late. Yang Ming quickly opened the door and pulled Lin Jiyun to the ditch on the side of the highway. With a loud bang, the Audi R8 was directly pushed under the chassis of the truck in front. The giant truck behind directly hit the rear of the truck in front, making a harsh and shocking sound. Yang Ming took a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, my eyesight is better than others. Otherwise, I might really die here. Lin Jiyun screamed. Her face was pale as she stared at the Audi R8 that was pushed under the chassis of the truck in front. It's okay, it's okay. Don't be afraid. Yang Ming reached out and hugged Lin Jiyun in his arms. He comforted her gently, we are safe now. Yang Ming could clearly feel Lin Jiyun's rapid breathing and panicked heartbeat. He gently patted her back and comforted her frightened soul. After a long while, Lin Jiyun cried out. She lay in Yang Ming's arms and sobbed violently. Yang Ming hugged her tightly. Obviously, what happened just now had frightened Lin Jiyun quite a bit. This girl, who would not easily reveal her true feelings, was now weakly and helplessly revealing her true self. Yang Ming, I'm so scared. Lin Jiyun said with a sob, we almost died. What do you mean by dying? I'm here. Nothing will happen. Yang Ming said firmly. At this time, he had to be tough and firm. If he showed his fear, then Lin Jiyun would be more helpless. In fact, Yang Ming really had a lingering fear in his heart. He was so close to being finished. Since this morning, bad luck had not stopped, but he didn't expect that it would be such bad luck. The truck driver behind jumped out of the cab and saw Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun standing on the side. He quickly walked over and said, brother, sister, both of you are really lucky. Your reaction is fast. My car really couldn't stop. Hurry up and call the police. Don't let the vehicles behind come in. Again. Yang Ming instructed the truck driver behind him. However, the vehicles in front should have already called the police, but the traffic police and the road administration were 2 different departments. It would take some time to respond. After Yang Ming finished, he took out his mobile phone and called Bao Sanli. Have you set off? Yang Ming asked urgently. We were stopped at the highway entrance. The fog was heavy, and we weren't allowed to go in. Bao Sanli replied, I was just about to call you. Brother Yang, are you okay? I'm fine. Then you wait first. Yang Ming said, I have something to do here. I won't talk about it. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming was relieved. It seemed that the highway entrance had responded and prevented the vehicles behind from coming in. However, before Yang Ming put away the phone, there was another loud bang. Another car rear-ended the heavy truck. Hurry up and tell the driver in the car behind to get off. Yang Ming subconsciously shouted to the truck driver. Oh, I'll go now. The truck driver quickly ran over. Yang Ming, I'm a little cold. Lin Jiyun's sobbing became softer. She rubbed against Yang Ming's arms and said, "Then let's find a place to rest." Yang Ming looked at the situation of the car accident. It couldn't be dealt with in a short time, so he said, "This is the entrance to the city. There should be a place to rest in front." This was a small county between Songjiang and Donghai Expressway called Shuangli Town. Because of the unique geographical location, the economic level was not bad. Recently, a resort was built and a series of tourism policies were launched, making Shuangli Town a good place for leisure and vacation tourism. Therefore, at the entrance of Shuangli Town, there were many temporary hotels with a good environment. With such a major traffic accident, the police naturally did not dare to neglect it. Soon, 2 police cars that came to deal with the world flashed their lights, followed by ambulances and trailers. Looking at the bloody victims who were carried to the ambulance, Lin Jiyun was so scared that she hid her head in Yang Ming's arms. Yang Ming stroked her shoulder and sighed. Yang Ming, who had seen many dead people, couldn't help but be a little moved. Natural disasters and man-made disasters. How could these people think that the object of the car accident was themselves? The cars were separated one by one. Yang Ming's Audi R8 didn't seem to be very serious. Because the sports car was relatively short, it was directly hit by the truck in front of it. It was just that the roof was flattened. The front and back of the body had varying degrees of damage, but compared to those cars that had become a pile of scrap iron, it was considered very good. Sunjia's Audi R8 was obviously more famous in Donghai City. After the traffic police who came here to deal with the accident saw the license plate number, his face immediately showed a dignified expression. When he saw that there was no one in the car, he was relieved. "You are the owner?" The traffic police saw that it was not Sun Jia who came over, but a young man, so he couldn't help but ask in confusion. "I'm not. The car is a friend's," said Yang Ming. "Oh, then can you call the owner and contact him?" If it were normal times, it wouldn't be so troublesome, but this traffic police happened to have some connections with the Sun family's circle. He knew that Sun Jia's R8 was not lent to men, so he subconsciously had doubts and guessed that Yang Ming's car was not legitimate. Okay. Yang Ming also planned to tell Sun Jia, and then find someone to deal with the problem of repairing the car. "What's the matter, Yang Ming?" Sun Jia picked up the phone and whispered, "My dad and I are talking about the company. There was an accident on the Dongsang Expressway. 37 cars were involved in a chain collision." Yang Ming said, "I still have something to do. I'll leave the car here first. Can you talk to the traffic police?" "All right." When Sun Jia heard that the car had an accident, she wasn't angry with Yang Ming. Instead, she was subconsciously worried about Yang Ming's safety. However, now that Yang Ming called her, it proved that he wasn't injured, so Sun Jia didn't ask so much. Yang Ming handed the phone to the traffic policeman in front of him. The traffic policeman took the phone and asked carefully, "Is this Sister Sun Jia?" "I'm little Zhou, little Tang's boyfriend." "Hello, hello." "Oh, okay, I got it. Sister Sun, don't worry." This traffic police officer Xiao Zhou's girlfriend, Xiao Tang, was a friend that Sun Jia met through Yongli. Xiao Tang's family background was also good. They had eaten together several times. However, among them, the Sun family's background was the biggest. Returning the phone to Yang Ming, Xiao Zhou quickly said, "If you have something to do, just go ahead. Leave this to me." "That's fine. Sorry to trouble you." Yang Ming also heard that the person in front of him knew Sun Jia, so he didn't say anything more. Yang Ming hugged Lin Jiyun and walked to Shuangli Town. Xiao Zhou secretly wondered, which great god is this in front of me? Sun Jia's car isn't lent to a man. Then, what is the relationship between this man and Sun Jia? Who is the girl in his arms? Xiao Zhou shook his head. He couldn't ask these things. He had to put the doubts in his stomach and turn to continue to deal with the traffic accident. "Are you here for a trip or a temporary rest?" Not far from the entrance of Shuangli Town, there was a row of motorized three-wheeled motorcycles parked. The drivers on the motorcycles were shouting to attract guests. Seeing that Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun came over, a young man immediately rushed over. The others had to give up in envy. "Temporary rest. Help me find a clean hotel." Yang Ming helped Lin Jiyun get on the young man's motorcycle. Okay. The young man responded, the fare is 5 yuan. Is that okay? Okay. Although it was a tourist town, the price level was there. 5 yuan for a fare was already considered good. No matter how high it was, it wouldn't be enough. Yang Ming didn't care about this little money and nodded. Soon, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were sent to the entrance of a well-decorated hotel. Yang Ming paid the fare and walked in with Lin Jiyun. After the young man took the fare, he didn't leave. Yang Ming knew that he must get some commission for sending guests to the hotel, but Yang Ming didn't care. Many places were like this. Whether they got commission or not, it didn't have much to do with Yang Ming. This money wouldn't go to Yang Ming in the end. The price of the rooms was transparent. It was written on the door of the hotel. It was just giving a part of the commission to these people who solicited guests, so the hotel earned less. But even so, the hotel was still very willing to pay this commission. There was no other reason. They just hoped that these people could introduce more guests next time. Are you two staying or resting? The hotel's proprietress greeted them warmly. Resting. Yang Ming said, give me a room where I can take a shower. Okay, if you are resting, you will be charged by the hour. 20 yuan per hour. The proprietress said, the minimum charge is 1 hour. More than 1 hour is charged according to half an hour. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's a few minutes. Please pay a deposit of 100 yuan first. Okay. Yang Ming took out his wallet, took out a bill and handed it to the proprietress. After the proprietress checked the authenticity, she gave Yang Ming a set of keys and asked the waiter on the side to take Yang Ming and the others upstairs. Yang Ming followed behind the waiter and pretended to be unintentional. He turned back and saw that the young man who had just sent them here received another 5 yuan commission from the proprietress and left happily. Of course, this commission was based on the premise that Yang Ming and the others decided to stay. If Yang Ming and the others didn't like this place, then there would be no commission for the young man. The facilities of the room were not bad. It was a standard couple's room. There was a separate bathroom, air conditioning, and TV. The bedding and sheets were very neat and made people look very comfortable. Hot water is available 24 hours a day. The TV is from Xianxia satellite. The waiter introduced, if you need anything else, just call the service desk downstairs. The phone number is 1001. Okay, you go ahead. Yang Ming nodded, and the waiter left the room. There was only one big bed in the room, but Lin Jiyun just blushed slightly and didn't raise any objections. When they were in Donghai, the two people had already lived together on a big bed. Take a hot bath first, Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun's hair, which was covered with snow, and said, don't catch a cold. Lin Jiyun was also freezing. At the moment, she wanted to take a hot bath. Yang Ming turned on the air conditioner and then went to the bathroom. He first used his special ability to check inside. He didn't find anything like a surveillance camera before he was relieved. Turning on the hot water, Yang Ming tested the temperature with his hand. It was just right, so he called, Jiyun, you come and take a bath first. Oh. Lin Jiyun stood up from the bed. She hadn't recovered from the shock just now. She took off her coat, hung it on the hanger, and walked to the bathroom. The temperature of the water is ready. You can just take a bath directly. As Yang Ming said this, he walked out of the bathroom. He brushed past Lin Jiyun's body and accidentally touched her sweater. He found that it was wet. Yang Ming was stunned. He reached out and touched Lin Jiyun's sweater, and then said, why is it so wet? I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Jiyun said with some embarrassment. Hurry up and take off your clothes. I will put them in the air conditioner to dry. Yang Ming said quickly. Oh, okay. Lin Jiyun nodded shyly. Then can you go out first? Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled, turned out of the bathroom, and closed the door. After a while, he heard Lin Jiyun's voice, Yang Ming, are you outside? I'm here. Yang Ming said, you gave me the clothes? As she said this, the bathroom door only opened a small gap. Lin Jiyun reached out and handed out a stack of neatly folded clothes. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't peek at the small gap. If he wanted to see, he didn't need to peek at all. He could just use his special ability. What couldn't he see? What about the underwear and underwear? Yang Ming looked at the clothes in his hand and asked. It's not necessary. Lin Jiyun said in a hurry. How can that be? It's all underwear. If it's wet, it will be uncomfortable to wear it. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. With our relationship, do we still need to avoid it? Lin Jiyun's hand that was about to hand over the clothes was frozen. She seemed to be hesitating. Yang Ming didn't urge her and waited for her to make a decision. After a while, Lin Jiyun whispered, "Then you saw it. Don't laugh at me." "Why would I laugh at you?" Yang Ming was a bit baffled. "Anyway, you are not allowed to laugh." After Lin Jiyun finished speaking, she carefully handed out her underwear and bra. Yang Ming took the underwear handed over by Lin Jiyun and found out that Lin Jiyun's underwear was actually SpongeBob SquarePants. It was printed with a large SpongeBob SquarePants portrait. When they were in Donghai last time, Lin Jiyun liked this cartoon. He didn't expect her underwear to also buy this pattern. Lin Jiyun was still a bit childish. Yang Ming also knew why Lin Jiyun said before not to make Yang Ming laugh. She was referring to this. "It's quite cute." Yang Ming said, "I know a shop that specializes in selling SpongeBob SquarePants accessories. Let's go together next time. Let's buy more." Lin Jiyun replied softly, "N." Then, she closed the bathroom door. On the underwear, there was still a faint body fragrance of Lin Jiyun, which made Yang Ming have some fantasies. However, he wasn't perverted to the point of doing something dirty with a woman's underwear. He shook his head gently and placed Lin Jiyun's clothes on the desk under the air conditioner. The coat was placed at the bottom, and the underwear was placed at the top. However, the temperature in the room wasn't high. Even if the air conditioner was turned on, the clothes couldn't be dried in a short time. Yang Ming hesitated and dialed the phone number of the service desk downstairs. "I'm a guest of 209. Do you have new women's pajamas here?" asked Yang Ming. The lady boss apparently also considered this situation and played the hotel's business project incisively. When she heard Yang Ming's request, she immediately said, "Yes, there are 3 kinds of quality, which are 50 yuan, 100 yuan, and 200 yuan. Which one do you want, sir?" "I want the 200 yuan one." This kind of underwear was very uncomfortable to wear with poor quality, so Yang Ming directly asked for the best. "Right, do you have cold medicine here? Kong-tek or Gong-kong?" "We don't have that. The hotel is not allowed to sell medicine." The lady boss said, "But it doesn't matter. I can get a waiter to buy it for you from the pharmacy next door." "Alright, go ahead. Bring me a pot of water as well," Yang Ming instructed. The lady boss repeatedly agreed. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming opened the door and saw the lady boss standing at the door with a smile on her face. "These are pajamas. I saw that your wife is quite tall, so I took a large size. Take a look. If it doesn't fit, I'll go downstairs and change it for you. But you can't open the seal. If you open the seal, I won't be able to sell it anymore." The lady boss explained. "Alright, this will do." Since it was a last-minute outfit, Yang Ming didn't care much about it. He took the pajamas and put them aside. Then, he asked, "Did you buy the medicine?" "I bought 3 types, but I don't know which one you need." The lady boss handed a small bag to Yang Ming. Yang Ming opened it. There were Gong-kong, Kong-tek, and quick-acting cold capsules inside. Most likely, the owner of the pharmacy and the lady boss knew each other. Whenever there was an opportunity, they would take care of each other. Naturally, it would be better to sell more. However, Yang Ming didn't care. He nodded and said, "Sorry to trouble you." As he said this, he took out his wallet and took out 300 yuan and handed it to the lady boss. The medicine cost a total of 26 yuan. "I'll give you the rest of the money later." After the lady boss took the money, she said to Yang Ming, "Forget it. The rest of the money will be considered as a tip." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "The water in the thermos in your hand is boiled water, right? Just put it on the shelf at the door. Okay, okay. The lady boss smiled and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, you are so generous. The pajamas earned 50 yuan, and the tip earned more than 70 yuan. The lady boss was very happy in her heart. She hummed a song and went downstairs. Lin Jian's body was actually not dirty. Originally, Lin Jian was a person who loved cleanliness. She always took a shower at home. Coincidentally, she just took a shower last night. Therefore, in the bathroom, she only used hot water to wash her body to get rid of the cold. However, her hair was stained with a lot of snow water. After it melted, there was a sticky feeling. It was very uncomfortable, so Lin Jian washed her hair and then turned off the water in the shower. She knocked on the door of the bathroom and shouted outside, Yang Ming, are my clothes dry? Not yet. It may take a while. Yang Ming picked up the new set of pajamas and walked to the side of the bathroom. Then, he said, I bought you a new set of pajamas. You put it on first. Oh. Lin Jian opened a small gap in the bathroom door, and Yang Ming stuffed the pajamas in. The pajamas were in the form of a large bathrobe. Lin Jian quickly put it on and went out of the bathroom. On the blushing face, there was a glow. She was like a lotus flower that just emerged from the water. Yang Ming's heart swayed. There was an impulse to hold Lin Jian in his arms and let him take advantage of her. Lin Jian seemed to see Yang Ming's absent-minded. She lowered her head shyly and coughed. However, this cough shocked Yang Ming. Jian, did you catch a cold? Why are you coughing? Lin Jian wanted to explain, but she found that her body was really hot. It seemed that it was really the precursor of a cold, so she said, maybe I just froze. I asked the lady boss to buy cold medicine. You eat it first. Yang Ming said as he handed the bag of cold medicine to Lin Jian. What kind of medicine do you usually take? I don't know. I just asked the lady boss to buy a few. After that, Yang Ming turned around and poured water for Lin Jian. I will be fine after taking a quick cold capsule. Lin Jian took out a quick cold capsule from her pocket and said. This was the cheapest kind of cold medicine. It only cost 5 cents, but Lin Jian's family usually took this kind of medicine. Yang Ming handed the hot water to Lin Jian. Lin Jian took the medicine and said, don't you want to eat? Then I will eat some too. Although Yang Ming's physique was relatively good, he wasn't made of iron. He still had business to do in a while. He had to rush to Donghai. He didn't want to catch a cold. After Lin Jian listened, she took 2 cold capsules and put them in Yang Ming's hand. Then she said, I will get you some water. No need. I will just drink this. Yang Ming grabbed the cup in Lin Jian's hand and drank the medicine in his mouth. Lin Jian's face was red again. Fortunately, it was already a little red, so it wasn't obvious. I will also take a shower. You rest. Yang Ming put the cold medicine and the cup aside and said. Okay, I want to lie for a while. I am a little tired. Lin Jian sat on the bed and said tiredly. The large bathrobe covered all the exquisite curves on her body. However, the laziness on her face had a different kind of temptation. Yang Ming licked his lips and resisted the desire that was about to burst out in his heart. He shook his head and said, well, you rest. I will take a shower. The warm water made Yang Ming feel particularly comfortable, but the thoughts in his heart became more arrogant. Yang Ming looked down at his lower body that had not stopped for a moment. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Coming out of the bathroom, Yang Ming only wore boxers. He glanced at Lin Jian on the bed and saw that she was breathing evenly. Apparently, she had fallen asleep. The effect of the cold medicine came. Yang Ming was also a little dizzy. He walked to the bed, pulled up the quilt and got in. The desire in his heart couldn't beat the fatigue in his body, so he fell into a deep sleep. After special training, Yang Ming's sleep time was controlled very well. He didn't know when, but Yang Ming felt a particularly comfortable feeling. He wanted to get up, but he found that Lin Jian was like the last time in Donghai. She hugged Yang Ming like an octopus. However, Lin Jian was wearing underwear at that time, and this time. Yang Ming could clearly feel the warmth of Lin Jian's body. He didn't know when Lin Jian's nightgown had been loosened. She was lying on top of him without a single piece of clothing on. Yang Ming's breathing suddenly became hurried. The desire that had just calmed down suddenly came back. At this time, Lin Jian moved her body slightly. Yang Ming suddenly trembled. His lower body was tightly pressed against Lin Jian's lower abdomen. Yang Ming wasn't Lu Xiaohui, and he didn't want to be Lu Xiaohui. At this moment, Yang Ming also figured it out. Since I can't give up on Lin Jian, then at this moment, what's the difference if it's earlier or later? I just don't know Lin Jian's thoughts. Yang Ming suddenly stretched out his arms and hugged Lin Jian's body. He wanted to melt her into his body. Don't. Lin Jian suddenly made a trembling voice. When Lin Jian turned over just now, she woke up, but she noticed that Yang Ming had already woken up. Moreover, when she turned over, she felt the changes in Yang Ming's body. She was so scared that her heart jumped, so she just moved a little and didn't dare to move again. She thought that if she continued to pretend to be asleep, she could avoid the awkwardness at the moment. She didn't expect that Yang Ming actually boldly hugged her body. At this moment, Lin Jian couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore. The changes in Yang Ming's body made Lin Jian ashamed. She wasn't the little girl who didn't know anything. After she had an accident with Yang Ming, Lin Jian also read some information about this and understood some of this kind of knowledge. Jian, I love you. Yang Ming whispered in Lin Jian's ear. The gentle breath blew in Lin Jian's ear, making her tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, Lin Jian's heart was completely messed up. If it was said that she could still maintain a trace of rationality, then now, Lin Jian's mind had turned into a blank, and her body no longer resisted like before. This soft cry made Lin Jian open her mouth slightly, which also gave Yang Ming a chance to enter. Yang Ming kissed her hard. Lin Jian was shocked, but she closed her mouth again. Yang Ming tried to open Lin Jian's teeth with his tongue, but Lin Jian clenched her teeth and didn't give him the opportunity. Chen Mengyan knows. What should I do? Lin Jian hid her head behind and temporarily escaped from Yang Ming's control. She said nervously. I said, a bowl of water is equal. Yang Ming felt that he was a bit shameless, but there was no way. But Lin Jian still wanted to say something, but Yang Ming sealed her mouth again. He also seized this rare opportunity and successfully put his tongue into Lin Jian's mouth. Lin Jian wanted to clench her teeth, but it was impossible. That would bite Yang Ming's tongue. Lin Jian couldn't bear to bite it. She could only let Yang Ming take advantage of her. Lin Jian was a little dizzy, and her eyes were blurred. Yang Ming's strong masculine aura made her a little nervous and expectant. Her tongue instinctively responded to Yang Ming, but it was incredibly clumsy. Lin Jian had never kissed before. This was her first time. His palms were sweating, and his legs were stiff. He didn't know what to do. Yang Ming's hand couldn't help but reach down. Seeing that he was about to touch the most mysterious place, Lin Jian suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Ming's arm tightly, not letting him continue. His hands couldn't move, but Yang Ming's body could move. He gently moved down. Only Yang Ming knew what he wanted to do. Wait a minute. Lin Jian turned her head abruptly. It could be seen that at this moment, she was also very emotional. There was a hint of red color on her crystal skin. This was the sign of a woman being emotional. Yang Ming wasn't a virgin. Lan Ling and Xiaoqing had such a situation before. Yang Ming didn't speak. He looked at Lin Jian in surprise. He didn't understand what she was waiting for. I told you, I'm not a virgin. Will you dislike me? Lin Jian said faintly. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Jian would suddenly ask this question at this time. He shook his head slightly and said, no. Are you serious? Lin Jian bit her lip. She wanted to give herself a reason, an excuse to accept Yang Ming. Even if the two of them really couldn't be together afterward, Lin Jian could use that moment to deceive herself. I won't joke about feelings. Yang Ming said seriously. Men, don't they put a lot of emphasis on this aspect? Lin Jian was a little uncertain about Yang Ming's thoughts. It's very important. Yang Ming couldn't hold back the desire in his body. He turned over and pressed Lin Jiyun under his body. Lin Jiyun screamed in pain. Although it wasn't the first time, it was still very painful. She widened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming in a daze. She frowned. If this is the case, then you still. I won't dislike myself, right? Yang Ming said gently, I'm sorry for last time. This time I will try to be careful. Take it slow. It shouldn't be very painful. Ah. Lin Jiyun trembled. Her voice changed a little. You know it all? I will use my love to compensate for your life. Yang Ming said in Lin Jiyun's ear. Lin Jiyun closed her eyes. Her breathing became more and more rapid with Yang Ming's movements. Her mouth also made some vague sounds. The same person was also in the hotel room. Although the things that happened were the same, they were very different. There was no stubborn resistance, no tearing heartache. What was left was the most perfect blend of water and milk. They opened their hearts to each other, and now, there was nothing that could stop these two loving hearts from fusing together tightly. After the passionate moment, Yang Ming hugged Lin Jiyun and found that at the corner of her eyes, there were a few drops of tears hanging. Yang Ming gently kissed the corner of Lin Jiyun's eyes. Is it very painful? Lin Jiyun shook her head gently. Fortunately, it's better than last time. Then why are you crying? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know. I just want to cry. Lin Jiyun hugged Yang Ming tightly. She hated that she couldn't be a part of his body. She didn't want to be separated. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? I'm right beside you. Yang Ming gently stroked Lin Jiyun's soft hair. There was still the scent of shampoo on it. Lin Jiyun responded and stopped talking. After a long time, Lin Jiyun said, My bottom is a little uncomfortable. I want to wash. I'll carry you, said Yang Ming. It's not necessary. I'll go by myself. Lin Jiyun sat up and adjusted the nightgown that had already been opened. Yang Ming shook his head. He thought, at this time, you are still shy. However, he didn't insist. He supported Lin Jiyun to the door of the bathroom. Lin Jiyun went in by herself and then closed the door. Looking at the mess on the bed, Yang Ming was a little emotional. I don't know. Will Chen Mengyan accept Lin Jiyun so smoothly? Talking about it was a headache when it was really face-to-face. Picking up the phone in the room, Yang Ming dialed the service desk. I'm a guest of 209. Yang Ming said. The lady boss immediately smiled. What's the order? Just say it. It's like this, I want to. Yang Ming hesitated. He wanted to ask the lady boss to buy a box of emergency contraceptive pills for him, but he hesitated and couldn't say it out loud. So, he said, I want to ask, where is the pharmacy? What else do you want to buy? Just tell me, said the lady boss quickly. No, the medicine I just bought. I think I want to return it. Yang Ming's mind was a little messy now, and he was a little incoherent when he spoke. The lady boss was inexplicable. Return the medicine? How much money can it be returned? More than 70 yuan is just a tip. This kind of person doesn't look like someone who lacks money, right? Suddenly, the lady boss was shocked. Brother, is there a problem with the medicine I bought? Is it a fake medicine? No. Yang Ming listened to the lady boss's words and was a little dumbfounded. He simply said, I want to buy something personal. It's not convenient for you to buy it for me. Little brother, you should have said it earlier. You scared me. I thought there was a problem with the medicine you sold. The lady boss said, just say what you want to buy. Is it condoms? I often buy it for the guests. The lady boss was experienced. Her child was quite big, so she didn't care and said it casually. Since the other party said so, Yang Ming had to say, I want to buy the morning after pill. No problem. The lady boss replied, you wait. I will send someone right away. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming shook his head. He thought, the other party isn't embarrassed. Why should I be embarrassed? So, he waited at the door of the room with a thick face. After a while, the lady boss knocked on the door and handed Yang Ming a box of Yuding. She said, eat one now. After 12 hours, take the second one. How much? Yang Ming took the medicine and wanted to pay for it. Forget it. 8 or 10 yuan. The lady boss smiled and waved her hand. The money you gave just now is more than enough. Yang Ming didn't say anything more. It could be seen that although the lady boss loved money, she wasn't the kind of person who was insatiable. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see Lin Jiyun come out. Yang Ming was a little anxious. It should be quick to wash up, right? Why is it so long? Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly raised his eyes and looked into the bathroom. Now, Lin Jiyun had really become my woman. It shouldn't be considered peeping, right? However, the situation he saw made Yang Ming shocked. Lin Jiyun was curled up in the corner, crying silently. Lonely and helpless, Yang Ming's heart was like being hit by a sledgehammer, and it twitched fiercely. Jiyun. Yang Ming couldn't care much. He walked to the bathroom and pushed the door open. Jiyun, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming picked up Lin Jiyun and wrapped her body with the bathrobe. He walked quickly to the bed and gently put Lin Jiyun on the bed. Yang Ming hugged her from behind. Why are you crying this time? Yang Ming gently stroked Lin Jiyun's smooth skin and said softly. After going back, I will explain to my parents. During this time, I have troubled you. Lin Jiyun hesitated and whispered. What explanation? What do you want to explain? Yang Ming faintly felt that Lin Jiyun's words had something else, and something was wrong. Explain. We broke up. Lin Jiyun took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Broke up? What did you break up with? What are you talking about? Yang Ming frowned. Are you thinking nonsense again? What the hell is going on? You are with me. You were good to me because of that incident. I don't want to be a burden in your heart. Lin Jiyun's tears fell silently on Yang Ming's arm. I never thought about blackmailing you or wanting to get anything because of this incident. Really? We are already very sorry to Chen Mingyan like this. She is your girlfriend. I won't bother you anymore in the future. Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words and finally understood why Lin Jiyun was sad. However, this was indeed a troublesome problem. Perhaps it was because the sentence "I will use the love of my life to compensate you" had touched Lin Jiyun's sentimental nerves, causing her to misunderstand. However, in any case, Lin Jiyun's current thoughts were normal. If he tried to deny it now, Lin Jiyun would not believe it. So, Yang Ming simply said, well, I admit that when I first knew about this, I had the mentality you said. I wanted to compensate you, but that was just compensation. There are many ways to make it up to you. There's no need to make it up to you emotionally. I can make it up to you financially. Lin Jiyun was silent. What Yang Ming said was the truth. Indeed, he could use money to compensate for it. In this world, there were too many things that could be bought with money. Don't be so unconfident in yourself. Your charm is no less than Mingyan's. After Yang Ming said this, he suddenly changed his tone. There is one more thing. You have to accept it even if you don't want to. You are my woman, Yang Ming's woman. I don't allow other men to touch you. Yang Ming's overbearing tone made Lin Jiyun slightly uncomfortable. However, she was already used to Yang Ming's overbearing attitude. In the bar, when Yang Ming saw that she was being bullied, he directly crippled Brother Kai. Then what should we do in the future? Lin Jiyun sighed and said faintly. What should be done is still done. You are still my girlfriend. Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words. He knew that she had changed her mind, so he was relieved. But, what about Chen Mingyan? This was a problem that had to be faced. Lin Jiyun didn't want others to call her a vixen behind her back. Chen Mingyan knows everything. Yang Ming turned Lin Jiyun over so that she was facing him. Then, he said, you don't have to feel guilty. The ones who should feel guilty are me and Chen Mingyan. You are just an innocent victim. In the beginning, it was my classmate, Wang Jitao, who framed me for Mingyan. He wanted to send me to prison. So, after all, Mingyan and I are sorry for you. Ah. Although Lin Jiyun had long known that Yang Ming was framed, she didn't know the details. What about Wang Jitao? Is he punished by the law? There is no evidence. What is there to punish? Besides, if we punish him, it will definitely implicate this case between us. When that time comes, you won't be able to withdraw the lawsuit just because you want to. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. However, he is finished now. He has been ruined by me. His father's Wang Xiongfeng group was also taken by me. Ah. Although Lin Jiyun was stunned, she wasn't too surprised. She was used to Yang Ming's strength. Well, let's not think about these unpleasant things. After you go back, you and Meng Yan meet. If you can talk, you can play together. If you can't, it doesn't matter. As Yang Ming said this, he had an evil thought in his heart. It would be best if they could talk together. Then, the three of them could play together. Lin Jiyun softly said, and no longer said anything. In her heart, naturally, she couldn't bear to leave Yang Ming. Now, Chen Mingyan's problem had passed, so she didn't have to worry about anything. Lin Jiyun had such a temperament that stood aloof from worldly affairs. She never thought of monopolizing Yang Ming. Her expectations weren't high. Even if Yang Ming was just like before, pretending to be her boyfriend, she would be satisfied. However, the more it was like this, the more Yang Ming cherished her. For the first woman in his life, Lin Jiyun occupied a large part of Yang Ming's heart. Yang Ming couldn't tell who he loved more, but at least at this moment, he only had Lin Jiyun in his heart. Ah! Lin Jiyun suddenly exclaimed and broke Yang Ming's thoughts. What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun, who was a little panicked, and asked. Yang Ming. I can't be pregnant, right? Lin Jiyun's face became pale. If you're pregnant, then give birth to it. Yang Ming was stunned, then he teased her, it's not like we can't afford to raise it. Then, the school will expel me. What will my parents say? Lin Jiyun said anxiously. Then last time, how did you solve it? Yang Ming looked at the panicked Lin Jiyun and asked curiously. Last time. I was very scared, but at that time, my period had just ended. I checked the information. It should be a safe period, but this time, it's not. Lin Jiyun was very anxious. When I was taking a shower, I was a little confused and nauseous. Am I really pregnant? Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words and suddenly said, even if you're pregnant, you won't have a reaction so quickly. You were confused and nauseous because you were too frightened before. Then, we did physical labor and didn't eat. Lin Jiyun's face was red. What do we do now? Take the medicine. You wait. Yang Ming said as he got up and took the box of Yuding. What is this? Lin Jiyun grabbed the small medicine box in Yang Ming's hand and looked at it. What is levonorgestrel tablet? However, after reading the description, Lin Jiyun didn't say anything. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't continue to move, Lin Jiyun was a little anxious. Give me some water. Otherwise, how can I eat it? Why do you want to eat it now? We'll be back within 72 hours. It's not time yet. Why don't we do it a few more times before eating it? Yang Ming took the medicine box and put it aside. Don't. Lin Jiyun buried her head in the quilt shyly. It was the second time. Yang Ming didn't dare to be too crazy. He was gentle. Although it wasn't very satisfying, this was also to prepare for a happy sex life in the future, right? After that, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun took a shower together. After they came out, they found that there was a missed call from Bao Sanli on the phone. Yang Ming returned the call. It turned out that the snow had stopped, and the fog had dissipated. After the traffic accident was dealt with, Dongsong Expressway returned to normal. Jiyun and I are in Shuangli town. Pick us up when you come. Yang Ming instructed. His clothes were dry at this time. He and Lin Jiyun packed up and went to the lady boss downstairs to check out. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun stayed for half a day. The room fee had exceeded the deposit of 100 yuan. How much more do we need? Asked Yang Ming. Forget it. You don't have to. The next time you come, you can come to my house again. The lady boss smiled and waved her hand. She handed a business card to Yang Ming. Yang Ming put it away. He and Lin Jiyun sat downstairs in the hotel and waited for Bao Sanli to come over. It didn't take long for Bao Sanli's Jinbei bread to stop at the entrance of the hotel. Yang Ming's cell phone also rang. Yang Ming didn't answer. He went out directly with Lin Jiyun. The impulse just now made Lin Jiyun a little clumsy when she walked. Yang Ming carefully supported her. Yunair, what's wrong with you? Xin Yueping's eyes were sharp. She saw that Lin Jiyun couldn't walk very well. When she got in the car, she asked with concern. It's like this. When the car accident happened, I pulled Lin Jiyun and wanted to get away quickly because the car behind us was about to hit us. Maybe I ran too fast, so Jiyun sprained her ankle. Yang Ming explained. That's not serious, right? Xin Yueping didn't doubt it and asked with concern. Mom, I'm fine. I'll be fine tomorrow. Lin Jiyun was shocked just now. Fortunately, Yang Ming covered for her. It's good that you're fine. Xin Yueping nodded. She wasn't concerned about this, but the car accident. When we entered the highway, I heard some drivers talking about the car accident. It is said that many people died? Yang Ming nodded and didn't deny it. Those who were slow to escape were basically finished. Our car was directly pushed under the chassis of the truck in front. If we didn't escape quickly, we would probably. Ah. Xin Yueping was shocked. When she heard Yang Ming say it so seriously, she was shocked. She looked at Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun who were fine. She was shocked. Things are over. This kind of thing is inevitable. It's useless to be afraid. Yang Ming smiled and changed the topic. What time is the flight? Tonight at 11:30. Lin Chongqing said, Yang Ming is right. Things are over. Don't mention it again. This time, coming to Donghai was different from the last time. There was no need to hide. It was still early, so Yang Ming asked Bao Sanli to find a restaurant with a good environment near the airport. The few of them first solved the problem of food and clothing. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were already hungry. The two of them had been busy for a long time. Their stomachs were already empty. They randomly found a bright spot in the hall and sat down. This kind of fast food restaurant didn't have a single room. It was all a hall meal. Yang Ming took the menu and ordered a few dishes. Then, he handed the menu to Lin Chongqing. What do Uncle Lin and Auntie Shen want to eat? We are fine with anything. We just ate before we left. Just a bite is enough. You and Yunair should eat more. Xin Yueping smiled and shook her head. That's fine. Let's eat this first. The food that Yang Ming ordered was enough for 5 people. Yang Ming handed a tip of 100 yuan to the waiter. I'm hungry. Help me ask the kitchen to hurry up. No problem. Don't worry, sir. The waiter calmly put away the tip and said with a smile. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the dishes ordered by Yang Ming's table to be served one after another. It was much faster than other tables. The dishes looked quite tempting. Yang Ming's appetite was greatly increased. Waiter. A table of guests not far from Yang Ming's table wasn't willing. Why did they come later than us, but they served the dishes first? Now that their dishes are all served, our table is only served cold. F***ck your mother. This. Of course, the waiter couldn't say that he received a tip of 100 yuan. He gave the dishes ordered by other tables to Yang Ming and the others first. Before the waiter could speak, the head manager ran over and said with a flattering face, Young Master Tian, don't be angry. I will go and see for you. He is new. He doesn't know young Master Tian. After the head manager finished speaking, he stared at the waiter and said, what's the matter? You don't know young Master Tian? You don't want to work anymore, right? I'm sorry, young Master Tian. The waiter said carefully. You go and see why young Master Tian's dishes haven't been served yet. The head manager ordered another waiter beside him. Okay. Another waiter immediately nodded and walked to the back kitchen. On this side, the waiter who received the tip began to sweat. Not long after, the waiter who went to the back kitchen ran back and said, Manager, young Master Tian's dishes have been prepared long ago. Then why didn't it come up? What the hell is going on? The head manager shouted loudly. Manager. It's my fault. The waiter who received the tip saw that the matter was exposed. He could only lower his head and say dejectedly, I received the tip from that table's customer and gave the dishes to that table first. You. The head manager was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You offended young Master Tian for 100 yuan? Aren't you afraid that you will be lying in the hospital tomorrow? F***ck. So that's what happened. The customer who was called young Master Tian slammed the table and stood up. I want to see which nouveau riche came to show off in front of me. Yang Ming heard the conversation over there clearly. After listening to young Master Tian's last words, he couldn't help but frown and turn his head. Young Master Tian was walking over here. When he saw Yang Ming turn his head, he was stunned. Then, the angry expression on his face immediately disappeared and was replaced by deep admiration. Brother Yang. I finally found you. Young Master Dong was overjoyed. He ran to Yang Ming. This young Master Tian was naturally the second young master of the Tian family, Tian Dongguang. The last time Yang Ming came to Donghai, he also drove Sun Jia's Audi R8, but he was misunderstood by Tian Dongguang as Sun Jiwei. After being taught a lesson by Yang Ming, not only did he not hate Yang Ming, but he felt that Yang Ming was better than him. He always wanted to find an opportunity to learn from him. In fact, after returning home, Tian Dongguang also found out that the person he met was not Sun Jiwei. However, Yang Ming left Donghai after that. Tian Dongguang couldn't find him even if he wanted to. Now that he suddenly saw Yang Ming in the restaurant, how could he not be excited? What are you looking for me for? Return your dish? But I have already eaten. Why don't you move a stool and eat together? After all, Yang Ming had snatched Tian Dongguang's dish. He was a little embarrassed, so he said politely. Yang Ming's original intention was to let the waiter arrange the dishes as soon as possible, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming would use other people's dishes. That's great. Tian Dongguang was immediately happy when he heard it. Then I will accept it respectfully. After that, he went to move the stool and waved to his friends at the table. You guys eat by yourselves. I will go to that table to eat. The foreman manager was obviously relieved. He didn't expect these two groups of people to know each other. It seemed that young Master Tian seemed to respect the guests at the other table. Then they were relieved. As long as they didn't fight in the restaurant, he was satisfied. However, the foreman manager was also a little curious. Who is so capable? Who can make the second young master of the Tian family, one of the Donghai thugs, so respectful? Yang Ming looked at Tian Dongguang's action and was so angry that he was amused. I was just being polite. I didn't expect this kid to really climb up the ladder. However, what was said couldn't be undone. Yang Ming couldn't ask him to leave now. Anyway, he was very hungry. Yang Ming simply ignored Tian Dongguang. He put him aside and didn't care about him. Tian Dongguang wasn't annoyed. He just watched Yang Ming eat. He mainly wanted to get close to Yang Ming. After sitting down, he didn't move his chopsticks. Yang Ming ignored him. Lin Jian's parents couldn't say anything. They also saw that Yang Ming didn't want to talk to Tian Dongguang, so they pretended not to see him. Tian Dongguang was a little bored of being alone. He wanted to find something to talk about. When he turned his head and saw Bao Sanli next to him, he patted his shoulder and said, "Buddy, are you following Brother Yang?" In Songjiang, there were only a few people who dared to pat Bao Sanli's shoulder and talk. However, now he was following Yang Ming to do things. Bao Sanli could only be an underling. The boss didn't get angry. How could the underling stand up for him? Wouldn't it seem that he didn't know the rules? However, he had to admire this kid's eyes. Bao Sanli was indeed following Yang Ming. So he nodded and said, affirming Tian Dongguang's words. I see that you are quite strong. Let's find a chance to practice when we have time. Tian Dongguang said, Don't mind. I'm not looking for trouble. I'm also following Brother Yang. And? Bao Sanli was stunned. He thought, why don't I know that Yang Ming has an underling like you? Look at how he doesn't like you. Your words are quite exaggerated. However, Yang Ming's identity was mysterious. Bao Sanli didn't know much about it, so he wasn't sure what the relationship between this guy and Yang Ming was. My name is Tian Dongguang. What's your name? Tian Dongguang said generously. Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli was helpless, but seeing that Yang Ming didn't say anything, he had to continue to deal with Tian Dongguang. What? Bao Sanli? Tian Dongguang was stunned. Brother, are you kidding? Your name is Bao Sanli? Is it true? Do you want to see my ID card? Bao Sanli said with a black face. That's not necessary. I believe you. Tian Dongguang said with a smile, but brother, your name is Bad *SS. I heard that the underworld boss of Songjiang is also called Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli was speechless. His face was full of black lines. Cough cough. Yang Ming took a sip of the drink. When he heard Tian Dongguang's words, he suddenly choked and resisted to spit it out. Brother Yang, what's wrong with you? When Tian Dongguang saw Yang Ming coughing, he immediately turned and flattered him. Nothing. You two continue to talk. I will eat. Yang Ming was too lazy to explain. For Tian Dongguang, Yang Ming just regarded him as a little kid, so he didn't bother much. Bao Sanli didn't want to bother with Tian Dongguang anymore, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to let them continue to talk. It couldn't be helped. He had to bite the bullet and talk to Tian Dongguang again. Yang Ming was afraid that Tian Dongguang would annoy him, so he used Bao Sanli as a shield. Okay, I will go out with you to practice. Bao Sanli was annoyed, so he simply stood up and said to Tian Dongguang. That's great. Tian Dongguang was particularly interested in learning from each other. After listening to Bao Sanli's words, he immediately stood up and ran out. Yang Ming, these two friends of yours? Xin Yueping looked at the backs of the two people and asked. Don't bother with them. Let's continue to eat. Yang Ming didn't care. After a while, Yang Ming and the others finished eating. Bao Sanli came back with Tian Dongguang, whose face was bruised. Tian Dongguang's face was dejected. Bao Sanli was much calmer than before. He didn't express his emotions in words. I lost. Brother Yang, your follower is also very fierce. Tian Dongguang said depressingly. It's normal that you can't beat him. Yang Ming looked at Tian Dongguang and smiled. You can only bluff people with your mediocre kung fu. During this time, Tian Dongguang had already known that his kung fu was too far behind. He used to be invincible in the family. Because the people under him considered him as the second young master of the Tian family, so they let him win. In fact, his kung fu was still far behind. Although Tian Dongguang found a few people to teach him kung fu, the progress was not very fast. How can kung fu be practiced in a day? Do you think you are Yang Ming? However, although Tian Dongguang's kung fu was not good, and he was so clingy, there was one thing that Yang Ming appreciated. Tian Dongguang didn't have the temper of a young master. He solved the problem by relying on his own ability. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't win, he would just forget it. He didn't think about looking for the people in the family to come out and avenge him. This kind of bold style made Yang Ming not alienate him too much. This was different from Wang Jitao, a prodigal young master who wanted to use the people in the family to retaliate against others when there was trouble. Tian Dongguang didn't have the face to continue to sit. After all, his face was bruised. He said with some embarrassment, Brother Yang, your follower is very bad *SS. Can you let him teach me kung fu when he is free? Yang Ming couldn't help but be happy after listening. Bao Sanli is busy all day. How can he have time to teach you kung fu? Don't look at how he is sitting here leisurely. He is just accompanying me. If it were someone else, Bao Sanli would never appear here. Then you have to ask him. Yang Ming said with a smile. Bro, can you teach me? Tian Dongguang didn't dare to simply find Yang Ming as an apprentice, but he thought, it should be fine to find his underlings, right? Bao Sanli looked at Yang Ming with a bitter face and looked at Tian Dongguang again. I came to Donghai to accompany Brother Yang. I will go back to Songjiang soon. Ai. Tian Dongguang sighed. He thought that his family would definitely not agree with him going to Songjiang. His family was very clear about his temperament. He was a competitive hero, unlike his elder brother. His elder brother was the kind of person who had stronger self-control, so the family was not worried about him being outside by himself. As for himself, he was more impulsive. Thinking of this, he could only helplessly say, "Then I'll go back first." The followers at Tian Dongguang's table saw that Tian Dongguang came back with a bruised face. They immediately said unhappily, "Young Master Tian, what happened? Who the hell dares to touch you? Do you want us to kill him?" Tian Dongguang snorted disdainfully. You guys? You guys are not enough for others to play with. Don't King cause trouble for me. I'm just learning from others. My skills are not as good as others. How can I retaliate?" Several followers immediately closed their mouths. The foreman manager was secretly amazed. He thought, I don't know who the guests at that table are. They beat the Tian family's second young master like this, and the Tian family's second young master still speaks up for them. Tian Donghua didn't have the heart to think about it. He said a few words to his followers and left with them in a hurry. After Yang Ming finished his meal, he found the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter smiled and said, "Young Master Tian has already paid the bill." Oh, forget it. Yang Ming didn't care and left the restaurant with Lin Jiyun's family. However, Lin Chongqing seemed to see something. When they went out, he took advantage of Bao Sanli to start the car and pulled Yang Ming to the side. He whispered, "Little Yang, what is the background of your friend named Bao Sanli?" Lin Chongqing felt that Bao Sanli wasn't simple before. When they were chatting, he also tried to inquire about his occupation. Bao Sanli said lightly that he was working for Yang Ming. However, Lin Chongqing felt that Bao Sanli was a person who had been in a high position for a long time. Moreover, he used to be a security guard in a big hotel. He had some understanding of the underworld of Songjiang. He seemed to have heard of the name Bao Sanli. Oh, it's nothing. He is a friend of mine. He runs an entertainment company. Yang Ming casually introduced. Then why is he your subordinate? Lin Chongqing was baffled. I have shares in the entertainment company. Yang Ming smiled. If Uncle Lin wants to know the details, then I will tell you in detail when I go back. Now, let's get in the car first. Oh? That's good. Lin Chongqing saw that Xin Yueping had already urged him, and he knew that this was not the place to talk, so he nodded and got in the car with Yang Ming. Uncle Lin, Auntie Shen, it's still early. Why don't we find a shopping mall to shop? Yang Ming looked at the time and suggested. Although everything was sold in Songjiang now, most people had similar ideas. When they went to another city, they wanted to go to the local shopping mall to see if there was anything to buy. Lin Chongqing didn't care. After all, he had worked here for a while. However, Xin Yueping had not been to Donghai yet. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she was a little tempted. Alright, then let's go around, said Xin Yueping. Bao Sanli parked the car at the entrance of a nearby shopping mall. Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the name of the shopping mall. It was actually Xinheng department store. He didn't expect Wu Zhongjia's family business to be so big. They actually had a chain of shopping malls in Donghai. He bought a few pieces of clothing for Lin Jiyun. Xin Yueping only looked at them but didn't buy them. In the end, under Yang Ming's persuasion, she had to choose a few pieces of clothing that could be worth half of her monthly salary. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming had another layer of relationship. Her attitude toward Yang Ming had also undergone a huge change. Her original shyness had become particularly attached to Yang Ming. When they were paying, Bao Sanli took out a membership card from his wallet and said, "Brother Yang, I have a membership card here." Membership card? I seem to have one too. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Wu Zhongjia had given him a membership card for Xinheng department store, so he opened his wallet and flipped through it. Sure enough, he found the membership card. "Sir, can you please pay faster? There are still people waiting in line," the cashier said impatiently. In Xinheng, there were many people with membership cards, so the attitude of the cashier wasn't so respectful. However, when she saw the membership card in Yang Ming's hand, she was suddenly stunned. Her eyes revealed a surprised look. "Sir, you have a diamond card. You can enjoy a 30% discount." The cashier's tone immediately changed and said carefully, "Brother Yang's card is still the best." Bao Sanli shook his head and put away his ordinary membership card. His card could only give a 10% discount, but he didn't expect Yang Ming's card to give a 30% discount. Wu Fugue, this old boy, is not honest. The card he gave me is not good. I have to find him to settle the account. Bao Sanli had to mutter in order to save his face. Wu Fugue is not good. My card was given to me by his son, Wu Xianxia. Yang Ming smiled and said, "My and Jiyun's tutor." The cashier was shocked. She thought, these two people in front of me aren't simple. They can actually talk to the chairman and the young master directly. She immediately became a little reserved. After paying the bill, they looked at the time. It was almost time, so they rushed to Donghai International Airport together. At 11:30, the plane that flew from Australia to Donghai via Shanghai landed in Donghai. At the exit, a lot of people poured out. "Big sister." A handsome man in his 30s wearing sunglasses waved at Xin Yueping and shouted excitedly, "Yefeng." Xin Yueping was also a little excited. She hadn't seen her brother for 5 or 6 years. "Isn't this Xianer? Did you miss your uncle?" Xin Yefeng looked at Lin Jiyun and said happily, "Uncle." Lin Jiyun called out sweetly, "Oh? This is..." Xin Yefeng looked at Yang Ming next to Lin Jiyun and asked with some surprise, "Hello, I am Jiyun's boyfriend, Yang Ming." Yang Ming quickly introduced himself. "Oh? If this is the case, then you have to call me uncle too," Xin Yefeng said affectionately. "Uncle." Yang Ming didn't want to disappoint him. It could be seen that his relationship with Jiyun's family was quite good. Moreover, it seemed that he was doing well. I just don't know why Lin Jiyun didn't borrow money from him when her family was in trouble. Sister, brother-in-law, Jiyun and Yang Ming, right? Xin Yefeng pointed to a woman who wasn't very outstanding, but she had some arrogance. "Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, He Lulu." "Hello, I will call you sister-in-law." Xin Yueping quickly reached out and wanted to get close to He Lulu. He Lulu didn't reach out her hand, but she said calmly, "Just call me Lulu. We aren't married yet. Everything is a variable." "Ah." Xin Yueping was stunned. She took back her hand awkwardly and didn't know what to say. However, Yang Ming frowned. What the hell is going on? Is she asking for a beating? Yang Ming glanced at Xin Yefeng, who also had a helpless face, and shook his head. This kid seems to have no status in the family. If Yang Ming's woman spoke like this, Yang Ming would have already been angry. However, other people's family matters had nothing to do with him, so he couldn't say anything. Instead, Lin Jiyun called Auntie He affectionately. She didn't see He Lulu smile, but she just nodded. Lin Chongqing also saw that He Lulu wasn't easy to get along with. At this time, he simply didn't speak. "However, I say, Yefeng, your niece's boyfriend is quite handsome. But, then again, in this day and age, being handsome isn't much use. Don't you think so?" He Lulu glanced at Yang Ming and snorted. Xin Yefeng was very embarrassed. He coughed, but his heart was very vexed. If I knew this, I wouldn't have brought her back. However, he was just thinking about it. It was impossible not to bring her back. He Lulu's home was also in Songjiang, but the two met in Australia. The main purpose of coming back this time was to visit the parents of both sides. Xin Yefeng's parents died early. There was only Xin Yueping, the elder sister, and an elder brother in Shenzhen. It was just that the elder brother was too snobbish. He went to Shenzhen to make a fortune in his early years, and then he turned hostile. He didn't care much about his younger siblings at home. Therefore, Xin Yefeng didn't want to be disliked. In this way, Xin Yueping, the elder sister, could barely be regarded as Xin Yefeng's parent. However, obviously, his girlfriend, He Lulu, didn't give face to his elder sister's family. For this arrogant little princess, Xin Yefeng was really helpless. Her family background was outstanding. She could choose him among many Chinese people in Australia. It was already a good thing for him. Xin Yifeng knew his family's situation. When he went to Australia to work, he was just a poor young man who washed dishes in a restaurant. It was only at the end of last year that he met Hilulu. Hilulu didn't know why, but she liked him. They came to the restaurant to eat a few times. After a while, they became familiar with each other. Hilulu was an international student in Australia. She was now studying for a doctorate. Because her family was rich, although her appearance couldn't be said to be beautiful, it wasn't bad. Therefore, there were many pursuers. It was also because of the relationship with Hilulu's friends that Xin Yifeng got a position in a Chinese import and export trading company in Australia, and his income increased. Perhaps, Hilulu was just impulsive when she saw Xin Yifeng. Impulsive love was always reckless. Although Hilulu also felt that Xin Yifeng, this young man, was quite honest and had a good character. But she couldn't stop her friends from gossiping. Many of Hilulu's friends were very surprised why Hilulu found Xin Yifeng as a boyfriend. He had no money and family background. At first, Hilulu didn't care. She just laughed it off, but over time, it was different. Hilulu, who had calmed down, had considered this issue more than once. Undoubtedly, she still had feelings for Xin Yifeng, but she also had to consider the suggestions of her friends. Indeed, no matter which aspect, Xin Yifeng wasn't worthy of her. Hilulu's nature was not bad, and she was not a woman who liked to play with feelings. Xin Yifeng was her second boyfriend. Her first boyfriend was in the country. Because he went abroad, the two of them broke off contact. However, Xin Yifeng was her first man. Although chastity was not very important now, especially in the big environment abroad, Hilulu didn't want to give up easily. In order to maintain her pride as a princess, Hilulu had no choice but to find a balance in her words. She would put on airs and scold Xin Yifeng. Fortunately, Xin Yifeng was very tolerant of her. However, Hilulu wanted to maintain this relationship, but her parents didn't want to. When Hilulu's parents learned about Xin Yifeng, they tried their best to persuade Hilulu to break up with Xin Yifeng. Facing the huge pressure from her parents, it was difficult for Hilulu to give Xin Yifeng a good face. Naturally, she had nothing good to say to his family. "Let's go home first. You must be hungry. I have prepared a meal. We can eat when we go back." Xin Yifeng didn't care much. She thought, it's nothing for a little girl who came back from abroad to be arrogant. I heard that she is a doctor, so it's even more unusual. Yifeng, I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time. I want to eat Song John's barbecue. Hilulu didn't hear it and turned to Xin Yifeng. This? Xin Yifeng didn't know what to say. If it were normal times, he would definitely listen to Hilulu. But now, it was his elder sister. His elder sister had already prepared the meal and was waiting for them happily. Hilulu wanted to eat barbecue. How could Xin Yifeng not be troubled? Then let's eat barbecue. We haven't eaten for a long time. Xin Yifeng didn't care. Hilulu listened to Xin Yifeng's words and snorted. She thought, barbecue isn't a good thing. Is it necessary to not eat it for a long time? Yang Ming was really too lazy to serve Hilulu, this woman. However, when he saw Lin Chongqing take the initiative to help Hilulu with her luggage, he couldn't not help. He grabbed the box from Lin Chongqing's hand and treated it as helping Lin Chongqing. Slow down. There are my cosmetics inside. Don't break them. Hilulu saw Yang Ming grab the box from Lin Chongqing and said quickly. Yang Ming was so angry that his face was ashen. He almost threw the box and his hand away. However, thinking of Xin Yifeng's face, he endured it. Lin Jiyun also saw that Yang Ming was angry. She understood Yang Ming's temper. She knew that Yang Ming was not the kind of person who would not fight back when bullied. Now that he could do this, it was entirely because of her and her parents' face. Lin Jiyun gently held Yang Ming's hand and squeezed it. The meaning was self-evident. Yang Ming glanced at Lin Jiyun with a bitter smile and nodded, indicating that he knew. Lin Jiyun also smiled. The body language and expression between the two people was obviously more than before. Breaking through the last line of defense, it made the two people more intimate. When they came to the parking lot, Bao Sanli opened the anti-theft lock with the key and opened the trunk door behind. With Bao Sanli's identity, it was really incredible to run errands for others. However, Yang Ming was helping to drag the box. What else could Bao Sanli say? Seeing that it was a Jinbei van in the parking lot, He Lulu frowned obviously and said to Xin Yifeng next to her, "Why is it a van? Is it comfortable to sit in it?" Xin Yifeng knew the situation of his sister's family. It was not easy to borrow a car to pick them up. Because He Lulu was here, Xin Yifeng didn't ask in detail. Maybe this car was rented. When they got in the car, He Lulu looked reluctant. "If I knew, I would have asked my dad to send a driver to pick me up. A Mercedes-Benz is much more comfortable than this. Lulu, can you just put up with it? Just give me face." Xin Yifeng really couldn't stand it anymore, so he whispered to He Lulu. "Humph, give you face? But will my family give me face? Isn't it because of you that I have to suffer with you?" He Lulu said coldly. Mother ****. Yang Ming really wanted to kick this He Lulu out now. Yang Ming took a deep breath and exhaled. "Yang Ming, I'm sorry." Lin Jian looked at Yang Ming and said apologetically. "Why are you apologizing? What does it have to do with you?" Yang Ming patted Lin Jian's hand and said. "Uncle said that He Lulu's family is very rich, and they were opposed to them being together." However, He Lulu still didn't break up with Uncle. However, facing the pressure from her family, He Lulu must have resentment. Lin Jian explained to Yang Ming in a low voice. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about her. She's not my wife." Yang Ming shook his head. "I don't want this kind of trash woman." "Then what am I?" Lin Jian asked with a red face. "You are much better than her. If she can be half as good as you, she will be lucky." Yang Ming said. "Nonsense. If you are lucky, you will scare others to death." Lin Jian said softly. "She looks down on people, right? Then I really have to let her see it." When did Yang Ming swallow such humiliation? Even if he wasn't strong enough at that time, he didn't feel so wronged when facing Wang Jitao. "Originally, our family's conditions are not as good as others." Lin Jian shook her head. "It's normal for her to have a little temper." "Not as good as?" Yang Ming widened his eyes. "You are now the deputy manager of the jewelry company. You have tens of millions of assets." "That's not mine." Lin Jian shook her head. "What's mine is yours." Yang Ming said in his heart, "If I take out my real strength, wouldn't that He Lulu be scared to death?" Lin Jian flattened her mouth and didn't say anything, but her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise. It wasn't because of the tens of millions of assets. She wasn't a greedy girl. She was surprised because Yang Ming now really regarded her as one of his own. As soon as they got out of the airport highway, He Lulu was unwilling and began to complain again. "I can't take it anymore. I have been on the plane for such a long time. My back is already sore. Sitting in this car is still bumpy. I really can't take it anymore. Lulu, just bear with it. It will be fine when we reach the city." Xin Yifeng persuaded. "No, I can't take it anymore." He Lulu took out her mobile phone and quickly changed to a domestic SIM card. "I have to call my father and ask him to send a driver to pick me up." Xin Yueping and Lin Chongqing both looked embarrassed. Xin Yueping said, "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. This car was also borrowed by Yang Ming. We can sit in it, but we didn't know that you were uncomfortable." "Forget it. You haven't sat in a Mercedes-Benz. Naturally, you can't tell." He Lulu's sentence didn't have any sarcasm. It was just said casually. In her opinion, it was the truth. However, in Xin Yueping's ears, it was not the case. Xin Yueping suddenly blushed and couldn't speak. Although Xin Yueping didn't have money, she had a powerful son-in-law. It wasn't that she hadn't sat in the BMW X5 before. Although she didn't know which was better between a BMW and a Mercedes-Benz, she usually heard people say, "Drive a BMW, sit in a Mercedes-Benz." When the two were put together, they should be of the same grade. However, a BMW was a BMW after all. Xin Yueping really hadn't sat in a Mercedes-Benz, so she didn't know if a Mercedes-Benz was comfortable. She had to say, I really haven't sat in a Mercedes-Benz, but I have sat in a BMW, and I don't feel any difference with this. Lulu didn't think that Xianxia Ping had sat in a BMW before. When she heard her say this, she thought that Xianxia Ping wanted to save face, so she said, now there are many counterfeit versions of domestic cars. I read on the internet that many people have changed the double-ring car to a BMW. Although it wasn't explicitly stated that the car Xianxia Ping was in was a counterfeit, that was what it meant. Xianxia Ping smiled and didn't say much. She was an adult, and she didn't like to compete. Lulu pulled out a number from the phone and dialed it. Hello, Uncle Yao? It's me, Lulu. I'm back in China. Lulu said with a smile, I didn't call in advance because I wanted to give my dad a surprise. Where's my dad? It wasn't known what was said on the other side of the phone, but Lulu's face changed dramatically. She exclaimed, What? Uncle Yao, what did you say? A few more words were said on the other side of the phone. Lulu's hand was trembling. Then why didn't you call the police? Oh. I got it. Lulu hung up the phone, but her whole person was stunned. Lulu, what's wrong? Xianxia Feng had some complaints about Lulu being picky in front of his elder sister, but when he saw her in a daze, he immediately became nervous again. After all, she was his girlfriend. How could he not care? Yefeng. Lulu grabbed Xianxia Feng's arm and said in a panic, Uncle Yao said that my dad's company was blocked by loan sharks. Uncle Yao didn't let me go back. He asked me to hide first. Loan sharks? What the hell is going on? Xianxia Feng was stunned. How did Uncle He's company get involved with loan sharks? Uncle Yao said that since the beginning of this year, my dad had been addicted to gambling. As a result, he lost all the money at home. Later, he used the company and loan sharks as collateral to borrow money. In the end, he lost it again. Now, the loan sharks came to the door and wanted to take over my dad's company. Lulu couldn't care about maintaining her noble image as she said with a trembling voice. Ah. Xianxia Feng was stunned and said, then let's go and see. How much money do they owe? We just have to find a way to get it back to them. Okay. Although Lulu knew that it wasn't a good time to go now, if she didn't go, she couldn't be at ease. So, she nodded and decided to go and see. She didn't think that the situation was so serious that it was out of control. Her father's company had a market value of tens of millions. How could this crisis not be overcome? After listening to Lulu's words, Yang Ming frowned and looked up at Bao Sanli who was driving in front. Bao Sanli was also very nervous at the moment. He had been paying attention to Yang Ming's expression in the rearview mirror. When he saw Yang Ming looking at him, his heart skipped a beat. Yuzhiri belonged to the gray industry wandering on the edge of the underworld. Yang Ming once strictly ordered Bao Sanli not to get involved in this industry. Moreover, he also asked Bao Sanli to strengthen the supervision of the small gang of Yuzhiri in Songjiang City. Although Yuzhiri was very profitable, it was the easiest business to get into trouble. It was different from collecting protection fees. Now, the protection fee of the security company was legitimate, and those protected merchants were very willing to pay this fee. However, loan sharks were different. People who were driven to desperation by loan sharks could do anything. When the time came, it would be difficult to clean up. In exchange, it would be the official crackdown on the underworld. At that time, they were afraid of being implicated. Although they were not afraid of the security company, Bao Sanli still had some things that were not so legal. Therefore, in order to ensure the stability of the whole environment, Bao Sanli would occasionally find those loan sharks to talk to them and ask them to pay attention. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. Now, they were pressuring other people's companies. If this continued, it was easy to attract some reporters. It was not that Bao Sanli's words were not binding on them. On the contrary, if they wanted to live in Songjiang, they must rely on Bao Sanli to survive. Otherwise, their destruction was just a matter of Bao Sanli's words. However, under the temptation of huge profits, there would still be people who would take risks. Du Dizzy was such a person. Du Dizzy was also a veteran in the underworld. In the early years, he was the driver of Songjiang City's underworld boss, Hu San. Later, when Husan's incident happened, Duduzi and Husan were arrested together. Duduzi's original name was not Duduzi, but Du Shangjin. As a result, there was a gang fight in prison, and one of his arms was broken. As a result, he became a one-armed man. Maybe Du Shangjin felt that his name was not very good. Du Shangjin? How can I make progress when I'm out? Wouldn't it be a joke if people heard it? Therefore, Du Shangjin simply changed his bandit name to Duduzi. Anyway, his one-armed man was also a sign. After coming out of prison, the direction of Song Jiang's underworld changed greatly. Because Husan was too bad in the past, after he was taken down, Song Jiang's underworld did not dare to come out. However, Yu Xiangde and Bao Sanli were considered to be doing well, but after all, they were only punks. They were still far from the underworld. Du Shangjin no longer had a backer, but he relied on Husan's reputation to wave his flag and shout for support. He also took in a few underlings and started to work as a loan shark. Because Duduzi's old nest was in the north of the city, he had a good relationship with Yu Xiangde. Later, when Yu Xiangde was finished, he found Bao Sanli through the door, hoping that Bao Sanli could take care of him for the sake of the old senior. Bao Sanli didn't want to disappoint others, so he didn't touch him. After all, this guy only relied on printing money to survive. He had no conflict of interest with Bao Sanli. However, Bao Sanli still warned him not to make a big move, otherwise, don't blame him for being impolite. Since Bao Sanli took over Song Jiang's underworld, Duduzi was still well behaved. However, when he thought about it, he was almost 50 years old this year. How many more years could he work? Therefore, Duduzi was thinking about doing something big all day long. Now, the opportunity came. He Jibwa, He Lulu's father. If Duduzi could get his trading company, it could be regarded as turning from an underworld to a white one. The rest of his life would be settled. Now, Duduzi was sitting in the big leather chair in He Jibwa's general manager office. President He, shouldn't we settle our account? Brother Du, please give me a few more days. When the payment from Australia arrives, I will return the money to you. He Jibwa stood aside and smiled carefully. Grace? I have given you a month's grace. Mother f*** Ker, if you don't take out the money today, I will f** King bleed you. Duduzi glared. This? Brother Du, you see that I really don't have money. If you bleed me, you won't get any benefits. He Jibwa said bitterly. If you don't have money, then use the company to pay off the debt. Alright, don't talk about those useless things. I will go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to change the legal person. Duduzi waved his one arm and said. Brother Du. I only borrowed 1 million. This company is worth more than 10 million. He Jibwa was shocked. He didn't expect Duduzi to really use his company to pay off the debt. 1 million? Duduzi sneered. The interest is accumulating. It was originally 1 million. Now, it has rolled to 30 million in a month. Counting it, I have lost money for your company. Ah? 30 million? Why is it so much? Is there a mistake? He Jibwa was stunned. He said to his driver, Old Yao, didn't you say that you would return 1 million after borrowing 1 million? Old Yao was He Jibwa's driver. When he saw He Jibwa calling him, he quickly said, President He, it was 1,200,000 in a month, but you delayed for another month. That's how the loan sharks calculate. He Jibwa knew Duduzi through Old Yao. He Jibwa also heard that the interest of loan sharks was very high, but he didn't expect it to be so scary. He thought that he would only get a few 100,000 at most if he delayed for a month. After a few days, he would be able to pay back the 3 million when the payment arrived. He didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect to be blocked in the company by Duduzi today. The 1,200,000 a month ago had become more than 30 million. He Jibwa was dumbfounded all of a sudden. He lowered his head with an unpredictable expression. It's all gone? Everything is gone? He Jibwa looked at the familiar environment and the familiar boss chair. Will it no longer belong to me in the future? I have worked hard for 20 years, and in the blink of an eye, I have made a wedding dress for others. Have you thought about it? My men don't have my patience. If they are anxious and something goes wrong, I don't care. Du Duzi's words were faintly threatening. President He, just give the company to him. Where there is life, there is hope. Old Zhao advised. Old Zhao, if I give the company to him, I will have nothing. My daughter is studying abroad, and I need a lot of money. He Jibwa said painfully. Oh? I heard that your daughter is a PhD. Yes, I like girls with high academic qualifications. Why don't you ask her to accompany me for 2 nights? I will support her in school. Du Duzi smiled obscenely. You. He Jibwa was so angry that his face was livid. He pointed at Du Duzi and said, Aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you? Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. I have nothing. Don't force me. Looking at He Jibwa's ferocious face, Du Duzi also felt a little guilty. If this matter was really big and passed to Bao Sanli's ears, then he, Du Duzi, would have to bear the consequences. So, Du Duzi's face changed and said, I'm just kidding. I think President He, let's hurry up and study the problem of company transfer. He Jibwa sighed. Now that things had come to this, what could he do? Sister, can we go to Lulu's family's company first? Something happened to Lulu's father. Xin Yifeng said to Xin Yueping. Although Lulu's voice was not loud, the space in the car was small, so the people inside heard it clearly. Xin Yueping also knew that something happened to Lulu's family, so she said, Yang Ming, let's go to my sister-in-law's company first? No problem. Yang Ming naturally obeyed Xin Yueping. Where is it? Lulu quickly said an address, and her tone was not as arrogant as before. Little Bao, let's go there and take a look first. Yang Ming raised his head and looked at Bao Sanli who was driving in front of him. Okay, brother Yang. Bao Sanli nodded and said. Right, little Yang, why do you call him little Bao? Why does he call you brother Yang? Lin Chongqing asked, baffled. Ugh. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't think of this question. Bao Sanli was also sweating, but fortunately, he was smarter. Uncle, I look more old-fashioned. Oh. Lin Chongqing just asked casually. His mind wasn't on this at the moment, so he didn't ask more. Most of the other people in the car had the same idea. Now they were thinking about Lulu's family. Naturally, they wouldn't pay attention to these little things. They didn't talk all the way. The car got off the Dongsong Expressway and entered the Songjiang city area. They drove to the place Lulu said. This was an old industrial area. Later, it was transformed into a distribution center for Songjiang's foreign trade. There were several large-scale foreign trade wholesale markets. On one side of the market, there were many buildings with densely packed trading companies. Lulu's family's Jibwa Trading Company was also located on it. The car stopped at the entrance of the trading building. Before it stopped, Lulu couldn't wait to open the door and jump out. Xin Yifeng followed behind her and got out of the car together. Xin Yueping just wanted to ask if they were going up together, but she was interrupted by Yang Ming. Auntie Shen, let them go. Let's wait here. Yang Ming was too lazy to care about Lulu's affairs. Seeing Yang Ming say this, Xin Yueping also knew that Yang Ming didn't like Lulu. She sighed and didn't get out of the car, but she looked at the direction where Xin Yifeng and the others left with some restlessness. Xin Yifeng followed Lulu and didn't even wait for the elevator. He ran directly to the company on the 3rd floor. When Lulu pushed the door, she saw a group of fierce-looking men surrounding her father's office. Sitting in the boss chair wasn't her father, but another bald, one-armed middle-aged fat man. Dad! Lulu nervously shouted to He Jibwa, who was standing next to the fat man. Lulu? Why are you here? He Jibwa was shocked and said, This is none of your business. Hurry up and go home. Just now, old Zhao had already told He Jibwa the news of Lulu's return. This time, when his daughter came back, he didn't have the slightest bit of joy. He actually hoped that his daughter wouldn't come back first. Oh? I say, President He, this is your daughter who is studying abroad, right? Not bad, not bad. Very charming. Du Duzi smacked his lips and said. Who are you? Did you harm my father? Hilulu glared at Duduzi. Who am I? Then ask your father. Duduzi spread his hands in the air and made a very innocent gesture. As for me harming your father? Why would I harm him? Lulu, stop messing around. Be good and go home. Hijibwa was a little anxious. He was afraid that Duduzi's group would harm Hilulu. He glanced at Xianxia beside Hilulu and said, You are Lulu's boyfriend, little Shen? Take Lulu and get out of here. I will leave Lulu to you. Hijibwa said so, which was equivalent to acquiescing to the relationship between Xianxia and Hilulu. He was now counting on Xianxia to persuade Hilulu to leave quickly. Other things didn't matter. What's more, he would soon have nothing. How could he be qualified to pick a son-in-law? Lulu, we. Xianxia hesitated and pulled Hilulu's hand. You are a coward. What are you afraid of? Hilulu swung her hand and said, If you want to go, go by yourself. I won't go. As Hilulu said, she glared at Duduzi and said, Doesn't my father owe you money? Why are you forcing him to do so? You are so sarcastic. How much money do you owe? We will return it to you. Oh? Cool. Duduzi clapped his hands and laughed. Well, since this is the case, return the money. Your father owes me. Give him a discount. Round it up to 10 million. What? 10 million. Hilulu opened her mouth in surprise. Why is it so much? However, this has already given you a lot of interest. Duduzi smiled. I am discussing with your father to use his company to repay the debt. Dad, how do you owe so much money? Hilulu asked. Incredulously, did he cheat you? Who knew that the interest of a loan shark would be so high? I only borrowed 1 million. Hijibwa said bitterly. What? 1 million? Hilulu was furious after hearing it. She pointed at Duduzi and said, You are cheating us. We owe you 1 million. Why do you want us to return 10 million? There are rules in every profession, and there are rules in every family. We are running a bank. Naturally, there is a way to calculate the interest. If you think it is high, you cannot lend. No one is forcing you to lend money. Duduzi snorted and said disapprovingly, Well, it is natural to pay back debts. Why don't you sleep with me for 2 nights, and I will give you a discount? You, shameless. Hilulu stomped her foot and said angrily, You Feng, let's call the police. I don't believe that I can't deal with people like you. When Hilulu's voice just fell, Duduzi laughed arrogantly, Ha 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 ha. Little girl, you just came back from studying on Mars, right? Call the police? I have an IOU here. I am not afraid of you. This is extortion. Hilulu said, I want to see how you can return 10 million after borrowing 1 million. Okay, then you can report it. I, Duduzi, will put my words here today. Little girl, I tell you, unless you hide abroad forever, otherwise, you will have a good life. Duduzi's face sank as he shouted coldly. Duduzi was actually afraid of making things bigger. If Hilulu called the police, not only would he not be able to get a good result from the police, but after he returned, he was likely to be destroyed by Bao Sanli in anger. Therefore, when Hilulu threatened to call the police, Duduzi also became ruthless and threatened in turn. Okay, Lulu. You don't want to get involved. There are some things you don't understand. Hijibwa said in shock. What kind of person was Duduzi? He was a gangster. These people did things unscrupulously. How could Hijibwa become enemies with people like them? If Hilulu called the police today, the matter might be solved, but the following troubles were endless. Duduzi suffered a loss. Would he let them go? In the future, his family wouldn't think about mingling in Songjiang anymore. Unless there was a powerful person who mediated or directly covered the He family, otherwise, they could only run. Dad, why don't I understand? To deal with bad guys, the more cowardly you are, the more rampant they will be. Hilulu said loudly, when we call the police, they will be afraid. This is extortion. It is a big crime. Do you still expect him to come out? He would have been sentenced long ago. Ai. Hijibwa sighed. His daughter had just entered society. How could she understand so much? Even if Du Dizzy was sentenced, what about his underlings? Those underlings came to find trouble all day long. They couldn't stand it. At that time, if they were not careful, their family would be ruined. Okay, I'll let you call the police. Du Dizzy gritted his teeth and said to the other underlings, you saw it. If something happens to me, you know what to do. Don't worry, brother Du, we are all people who are risking our lives. We don't need the He family. Du Dizzy's underlings responded. Sure enough. He Jibwa took a deep breath. At this moment, He Lulu finally understood why Du Dizzy was fearless. He grasped the weakness of human nature and was afraid of being retaliated. Okay, Lulu, you and Little Shen go home first. I will go with Boss Du to do the formalities. He Jibwa sighed. Things had come to this point, so it could only be done this way. But He Lulu saw that her father's company had changed owners, and her heart was bitter. Old Lin, Yefeng and the others have been up for so long. Will something happen? Xin Yueping looked at her watch and said anxiously. Who knows, AI. Lin Chongqing sighed. He didn't expect that when his brother-in-law just came back, he would encounter such a thing. Yang Ming, I am a little worried. Your Uncle Lin and I will go up and take a look. You and Jiyun wait downstairs. If something is wrong, you can call for help. Xin Yueping couldn't sit still, so she said. Then let's go up and take a look. Yang Ming had no choice. Although he didn't want to care, he was Lin Jiyun's uncle after all. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he glanced at Bao Sanli again. He seemed to be talking to himself. Song Zhang's loan sharks are very bad *SS. Yang Ming's seemingly unintentional words made Bao Sanli's sweat come out. Obviously, this was Yang Ming using words to point out Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli had recently gotten Yang Ming's affirmation. He didn't expect such a thing to happen again. Wasn't this making Yang Ming doubt his ability? It wasn't easy for Bao Sanli to sit in his current position. Although he seemed to be the boss of Songjiang, he was the only one who knew the key. The power of Songjiang's underworld had been divided. Ho Zhenhan occupied most of it. Moreover, Ho Zhenhan also controlled financial power. This was the lifeline for the growth of the underworld. And Bao Sanli, in fact, dealt more with the underworld's matters. In other words, this job could be done by others. Therefore, as long as Yang Ming didn't find him pleasing to the eye, it wasn't difficult to take him down. Therefore, at this moment, Bao Sanli was angry. Loan shark, right? Fine, I will settle the account with you today with interest. He wanted to see who had the guts to cause trouble for him. Lin Chongqing and Xin Yueping walked in front, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were in the middle, and Bao Sanli followed behind. The group of 5 people found He Lulu's father's company. Xin Yueping opened the door worriedly. When she saw that Xin Yefeng was fine, she was relieved. Yefeng, sister-in-law, are you okay? Sister, brother-in-law, why are you here? Xin Yefeng looked at the door. We are fine. Let's go. Little Shen's family? He Jibwa glanced at Lin Chongqing and Xin Yueping who came in and asked, you came at the right time. Take Little Shen and Lulu back. They can't help here. Why are you in such a hurry? Since you are here, just sit here. Du Dizzy said with a sinister expression. He was afraid that if he let these people go back now, there would be a hot-headed person among these people who would call the police. That would be bad. It was better to wait for the company's procedures to be done before letting these people go back. Yang Ming pushed the door and came in. After listening to Du Dizzy's words, he immediately frowned and sneered, is it up to you to decide whether to leave or not? Who the F***ck are you? Du Dizzy didn't expect that it wasn't over yet today. One after another came. If this continued, the people who had a little relationship with He Jibwa would come in a while. At that time, they had more people, and he was at a disadvantage. Yang Ming didn't answer his question, but asked He Lulu and Xin Yefeng directly, how much do we owe? We owe 1 million, but with the interest of the loan sharks, they want 10 million. If we don't have it, we will use the company to pay off the debt. He Lulu immediately said indignantly. Xin Yefeng wasn't as impulsive as He Lulu. When Yang Ming came in, his attitude was completely condescending. This made Xianxia feel that things were going to be bad. Because Lin Jiyun was a college student, he naturally thought that Yang Ming was also a student in school. Students always had some scholarly spirit. Many things were very idealistic. They thought that no matter how big the world was, they were the biggest. They didn't know the cruelty of society. Xianxia was afraid that Yang Ming would cause trouble, so he pulled Yang Ming and said, "Uncle, he is right. Let's leave first. Don't worry about the things here. Then we have to solve the matter first." Yang Ming glanced at Du Dizzy, who was sitting in the boss chair, and said, "I owe you 1 million, right? How about this, I'll give you 2 million. You take the money and leave, but leave the receipt." Yang Ming's words were a very strong commanding tone, which made Du Dizzy very uncomfortable. What's more, he would never agree to Yang Ming's request to take 2 million and leave. After planning for so long, wasn't it all for the sake of going all out? How could he give up halfway? Haha. Du Dizzy pointed at Yang Ming and laughed. He said to his men, "Did you hear it? He told me to take 2 million and leave? Was there a mistake? Who did he think he was? Song Jiang's boss?" Du Dizzy's men also laughed ignorantly with Du Dizzy at this moment. 2 million is the limit. It's up to you whether you accept it or not. However, I can tell you very responsibly that if you take the money and leave, then I will treat it as if nothing happened. As for if you don't accept. Yang Ming didn't continue, but the threat in his tone was very strong. What if I don't accept it? Kid, don't think that. You're a gangster just because you watched a few movies. The underworld isn't what you think. Du Dizzy said jokingly, "Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of talking to me like this? Who are you?" "I really don't know, and there is no need to know." Yang Ming said faintly, "However, Songjiang is not a place for you to behave atrociously." After that, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and said, "Tell me the account number. I will transfer the money to you." At this moment, the most surprised people were Xianxia and He Lulu. They didn't expect Lin Jiyun's boyfriend to be so rich. For a student to be able to casually make a phone call and transfer 2 million, how rich was his family? Lin Chongqing and Xin Yueping were already used to it, so there was nothing strange at the moment. "Oh? It seems that I really misjudged. He is a rich young master." Du Dizzy's face was a bit weird, but he wasn't afraid of Yang Ming. "Okay, this has nothing to do with you. I won't embarrass you. Maybe I know your dad." Yang Ming wasn't willing to care about this, so his patience was limited. At this moment, when he saw that Du Dizzy didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, he immediately became angry. He shouted at Bao Sanli at the door, "Little Bao, I'll leave this to you." Bao Sanli was just told by Yang Ming to wait at the door, so he didn't enter the office. However, when he saw Du Dizzy's annoying look, he really wanted to go in and cripple this brat, but Yang Ming didn't call him. How could he dare to go in? He could only grit his teeth at the door and was very angry. At this moment, when he saw that Yang Ming called him, how could he bear it? Yang Ming kicked open the door of the office and rushed in. Before Du Dizzy could react, Yang Ming gave a flying kick. Du Dizzy's boss chair was kicked backward, and Du Dizzy also flew up and fell heavily on the foot of the wall. Du Dizzy was about to curse. How did another one come in? Moreover, after coming in, he started fighting without any explanation. What the hell is this? Du Dizzy was now a lone shark. He hadn't fought for a long time. He was still disabled, let alone fighting with others. Now that he was being beaten, he didn't even have the ability to resist. Kill him for me. Fortunately, Du Dizzy was very clear about his physical condition and knew to order his men to act as thugs. However, Du Dizzy's men didn't move. They saw Bao Sanli's appearance clearly. Who dared to make a move? Although these people were Du Dizzy's thugs, they were also people, right? People had to live, and they had to have families, right? These people's parents, brothers, and sisters were in Songjiang. Although they could run away after provoking Bao Sanli, what about their families? No one would be stupid enough to provoke the boss of Songjiang. After waiting for a long time, Du Dizzy didn't see his men make a move. He looked up strangely, but he saw Bao Sanli looking at him angrily. He suddenly trembled and said, Brother. Brother Bao, why are you here? I'm here? Hey, do you mean you don't want me to come? Bao Sanli glared and kicked at Du Dizzy. No, Brother Bao, I don't mean that. Du Dizzy quickly explained. You don't mean that? Then what do you mean? You are quite capable now, right? 10 million? It seems that the loan shark business is very profitable? Bao Sanli frowned and said, You have been doing this for 4 or 5 years, right? According to your ratio, you can earn 10 million at once. Wouldn't your family property be hundreds of millions? TSK, you are really richer than me. I'm not. Du Dizzy thought, I used to do small things. I just wanted to do something big, but you caught me. It seems that the money you gave me before is really a drop in the bucket. How about this? You send me 200 million tomorrow. Bao Sanli sneered. Ah? Du Dizzy was immediately dumbfounded. 200 million? Never mind 200 million, I don't even have 20 million now. If I had 20 million, would I still need to spend so much effort to mess with Hijibwa? Why? You don't want to give it? Bao Sanli snorted and said. No, it's not that I don't want to give it. I really don't have it. Du Dizzy was about to cry. Finally, he saw what was called unreasonable. He gritted his teeth and only asked for 10 million, but this guy was good. He asked for 200 million. You don't have it? I see that. You are quite rich, right? You are asking for 10 million in a while. Bao Sanli said, Have you considered the consequences of lying to me? Brother Bao, how would I dare to lie to you? Du Dizzy had no choice but to brace himself. Brother Bao, I won't lie to you. This is the first time I asked for 10 million. First time? What's going on? Tell me the truth. Yang Ming was stunned. He felt that this matter seemed to be problematic, so he interjected. Du Dizzy didn't know who Yang Ming was, so he didn't react. He was kicked by Bao Sanli. Mother *Ker, Brother Yang is asking you a question. Are you deaf? I see that you are missing an arm, but I didn't expect you to have a problem with your ears. Have a problem with my ears? Du Dizzy smiled bitterly, but he didn't dare to refute. However, he was surprised. If Bao Sanli called him brother, what kind of character was he? It was no exaggeration to say that although Bao Sanli was not as tyrannical and unscrupulous as Hussein in the past, his overall strength and social relationship were much stronger than Hussein. Moreover, the second in command, Ho Jinhan, was also a ruthless person. The company in his hands was quite rich, so the prestige of Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan was more intimidating than Hussein in the past. Of course, the most important thing was that Bao Sanli's means were very tough. Unlike Hussein, who indulged people in the underworld, Bao Sanli had a lot of rules. If you didn't abide by them, then sorry, you could only wait to be in the hospital with missing arms and legs. Glancing at the driver, Old Yao, on the side, Old Yao's face immediately changed. He knew that the person in front of Du Dizzy was someone that Du Dizzy couldn't afford to provoke, so he couldn't afford to provoke him. However, he didn't expect that Lulu actually knew such a terrifying friend. If he knew this, he wouldn't have cooperated with Du Dizzy to scam the boss. Until now, he hadn't gotten a penny of benefits. Anyway, he knew that he couldn't avoid it this time. Old Yao simply accepted it and knelt in front of Hijibwa. President He, I am sorry for you. It was me and Brother Du who scammed you, made you addicted to gambling, and then set a trap for you to borrow from the loan sharks. Hijibwa looked at Old Yao, who had been with him for many years. His face was ashen. Old Yao, I usually treat you well, right? How can you do this kind of thing? My daughter has leukemia. I need money. Brother Du said that if we do this together, he will give me 500,000 yuan. Old Yao lowered his head. Leukemia? Yang Ming didn't have any sympathy for the person in front of him. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. He betrayed his boss for 500,000 yuan. This kind of person wasn't worthy of sympathy. Looking at the farce in the room, Yang Ming was really annoyed. He waved his hand and said to Bao Sanli, I'm tired. You deal with it here. I don't want to see this guy anymore. As for Lulu, Yang Ming was too lazy to care about her. He helped her this time because of Lin Jian's face. In the future, she had to rely on herself. She thought that her family had a little money, so she was arrogant. Yang Ming felt a little funny. This Hejibua's company was about the same size as Zhang Bin's company. When did he see Zhang Bin looking down on people everywhere? Even Wang Jitao, who was much richer than her family, didn't show off like this. If Yang Ming didn't have his current status and achievements, Yang Ming wouldn't have the current idea. Standing at a certain high position, it was a complete joke to look back at these self-righteous people pretending all day long. However, today's matter was not just a joke. Because of Yang Ming, he actually heard Old Yao's thoughts. My ability always appears at some critical moments and disappears inexplicably. But fortunately, it appeared in time. Old Yao's thoughts gave him a very vague outline, but he wasn't very sure. But at least Yang Ming didn't make any reaction on the surface, as if nothing had happened. Although he didn't figure out what Old Yao was doing, Yang Ming didn't gain anything. Yang Ming probably found some clues about this ability that appeared inexplicably and disappeared inexplicably. After Du Dizzy was taken away by Bao Sanli, only Yang Ming's group, Hejibua, and Old Yao were left in Hejibua's office. Let's go back, too. Yang Ming said tiredly. Recently, there were too many messy things. The seemingly inexplicable trifles with no connection seemed to have a hidden story. Uncle He, aren't you coming with us? Xianxia invited. I won't go first. I still have something to talk to Old Yao. Hejibua's words revealed a hint of hatred. However, at this moment, in the eyes of Yang Ming, it was like watching a play. Xianxia also knew that Hejibua was betrayed by the most familiar person. At this moment, he must be very angry and wanted to talk to Old Yao. He didn't force it, so he said, then, Lulu and I will go back first. You go back first. Let's contact each other again. Hejibua nodded, then turned to Yang Ming and said, this little brother, I am really grateful to you and your friend for this matter. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do about today's matter. It's nothing. Yang Ming waved his hand faintly. I was just passing by. Xianxia was very curious about Yang Ming's identity, but now was not the time to ask. He had to hold back the doubts in his heart and planned to ask his sister at night. Yang Ming drove, but he was thinking about his special ability. He planned to find an opportunity to experiment with it. If it was really as he imagined, then it would be a breakthrough. After Yang Ming and the others left, only Hejibua and Old Yao were left in the office. Hejibua's originally incomparably furious expression immediately became indifferent, and Old Yao no longer had the attitude of being at your mercy just now. Hejibua closed the curtains while Old Yao locked the office door from the inside. After that, they sat side by side on the sofa. It's not easy to put on this show. Old Yao breathed a long sigh of relief and said, Senior brother, I didn't expect you to have the talent to be an actor. You acted so well. I was very nervous in my heart. I was afraid that I would expose myself if I didn't act well. Don't say that. Junior brother Yao, you did a good job. At least we figured out one fact. This Yang Ming really has a relationship with the underworld of Songjiang, and the relationship is not shallow. Just as Master guessed, Yang Ming's foundation is very deep. If this person can be used for our own use, it should be good. Unfortunately, he is that little bitch's lover. Hejibua shook his head and said, if we want to continue to stay in Songjiang, we can't touch Yang Ming. Old Yun, that guy, didn't he get involved with Yang Ming privately and was driven back to Miaojiang by Master in anger? Old Yun, that idiot. *CK, I haven't seen eye to eye with him for a long time. Relying on the fact that he is the disciple of the Holy Master, he even dared to go against the words of our Master, Elder Yu. Let's see if he can still be arrogant this time. Old Yao scolded. If he didn't act privately and find someone to smash Yang Ming's company, Master wouldn't be so angry. If Yang Ming really suspected that there was a problem, then the foundation that we have worked so hard for so many years in Songjiang would be ruined. Hejibua said, but then again, if he didn't make a mistake, it wouldn't be our turn to be in charge. That's true. We have to thank Old Yun, that big idiot. Old Yao laughed. In addition to him, we have to thank another person. Hijibwa stood up and took out a bottle of red wine from the cabinet and found 2 glasses. There is also Du Dizzy, that stupid bird. He is really stupid. Old Jiao took the wine glass. He still wants to scheme against us? He didn't even know that he was being schemed against. He became a scapegoat. This kind of insignificant person, why mention him? Hijibwa waved his hand. It seems that this time, we have won. Hee, but senior, your shrewdness is really deep. You actually let your daughter approach Yang Ming in a roundabout way. Old Jiao said, this courage is not something that ordinary people can have. Everything is for the holy Miao tribe. What is this sacrifice? Lulu is also our holy Miao tribe. For the revival of our holy Miao tribe, she can even die. Hijibwa said coldly. However, senior, we have been lurking in Songjiang for so long. Is that old man, Lan Hai, really here? Old Jiao asked curiously. This is not something that you and I can be clear about. If master thinks so, then he must have his reasons. Hijibwa said, this kind of thing, don't mention it in the future. You know the rules. Do our job well. Yes. I understand. Old Jiao, who was still smiling, immediately said solemnly. Well, Old Jiao, we have been together for so many years. Do you need to be so serious in front of me? Do you think I am the kind of person who tattles to master? Hijibwa said with a smile. That's true. Old Jiao scratched his head and said, by the way, senior, I heard that old Yun is still not giving up. He is going to retaliate against Yang Ming. Let him be. Hijibwa said, if he falls, both of us can be promoted. Yang Ming had something on his mind, so he naturally didn't want to stay for a long time. But because he just had a relationship with Lin Jiyun, he wanted to accompany Lin Jiyun for a while. Thus, he managed to finish his dinner. During the dinner, Yang Ming secretly observed He Lulu's tone and demeanor, but he didn't see any clues. As for the process of He Lulu and Xin Yefeng's acquaintance, Yang Ming probably understood, and there was nothing too strange about it. If he hadn't accidentally heard Old Yao's thoughts before, Yang Ming really wouldn't have suspected anything. It was because he heard it that Yang Ming began to be suspicious. It was no wonder that Yang Ming was cautious. There were too many strange things recently. After dinner, Yang Ming was called to the bedroom by Lin Jiyun alone. Yang Ming thought that Lin Jiyun had tasted love for the first time and wanted to do something with him, so he said, you want to do it again so soon? But you just took the medicine. Be careful. Ah? Lin Jiyun was stunned, and her face immediately turned red. What are you talking about? Dirty thoughts. Then why did you ask me to come? Yang Ming asked, puzzled. I asked you to come because there is a serious matter. Lin Jiyun said, Zhao Sisi just called. There is something urgent that she wants to discuss with us. Urgent matter? Did something happen to the company? Yang Ming asked quickly. It's not that something happened to the company, but Sisi received news that Yun's Jewelry is also preparing to do an activity on Valentine's Day. They launched a series of couple jewelry. It seems to be aimed at our plan in these few days. Lin Jiyun said, moreover, Yun's Jewelry also invited the popular celebrity group, Black Sugar Bean Paste Bun, to endorse. Yun's Jewelry? Yun Guangdao? Yang Ming frowned and asked. Looks like this guy is not done with me, huh? I have already warned him last time to disappear from my sight, or else he will bear the consequences. I didn't expect this kid to jump out again. It's not Yun Guangdao. According to my understanding, Yun Guangdao went to develop branch companies in other places. The business in Songjiang was handed over to President Hua of Hua's Jewelry. Lin Jiyun said, Zhao Sisi only said so much. I don't know the rest. Yang Ming nodded. What the hell is a black sugar bean paste bun? I have only heard of black sugar macchiato. It's a new group. It seems to be quite popular now. Lin Jiyun smiled. But there are many young people who like their group. Between them and Shuya, who has more appeal? Yang Ming thought about it and suddenly asked. Of course, it's Shuya. Black Sugar Bean Paste Bun is just a new group. No matter what, it's not as good as Shuya. Lin Jiyun said, "Why did you suddenly ask about this?" "Okay, then it's decided. If he finds a spokesperson, can't we find one? We will find Xianxia to be our company spokesperson." Yang Ming made a bold decision. If it were someone who didn't know, they would think that Yang Ming was talking big. Xianxia had been in the industry for so long, but the products she endorsed were very few. The reason was very simple. Xianxia wasn't short of money. She didn't want to ruin her image because of the possible quality problems of some products. Therefore, it was very difficult to ask Xianxia to be a spokesperson. Yang Ming's words did seem a bit arrogant. However, Yang Ming really had the capital to be arrogant. Lin Jiyun didn't know the inside story, but she didn't know that Xianxia was so difficult to invite, but she still felt that this matter was a bit difficult. Invite Xianxia? It's going to be Valentine's Day soon. Can we make it? There shouldn't be enough time, right? Oh, then let her shoot some advertisements to promote us first. As for the spokesperson, we will slowly study it. Yang Ming said indifferently. Ah? Lin Jiyun felt that Yang Ming's idea was too strong, but she didn't doubt Yang Ming's ability. Yang Ming always gave her some unexpected surprises. Those seemingly difficult things were easily solved in Yang Ming's hands. Without further adu, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and began to flip through the phone book. He forgot whether he had saved Xia's number in his mobile phone. The business card that Xia gave him last time was put in the BMW X5 by Yang Ming. After looking through it, he didn't find Xia's phone number. Obviously, he didn't care at the time. Now that he needed her help, he began to worry. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. So, I will look for Xia in a while and see if this can be done. Then I will trouble you. Lin Jiyun said happily, if Xia is the spokesperson, then we don't have to be afraid of the Yun Group. Why are you thanking me? The company is mine. Yang Ming smiled and said, then I will go back first. Don't forget to take another pill before going to bed. Aya. Lin Jiyun was embarrassed and stomped her foot. Don't say it. I remember. Right, help me ask your uncle when you have time. The more detailed the matter between him and Lulu, the better. Yang Ming thought about it and said to Lin Jiyun, but don't let him notice anything. What's wrong? Why? Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words and frowned suspiciously. I can't explain it. I just feel that Lulu and her father, Jibua, are a bit strange. Yang Ming said. Well, I will try. Lin Jiyun didn't ask much. Out of Lin Jiyun's house, Yang Ming looked at his watch and smiled bitterly. It was actually more than 3 o'clock in the morning. Isn't it inappropriate to look for Xia at this time? But there was no other way. Time was tight. The day after tomorrow was Xia's concert. In a few days, it would be Valentine's Day. If he didn't settle things as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to make it in time to shoot the advertisement. Yang Ming drove Bao Sanli's Golden Cup van to Heavenly Earth. The underling who was responsible for security at the door saw Yang Ming and immediately greeted, Brother Yang. These people were specially selected and knew Yang Ming. Is Miss Xia resting? Asked Yang Ming. Brother Yang, please wait a moment. An underling took out the walkie-talkie and said a few words into it. Then, he said to Yang Ming, the brother upstairs said that Xia's room is still lit. Well, I'll go up and have a look. Yang Ming nodded and walked into Heavenly Earth. It was the same place, but they had different feelings. Yang Ming looked at the decoration of the heavenly world. He couldn't help but have a wicked thought. If I come here again with Lin Jiyun, what kind of scene would it be? Now, Heavenly World was under Yang Ming's banner, which was Yang Ming's own industry. No one stopped Yang Ming from entering the elevator. At the top floor, the floor where Xia was, Yang Ming walked out of the elevator. Seeing the elevator door open, the little brother in charge of security immediately became vigilant and nervously stared at the elevator door. Only when he saw Yang Ming come out and there was no one else behind him did he relax. Brother Yang, Miss Xu's room is 2206. One of the underlings said. Yang Ming nodded, indicating that he got it. He got up and walked in the direction of 2206. When he came to the door of the room, he saw a faint light in the room. However, Yang Ming wasn't sure if Xia was resting. Some people always forget to turn off the lights when they sleep. In line with the principle of caution, Yang Ming used his special ability to look inside, but it was only to determine what Xianxia was doing. He didn't have any other intention of peeping. The room was a large presidential suite. The agent, Miss Su, was sleeping in the guest room outside the room. At this moment, she was lying down with her eyes closed. He didn't know if she was asleep. However, Xianxia didn't sleep. At this moment, she was sitting at the head of the bed and using her laptop to surf the internet. After confirming that Xianxia wasn't asleep, Yang Ming was relieved and pressed the doorbell at the door of the room. This doorbell was a split type. It was divided into an inner doorbell and an outer doorbell. This was also done to not disturb other people. Yang Ming pressed the inner doorbell. The soundproofing effect of the presidential suite was still very good. Yang Ming couldn't hear the bell. However, Xianxia obviously heard it. She raised her head. With some doubts. She subconsciously glanced at the visual doorbell intercom system and looked at the time on the computer. She frowned and reached out to connect the intercom system. Xianxia was a little annoyed. It's so late. Who is disturbing me? It was reasonable to say that the waiter wouldn't ring the doorbell at this time. If it was an outsider, the security guard who was in charge of security outside wouldn't let him do this so late. What entered Xianxia's eyes was the face that made her yearn for day and night, the face that made her restless. Xianxia was a little excited. It's so late. What is he doing here? Is he looking for a date with me? When this thought came up, Xianxia couldn't help but clench her small fist and knock her head. What nonsense am I thinking about? How is this possible? Yang Ming now has a girlfriend, and their relationship is very good. Moreover, if Yang Ming wanted to develop something with her, there should be a lot of opportunities. He didn't have to come here in the middle of the night. But even so, Xianxia was still very excited. Even her voice changed a little. Yang Ming? It's me, Xianxia. Are you asleep? Am I bothering you? Although Yang Ming saw Xianxia's expression, he didn't take it seriously. In the middle of the night, someone rang the doorbell. Who wouldn't be nervous? Oh. I haven't slept yet. You wait. I will open the door for you. Xianxia closed the notebook in front of her, then jumped out of bed, put on her slippers, and walked to the door. Xianxia just curled up in the quilt, and Yang Ming wasn't the kind of peeping madman, so it was impossible for him to use his X-ray vision to see what Xianxia looked like. However, at this moment, Xianxia came together, and he saw it clearly. Xianxia didn't wear a coat, only a loose nightgown. However, Xianxia didn't change her clothes. She walked over directly, which made Yang Ming slightly surprised. As a matter of fact, Xianxia had always had a very healthy and conservative image in front of the media. In the middle of the night, she actually opened the door for a strange man so casually. Although he wasn't very strange, and perhaps Xianxia was still somewhat afraid of him, she didn't have to do this, right? Yang Ming was really wrong. Xianxia had never been afraid of him. For Xianxia, even if Yang Ming killed people or something else, Xianxia wouldn't feel afraid. When she passed by the outer room, Xianxia secretly glanced at Suli, who had fallen asleep on the bed. Her face was slightly red. She tiptoed to the door with a guilty conscience and carefully opened the door, fearing that Suli would wake up. It was like the feeling of having an affair. It made Xianxia's heart, which hadn't been excited for many years, nervous. The feeling of heartbeat. I don't know how many years it hasn't appeared in my body, but now it is back. Opening the door, Xianxia raised her eyebrows beautifully and reached out to make a silent gesture. Shoo. Suli is asleep. Don't wake her up. Suli? Yang Ming didn't pay attention to the name of Xianxia's manager. He remembered that it seemed to be Miss Su, so it must be her. Yang Ming nodded and smiled knowingly. He thought in his heart, a big star is actually just an ordinary girl. At that moment, Yang Ming even had a feeling that Xianxia was just a little sister next door. Xianxia's bright eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. She was slightly delighted with the tacit understanding between Yang Ming and her. Follow me. Xianxia waved to Yang Ming. She said very softly with an indescribable naughty expression. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Why do I feel that it's like children playing house between us? Isn't she afraid that I will kill her? This is called inviting a wolf into the house. Doesn't she understand this principle? At this moment, Yang Ming even had a feeling of returning to his childhood. At that time, it seemed that Suya always spoke to him in this tone. Yang Ming was momentarily absent-minded, but as an assassin, this was absolutely impossible. He quickly adjusted his emotions, but he saw that Xia had turned around and was tiptoeing into the inner room. Yang Ming also subconsciously followed Xia's action and walked forward slowly. The two people were like the big bad wolf who was about to do bad things in the cartoon. When the two of them entered the inner room, Xia quickly closed the door. Then, she was worried and locked the door from the inside. Then, she patted her chest with lingering fear. If Suli knows about this, she will definitely lecture me. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded by Xia's swift and fierce action. Close the door? Lock it? Why does it feel a little scary? However, this kind of thing seems to be done by a man, right? But after hearing Xia's words, Yang Ming knew that he had misunderstood. Xia was just avoiding Suli just now. Suli, who was still sleeping, opened her eyes the moment Xia closed the door. There was no sign of sleepiness on her face. Suli took out her cell phone and dialed a number. After a long time, the other party answered, "Is this little Sue? Calling so late, is there anything urgent?" "I'm sorry, President Xu, to disturb your rest." Suli said apologetically, "But there is an important thing that I want to ask you." "What is it?" asked Xu Haikua. Just now, Yang Ming came to see Miss Xu, and Miss Xu brought him into the room. Suli said, "It's so late, I'm afraid. I can't make up my mind, so I'm asking you what to do." "Oh?" Xu Haikua fell into silence. After a while, he said, "Just pretend that you didn't see it." "Okay." Although Suli was very puzzled by Xu Haikua's attitude, she had to listen to what Xu Haikua said. On the surface, she was Xia's manager, but in fact, she was hired by Xu Haikua to monitor Xia's movements and report to him. Intuitively, Suli felt that this Yang Ming and the Xu family seemed to have a relationship for a long time. This could be seen from the attitude of Xu Haikua and Xia. Xia had never been so kind to any man, let alone let him into the room in the middle of the night. Xu Haikua's attitude was also very strange. On the first day of coming to Songjiang, Suli told Xu Haikua about Xia's abnormal behavior after seeing Yang Ming. If it were normal times, he would definitely be furious when he knew that those young masters harassed Xia. But this time, he remained silent. Suli couldn't ask more about the specific reason. This was not what she should ask. Previously, after listening to Suli's report, Xu Haikua was shocked. Although he had long been mentally prepared that this Yang Dehai of Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry was the Yang Dehai who was humiliated by him in the past, it was one thing to be mentally prepared. It was another thing when it really happened in front of him. When he heard that Yang Ming appeared at the airport with Mingyang Heavy Industry and even Mingyang Entertainment, Xu Haikua fell into shock and contemplation. Such an important occasion would allow a young man to participate. Moreover, according to Suli, the people of Mingyang Heavy Industry and Mingyang Entertainment were very respectful to Yang Ming. In this way, Yang Ming's identity was obvious. However, what made Xu Haikua feel strange was what kind of company was this Mingyang Entertainment? What was its relationship with Mingyang Heavy Industry? The two companies with the same name were both contractors. It was hard not to association. Was it a subsidiary company, or was it originally a company? On the company composition of Mingyang Heavy Industries website, there was no mention of Mingyang Entertainment. It seemed that there was no relationship, but no one would believe it. The link between these two companies was Yang Ming, the young man who he once looked down on. Perhaps, these two companies were controlled or indirectly controlled by Yang Ming's father, Yang Dehai. For Yang Ming, Xu Haikua still didn't care much. He didn't even suspect that he was related to these two companies. Of course, it referred to the operational relationship. Xu Haikua also made inferences about the whole process of this incident. In his opinion, Yang Ming just relied on his father's influence to be familiar with the senior executives of these two companies. The senior executives of these two companies had to curry favor with Yang Ming in order to please Yang Dehai. Yang Ming could meet his daughter again because of a coincidence. A young man? He always liked to chase after celebrities, especially popular celebrities like his daughter. It was reasonable for Yang Ming to pick up his daughter at the airport through his family's relationship. Therefore, Xu Haikua didn't think that the Ming Yang group had any operational relationship with Yang Ming. The name Ming Yang might have been derived from the two words Yang Ming, but it was only because Xu Haikua loved his son. In his opinion, the current Yang Ming should still be a scholar. However, Xu Haikua didn't ask Su Li to stop his daughter from interacting with Yang Ming. Firstly, this was his daughter's wish for many years. Seeing his daughter depressed all day long, Xu Haikua was also worried. However, most of it was because Yang Ming's family was not what it used to be, and he was more than qualified to be a good match for his daughter. Moreover, he wanted to get the general distribution rights of the helicopters in Hong Kong and overseas. She didn't have any makeup on, and her hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She gave off a refreshing feeling. Especially since it was already late at night, Xia's face was already showing signs of sleepiness. She was very lazy. At this time, women were the most seductive. Yang Ming was a little moved, but he tried hard to restrain himself. What do you want? Although they were in a hotel, Xia was the owner of this room. Naturally, she had to fulfill the responsibility of the owner. It doesn't matter. Yang Ming was not very thirsty, so he said casually. Then I'll make the decision. Xia smiled faintly, opened the small refrigerator at the bedside, took out 2 drinks from it, and handed one to Yang Ming. Try it. How is the taste? I like to drink it very much. Fruit tea? Yang Ming took the drink handed over by Xia, and his expression was obviously stunned. This was juice tea sealed in a disposable plastic cup. It turned out to be a specialty of Songjiang. It was sold in the streets and alleys. Later, because of the impact of the big brand drinks on the market, this kind of juice tea was too simple, and it gradually faded out of the market. However, Yang Ming was reminiscing about this taste. When he was in junior high school, he often bought a cup with Suya after school and sat on the side of the road to drink together. In fact, for the taste of the juice, Yang Ming was reminiscing about it, but he couldn't remember it. What made Yang Ming reminisce the most was indeed the person who drank the juice with him. Is this kind of juice tea still sold? Yang Ming looked at the juice tea in his hand with interest, evoking countless memories. I didn't buy it. It was made for me by the staff. Xia smiled. This kind of juice tea has not been sold for a long time. They bought the formula and can process it at any time. Yang Ming nodded. Many celebrities had their own hobbies, and they were the kind of loyal hobbies. For example, when looking at a celebrity's information, they would see questions like favorite food, favorite drink, and so on. Xia's answer would probably be this juice tea. This kind of thing was not very difficult to process. As long as the original syrup was blended and water was added, it would be fine. Try it? How is the taste? Xia handed a straw to Yang Ming, then took a straw for herself. She poked a hole in her cup of juice tea and drank it with relish. Okay. Yang Ming really wanted to reminisce about the taste of the past. Yang Ming sat on the sofa, and Xia sat side by side with the juice cup next to Yang Ming. The familiar taste overflowed into his mouth, making Yang Ming a little absent-minded. It was like this in the past, right? 2 people sat together and drank juice, but the people around them were different now. Xia's mood seemed to be a little absent-minded. She held the juice and was in a daze. He suddenly found that this Xia really had a lot in common with Suya. The tone of voice, demeanor, actions, and the same hobbies. The most important thing was, where did the ring in her hand come from? For a moment, Yang Ming almost thought that Xia was Suya. However, Yang Ming couldn't imagine and wouldn't believe that a person's appearance would change dramatically. Yes, from the perspective of appearance, there was no similarity at all. Although he had to admit that Xia was also very beautiful, in Yang Ming's heart, Suya was still slightly better. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't suspect that Xia was wearing something like a human skin mask. However, after Yang Ming carefully examined it with X-ray vision, he didn't find any clues. This was also the reason why Yang Ming denied that Xia was Suya. However, there was a connection between the 2 people. Yang Ming was confident about this. He just didn't know how to get Xia's words. Yang Ming now wanted to ask her if she knew where Xia was, but he was afraid that there were other secrets, which made Xia vigilant. Then, it would be difficult for him to ask anything. Yang Ming couldn't do it to her if he used some extreme means on her. Yang Ming still couldn't do it. Therefore, Yang Ming planned to ask Xia clearly when the two people were more familiar with each other, while Xia was unguarded. It's very delicious. I used to drink this kind of fruit tea. It tastes like this. Yang Ming recovered first and said to Xia. Yeah, I like it very much. Xia said, I'm a little hungry. Can you treat me to something to eat? Now? Yang Ming said, where are we going? The restaurant downstairs? Let's go outside. I haven't been out of the hotel for a few days. I'm afraid of being entangled by reporters. Now, those reporters should have gone back, right? Xia stretched and said. Originally, the loose nightgown couldn't see Xia's figure, but when she raised her arms, her towering chest could be seen. There were 2 protrusions on it. Obviously, Xia didn't wear a bra. Seeing Yang Ming's gaze, Xia's face was red, but she was a little proud in her heart. When you touched it in the past, it wasn't as big as now, right? Cough cough. Seeing that his perverted behavior was noticed by Xia, Yang Ming coughed twice awkwardly. In order to hide his embarrassment, Yang Ming stood up and said, then I will wait for you in the corridor. You can change your clothes. When he passed by the outer room, Suli was still lying motionless on the bed. Yang Ming didn't pay much attention to her. Seeing Yang Ming standing at the door, an underling on duty immediately greeted him. Brother Yang, do you have any orders? Nothing. I will go out with Xia in a while. You tell the brothers to rest for a while. Yang Ming said. Thank you, Brother Yang. The underling quickly thanked him. In his heart, he sincerely admired Brother Yang. This Brother Yang is so bad *SS. He got a celebrity so quickly? However, this was just a casual thought in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. He still understood that trouble comes from the mouth. Especially in the underworld, if you don't keep your mouth shut, you may be thrown into the wilderness. After a while, Xia pushed the door and walked out. She wore a beige down jacket, a white rabbit fur hat on her head, and heart-shaped small earbags. She was unspeakably cute. Let's go? Xia shrank her head and whispered. Now she looked like a little girl who sneaked out of the house to meet her lover. Let's go. Yang Ming and Xia walked side by side to the elevator. You look more comfortable. It was rare for Yang Ming to praise her, which made Xia a little excited. This outfit seemed very simple, but it took a lot of Xia's thoughts. The purpose was also for Yang Ming to see. Although the people in the hotel recognized Xia, Xia went out with Yang Ming, so they didn't dare to stop them. Out of the hotel door, Yang Ming remembered that the car he drove today was the Jinbei. He didn't know if this celebrity could get used to it. Just as Xia had said, many reporters had gone home in the cold weather. But there was a tabloid reporter from Hong Kong who stayed in the corner of the hotel door, ready to get some explosive news back. The strength of the paparazzi in Hong Kong was well known throughout the country. At this time, it could be seen. The tabloid reporter held an infrared camera and pressed the shutter excitedly. Xia went out with a young man in the middle of the night. This was big news. How could he not be excited? The tabloid reporter pressed the shutter and began to fantasize. After going back, how much would the chief editor reward him? Money, beautiful women. He didn't think about it. How shameless was his behavior of digging into other people's privacy. The tabloid reporter was excited. Suddenly, he felt that he was patted on the back. He was stunned. He turned his head and saw 2 black-shirted macho men with sunglasses staring at him coldly. What's the matter with the 2 big brothers? The tabloid reporter asked nervously. It's the middle of the night. Are they here to rob me? One of the black-shirted macho men pointed at the camera in the tabloid reporter's hand with a blank expression. He said. Coldly, give it to me. Ah? The tabloid reporter was stunned. He thought, did I really encounter a robbery? However, a robbery is a robbery. As long as I get the memory card and the camera, it doesn't matter. The news this time is worth N cameras. So, he said, sure. But can you leave the memory card and the camera to me? This isn't worth much. It's 30-20. The black-shirt macho man didn't answer. He just grabbed the camera in the tabloid reporter's hand and took out the memory card. Thank you. The tabloid reporter thought that the black-shirt macho man was going to return the memory card to him. He just opened his mouth to thank him, but he saw that the black-shirt macho man put the memory card directly into his pocket. He wondered, you are? The black-shirt macho man smashed the remaining camera on the tabloid reporter's face, and then said fiercely, get lost. If I see you again, I will kill you. At this time, the tabloid reporter understood everything. He wasn't stupid. They weren't robbers. It was just that he took photos of something that shouldn't be taken, so they came to find him. Local underworld members? Because the black-shirt macho man had a local accent, the tabloid reporter didn't think that these people were the bodyguards that Xianxia brought from Hong Kong. Moreover, the style and tone of these people were not like bodyguards at all. They were somewhat similar to the underworld in Hong Kong. So, the tabloid reporter suddenly thought of this aspect. He couldn't help but shudder. It seems that the water here is very deep. The tabloid reporter was immediately discouraged. He thought that he had captured a big piece of news, but now it seemed that this news couldn't be brought back at all. The tabloid reporter had also encountered a similar situation in Hong Kong. He knew that this kind of person couldn't be provoked. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Just as he was about to leave, he saw that he was surrounded by a group of black-shirt macho men. You, what else do you want? The tabloid reporter was shocked. When he saw that the two people from before were also among them, he immediately became afraid. Could it be that they were really going to kill him to silence him? It turned out that the two black-shirt macho men just reported the matter to Bao Sanli. How could Bao Sanli dare to neglect? He was afraid that if something went wrong and Yang Ming blamed him, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Thus, he gave the order to capture this person first. Thus, without any explanation, the tabloid reporter was taken to heavenly earth. At that moment, the tabloid reporter finally confirmed that he had really encountered a mafia member. It was impossible to reason with these people. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He was so far away from home. He couldn't just disappear like that. Yang Ming naturally noticed the small actions of the tabloid reporter, but after seeing that someone was going to deal with him, he didn't do it himself. These people were the elites selected by Bao Sanli. If such a small thing couldn't be done well, then Yang Ming had to doubt that there was a problem with Bao Sanli's ability. The car is broken. Can you get used to sitting in this van? Yang Ming pointed to the parking lot and said to his Jinbei van. How am I so delicate? Xianxia smiled. I have also sat on the bus before. You took the bus? Then wouldn't the passengers in the bus be excited? Yang Ming naturally didn't believe it. Of course, it was when I wasn't famous. Xianxia sighed. In fact, it is a very happy thing to be able to sit on the bus with your lover and look at the scenery in the city aimlessly. After getting in the car, Yang Ming started the car. The car slowly drove along the side of the road. Yang Ming asked Xianxia, have you been to Songjiang before? I have been here before. I like it here very much. Xianxia replied vaguely. The nightlife here should be far worse than that of Hong Kong, right? Yang Ming smiled. At this moment, most of the shops on both sides of Songjiang Street were dark and closed. Only a few fast food restaurants and pharmacies that were open 24 hours a day were still on. That's true, but it is very kind and warm here. Xianxia said, otherwise, I wouldn't have set the first stop of the concert here. Right, you haven't said it yet. It's so late. Is there something urgent that you are looking for? Me? Originally, Yang Ming still didn't know how to speak. After all, it was somewhat impolite to look for someone in the middle of the night. Although Yang Ming had helped Xianxia a lot, it was still inappropriate to talk about business when they met. So, he just casually talked about a few words. He wanted to wait for the two people to get familiar with each other before he changed the topic. Now, when Xianxia took the initiative to mention this, he followed up. This is the case. I have a jewelry company that will launch a series of couple jewelry on Valentine's Day. However, my competitors are also preparing to take this opportunity to promote. They found a singer group called Brown Sugar Bean Paste Bun to be their brand ambassador. I don't know any celebrities, but I know you. So, I found you. When Yang Ming said this, he felt a little shameless. The tone of his words seemed to say that Xianxia was just an ordinary little celebrity. There was nothing special about her. However, Xianxia didn't mind at all. Then, are you going to find me to endorse your jewelry company? She was thinking, when did Yang Ming have another jewelry company? It seems that Yang Ming has really changed a lot from the past. What other secrets does he have? From the last encounter on the Alice cruise ship, Xianxia couldn't figure out Yang Ming. His strange skills and ruthless means were completely different from the Yang Ming in her impression. However, these two people with different personalities slowly overlapped in her mind. The Yang Ming she saw now was completely the image of the big brother next door. He was very sunny. That's probably what it means. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. What are the benefits? Xianxia raised her head beautifully and looked at Yang Ming. I don't know how much your endorsement fee is, but it won't be less than others. Yang Ming apparently misunderstood Xianxia's meaning, thinking that she was referring to the endorsement fee. Not this. Xianxia rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm a money grubber? I can't see it, but it doesn't seem like it. Yang Ming wasn't stupid. Xianxia naturally meant that she wasn't short of money. I have never liked to endorse companies. The only few companies are my father's friends. I can't reject them, said Xianxia. You mean to hint to me that if I want you to endorse, I must first become friends with your father? Is that what you mean? Yang Ming teased Xianxia. You're giving up what's near at hand to seek what's far away. Xianxia was a little angry. This is called saving the country in a roundabout way. Yang Ming smiled. That's up to you, but even if they are my father's friends, I don't want to. There's no other way. Xianxia checkmated Yang Ming. Yang Ming scratched his head and said with some difficulty, then, what should I do? I already said it. What are the benefits? Xianxia really didn't know if Yang Ming really didn't understand or just pretended not to understand. However, in her impression, Yang Ming wasn't such a stupid person, right? However, when she saw the slyness in Yang Ming's eyes, Xianxia knew that Yang Ming was intentional. She suddenly said, you don't have a chance. I'm going to reject you. Yang Ming saw Xianxia's playful expression. How could he not know that she was joking with him? However, Yang Ming was still a little surprised by Xianxia's straightforwardness. In the past, he always watched entertainment news on TV about how arrogant these celebrities were. Now, looking at Xianxia, she didn't have that kind of bad temper. What benefits do you want? Asked Yang Ming. As a celebrity, most of the time, I am very lonely. Xianxia didn't answer Yang Ming's question, but said, you know, I don't have much chance to go shopping. I work all day long. I have few friends. You mean, you want me to be your friend? Yang Ming heard Xianxia's implication. Why are you unwilling? Xianxia's threatening grin was very beautiful. That's not it. If you're not afraid that I will kill you, then you can do whatever you want. Yang Ming naturally didn't refuse. If he could have a more harmonious relationship with Xianxia, it would be more convenient to ask about Xianxia in the future. Why should I be afraid of you? You didn't kill me at the time. Do you want to settle accounts later? Xianxia wasn't afraid. She had a trump card in her hand. At most, she would tell the truth. She didn't believe that Yang Ming could do it. Can we talk about the business now? When are you going to shoot some advertising films for my company? Asked Yang Ming. Let's talk about this tomorrow. I don't want to talk about work now. I have a headache when I mention it. Xianxia said, you tell me about yourself. I say. Are you here to trick me? Yang Ming suddenly became vigilant. After all, his identity was a bit sensitive. Friends should be honest with each other, shouldn't they? Said Xianxia. Well, good friends should be honest with each other. I will remember this sentence. When I ask you something in the future, let's see how you answer. Yang Ming hesitated a little and said, what do I have to say? What do you want to know? For example, why did you appear on the Alice? Why did you kill? Speaking of this, Xia lowered her voice. Why did you kill? You mean Dorsk? What does he do? Do you know? Asked Yang Ming. I heard from my dad that he is a big drug lord, said Xia. Yang Ming didn't want to say too much to her because the identity of an assassin couldn't be exposed. However, he could use his underworld identity to talk about things, so he said, let me tell you. I am the underworld boss of Songjiang. Do you believe it? In the past few days, Xia also clearly felt the background of Mingyang Entertainment in Songjiang City. Although Mingyang Entertainment and Mingyang Heavy Industry had the same name, they were obviously two subordinates. Mingyang Heavy Industry was a very formal large-scale heavy industry company, and Mingyang Entertainment was somewhat of a local tyrant. As Xia's agent, Suli naturally paid attention to the local background of the organizer. This was the key to the success of the concert. Another point was the local influence of the organizer. This was directly related to whether Xia would be harassed by some powerful people during her time in Songjiang. However, the result of her inquiry shocked Suli greatly. Mingyang Entertainment was a veritable gang in the local area. It was the largest gang and the only gang. From the point of view of the bodyguards sent by Mingyang Entertainment, these people were more like gang members. While Suli was surprised, she had some doubts. So what is the relationship between this gang and Mingyang Heavy Industry? Are they attached to Mingyang Heavy Industry, or is Mingyang Heavy Industry their money laundering company? What Suli knew, Xia also knew. However, she didn't care much because in many cases, it was really inseparable from the gang. Since the organizer had such a strong background, she didn't have to be afraid of being harassed during her time in Songjiang. Even in Hong Kong, it was the same. If one wanted to mix in the entertainment industry safely, it was impossible not to deal with the gang. Although she knew that Mingyang Entertainment was the largest gang in the local area, Yang Ming's sentence, I am the underworld leader of Songjiang, still made Xia stunned. Are you telling the truth? Xia looked at Yang Ming incredulously. She didn't feel that he was a vicious underworld leader. You can say that, but it is behind the scenes. Yang Ming nodded. In other words, the current boss of Songjiang is my underling. Do you understand? As for that Dorsk, I killed him because of the grievances in the underworld. There is nothing to say. At this moment, Xia was shocked in addition to shock. When Xia was in Hong Kong, she had dealt with many gangs. Her father, Xu Haikua, also secretly funded a medium-sized gang. She naturally knew how powerful the people in the underworld were, let alone Yang Ming, who secretly controlled the underground forces of the entire city. It was not an exaggeration to say that in Songjiang, no one could do anything to Yang Ming. Looking at your age, you should be about the same as me, right? I was born in the 90s. What about you? Xia pretended not to know it and asked, you should be in school now, right? Why are you in the underworld? I'm also from 90. Yang Ming's heart moved. This is a good topic. I don't know if I can use this topic to guide Xia to say something useful. Thinking of this, Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, some things are beyond my control. Yang Ming parked the car by the roadside, put down the back of the driver's seat, and leaned on it comfortably. I'm a very good listener. Are you interested in telling me about it? Xia was naturally very interested in Yang Ming's affairs. A man was in love, and a woman was in love. Yang Ming wanted to use this to get some information from Xia, and Xia also wanted to hear more about Yang Ming's story. When I was in junior high school, my deskmate was a very cute girl. She and I. How should I say it? We were childhood sweethearts. Yang Ming didn't look at Xia at the moment, but he stared at Xia's eyes with his special ability. Xia's heartbeat immediately became rapid. He really didn't forget me. Although she tried to restrain her emotions, Xia's eyes still flashed a trace of splendor, which clearly fell into Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming continued calmly, it's a coincidence. Her name also has the word ya. This is why I didn't call you Little Ya last time. Oh. Although Xia pretended to be a little unhappy on the surface, she was excited in her heart. She deliberately said sarcastically, you fell in love early in junior high school. It's not early love, right? It's probably because we have a good impression of each other. Yang Ming explained. At that time, the management of junior high school was relatively strict. The school spirit was not bad, so it should be considered a kind of pure feelings. Then, did you get together later? Xia asked knowingly. Yang Ming looked gloomy and shook his head. We were broken up by the class teacher at the time. She transferred to another school, and then there was no news. Xia had some doubts in her heart. Didn't I write a letter? How can there be no news? So, she asked, then she didn't contact you after transferring? I later learned that she wrote a letter to me, but it was privately withheld by the class teacher. When Yang Ming said this, he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Although he didn't intend to pursue Wu Qiren's responsibility, there was always a thorn in his heart. It turned out to be like this. The knot in Xia's heart was also untied. She also got the answer to the things that she couldn't figure out. It turned out that it wasn't that Yang Ming ignored her, but there was another story behind the matter. Since she left, I began to degenerate. Every day, I mixed with the little gangsters outside the school and fought. I vented all my emotional frustration with my fists, so I quickly made a name for myself. At that time, everyone called me Crazy Yang. Isn't this name funny? Yang Ming said with some self-deprecation. Ah, how can you do this? Xia didn't expect that Yang Ming's degeneration was because of her. This made her feel somewhat guilty, but she was also very touched. People always have times when they are frustrated, right? Yang Ming said helplessly. Looking at your current appearance, you don't look very frustrated, right? Don't you have a girlfriend now? Asked Xia. It's also my current girlfriend. When I was in high school, she always took care of me. At that time, she was the study committee member in the class. Every time I skipped class, she would take care of me. Before my college entrance examination, she also helped me review my homework. She never treated me as a bad student, said Yang Ming. Hearing this, Xia was a little silent. The taste in her heart was very sad. Yang Ming had degenerated because of her. Her position in Yang Ming's heart could be imagined. However, he cheered up because of another woman. Then, this woman's position in Yang Ming's heart was also very high. At least, it wasn't inferior to her. Moreover, she had become a part of the past, a part of the past. That woman was Yang Ming's everything now. Xia felt a little irritated and absent-minded. She had to think about it and think about countermeasures. 6 years was enough to change anything. For Yang Ming's current feelings, Xia wasn't sure at all. At this point in the story, Xia's identity was already obvious. Xia was indeed Suya, Yang Ming's little girlfriend. The reason why the first stop of her concert was set in Songjiang was that her feelings for Yang Ming couldn't be separated. On the Alice, the sentence that Xia was about to shout was "I am Suya." Unfortunately, she didn't say it at the time. Otherwise, the truth would have been revealed. As for why Suya became Xia now, Xia had to tell Yang Ming personally. Xia rubbed her aching temples. I'm a little sleepy. Let's go back. You don't want to eat? Yang Ming remembered that Xia said that she was hungry, so they came out together. I have no appetite again. I'm a little tired. Xia said, as for the spokesperson, there is no problem. What do you need to do? Just tell me directly. Today's hint was almost done. Although Yang Ming wanted to say more, he saw that Xia was obviously depressed. He didn't want to continue this topic, so Yang Ming started the car and rushed back to Heavenly Earth. Little Dorsk had been waiting in Songjiang for several days. After Xia entered the hotel, she had never come out again. The Heavenly Earth world was tightly protected by 3 layers of security. Little Dorsk, who was also from the underworld, naturally saw that these security guards weren't ordinary people, but local gang members. Little Dorsk didn't have the strength to confront these people head-on. Little Dorsk also tried to mix in with Heavenly Earth, and he did succeed. However, when he took the elevator to the top floor where Xia and her group lived, the elevator door just opened, and he was surrounded by a group of black-shirt macho men. They politely asked him to go down. Edward was a thug that Little Dorsk brought from Europe. He was very skilled and retired from an international mercenary organization. Many of the people on the 22nd floor have been professionally trained. I don't dare to say whether they are retired soldiers, but if a group of people come together, I will definitely not be their opponent. The possibility of escaping and saving my life is not high. Edward analyzed very rationally. What should I do? I have already followed her to Xianxia. If I don't ask why, I am really unwilling. Little Dorsk said with a sad face. That was a huge sum of money, and he was really unwilling to accept it. However, he couldn't do anything even if he was unwilling. He knew Edward's strength. Since Edward said that there was no way, then there was really no way. Let's wait. We can only try our luck. If the woman doesn't come out, then we can only come here in vain. Edward shrugged. This kind of thing used to happen before. Don't be discouraged. There will always be opportunities. Okay. Although little Dorsk was anxious, there was no way. He could only accept Edward's opinion. God didn't disappoint those who tried hard. When the two people took turns to monitor the movement at the entrance of the hotel, when it was little Dorsk's turn, he finally saw Xia coming out with Yang Ming. Little Dorsk excitedly woke up Ed, and the two of them packed up and followed him. Finding that Yang Ming's van was parked on the side of the road, little Dorsk was a bit puzzled. What are they doing? Why did they stop? Are they here to have sex? Edward glared at little Dorsk angrily. Isn't it comfortable to stay in the hotel in such a cold and snowy place? Is it necessary to have sex in the wild outside? As he said this, he took out the infrared night vision device and observed the movement in front of him. Because he didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road, Edward didn't dare to act rashly immediately. He was afraid that Yang Ming was waiting for someone. When there were more people, it would be difficult to make a move. After waiting for a long time, Edward realized that he was fooled until Yang Ming started the car again. The other party wasn't waiting for anyone at all. They just stopped temporarily. Of course, this was also because he thought that he was fooled. Yang Ming didn't mean to lie to him at all. Let's follow them and find a place where there is no one. Edward blamed himself for his error in judgment and said in a muffled voice. Little Dorsk started the car and followed Yang Ming's jinbei bun. Of course, Yang Ming didn't know Edward and Little Dorsk, so there was no need to lie to them. However, they were already aware that they were following behind. Because of the previous incident with the tabloid reporters, Yang Ming didn't take it to heart this time. At first, he thought that it was also the paparazzi who followed them. However, when Yang Ming saw that there were two foreigners sitting in the car behind them, he became vigilant. At night, there weren't many cars on the road. Yang Ming didn't take the main street, so there were only two cars on the empty road, one in front and one behind. Although Xia's vigilance wasn't as high as Yang Ming's, her years of experience in avoiding reporters made her quickly notice that there was a car following them. Yang Ming, the car behind seems to be following us. Xia looked back and said to Yang Ming. Maybe it's a reporter? Yang Ming didn't want to scare Xia. Yang Ming felt that these two people might be coming for him. Because there were more strange things recently, this possibility wasn't impossible. Oh. Hearing Yang Ming say that it might be a reporter, Xia was relieved. But thinking about it, since Yang Ming said that he was the underworld leader of Songjiang, then no one should find trouble with him. Wait until I shake them off, Yang Ming said. How is that possible? Xia didn't believe it. The car behind was a modern Veracruz off-road vehicle, and Yang Ming was driving a jinbei van. In this open road, how could the van get rid of the off-road vehicle? One of Xia's friends bought this modern Veracruz. On the highway, it could run over 200, but it was difficult for the jinbei bread to run up to 150. Yang Ming smiled but did not answer. In fact, he didn't have a specific plan in mind. His car's performance was obviously not as good as the other parties. If he wanted to get rid of the car behind him, he could only rely on tricks and skills. Brute force would not work. However, as an assassin, he might face a variety of situations. It was necessary to keep a calm mind first, and then use all possible conditions. Even if there were no conditions, he had to create his own conditions. Imagine if he was running for his life now. What would happen? If he really couldn't get rid of them, then he could only wait for death. Fortunately, Yang Ming had special abilities, which was a much stronger advantage than others. When Yang Ming's gaze swept through end streets, Yang Ming finally smiled evilly. It seemed that the car behind didn't intend to overtake him now. Perhaps they were looking for a more secluded place to make a move. But this undoubtedly created an opportunity for Yang Ming to turn the tables. Yang Ming manipulated the steering wheel and made several turns. He was on a third-class street that was not very spacious. On the right side of this road, there was a trench under construction, but unfortunately, the place where the trench was dug was just at the bottom of the slope. There were no street lights on this road, so it was impossible to see clearly at night. As for the warning signs of road construction, it was unknown whether the construction workers forgot to put them up or someone stole them and sold them as scrap iron. In short, there was nothing that could cause people to be alarmed. However, this trench on the right side of the road was clearly seen by Yang Ming. He stealthily steered his car slowly to the left until he bypassed the gully. Then, he gradually returned to the right side of the road. All of this seemed very natural, and it would not cause the slightest suspicion of others. Moreover, Little Dorsk didn't think about it at all. "It's pretty bad here." "Speed up and stop them," said Edward. Little Dorsk slammed on the accelerator. Veracruz sped up and rushed forward. Unfortunately, it didn't go far. There was a loud bang, and the entire front of Veracruz fell into the trench. Little Dorsk and Edward almost vomited blood because of this sudden violent collision. "Mother ****. What's going on?" Little Dorsk cursed. Fortunately, this trench wasn't very deep. Otherwise, tomorrow's newspaper would publish a news story about 2 foreigners who fell into a trench and were killed. Edward was a retired mercenary. He had a strong ability to respond to things. He quickly opened the door and jumped out of the car. Little Dorsk also jumped out of the car. F***ck. Little Dorsk cursed. How can there be a trench here? There were no warning signs, which made Little Dorsk depressed for a while. However, the car in front didn't fall in. However, Little Dorsk didn't think much about it. He just thought that the driver of the Jinbei in front might be a local. He was familiar with the roads nearby and knew that there was construction here. As for the 2 of them, in this dark place, their vision turned black and they fell into the ditch without knowing anything. Even Edward didn't think that Xianxia's car in front and the driver would have doubts about their tracking. At most, they would think that they were reporters. And wouldn't think too much. When Yang Ming passed by the trench of the road, Xianxia was shocked. "How can there be no warning signs when the trench is dug here? What if the car falls in?" "It is because there is no warning sign here that I walked from here." Yang Ming's smile was somewhat gloating. Xianxia didn't quite understand the meaning of Yang Ming's words. While she was pondering, she heard a bang. Veracruz disappeared directly from behind. Xianxia also understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words in an instant. She looked behind a little stupefied. After a while, she said, "They fell into the trench?" "Probably so." Yang Ming snorted. "They followed in such a hurry. Don't they have eyes? Serves them right if they fall in. Then, they won't die, right?" Xianxia was a little panicked. Although she usually hated those reporters, they were also doing their job. If they were killed because of this, she was still very sorry. If they die, then they die. What does it have to do with us? Yang Ming said indifferently. However, when he saw Xia's pale face, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. The trench isn't deep. His car's performance is okay. They won't die." "That's good." Xia nodded with relief. She couldn't help but complain, "However, Yang Ming, you have really become bad now." "And?" Yang Ming was stunned. "What do you mean by I have become bad now? When you knew me, wasn't I bad?" Xia was shocked. She knew that she had spilled the beans. She quickly said, "Didn't you say that you were a good student in junior high school?" "Did I say that?" Yang Ming scratched his head and shook his head, baffled. When Xianxia was sent back to the hotel, the sky was already bright. After Yang Ming said goodbye to Xianxia, he instructed the underlings in the hotel who were responsible for safety and asked them to pay more attention to Xia's safety. Later, Yang Ming drove back to the street where the road was under construction. He parked the car far away from the trench and then walked over there. In the middle of the night, there weren't even any cars passing by on this road. Edward and Little Dorsk were worried. Although the car was only rented from the rental company, they wouldn't have to pay for it if it was damaged. However, a lot of the luggage of the two people was in the trunk of the car. There were no taxis passing by nearby. The two people couldn't just leave their things and leave. They had to wait here for dawn to call the rental company to send a rescue car over. Yang Ming had already put on his coat at the moment. He believed that these two foreigners' observation of Asian people wasn't that good. Yang Ming pretended to be casual. When he passed by Edward and Little Dorsk's car, he was surprised. God, how did you get into a car accident? Edward and Little Dorsk were overjoyed when they saw someone passing by. They were in a foreign country, and the two people didn't speak the same language. They had to find an interpreter when renting a car, but now they couldn't let the interpreter follow them. So, when something happened, they didn't know which department to call. Hey! Edward desperately waved at Yang Ming and said a long string of English. The general idea was to help them. They had an accident. Yang Ming's English foundation wasn't bad. After he became an assassin, he had a crash course. At least, it wasn't a problem for him to communicate with people. What happened to you? How did you drive here? Yang Ming used stiff English and pretended to be vigilant. Who are you? We are foreign tourists. We accidentally drove into this trench. Please help us find someone to get the car out, okay? Don't worry. We will definitely reward you, said Edward. Tourists? Yang Ming sneered in his heart. Sure enough, they weren't reporters. These two people were obviously talking nonsense. Why would a tourist follow his car? However, Yang Ming was also very puzzled. Weren't these two people coming for me? The reason why Yang Ming faced these two people directly was to test them. If these two people were looking for me, then they would definitely take the opportunity to make a move. If they weren't looking for me, then they wouldn't know me. Obviously, these two people didn't know me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said so much to me. However, who were these two people looking for? Could it be Xianxia? Yeah, we are tourists from Europe who came to Songjiang for a trip. There are ice lamps here. It's very nice and beautiful. Edward explained with a smile. Can you help us call the traffic breakdown department? That's fine, but I have to look at your passports. I have to confirm that you are not illegal immigrants. I don't want to cause trouble. Yang Ming said calmly. Yes, of course. Edward didn't put up any defenses. Yang Ming's words were also very reasonable, and the request wasn't excessive. In the middle of the night, there were two foreigners here. It was normal for people to be vigilant. Without thinking much, he handed his passport to Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at it. This person was called Edward, 38 years old, Hungarian. Yang Ming returned the passport to Edward and recalled that he had nothing to do with Hungarians. However, to be on the safe side, he still said to Little Dorsk, "Let me see your passport too." Hey, brother, you are really careful. Little Dorsk took out his passport and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took Little Dorsk's passport and opened it. His pupils shrank suddenly. Dorsk, this person actually has the surname Dorsk? Although the surname was rare, Yang Ming wasn't unfamiliar with it at all. Xianxia and I just mentioned this person's name. Yang Ming looked at Little Dorsk's appearance quietly. Indeed, there was Dorsk's shadow on it. Could it be? Yang Ming's heart jumped. Could this person be Dorsk's son or relative? How did this guy come to Songjiang? Obviously, although Dorsk's death was related to him, Little Dorsk had no reason to know. Xianxia wouldn't say it. Even if she wanted to say it, she had no chance to say it. Could it be that he came for Xianxia? With this thought, Yang Ming probably understood the key to the matter. Xianxia was a key figure. On the Alice, Dorsk tried to do something bad to Xianxia. It was impossible that no one knew. With Dorsk's arrogant and despotic character, he would definitely expose his thoughts on his face. Therefore, Dorsk was killed after he had a conflict with Xianxia. Although these two things didn't seem to be related, he was afraid that someone would association on this. It seemed that this Little Dorsk was not a fool. It was not simple for him to think of using Xianxia as a breakthrough point. Since he had figured out the gist of the matter, Yang Ming naturally didn't need to continue pretending with him. He casually put little Dorsk's passport in his pocket, and his face became cold. "What are you doing?" Little Dorsk saw Yang Ming put his passport in his pocket. He was somewhat inexplicable. "That's my passport. Let's not beat around the bush. Do you think that I didn't sleep in the middle of the night and accidentally passed by here?" Yang Ming said with some ridicule. When Edward heard Yang Ming's words, his expression suddenly changed, and he was secretly alert. Little Dorsk, on the other hand, still didn't understand what was going on. He was stunned. "Then what are you doing here?" "Let me introduce myself. I am Xianxia's bodyguard." Yang Ming was already very sure that these two people came for Xianxia, so he didn't hide his words. "Should we find a place to talk? Were you in the car just now?" Edward listened to Yang Ming's words and didn't dare to act rashly. Because he also saw that the people responsible for Xianxia's safety in the hotel weren't weak, and Yang Ming, as a personal bodyguard, was definitely much better than those people. Edward wasn't sure if he could deal with Yang Ming. "Nonsense, otherwise, how would I know that you fell into a ditch?" Yang Ming's English also began to become more fluent. "Did you do it deliberately?" asked Edward. "You can say that." Yang Ming said, "Let's talk. Why are you looking for Xianxia?" "We actually don't have any malicious intentions. We just want to ask Miss Xianxia some questions." Little Dorsk's eyes turned and said. Since Edward didn't dare to make a move, it showed that the situation in Songjiang was deep. If there were gangs involved, then things were a bit complicated. "What do you want to ask?" "You can tell me. I will convey it for you, but if you want to see Miss Xiu, I'm afraid it's impossible." Yang Ming said faintly. "Aren't you looking down on us too much?" Edward felt a little suffocated when he heard Yang Ming's words. He couldn't figure out Yang Ming's depth, so he didn't dare to make a move. This was enough to make him feel vexed, so he inevitably had some resentment at this moment. "At least in Songjiang, you don't have any chance," Yang Ming said disdainfully. "Are you a local gang member in Songjiang?" Little Dorsk heard some clues. "You can say that." Yang Ming nodded. "Well, if you have anything to say, I will convey it for you. Don't have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you won't leave Songjiang alive." Edward's face was a little uncertain. Yang Ming's words were really unpleasant, but Edward didn't doubt the authenticity of these words. He didn't understand the situation of the gangs here, but in Europe, the gangs could indeed determine a person's life and death. "Well, this is our contact information. Please transfer it to Miss Xiu and ask her to call me when she is free." Ed hesitated for a moment and handed over a name card. When Yang Ming took the name card, Edward pretended to hold Yang Ming's hand inadvertently. Yang Ming was secretly amused. It seemed that this Edward still didn't give up. He wanted to test it. Yang Ming didn't care. He held Edward's hand and clasped Edward's hand like a clamp. Edward's grip strength was already outstanding. However, Yang Ming's hand was soaked in Fang Tian's secret prescription. His strength was far stronger than Edward's. Moreover, during Yang Ming's days of training, one of the training was to let Yang Ming grab an iron pipe with one hand. His whole body was suspended in the air, and he used the grip strength of one hand to support the weight of the whole body. Edward didn't expect that the gap between himself and Yang Ming was so big. He thought that he could regain some face, but he didn't expect that he would be humiliated. His face immediately turned red. Fortunately, it wasn't obvious in the night. Yang Ming let go of his hand, and Edward quickly let go of his hand. He said with some embarrassment, "I was afraid that I would drop it. It's not easy to find it in the dark." Yang Ming nodded with a sneer and didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't think about directly killing these two guys here, but Yang Ming didn't want to kill people in the country. His own foundation was here. Yang Ming didn't want to be suspected. "I will pass on the business card to you, but whether Xianxia will contact you or not, it's not up to me," Yang Ming said faintly. "Okay, then I'll trouble you," said Edward. Yang Ming turned and disappeared into the night. Little Dorsk said, "Why don't you leave him here?" "I'm not his opponent." Edward shook his head. Are you serious? You're not his opponent? Little Dorsk felt a little unbelievable. The Asian underworld is not simple. It's really a place with hidden talents. Edward sighed. Little Dorsk was a person in the underworld. When he heard Edward say this, he also looked solemn. He nodded and said, "Then let's wait. If it really doesn't work, then we will make other plans. That's the only way." "Right, what should we do now?" Edward frowned and pointed to the car in the ditch. "Ah? I forgot to ask him to help me make the call." Little Dorsk said with a bitter face, "And my passport?" Yang Ming came to the parking spot, got in the car, and drove home. When he returned home, his parents had already rested. Yang Ming had called home before and said that he was going to the airport to pick up a friend, so he asked his parents to sleep first. Since Yang Ming explained some details, Yang's father and mother Yang also indulged Yang Ming a lot. They no longer looked at him like a child all day long. They gave Yang Ming more time for himself. Moreover, since his father became the chairman, he had been a lot busy. He had no time to care about Yang Ming's little things. During this time, the smiles on his parents' faces had obviously increased a lot. Yang Dehai was in a high position, so there were obviously more people who came to curry favor with him. Even the community director came to the door, hoping that Mother Yang could return to the community to work, and promised to solve the staffing problem as soon as possible. After this period of experience, Yang Dehai had become a lot more tactful. He directly rejected the community director. Yang Dehai had already discussed with his wife. If there was nothing, she could go to the factory to help. Anyway, Mother Yang was also a laid-off worker in the factory. She was familiar with the factory. Although she wouldn't just be a cleaner like before when she returned to the community, she would at least be an official employee. But how could it be better than returning to the factory? Yang Dehai was now the chairman. If Mother Yang went, wouldn't she be praised to the sky? A good mood was better than anything else. In contrast, of course, it was better to go to the factory. Yang Ming returned to the room and took out his mobile phone to charge, but he saw that there was an unread message on it. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Lin Jiyun. The time was an hour ago. At that time, Yang Ming was busy leading Edward and Little Dorsk into the ditch, so he might not have heard it. "Yang Ming, I can't sleep." Lin Jiyun only sent one message and didn't send more. Maybe she was afraid that Yang Ming had already slept. Although Yang Ming wasn't sure if Lin Jiyun was asleep, he still replied, "I just got home. Why can't I sleep?" After sending the text message, Yang Ming took off his coat and was ready to go to bed. The phone's message notification sounded again. It seemed that Lin Jiyun wasn't asleep, but she had been waiting for his reply. "I'm scared." "Are you home?" Lin Jiyun replied. "I just got home. The matter of Shuya's endorsement is basically settled." "Why are you scared?" asked Yang Ming. "Does Chen Mingyan know about us?" "I'm afraid that she will scold me." Lin Jiyun replied. "Why would I scold you? It's not your fault. If you want to scold me, you should be scolding me." Yang Ming said. It was fine when her parents were around, but when she returned to the bedroom, Lin Jiyun began to panic. When she did it, although she had concerns, she didn't think too much in that situation. She only regretted it afterward. Lin Jiyun felt like a thief who stole something that belonged to Chen Mingyan, which made her very uneasy. Although Yang Ming kept persuading her that Chen Mingyan already knew about this matter, Lin Jiyun still felt some fear when she didn't hear Chen Mingyan's forgiveness personally. Thinking about it from another perspective, Lin Jiyun was also a woman. If half of what originally belonged to her was taken away by others, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. In this case, it would be strange if she could sleep peacefully. Lin Jiyun looked at the time. It was almost 12 hours away. She quickly ate the rest of the medicine and sat on the bed waiting for Yang Ming to send a text message. She thought that as long as she gritted her teeth, she could give up her attachment to Yang Ming. However, with today's relationship, Lin Jiyun really didn't want to leave Yang Ming. Therefore, facing Chen Mingyan became a problem that must be considered. Seeing Yang Ming's reply to her, Lin Jiyun laughed and thought, "That's right. It's all Yang Ming's fault. He provoked Wang Jitao for no reason. As a result, I was implicated. Thinking of this, Lin Jiyun felt better. She replied to Yang Ming with a good night and fell asleep in a daze. However, she had a strange dream. She dreamed that many years later, she and Yang Ming were living in a large house. There were also Chen Mingyan and several other women. As for what they looked like, Lin Jiyun wasn't clear in her hazy dream. The only thing she remembered was that she actually gave birth to a child for Yang Ming. This made Lin Jiyun feel ashamed when she woke up, but she looked forward to it. Would this dream become a reality? Yang Ming called Bao Sanli and asked him to always pay attention to Xia's safety and not relax his vigilance. Although Yang Ming didn't think that Ed and the others would fight head-on after suffering such a loss, he couldn't rule out the possibility of accidents. In addition, Yang Ming asked Bao Sanli to inquire if there was a more powerful planning company in Songjiang. He asked them to plan a jewelry plan for Xia's endorsement. Time was tight. Yang Ming couldn't find them one by one. He could only let Bao Sanli do this. Although it was already the middle of the night, Bao Sanli was not sleepy at all. Instead, he was very excited. The more tasks Yang Ming gave him, the more importance Yang Ming placed on him. This was a good sign. With the establishment of Li Chang's secret force, Bao Sanli began to be more and more afraid of Yang Ming. In the past, although Li Chang's skills were very powerful, they were only on par with Hou Zhenhan. Now, he didn't know how Yang Ming trained them. Anyone in Li Chang's team could take down Hou Zhenhan in a few moves. In short, in Bao Sanli's eyes, Yang Ming was a strong man. No matter what the forces behind him were, it was difficult for Bao Sanli to compete with Yang Ming alone. Therefore, if he wanted to continue to maintain his current position and survive in Songjiang's underworld, he had to follow Yang Ming loyally to have a future. As a result, Zhang Dejuan, the boss of Songjiang's largest advertising company, was woken up from Little Mi's bed. Zhang Dejuan was also a reputable person. It was inevitable that he would have resentment in his heart when he was woken up in the middle of the night. He picked up the phone and was about to curse, but he heard the other party say, "Excuse me, is this Zhang Dejuan, President Zhang? I am Bao Sanli." Bao Sanli? Zhang Dejuan was stunned. Which Bao Sanli? Thinking about it, the only Bao Sanli that I have heard of is the underworld boss of Songjiang. Zhang Dejuan's mind immediately sobered up a lot, and his voice became humble. Nightless Club's brother Bao? Although Bao Sanli was the vice president of Mingyang Entertainment, everyone was still used to calling him Nightless Club's brother Bao. This was also related to the fact that he first came out of the Nightless Club. "It's me." Bao Sanli said, "There are some things that I want to trouble President Zhang." Zhang Dejuan received a call from Bao Sanli in the middle of the night. He was so scared that he was indifferent. He usually didn't deal with Bao Sanli. At this moment, when the call came, Zhang Dejuan wondered if he had offended someone, and this person happened to have a relationship with Bao Sanli, so he was questioned. However, when he heard that Bao Sanli had something to do with him, he immediately felt relieved and quickly said, "What trouble?" "Brother Bao, if there is anything, just say it. Does President Zhang have time now? It's a little urgent." Bao Sanli said. Yes. Where is Brother Bao?" "I will be there right away." Zhang Dejuan said quickly. "So, I am at the Nightless Club. When you arrive at the door, there will naturally be a brother who will pick you up." Bao Sanli said. Zhang Dejuan quickly agreed and hung up the phone. He called his driver and asked him to drive to pick him up. Zhang Dejuan's little me was woken up by the phone call. She looked unhappy. "Who is it? He is so annoying. He called in the middle of the night. Didn't you scold him? Don't talk nonsense. I don't want to die yet." Zhang Dejuan glared and said, "Sleep well. Maybe this is an opportunity. You will be rich in the future. Are you not rich now? You are already the boss of the Songjiang advertising industry." Little me was baffled. "The boss of the advertising industry?" Zhang Dejuan snorted. "Do you know who called me just now? The boss of Songjiang's underworld. In the eyes of others, what am I? This time, Brother Bao has something to trouble me. How can I miss this good opportunity?" "Ah." Little me was shocked and said, "The underworld boss? Looking for you so late at night, could it be a hangmen banquet? Don't go, okay? I am afraid. Women, you have long hair but short insight. What do you know? Brother Bao's reputation in the underworld is good. He will do as he says. Do you think that if he wants to mess with me, he will call me politely? He will bring people to block the door. Zhang Dejuan said disdainfully. Oh, then you go. Be careful. Little me said. Okay, I know. You just wait and see. If I can get in touch with Brother Bao, you can walk sideways in Songjiang in the future. Zhang Dejuan said proudly. Really? Little me didn't feel sleepy all of a sudden. Now she felt that she was already badass enough. If she could be more badass than now, it would naturally be good. She would have bragging rights in front of her friends. She hurried downstairs. The driver had already arrived. Zhang Dejuan sat in his Audi A6 and rushed to the nightless club. Bao Sanli was looking for Zhang Dejuan to do something, so his attitude toward Zhang Dejuan was very polite. Since Yang Ming had given him the task, he had to do it well. He asked the younger brother to lead Zhang Dejuan to the VIP room upstairs. When Bao Sanli saw them come in, he quickly stood up and said, President Zhang, welcome, welcome. I'm really sorry for troubling you in the middle of the night. Brother Bao is too polite. Isn't it my honor to be able to do things for Brother Bao? Zhang Dejuan said with a flattering smile on his face. He was really not used to Bao Sanli being so polite. Please sit down. Serve President Zhang tea. Bao. Sanli waved and instructed the underlings. Zhang Dejuan didn't dare to sit down. He only sat with half of his butt. He leaned forward and looked at Bao Sanli. Brother Bao, you are looking for me. This is the case. Our Ming Yang has a jewelry company, Lu Weishan Jewelry. I don't know if you have heard of it? Bao Sanli smiled. Lu Weishan Jewelry. I have heard of it. It just opened, but the name is very big. I didn't expect it to be Brother Bao's industry. Zhang Dejuan nodded and said. My industry can't be considered. I am just working for Ming Yang. Bao Sanli waved his hand and said, I asked you to come this time because I want you to help us plan an advertisement. When Zhang Dejuan heard Bao Sanli say that he was just a worker, he didn't care. He thought that Bao Sanli was just being modest or perfunctory. He didn't delve further. Advertisement? That's not a problem. Cool. Bao Sanli smiled. The price is easy to talk about. The key is that we are in a hurry. We have to come up with a plan in 2 days. We have to launch it before Valentine's Day on February 14th. If someone else said this, Zhang Dejuan would probably be happy. This was a fat meat in his mouth. He could get a good price. However, for Bao Sanli, he didn't dare to ask for a sky-high price. Although Bao Sanli said that the price was easy to talk about, Zhang Dejuan wasn't stupid. Let the underworld boss be a fat sheep for you to slaughter? You don't want to live anymore, right? Therefore, not only could he not slaughter him, but he couldn't even accept the money. This was a good opportunity to make friends with Bao Sanli. If Bao Sanli felt that he was a good friend, it would be refreshing. That would be the biggest gain. Thinking of this, Zhang Dejuan quickly said, the price doesn't matter. We accept advertisements with a clear price. Since Brother Bao is here, we still need to give a discount. Let's study the advertisement plan first. Good. I like to hear this. Bao Sanli was also afraid that others would say that he was bullying others and didn't give money. However, Zhang Dejuan's words made him feel very comfortable. A discount was a discount between friends. It had nothing to do with bullying others. You are a good friend. If you do this well, I, Bao Sanli, will make you a friend. If there is any problem that you can't solve, just ask. Thank you, Brother Bao. When Zhang Dejuan heard what he wanted, he was very excited. As for the advertising fee, it was easy to talk about. Wouldn't it be tacky to talk about money between friends? After making up his mind, Zhang Dejuan decided to do this job well. Although Zhang Dejuan was a bit of a slick person, he still had some tricks up his sleeve as he could become the boss of the advertising industry. After learning about Bao Sanli's general intention, He made an appointment to visit Lu Weishan Jewelry tomorrow to discuss the specific publicity matters. After the matter was finalized, Bao Sanli let Zhang Dejuan go back to rest. Zhang Dejuan was also very satisfied. With Bao Sanli as his backer, he was not afraid that someone would dare to trip him up in the future. In terms of strength, Zhang Dejuan's advertising company was unparalleled in Songjiang, but he was afraid that some villains would do bad things behind his back. From now on, even if someone dared to do bad things, they had to consider whether they were Bao Sanli's opponent. It was a very exciting thing to make others feel psychological panic. The haunted case of the First City People's Hospital before the Chinese New Year also became an unsolved case because the ghost did not appear again. The police couldn't guard the hospital every day. How could there be so many police and material resources? Unless they dropped all the cases at hand and continued to guard, but it seemed unnecessary. The haunted hospital only had a bad social impact. It did not cause any serious criminal consequences, so after following up for a while without any results, the police in the hospital were also withdrawn. At the city police station, the criminal investigation team also handed this case to Xianxia, the deputy captain. In fact, this case was hung up first. They would wait until there were clues in the future. Chen Afu saw so many police officers surrounding the hospital before, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He hid at home. Although the desire in his heart was restless, he didn't dare to take risks. The incident had passed for so long, and the Chinese New Year was over. Chen Afu went to the hospital casually and didn't find anything unusual. He was relieved and prepared to scare people again. Previously, Chen Afu was a little tired of hiding in the toilet to scare people. This time, he was ready to play a more perverted game. The desire in people's hearts was always endless, and the perverted game was also endless. And the perverted game's desire was even more endless. Chen Afu thought of a scarier and more exciting idea, which was to hide in the hospital morgue and pretend to be a ghost. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. In order to implement this plan smoothly, Chen Afu first found the old man who guarded the morgue. When he was drunk, he stole his key and printed a mold with plasticine. Then, he found a private unlicensed key manufacturing center and spent more money to make an identical key. After all this, Chen Afu sneaked into the hospital morgue in the middle of the night. Chen Afu was not afraid of the corpses. People with perverted psychology always had some courage. Chen Afu dragged the corpses out of the freezer one by one. It was easy to lean against the wall. After doing all this, Chen Afu applied a bottle of vanishing cream on his face, making his complexion extremely pale. Then, he shouted loudly, "Count off." After that, Chen Afu pinched his throat and answered himself, 1, 2, 3, 4. The old man who guarded the morgue was drinking leisurely outside. He was in a daze when he heard the sound of counting. He was very puzzled. He looked at the small TV next to him. It wasn't turned on. Then he looked at the radio next to the bed. The power indicator light on it was not turned on. Who was counting? Hospital security? The old man shook his head and thought he heard it wrong. This morgue was a relatively remote place in the hospital. Even if the security guards were to train, they would not come here specifically to train. The old man didn't care. He continued to drink and hummed a song. However, not long after, he heard a shout, "XXX, leave the team." After that, there were some slogans such as "at ease" and "attention." The old man frowned. I shouldn't have heard it wrong. He quickly stood up and looked at the window. He thought it was the security guards who came here to train. He wanted to ask them to be quiet, but there was no one outside the window. The old man rubbed his eyes and looked carefully again. There was really no one outside the window, but the training slogans were still coming one after another. The old man held his breath and looked around carefully for a long time. Only then did he confirm that the sound of training actually came from the morgue next to him. The old man had been guarding the morgue for several years, but he had never encountered such a strange thing. Although his courage was bigger than ordinary people, it was inevitable that he would be scared at night when he was alone in the dark, so he drank a little wine to boost his courage. The old man stopped at the door of the morgue and put his ear close to it in fear. Sure enough, the sound came from the morgue. The old man's cold sweat immediately came out, and he was sober. He only felt that his legs and stomach were spinning. When he found the source of the sound, the old man wanted to escape. However, he suddenly thought about it. Could it be the ringtone of the mobile phone? The mobile phone ringtone now was very strange. There were all kinds of ringtones. He remembered that the sound of a mobile phone came from the morgue before, but the sound of the mobile phone was the most common high-pitched ringtone. The old man was not so afraid and opened the door directly. In the body of a car accident, a mobile phone was found. It was actually a very high-end mobile phone. The old man went to the telecommunications market the next day to sell it. It was really not cheap. He sold it for more than 3,000 yuan, which allowed him to live very comfortably for half a year. Every day, there was also a meat dish with wine. When he thought of this, the old man's heart became active again. Could it be the mobile phone's ringtone? The old man began to look forward to it. If he really picked up another mobile phone, then his beautiful life would be settled again. Wine could only boost courage. Only the real temptation of money could make people desperate. The old man found the key to the morgue and opened the door of the morgue. He looked inside and immediately sat on the ground. Xianxia's face was pale, and there was a gloomy and horrible smile on his mouth. He turned his head. Another one? Quickly return to the team. The old man screamed and covered his heart. His eyes bulged, his mouth was wide open, and he gasped for breath. Why? You're not dead yet and you're already sent here? Xianxia said sarcastically. The old man twitched twice and then lay on the ground without any movement. Xianxia saw the old man fall to the ground and quickly walked over. He tested the old man's breath and found that there was no breath. However, Xianxia didn't feel guilty at the moment. Instead, there was a different kind of pleasure in his heart. Before, Xianxia at most scared people until they fainted or became mentally ill. This was the first time that he scared people to death. Xianxia quickly put the bodies back into the freezer and then quickly left the morgue. Today, I can't continue to scare people here. This old man is dead, and he will definitely be discovered. Disappearing into the night, Xianxia began to be particularly concerned about the hospital's movements. However, the hospital didn't seem to investigate much. They just informed the old man's family that the old man drank too much and died of a heart attack. The old man had a heart disease and drank all day. Even the old man's family didn't association. So, the matter passed easily, and the hospital found another old man to guard the morgue. The next day, Xianxia wandered in the hospital. Seeing that nothing big happened, he was relieved. After Wang Xiaoyan finished her morning exercise, she returned to her villa as usual. She glanced at Yang Ming's villa. The sound of the renovation today was much quieter. However, the character of this neighbor was not worthy of praise. Wang Xiaoyan knew that Yang Ming had a girlfriend named Chen Mingyan, so she felt that Zhao Ying's approach was not worth it. Now, Yang Ming actually came to pursue her, which made Wang Xiaoyan extremely angry. She complained in her heart, Zhao Ying is really blind. Why did she like such a playboy? At the door of her villa, she saw a person dressed like an etiquette company, holding a large bouquet of roses in his hand. When he saw Wang Xiaoyan coming over, he quickly asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Wang Xiaoyan?" Wang Xiaoyan frowned. She vaguely knew what was going on. Could it be that Yang Ming found someone to send flowers to me again? Wang Xiaoyan coldly said, Hello, Miss Wang. These flowers are from a gentleman. He wrote the words he wanted to bring to you on the card, said the flower delivery man. Oh. Wang Xiaoyan took the roses, picked up the card on it, and glanced at it. The card said, I love you. I am sincere to you. Give me a chance. There was no signature behind it, but it was the same as what Yang Ming said last time. Wang Xiaoyan naturally thought that it was sent by Yang Ming. Of course, these flowers were not sent by Yang Ming, but Li Yixuan found someone to send them. However, Li Yixuan thought that Wang Xiaoyan would definitely know that these flowers were sent by him. If he signed it, it would seem that he was too pretentious. Poor Yang Ming. He was actually misunderstood. If he knew the truth of the matter, I don't know what kind of expression he would have. Wang Xiaoyan casually threw the roses into a flower pot in the courtyard of the villa. Maybe Yang Ming is right. flowers are innocent. I don't need to be angry with a bunch of roses. It's just necessary to talk to Yang Ming. His half-hearted approach is really not a good style. In the end, I don't want a blind bear to break the corn and get nothing. There were a lot of things to be busy these days. Looking for Wang Xiaoyan to understand Zhao Ying's problem could only be put aside for now. Early in the morning, Yang Ming and Bao Sanli rushed to Heavenly World together. They were going to pick up Xianxia and her agent to go to the jewelry company to discuss the endorsement specifically. A black mass of younger brothers in suits surrounded the entrance of the Heavenly World. Even if those reporters wanted to come forward, they didn't have the guts. For these paparazzi who came from all over the world, it was useless to reason with them. It was better to use violence to curb violence. When these underworld members stood there, those people immediately became more honest. The glass of the BMW X5 had been replaced. Bao Sanli didn't need to inform, and the repair boss would repair the car as soon as possible. And it must be of high quality. You get in my car. I have something to tell you. After seeing Bao Sanli in the morning, Yang Ming replaced the van with Bao Sanli and drove the BMW X5. Okay. Xianxia didn't hesitate and nodded directly. There was not much of a problem with Xianxia being the brand spokesperson. Originally, the purpose of Mingyang Heavy Industry was to let Xianxia be the spokesperson of the company. At this moment, it didn't matter if Lu Weishan jewelry was added. However, Bao Sanli said to Su Li very skillfully, Lu Weishan jewelry, although on the surface there is no connection with the Mingyang group, the investors are the same. So, I want to ask Miss Xianxia to be the spokesperson. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Originally, Su Li wouldn't have any problems. After all, this situation was very common. The company name was different, but the shareholder was the same. There was nothing to be surprised about. What's more, Xu Haikua had already hinted to her in advance to let her try her best to cooperate with this side. Su Li also knew that Xu Haikua wanted to win the Hong Kong, Asia, and even the global agency rights of Mingyang helicopters. In China, there were enterprises that produced civil helicopters, but most of them were small helicopters of 1 ton. Mingyang Heavy Industry cooperated with a world-class aircraft manufacturer in Europe this time. The helicopters produced were completely targeted at the business market. As a matter of fact, Hong Kong was the largest trading city in Asia, and there were many rich people. In many cases, civil helicopters couldn't meet their requirements at all, and the business helicopters and luxury helicopters of Mingyang Heavy Industry could meet their needs. Although Su Li couldn't estimate the benefits, seeing the importance of Xu Haikua, it wouldn't be small. For the issue of Xianxia being the spokesperson, Xianxia herself had no opinion. From the company's perspective, Su Li had no opinion. It was just that she felt a little rushed to make the advertisement before the concert. However, Xianxia didn't object, so Su Li didn't say anything more. She began to study the remuneration with Bao Sanli. These were not what Xianxia cared about. Even if there was no money, Xianxia was very willing to be the spokesperson for Yang Ming. Do you think that Su Li will have a problem with me grabbing you so urgently to be the spokesperson? Since he was familiar with Xianxia, Yang Ming started to joke. Probably. Since you're in such a hurry, she'll definitely charge you a huge sum of endorsement fees. Xianxia laughed. Bao Sanli isn't a fool. Yang Ming started the car. Don't you know how to ask for a sky-high price? Regarding Yang Ming's identity, Xianxia was already convinced at this moment. Last night, through the conversation with Su Li, Xianxia knew that President Bao, who ran errands with Yang Ming every day, was actually the boss of Song Jiang's underworld. Since that was the case, Yang Ming's identity was self-evident. Xianxia did not expect that in these few years, Yang Ming's changes were actually so great. She had originally thought that it would be easier for her to pursue him with her status as a superstar. But now it seemed that Yang Ming had reached a height that she could not reach. When it came to money, Yang Ming's family was not short of money at all. There were so many holding companies that were not worse than her own family. When it came to power, Yang Ming was even more unmatched in Songjiang. This made Xianxia feel powerless. She suddenly lost her advantage in front of Yang Ming. Dorsk's son came to Songjiang. Yang Ming turned off the radio in the car and said to Xianxia. Ah? What? Xianxia was thinking about Yang Ming and her own matters. She was a little absent-minded. When she suddenly heard the name of a foreigner, she suddenly did not react. Dorsk on the Alice, his son came to Songjiang. Yang Ming said as he took out the passport in his pocket and threw it to Xianxia. He is coming for revenge? Xianxia subconsciously thought that little Dorsk came here to seek revenge on Yang Ming. That's not right. Why is his passport with you? Could it be that you put him? Speaking of this, Xianxia quickly covered her mouth with her hand and looked at Yang Ming carefully. The Veracruz that followed us last night was their car. After I put it in the ditch, I sent you back to the hotel, and then I went to find them. Yang Ming said, he is still alive now. I didn't do anything to him. Then what about them? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming in confusion. Since they had already met, why was there no conflict? They came to find you. Yang Ming said, they didn't know that Dorsk was killed by me, but they may have gotten the news from somewhere and knew that you were at the scene. They may want to ask you if you saw the person who killed Dorsk. Then, what should I do? Xianxia raised her head and looked at Yang Ming. She didn't think about whether Yang Ming would kill her now, but she was thinking about how to help Yang Ming cover up. Yang Ming could still distinguish this kind of worry for others and worry for himself. He found it funny in his heart. Xia's mind seems to be very simple. Isn't she afraid that I will kill her? Give him a call and say that you didn't see it clearly. The assassin was wearing a mask. Yang Ming handed the contact card that Dorsk handed to him yesterday to Xianxia. Now? Xianxia took the name card and asked Yang Ming. That's fine too. Yang Ming said, specifically, you have to find out more. If they have doubts, I can only leave them in Songjiang. Oh. Looking at Yang Ming's understated tone, Xia's heart was a little upset. Which Yang Ming do I like? However, it was undeniable that Xia's acting skills as a celebrity were still very good. Her grasp of the character's psychology was particularly outstanding. She coaxed Edward and little Dorsk into a daze. They didn't ask anything, so they had to give up. However, little Dorsk was not reconciled. The clue was broken just like that? Didn't I go abroad for nothing? I even had to pay for the plane ticket. Little Dorsk was just a small leader of a small gang. He collected protection fees in the local area and operated some small casinos. He had an income, but it wasn't high. The monthly income was just enough for him to squander. After all, he still had a large number of brothers to support. When old Dorsk was alive, little Dorsk wouldn't worry about it. After all, he had his father as a backing. In the future, all of old Dorsk's money would be his. But now it was different. Old Dorsk's money was gone inexplicably. Little Dorsk made a trip for nothing, so it was inevitable that he would be resentful. Motherf **Ker, this trip was for nothing. Little Dorsk said angrily. Do you think Xia's words are credible? Edward wasn't so easy to fool. Although Xia's words were impeccable, Edward was still very skeptical. Could this little girl be lying? Little Dorsk was stunned. There is this possibility. Perhaps, the person who killed your father is someone around Xianxia. Edward analyzed. Yeah, why didn't I think of it? Little Dorsk nodded again and again. It seems that it is necessary to get Xianxia, that little girl, out and torture her. That's the only way. Edward shrugged. Although it is more difficult. Hey, it seems that this little girl is really good looking. Little Dorsk picked up the newspaper at hand and smiled obscenely. Let me fulfill my father's last wish. If little Dorsk and Edward returned to Europe, then they could still live a very comfortable life. However, these two people wanted to court death. It was also a coincidence that the person who killed these two people was not Yang Ming. It was an accident that made them both go to hell. They seemed to believe my words. Hanging up the phone, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief nervously. Maybe, but I'm afraid that they won't give up. In these 2 days, I will arrange for someone to protect you. Yang Ming thought about it. That Edward didn't seem to be simple. Although Baosanli's people could deal with him, it wasn't very safe. The adaptability of these underlings was still lacking. So Yang Ming thought of Li Chang, and he could mobilize a few people from him. I heard that the advertisement for Yen's jewelry was also accepted by your company? Bao Sanli had just gotten the news, so he called Zhang Dejuan, who was on the way to Lu Weishan Jewelry Company. It was accepted by our company. Brother Bao, is there anything wrong? Zhang Dejuan's heart tightened and asked quickly. Yun's Jewelry Company is our main competitor and target this time. Bao Sanli said faintly, do you understand what I mean? I understand. I will inform my underlings to slow down the production progress of their new advertisement. However, the ones that have been made before. Zhang Dejuan said hesitantly. I don't care about the previous ones. What you do for us, can it be better than the previous ones? Asked Bao Sanli. No problem. I will try my best. Zhang Dejuan wiped the sweat on his head. It seemed that this time he had to do it personally. He had to bring out his trump card. Although he promised, he knew in his heart that it would be difficult to surpass Yun's. Yun's Jewelry Company also put in a lot of effort this time. They invited the popular domestic group Brown Sugar Bean Paste Bun as a spokesperson. However, when Zhang Dejuan saw Xianxia at Lu Weishan Jewelry Company, all the previous concerns disappeared. Xianxia's influence in the music industry far exceeded that of Brown Sugar Bean Paste Bun. Brown Sugar Bean Paste Bun was just a newcomer group. They became famous thanks to a variety show's singing trial. However, this kind of quick rise to fame had its drawbacks after all. They became popular quickly, but they also cooled down quickly. Although Hang Xiaotian, Yu Xiaolei, and Ma Xiaoyao in the Brown Sugar Bean Paste Bun group were all outstanding figures, the talent show was still going on. These former champions gradually faded out of people's sight. Setting up a group was a good way for them to attract popularity, but it definitely wouldn't last too long. For people who became famous by covering other people's songs, if they didn't have a particularly decent work of their own in a period of time, then this group had no meaning to exist. Brown Sugar Bean Paste Bun was still being watched, but their popularity had begun to decline. From a short-term perspective, Yun Jewelry could still use them to make some fame. After a long time, it would become useless. But Xianxia was different. Xianxia became famous relatively early, and she had never had any low tide in her career. She had been popular until now. Every once in a while, there would be one or two very popular songs in her new album. For example, the previous Childhood Love and The Boy at the Same Table had become classic campus songs, sung by countless junior high school students, and college students. Now, Our Commemoration, the faint sadness and hope in it, had pushed Xianxia's popularity to the top. Zhang Dejuan's little lover was also a die-hard fan of Xianxia. She usually put some of Xianxia's CDs in the car. Over time, Zhang Dejuan was also familiar with Xianxia's songs. Thinking of the song Our Commemoration, Zhang Dejuan's heart suddenly moved. The theme of this song was around a ring. If it was used as a Valentine's Day advertisement song, the effect would be very shocking. When Zhang Dejuan said this suggestion, Yang Ming was slightly surprised. This Zhang Dejuan really wasn't simple. It seemed that he could sit at the top of Song Zhang's advertising industry not because of his personal flattery, but because he really had some skills. In just a few minutes after seeing Xianxia, he could association for Xianxia's new album and find a song that was just right. This brain was worthy of praise. Alright, let's go with this song. Yang Ming nodded and then said to Lin Jiyun, Jiyun, you and Cici are responsible for following up on this matter. I won't participate. When they entered the conference room, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were sitting together. Xianxia clearly saw the flirtatious glances between the two people. She felt a little sour in her heart, but she had to admit that this little girl was really a beauty. She wasn't inferior to herself. Could she be Yang Ming's girlfriend, Chen Mingyan? However, when Yang Ming called her Jiyun, Xianxia was a bit baffled. Isn't it? He looked at Lin Jiyun in surprise and asked Yang Ming, this is my girlfriend, Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming didn't expect Xianxia's thoughts, but he didn't care. He introduced her normally. Ah? Xianxia was stunned. Your girlfriend isn't. Yang Ming patted his forehead and suddenly remembered that he told Xianxia yesterday that his girlfriend was Chen Mingyan. It was inevitable that Xianxia would be puzzled when he suddenly changed to another person. Mingyan knows her. Yang Ming vaguely explained. Knows her? Xianxia frowned. Listening to Yang Ming's meaning, this Lin Jiyun is also his girlfriend. Moreover, another girlfriend knows her existence? Why is this guy so fickle? Xianxia was distressed. She thought that Yang Ming having one girlfriend was enough trouble for her. She didn't expect him to have two. However, this also gave Xianxia confidence. It seemed that Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who was very loyal to his feelings. This also gave her an opportunity. Chen Afu saw that the death of the old gatekeeper didn't involve him at all. He was excited and began to move again. Today, Chen Afu received a set of monastery's undead costumes purchased online. Of course, they were all bought anonymously. This was a website dedicated to selling Halloween costumes. Chen Afu had already bought a lot of things on it. However, this monastery's undead looked like it had just come out. It was terrifying and strange. Chen Afu decided to wear this costume tonight and go out for a spin. The taste of scaring people was really wonderful. Originally, this costume was intended to be changed in the hospital, but Chen Afu really couldn't wait. Chen Afu found a deserted street and put on this monastery's undead costume. Needless to say, it felt different. Chen Afu felt that he was now like the black and white impermanents who harvested human lives. He was as awe-inspiring as he could be. Chen Afu ran quickly on the deserted street. This feeling was really cool. Edward and Little Dorsk were waiting for an opportunity to make a move. This morning, when they saw so many bodyguards surrounding the door of Heavenly Earth, they knew that there was no chance. Was it necessary to mobilize so many people for a celebrity? Little Dorsk was puzzled. Since there was no chance, the two people walked around Songjiang and enjoyed the local customs. It was like a trip. The nervousness of the past few days made them nervous. Now that they were relaxed, it was very comfortable. In the evening, the two of them finished drinking and staggered out of a bar. Edward, the girls here are not bad. It's really F***ing cool. Little Dorsk got into the car in a daze and started the car. The Veracruz had been towed back by the rental company for repair, but Little Dorsk was rich and directly compensated for the repair cost. The rental company didn't say anything. Now, this Mazda 5 was just driven out of the rental company in the morning. Can you do it? Why don't we take a break and drive again? Although Edward also drank a lot of wine, his mind still retained a trace of sobriety. It's okay. Do you think I don't remember? I was an underground car racer in the past. Little Dorsk smiled disdainfully. What is this wine? Besides, if we really kill someone, it's not a big deal. At most, we just have to pay some money. We are foreign guests. Edward saw that Little Dorsk insisted on driving, so he no longer dissuaded him. Edward also had an arrogant thought. He thought that they were foreign guests, and no one here could control them. Little Dorsk started the car and said, "Just now in the bar, an old guy told me about a good place. Let's go and have some fun." Edward looked at Little Dorsk's expression and knew that he was going to play with women, but Edward didn't object. He had to solve his physiological needs. This damn road, why is it so dark? Is there a ditch? The last time he fell into the ditch, it made Little Dorsk have some lingering fear. If there's more, then I'll really see a ghost. Edward was just joking, but halfway through his sentence, he opened his mouth wide and pointed at something not far in front of him in horror. What is that thing? Although Little Dorsk was drunk, he also saw something not far in front of him. He didn't know what it was. Little Dorsk was in the underworld. He wasn't afraid of killing people, but he was particularly respectful to ghosts. After doing a lot of bad things, he was naturally afraid of the devil coming to his door. At this moment, he saw an inexplicable thing flying over from the side of the road. He was shocked and quickly used the headlights to shine on the thing. A bloody, pale face was looking at Little Dorsk with a grin. Little Dorsk was already drunk, and he wasn't very sober. At this moment, he was scared. His hands and feet immediately didn't listen to him. The car suddenly tilted and crashed into a row of natural gas transfer stations on the side of the road. Boom, a loud noise. The natural gas transfer station exploded, and the car driven by Little Dorsk was also blown up. It's really F***ing cool. Chen Afu. adjusted the mask on his head and said excitedly as he looked at the car that turned into a fireball. He looked at it a few more times reluctantly until the sound of sirens came from a distance. Xianxia quickly left here. His destination was the First People's Hospital in the city. Xianxia took advantage of the time when the new gatekeeper went to the toilet. He opened the door lock on the morgue, pushed the door and walked in. Then, he carefully locked the door from the inside and breathed a sigh of relief nervously. After adjusting his mood, Xianxia was ready to continue today's big plan of scaring people. He turned around and was ready to drag out the bodies, but he was surprised to find that there was a person standing in the morgue. Xianxia was shocked, but Xianxia was Xianxia after all. The courage of a perverted person was extraordinarily big. Since Xianxia pretended to be a ghost to scare people all day long and dared to come to the morgue alone in the middle of the night, it showed that his psychological quality was strong. Jia 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 jia. The person in the morgue suddenly laughed strangely. There was an inexplicable blue liquid at the corner of his mouth. At his feet, there was a corpse. That corpse was the old gatekeeper who was scared to death by Xianxia yesterday. With this laughter, even the bold Xianxia couldn't help but shudder. Xianxia said, "I say, buddy, don't scare me. We are the same kind of people. But, your outfit is more badass than mine." Jia 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 jia. The man laughed strangely again, then he grabbed the corpse on the ground and put it into his mouth to bite. The blue blood splashed on the ground, which was terrifying. You can't be serious, right? Xianxia naturally didn't believe that there were ghosts in the world because he was an expert in pretending to be a ghost. But when he saw this guy actually biting the corpse, Xianxia was still scared. Very good. I need the blood of this kind of person. The man seemed to be very satisfied. He threw the corpse aside and then looked up at Xianxia. You, what are you doing? What the hell are you, thing? Xianxia originally wanted to say what kind of person, but now, this guy didn't seem to be a human at all, but a monster. Even if Xianxia was bold, he couldn't help but be frightened at this moment. After all, this thing seemed to be able to threaten his life. The man looked at Xianxia and looked at his outfit strangely. What are you doing? The reason why this person wasn't afraid was because Xianxia was dressed strangely. He definitely wasn't a person from the hospital. Moreover, a person who could dress like this in the middle of the night was definitely not a good person. Seeing that this thing could speak human language, it obviously should be a human. Xianxia was slightly relieved and said, "You also came to the hospital to scare people? What you just did, was it all fake?" As Xianxia said this, he pointed to the old man's body on the ground. "Oh, so you came here to scare people?" The man nodded and looked at Xianxia with interest. He looked at the body on the ground and said, "So, this old man was scared to death by you?" "You, how do you know?" Xianxia was shocked. This old man didn't die of illness. It was an abnormal death. I can still distinguish this. The man said faintly, "But I have to thank you. This kind of abnormal death is hard to find, otherwise, my sinister voodoo would have already been mastered." "What do you mean? What is sinister voodoo?" Xianxia was inexplicable. "You don't need to understand now." The man smiled strangely. "Are you willing to worship me as a teacher?" "Worship you as a teacher? What can you teach me?" Xianxia glanced at the disgusting old man's body on the ground and shook his head quickly. There were several kinds of perverts. He wasn't perverted to the point of gnawing on a corpse. Just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. "I don't bite the corpse on the ground." "Of course, you don't need to bite. You just need to scare people to death." The man shook his head and said, "I only need the bodies of those healthy people who died abnormally. After you scare people to death, I will deal with the body." "What benefits do I have?" Xianxia frowned. Obviously, what the man said had nothing to do with him. He could only get extreme pleasure when he scared people to death. "I can teach you how to scare people," the man said. "Do I still need you to teach me?" Xianxia was a little disdainful. He had already scared 3 people to death. It was the moment when his perverted heart was inflated. "Really? Then you look." As the man spoke, He took out a small bottle from his pocket and knocked it on the corpse on the ground twice. Xianxia didn't know what was knocked out of it. The light in the morgue was too dark, so Xianxia couldn't see it clearly. Just as Xianxia was puzzled, the old man's body on the ground that was bitten into pieces suddenly stood up. Xianxia, this kind of guy with extraordinary courage, couldn't help but jump back and exclaim, "How did you do it?" Two. Of. Do you want to learn? The man did not answer Xianxia's question but continued to ask. But you are so powerful. Why do you want to teach me? You can scare people to death by yourself. Xianxia asked with some vigilance. Although he was very interested in the strange man's ability, he was afraid that this person had ulterior motives. I hate the dark. The baby in my body hates the dark even more. The man said with some disgust, if it wasn't easier to find food at night, I wouldn't come out. Baby? Are you a man? Xianxia was stunned. Baby is the voodoo in my body. You don't need to understand it too much. As long as you worship me as a teacher, I will teach you some knowledge in this area. The man said. Voodoo? Xianxia had seen similar novels on the internet, but he thought it was fabricated. He didn't expect someone to know this in reality. Just now, although Xianxia didn't see how the man got the body on the ground, he thought it should be similar to the kind of puppet doll that was controlled by a transparent thread. But now, it didn't seem to be. Yes, what you just saw is the simplest voodoo. The man explained. Voodoo? Isn't voodoo on living people? How do you do it on the dead? Xianxia was surprised. Hee, it seems that you still have some misunderstandings about voodoo. It's no wonder. You have only heard about it. You haven't really come into contact with it. The man smiled and said, the so-called voodoo, why is it called voodoo? The top of the voodoo is the word for insect, and the bottom is the word for utensil. In other words, voodoo is the insect in the utensil. The small container that I just took is the utensil. What is inside is a kind of thing that can be said to be an insect. It can also be said to be a kind of bacterium. This is voodoo. So, whether the voodoo is given to a living person or a dead person, it is completely up to the person who gave the voodoo. But, how can the insect or bacterium make the body stand up? Xianxia was still somewhat puzzled. Of course, one insect can't, but what about a bunch? Countless insects together are enough to control the body. The man smiled and shook the container in his hand. It turned out to be like this. Xianxia's eyes widened. What he saw today was simply amazing. The shock that it gave him was endless. Xianxia's mind quickly turned. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could learn these strange abilities, wouldn't it be easy for him to scare others? As for how to deal with the body of the person who was scared to death, whether it was cremated or used by the person to raise voodoo, this was not Xianxia's concern. What he cared about was the process of scaring people to death, not the result. Can you really teach me that voodoo? Xianxia was a little excited. After all, he had just seen the magic of the voodoo. I can't teach you the core things. Those can only be learned by the direct disciples in the clan, but I can teach you some simple things. It is enough for you to use it to scare people. The others are used to kill people. It is useless for you to learn them. The man said very calmly. Xianxia was really not interested in learning how to kill people. His greatest joy was to scare people to death, not to kill people. It was completely two different realms. He was not interested in killing people, so he said, as long as it can scare people, it is enough. Well, my position in the clan is priest Yu. They all call me Elder Yu. You can call me that too, said the man. Isn't it better for me to call you master? Xianxia felt that calling him master was more respectful. I am not used to calling you master. That is the name of you Han people, said Elder Yu. Then I will call you Elder Yu, said Xianxia respectfully. Zhao Cixi and Lin Jiyun were both fans of Xia. Although they were not particularly loyal, they were still a little reserved in front of their idol. When Yang Ming was there, the two of them could still maintain a normal smile. Now that Yang Ming had left, they did not know how to speak. After all, both of them were inexperienced in the business world. They were not as sophisticated as those negotiators. Fortunately, the target of this negotiation was Xia's manager, Su Li. Su Li had been instructed by Xu Haiquan not to make things difficult for Yang Ming and to cooperate as much as possible. Therefore, Su Li's conditions were also very good. There was almost nothing to doubt. It was beneficial to both sides. Zhao Sisi admired Xia more than Lin Jiyun. She resisted the urge to go forward and ask for the signature. She said nervously, "Let the legal department look at the contract again." This was not that she did not trust Su Li, but it was a necessary process. Even if the contract between the parent company and the subsidiary company was signed, it would be reviewed by the company's legal department. Originally, Xia's endorsement fee should be at least 7 figures, but this time it was voluntarily reduced to 4 million. After Yang Ming increased the investment of the jewelry company, 4 million was really nothing. Without the early publicity and investment, how could there be a return? The initial investment of the jewelry company was 5 million. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin each accounted for 50%. But after the company was built, they found that 5 million was really nothing for the jewelry industry. Therefore, Yang Ming added an investment of 30 million. Normally, Zhang Bin's shares in the company would be diluted, and Zhang Bin also took the initiative to ask that he only take 10% of the shares. However, Yang Ming firmly did not agree. Zhang Bin could be said to be one of Yang Ming's few friends who could get along well, and he should be the one with the closest relationship. Zhang Bin was a very loyal person. When Yang Ming had no money, Zhang Bin would rush to pay for the two of them whether they went out to eat or to take a bus. He did not feel superior to Yang Ming because of this. Instead, he always regarded himself as a younger brother. This made Yang Ming very moved. Although they didn't need to say too much between brothers, Yang Ming remembered this kindness. Now that he had money, he was naturally duty-bound to help Zhang Bin. He couldn't insist. Later, Yang Ming said that it was a congratulatory gift for his wedding with Zhao Sisi. At that time, he would not give another gift. Zhang Bin reluctantly accepted it. For the contract, the people from the legal department quickly returned the results. There were no problems. After Su Li and Zhao Sisi both signed the contract, Xia signed it. After all this, the two sides should enter the substantive advertising shooting stage. However, it was noon, so they had to eat first. Zhao Sisi said, "Miss Su, should I book a room in the hotel?" "No need. There are too many reporters outside. I think we should order some fast food and send it over." Xia waved her hand and said, "It doesn't have to be so troublesome." Originally, Zhao Sisi also ordered fast food in the company, but today, Xia came. Naturally, they couldn't neglect it. Now that they heard Xia take the initiative to ask for fast food, they no longer insisted and asked the secretary to order. For the contract, Xia didn't have much interest. 4 million yuan was dispensable for her. Instead, Xia was very interested in Lin Jiyun. From the beginning, Xia had been secretly observing Lin Jiyun. Judging from Lin Jiyun's actions, she should be a girl from a relatively poor background. Her current position should be given to her by Yang Ming because Lin Jiyun didn't understand a lot of business negotiation procedures. She mainly relied on Zhao Sisi to complete them. Zhao Sisi was obviously a novice, but the few employees in the company were very proficient in this. Therefore, it seemed that Zhao Sisi and Lin Jiyun were given their current positions because of their relationship. As for the relationship between Zhao Sisi and Yang Ming, Xia still didn't understand, but it seemed that there was nothing between the two. They were completely normal friends. Lin Jiyun, this name is very nice. After signing the contract, Xia took Lin Jiyun and Zhao Sisi's business cards and said. Lin Jiyun smiled. She was flattered to be praised by a big star. "Are you and Yang Ming classmates?" Xia casually talked to Lin Jiyun and quickly closed the distance between them. Zhao Sisi and Lin Jiyun began to relax from the initial nervousness. Under Xia's deliberate persuasion, the three people soon became familiar with each other. However, on the topic, Xia always cleverly led to Yang Ming. Zhao Sisi and Yang Ming were high school classmates, and Lin Jiyun was Yang Ming's lover, so they knew a lot about Yang Ming. They didn't guard against Xia and let Xia know a lot about Yang Ming. The advantage of letting a star shoot an advertisement was that they didn't need to go through so much special training to perfectly interpret the connotation of an advertisement. The star itself was a performer. There was no need for complicated preparation. The advertisement was completed in one go. Xia's clear and somewhat sad singing ran through the entire advertisement. Once it was broadcasted on the TV, it had an extremely sensational effect. Of course, Zhang Dejuan was fully responsible for the approval and release of advertisements. As the leader of Songjiang's advertising industry, if he didn't have this ability, Bao Sanli wouldn't value him. Especially Xia's our anniversary, it made many couples decide to buy couple accessories at Lu Weishan jewelry store in an instant. Relatively speaking, the commercial shot by Yan's Jewelry's brown sugar bean paste bun was not as popular. Although Yan's advertisement was excellent in terms of creativity and production, it was a pity that the brown sugar bean paste bun was not as famous as Xia. It happened to coincide with Xia's concert in Songjiang. This suddenly pushed Xia's fame to a high point, leaving others behind. F***ck. Yun Guangdou smashed the teacup in his hand on the 55-inch LCD TV in front of him. Immediately, the LCD TV was smashed by him. This made Yun Guangdou even angrier. He cursed, F***ck. Didn't they say something about a hard screen? Why did it explode with a single smash? Tell me, did you buy fake goods? Did you get a kickback? Lu Xiaoxing, Yun Guangdou's driver. See chapter 187 for details. He secretly complained. He thought, what kind of TV can't withstand you smashing it with an iron cup? However, he couldn't say this out loud. He could only say, these imported things are unreliable. They specifically use poor quality to cheat us. I will complain about them tomorrow. Forget it. I will buy another one tomorrow. Yun Guangdou didn't really care about this TV. He was very clear in his heart. How could a TV be smashed? He just casually found a place to vent, an excuse to curse. He thought that he could give Yang Ming's newly established jewelry company a fatal blow, but he didn't expect that not only did the other party not suffer any losses, but he also suffered a double loss. He spent a lot of money on advertising, publicity, and endorsement fees. In the end, the limelight was directly snatched by the other party without leaving a trace. Anyone would be angry. Yun's Jewelry was a company founded by Yun Guangdou during the time he was lurking in Songjiang. It had nothing to do with the clan. Although Yun Guangdou was in Songjiang for the clan's grand plan, in this colorful world, Yun Guangdou had long been blinded by money and material desires. Who didn't want to live a better life? It was undeniable that Yun Guangdou still had some business talent. He founded Yun's Jewelry from scratch and occupied a place in Songjiang's jewelry industry and even the province. After people had money, the inner desire would inevitably expand. Although Yun Guangdou didn't dare to delay the clan's affairs, and he was very respectful to the elders of the clan, in his heart, he had already disapproved. Originally, when he came to Songjiang, he took the revival of the barbarian dance clan as his responsibility. However, as he had money and improved his social status, the revival plan was not attractive to him. So what if he killed Lan Hai? So what if it was revived? When he returned to the clan, he was just a small character. Although he could hold a small position, compared to his current life, it was still far worse. No matter what, it was to listen to other people's orders, but now, he was the one giving orders to others. These were two completely different concepts. Therefore, Yun Guangdou even sometimes thought, if I can never find Lan Hai and never revive, how good would that be? In that case, I can stay in Songjiang forever and enjoy my wonderful life. Yun Guangdou didn't think that he wasn't the opponent of Yang Ming. For Yang Ming's hidden identity, he didn't know as much as Elder Yu. Even if he knew, what could he do? Underworld? So what? Yun Guangdou thought that it was just a group of reckless and brainless guys. He still had a trump card in his hand, a person behind him. After he came to Songjiang, he met a master. In Yun Guangdou's view, this person was omnipotent. He had such great achievements in Songjiang, and it couldn't be done without his help. Therefore, this also developed Yun Guangdou's fearless character. Yang Ming stole his woman. He naturally had to take revenge and was ready to kill Yang Ming. This time, the suppression of Lu Weishan jewelry was also planned by Yun Guangdou. He had been preparing for so long, but it didn't work. How could Yun Guangdou not be mad? This was all money. The white silver was invested, but it was wasted. It didn't cause a fatal blow to the opponent. The advertisement on his side was almost the same as not doing it. There was no effect at all. From the moment Elder Yu drove him out of Songjiang, it also strengthened Yun Guangdou's determination to break with the family. You want me to leave? I don't want to do it. Why would I be bullied by you people? I have money. I will go out and be a master. Motherf *Ker, Zhang Dijuan, the son of AB *TCH, two timing. F *CK his grandmother. Knowing that this advertisement was also taken by Zhang Dijuan, Yun Guangdou was so angry that he cursed. President Yun, please calm down. What if you hurt your body? Lu Xiaoxing quickly persuaded, we can't let Yang Ming be happy. We have to find a way to win this round. Yes. You are right. I, Yun Guangdou, have been in the business world for more than 10 years. How can I be defeated by a little kid? It will be a joke if it gets out. Yun Guangdou recovered his calmness. Since things had come to this point, just sitting and scolding people couldn't solve any problems. It was better to plan how to get back his face. You go and call Li Xiaodao. Li Xiaodao was Yun Guangdou's think tank. He didn't have a specific position in the company, but people in the company knew that he was close to Yun Guangdou. In the company, Yun Guangdou had two confidants. One was him, and the other was the driver, Lu Xiaoxing. Although the two of them were just small fries, their words carried more weight than the vice president's. Lu Xiaoxing went to the next room to call Li Xiaodao. Although Li Xiaodao didn't have a specific position, he had an independent office. When Lu Xiaoxing went in, he was watching an adult film. When he saw Lu Xiaoxing come in, he quickly greeted, Xiaoxing, come, let's watch together. HD, Blu-ray BD. I asked someone to buy it. Okay, don't watch it. Lu Xiaoxing turned off Li Xiaodao's monitor directly and said, the boss is angry. He wants you to go over. Ah. Li Xiaodao quickly stood up. Although he was usually not serious, when it came to business, he immediately changed into a different person. I will go over. Boss. Li Xiaodao pushed open the door of Yun Guangdou's office and said, are you looking for me? Let Xiaolu tell you. Yun Guangdou had recovered from his anger at this time, but he still couldn't say such a shameful thing again, so he let Lu Xiaoxing do it for him. Lu Xiaoxing quickly told Li Xiaodao about the TV advertisement he just saw. Li Xiaodao looked at the smashed TV. It was conceivable how angry the boss was, but it was not easy to turn the tables in this situation. It wasn't Li Xiaodao's idea to defeat Yang Ming's company in terms of advertising. Li Xiaodao didn't like this kind of aboveboard means. He liked to play dirty, which was similar to Huang Yukai. This kind of person who played conspiracy was very popular wherever he went, and he was regarded as the boss' own confidant. However, Li Xiaodao naturally wouldn't criticize the previous strategy because the boss must have acquiesced to it. Only then would the marketing department do the advertisement. After pondering for a while, Li Xiaodao didn't have any good ideas. Lu Weishan Jewelry looked for Xianxia to be an advertising spokesperson. At least in the short term, it was an advantage that other companies couldn't surpass. Xianxia's celebrity effect would also cause those fans to be attached to her. If you want to bring them down in a short time, you can only make some negative news. Li Xiaodao said, whether it is Xianxia's negative news or Lu Weishan Jewelry's negative news, as long as the hype is appropriate, it will still have a certain impact on their sales. In this information-based era, in many cases, the influence of the internet had even exceeded the traditional media. On the day before Xianxia's concert, something like an editorial was published on a famous news website. It made some doubts and speculations about Xianxia's endorsement of Lu Weishan Jewelry. The person who wrote this article was very sharp, and his ability to distort facts was not ordinary. He was very good at grasping people's psychology and put forward some ideas on some points that were easy to cause misunderstandings. First of all, the issue of the endorsement fee. The author made a very implicit guess about Xianxia's endorsement fee. Although he did not say how much Xianxia's endorsement fee was, from his tone, XXX's endorsement fee has reached 7 figures, and XXX's reputation is obviously not as good as Xianxia's. Then, Xianxia's endorsement fee is imaginable. As long as people saw this sentence, they would think that Xianxia's endorsement fee was at least 7 figures. Although this guy did not say the obvious words, "wool comes from a sheep's back," it made people think that this was the meaning. Other than that, he also questioned the effect of Lu Weishan as a brand. The questioning tone between the lines was somewhat obvious. Could it be that the reputation of a jewelry appraiser could increase the value of a piece of jewelry that was similar to other jewelry companies by a few times? In this increase of money, was it the reputation of Lu Weishan or the reputation of Xianxia? Or was it to pay a high advertising endorsement fee? This article was very provocative, and many netizens were the most easily deceived. The situation of people following the crowd was very serious. This article was consciously reposted on many local forums in the province. It immediately caused a huge wave. Under the supportive replies of some people with ulterior motives, most of the netizens blindly began to support the author of this article. They began to denounce Lu Weishan Company. There were all kinds of scoldings, but most of them were words like liar, black-hearted money, and so on. Yang Ming frowned as he finished reading the article on the internet. He casually flipped through the replies at the back and asked Bao Sanli and Zhang Dijuan beside him what happened. Zhang Dijuan was the local tyrant of the Songjiang advertising industry. He had a very deep relationship with various media and government propaganda. He had just called several familiar local media to delete the article, but the website that originally published the editorial was not registered in this province. Zhang Dijuan's ability was not big enough to cover the sky in the national media. He said with some apprehension, "I have already contacted several local websites. Those who posted and those with provocative replies have banned the IP segment, but we can't do anything about the website in the province. Find out who wrote this article. I will bring people to kill him." Bao Sanli saw that Yang Ming was worried about this matter, so he said angrily, "Forget it. If you go and find trouble with him, it shows that we have a guilty conscience, right?" Yang Ming waved his hand and thought, if I really want to use violence to solve it, then wouldn't it be safer for me to kill him? But this wasn't Yang Ming's way of dealing with the problem. Since he had begun to enter the business world, there would definitely be many opponents in the future. If he met one and killed one, wouldn't he become a homicidal maniac? For some people who crossed his bottom line, killing them represented a punishment. But for this kind of revenge in the business world, if he directly killed people, wouldn't it seem that he was too incompetent? Then should we reduce the price? Zhao Sisi was also a little overwhelmed by this sudden incident. Reduce the price? Why should we reduce the price? If we reduce the price, wouldn't we just fall into the other party's trap? Yang Ming shook his head. If we reduce the price, it will give others something to talk about. This guy may jump out and say it again. From the price before and after, we can see how huge the profit is. This person is obviously targeting us. If I guessed correctly, it was done by Yun Guangdou. Ah. It is indeed like this. Zhao Sisi listened to Yang Ming's words and said with some embarrassment. If Yang Ming didn't remind her, then she would definitely adopt this strategy of reducing the price. At that time, it would give others something to criticize. Then we continue to sell at the current price and ignore this article? We definitely have to sell, but we can't ignore it. Yang Ming frowned and said, we still have to fight back. I will find someone to discuss this matter. You should do what you should do. If there is an interview, just say that the chairman is not here. Oh, why are we starting to use this trick? Lin Jiyun thought it was a little funny. Usually, she often saw similar news in the newspaper. When the reporter wanted to interview the person in charge of a certain department, either the phone couldn't be reached, or the person in charge was not here. Now, her company was also playing this trick. Sometimes we have to use it. If we talk too much, people will catch some subtle errors in the wording, and it will start to expand infinitely. It is better to keep silent. Although there will still be many people who doubt whether we are speechless, it is better than speaking too much and making mistakes. Yang Ming patted the back of his head helplessly. I didn't expect that there would be a lot of troubles in running a company. It turns out that in those YY novels, as long as the protagonist throws in money, the company can become strong and big. When it is time to do it myself, it is not the case at all. However, Yang Ming's Mingyang heavy industry was developing very well, but there was an essential difference between it and Yang Ming's jewelry company. First, there was Feng Wanjiang, a veteran in the business world, at Mingyang Heavy Industries' side. Even if Yang Dehai didn't know much about management, it didn't matter. Second, and the most important point, the predecessor of Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry was the Songjiang Bus Factory. It was a debt-ridden mess. Except for Mingyang Entertainment, Yang Ming claimed that the investor was Ho Zhenhan of Mingyang Entertainment Company, Limited. No one was willing to take over. Even if the land of the factory was sold, it wasn't enough to repay the bottomless pit of bank loans, not to mention the problem of the placement of so many employees. Those real estate developers weren't fools. If there was profit, they would naturally rush for it. Who would get involved in this kind of thing that would lose money? Not to mention that the land near the Songjiang bus factory wasn't in the central area at all. Even if it was developed into a commercial housing, it might not be able to sell at a high price. The best result would be to play for nothing. Entrepreneurs were not philanthropists. Who would do such a stupid thing? Mingyang Entertainment's investment in the restructuring of the Songjiang bus factory solved a problem in the city. Not only did it pay off the bank loans, but it also took over most of the original bus factory's employees. For such an enterprise, how could the city not protect it and make some policies? Not to mention that Mingyang Heavy Industry had introduced a complete set of commercial helicopter production lines from Europe. If this continued, maybe Mingyang Heavy Industry would become the leading heavy industry enterprise in the province and even the country. It was possible to become the domestic Mitsubishi. For this kind of enterprise, the local government wouldn't allow people with bad intentions to destroy it regardless of political performance or long-term development considerations. Therefore, it seemed that Yang Dehai was doing better than Yang Ming, the behind-the-scenes boss. Yang Ming said to find a person to discuss. This person was naturally Sun Jia. The last incident made Yang Ming, Xiaoqing, and Sun Jia a little embarrassed. After that, the three people didn't meet again. Although Yang Ming borrowed Sun Jia's car midway, and Sun Jia didn't show any abnormality to Yang Ming was still a little uneasy. After all, the triangle relationship had been exposed. Whether he could enjoy the happiness of having multiple partners depended on Yang Ming's own efforts. Yang Ming didn't expect to have a threesome. At least, there was no such possibility in the near future. Xiaoqing's side was easy to handle. At least, Xiaoqing's relationship with him had stabilized. The most variable was still Sun Jia's side. Although Sun Jia usually spoke boldly and was very open about sex, she was a very opinionated woman. It shouldn't be easy to conquer her completely. Yang Ming didn't want his women to be vases, but the key problem was that Sun Jia was too opinionated, and her character was very strong. It may be related to the family environment since childhood. Sun Hongjun didn't have a son, and Sun Jiwei was a retard, so Sun Jia had to carry the Sun family's burden. Sun Jia had rich experience in strategizing in the business world, and the best solution to this matter was to listen to Sun Jia's opinion. Although Yang Ming had a vague general idea in his mind, he still couldn't start. It was also a good opportunity to test Sun Jia's mind. Send me to the Huashang building. After coming out of the company, Yang Ming told Bao Sanli. Yang Ming didn't drive himself. There was something in his mind, and Yang Ming was a little irritated. Brother Yang, don't worry. I will look for someone with connections in other places. This website is in Province P. My classmate who was a graduate student in advertising has an advertising company there. The scale is not small. After I go back, I will contact him and see if I can affect this website. Zhang Dejuan wasn't a fool. In the past few days, he had been in contact with Yang Ming and Bao Sanli. From Bao Sanli's respectful tone, he could see that Yang Ming wasn't a simple person. Although he couldn't guess that Yang Ming was the boss behind Bao Sanli, at least he knew that Yang Ming was a person with a background. In Songjiang, there weren't many people who could make Bao Sanli so respectful. Okay, President Zhang, please contact him first. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Yang Ming also had an indifferent attitude to this. The article had already caused a sensation. At this time, deleting it wouldn't have much effect. The people who should have seen it had already seen it. You could delete the article, but you couldn't delete the memories in other people's minds. If you didn't come up with some countermeasures, it really wouldn't work. Yang Ming sighed slightly. He didn't expect the company to have trouble with its first business. During this time, Yang Ming had already had a very detached sense of superiority. His identity, at least in Songjiang, should belong to the kind of person who could do whatever he wanted. Not to mention the underworld identity, his identity on the surface was already very superior. The young master of Mingyang heavy industry. Although Mingyang had not yet produced an actual product, Yang Dehai had obviously become a popular person in the city. He was very popular in both the business world and the political world. At least, Yang Ming's identity as a second-generation heir allowed him to do whatever he wanted, not to mention the underworld identity and the identity of an assassin. But in that case, there was no difference between him and Wang Jitao. Even Yang Ming could be more bad*SS than Wang Jitao. However, this wasn't what Yang Ming wanted to do. These could only be evil thoughts. Bullying people and tyrannizing women ran rampant in the campus. If he really wanted to do it, Yang Ming still couldn't do it. He wanted to make some solid achievements, but he didn't expect Yun Guangdou, this guy, to be haunting him. He went to other places and still plotted behind people's backs. The car in front, please move aside. There is a wedding motorcade behind. A burst of urgent car horns and shouts came from behind. Yang Ming glanced back, but it was two Hummers opening the way, followed by a team of luxury cars with red flowers. The license plates of the two Hummers were very bad*SS. They were the black plates Jinf 66666 and Jinf 99999, but he didn't know if they were fake plates. Who is it? Such a big show, asked Yang Ming. It's a license plate from Mount Jing. It's not a local motorcade. I don't know. Bao Sanli also noticed the wedding motorcade from the rearview mirror. Maybe they came from Donghai to Songjiang to pick up the bride. Do you want me to go down and ask? Mount Jing was a special city. It was the original provincial capital. Later, the provincial capital was changed to Donghai, and Mount Jing was assigned to the neighboring province. It was said that it would be changed to a municipality in the near future. The license plate of Mount Jing, which was divided, did not follow the neighboring province. Instead, it independently became the word Jing, which was very conspicuous. It was precisely because of this that Mount Jing's license plate resources were relatively rich, and it was relatively easy to get a better license plate. Bao Sanli didn't quite understand what Yang Ming meant. Now Yang Ming's mood wasn't very good. He didn't know if this somewhat pretentious wedding team had offended Yang Ming. Don't ask, who cares who he is? Yang Ming just asked casually and didn't care much. This road was not wide to begin with. If the wedding convoy wanted to pass through, the other cars had to avoid the emergency lane. Excuse me. The drivers of the two Hummers were obviously very arrogant people. They grabbed the megaphone and kept shouting. Bao Sanli didn't have the habit of giving way to others in Songjiang. If it was an ambulance or a fire truck, maybe Bao Sanli would give way. But why are you in such a hurry when it's a wedding convoy? It wasn't like he was going to a funeral. Didn't you hear the Jinbei van in front? I'm talking to you. Seeing that Bao Sanli's Jinbei van didn't mean to give way, one of the Hummers said impatiently. So arrogant? Yang Ming looked at the two Hummers behind. Maybe it's the local tyrant of Mount Jing. Bao Sanli said, do you need to find someone to deal with them? Whether it was the local tyrant of Mount Jing or not, if they didn't follow the rules in Songjiang, even if Bao Sanli wanted to deal with them, they could only suffer in silence. Wait, I think I have seen the first car behind. Zhang Dejuan suddenly said, it seems to be the car of the Sui family in Mount Jing. Sui family? Yang Ming glanced at the Rolls-Royce Phantom behind the two Hummers. This kind of car was rare in China. Especially the blue license plate Jinga 88888 on the top. This kind of license plate was much more difficult to get than the black joint venture license plate. The 5/8s at the beginning of the A were only one in the entire city. It wasn't something that could be obtained with money. Mount Jing's Qiming Group belongs to the Sui family. Zhang Dejuan said, I have had business dealings with his family. I recognize this car. Qiming Group? Is it famous? Yang Ming was still an ordinary student a year ago. He didn't know much about the business pattern in the province. 20 years ago, when Mount Jing was still the provincial capital, the Qiming Group was the leading company in the province. Zhang Dejun introduced. Don't worry about them. Yang Ming didn't care too much. According to Zhang Dejun, it was rare to see a big private enterprise in the 1980s. Therefore, it was normal for this Qiming Group to be arrogant. Saying that he didn't care about them meant that he didn't want to trouble them. Bao Sanli didn't mean to avoid it. In his opinion, what could be more important than Brother Yang's matter? Mother Kerr, are you deaf? The one who drives the C-7337 bread, quickly move aside. When the driver of the Hummer saw that Bao Sanli didn't hide to the side, his words began to sound unpleasant. Yang Ming frowned, and he wasn't so happy. He said faintly, this is Songjiang, not Mount Jing. When Bao Sanli heard the words Mother Kerr, he had the impulse to get out of the car and kill people. However, Yang Ming didn't say anything, so he didn't dare to make a decision. However, he had secretly sent a text message to inform the underlings nearby to quickly bring people over to be on standby. Now, Yang Ming's tone also showed some displeasure, so Bao Sanli had a reason to be angry. This group of people is really arrogant. They are not in their own territory, but they dare to be arrogant. Bao Sanli slammed the steering wheel and put the van in the middle of the road, completely blocking the cars behind. The speed of the Hummer was not fast. It was impossible to hit them. The drivers of the two Hummers saw the van in front of them turn sideways and immediately honked, but it was obvious that they were doing it deliberately. The driver of the Hummer had to stop the car, and the motorcade behind also stopped. Four burly men jumped down from the two Hummers and rushed to the van. They cursed as they ran. After they came over, they pulled the door of the driver's seat on Bao Sanli's side. Come down. Do you want to die? Mother Kerr, you dare to delay our young master's wedding. I will King kill you. A macho man yelled. However, before the car door could be pulled open, a group of people wearing the same black suits surrounded the four big men and blocked them. When the four macho men saw this situation, they were slightly stunned. They understood that they had provoked a troublemaker. Although they didn't know who was sitting in the van, it was obvious that they were quite powerful. They were suddenly at a loss, but it was impossible for them to admit their mistake. The people here didn't have Bao Sanli's instructions, so they wouldn't make a move. The two sides were in a stalemate. Sui Guangqi frowned in the Rolls-Royce behind. He said to his second uncle Sui Yuemin, who was in the front passenger seat, "Second uncle, your men's temper is a bit too bad. It is easy to get into trouble like this." Sui Yuemin scolded the little fox in his heart. You saw the two Hummers in front of us just now, but you acted as if you didn't see them. Now that you're in trouble, you're blaming it on me. However, Sui Yuemin didn't dare to say these words. He could have his current status because of his elder brother, Sui Yuejin. Sui Guangqi was Sui Yuejin's son. Although he was his nephew, he didn't dare to offend him. Today was the wedding day of Sui Yuemin's eldest son, Sui Guangheng. Even so, the people in the Sui family could only call his son Young Master Tang. They didn't dare to call him Young Master directly. Since the matter had been stirred up, it was necessary to settle it quickly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if the wedding motorcade stayed here. Sui Yuemin said with a bitter face, Guangqi, sorry for letting you see this. Your second uncle is a rough person. My men are also rough people. Their temper is not very good. I will go down and take a look. Sui Yuemin got out of the car, and Sui Guangqi followed. After all, with his second uncle as an elder, it was impossible for Sui Guangqi to sit in the car and watch the fun. What's more, although Sui Guangqi was arrogant, he dealt with the usual ways of the world very well. No one could find fault with him. Sui Yuemin walked over quickly. At this time, Bao Sanli saw that the other party sent people over, so he slowly opened the door and got out of the car. He didn't even have the desire to talk to the four small buildings just now. Bao Sanli naturally wouldn't get out of the car. Brother, I'm sorry. My men haven't been to school. Their style of speaking is a bit rough. I apologize for them. In this case, Sui Yuemin naturally wouldn't put on airs, so he started to apologize as soon as he came up. Who is your brother? Bao Sanli didn't give him much face. No matter how arrogant the Sui family was in Mount Jing, when it came to Songjiang, even if you were a dragon, you still had to bow down to me. When the Northeasterners usually talked, they liked to call each other brother in order to get closer to each other. It seemed more intimate. I'm the second son of the Sui family in Mount Jing, Sui Yuemin. What's your name, Mr.? Sui Yuemin was slightly displeased. In Mount Jing, no one didn't give him face. However, he also knew that this wasn't Mount Jing, but Songjiang. Sui family? I haven't heard of it. Bao Sanli said faintly, but it's quite a show. My name is Bao Sanli. I'm just a small character. I definitely can't know people like you from the upper class. Bao Sanli? Sui Yuemin felt that it was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. The Sui family in Mount Jing also had some unspeakable connections with the underworld, but they definitely didn't know much about the underworld of Songjiang. They usually didn't come into contact with it. It was good enough to hear a little about it. Yang Ming was in the car, but he was lost in thought. How could it be him? Looking at Sui Guanqi's calm face, Yang Ming was a bit inexplicable. Mount Jing Sui family. Then, Sui Guangqi could appear here together. Thinking about the situation at the Immortal Resort last time, Sui Guangqi must be a member of the Sui family. At that time, he heard people calling him a young master, so his position in the Sui family could be imagined. However, why did the young master of the Sui family come to Songjiang to study? In junior high school? This made Yang Ming very puzzled. Moreover, when Sui Guangqi was in junior high school, he didn't look like a young master at all. Although Sui Guangqi had studied in Songjiang for a while, he didn't know who Bao Sanli was. However, seeing Bao Sanli's posture, no matter how stupid he was, he could understand that this guy had some power in Songjiang. Otherwise, he couldn't summon so many underlings in a short time. Mount Jing's Qiming Group is my father's business. Sui Guangqi came over and reached out to shake hands with Bao Sanli. The necessary gesture still had to be done. After all, it was his side that offended the other party first. Qiming Group? Bao Sanli snorted. I seem to have heard of it, but it has nothing to do with me. Sui Guangqi was somewhat embarrassed in front of so many people, but he couldn't flare up. He could only smile awkwardly. It's just a local company, mainly in the real estate and electronics industries. At this time, Yang Ming rolled down the window, stuck his head out from inside, and shouted to Bao Sanli, let them go. I know him, Sui Guangqi. We are junior high school classmates. Oh? Bao Sanli looked at Sui Guangqi with some surprise, but since Yang Ming had spoken, he naturally wouldn't stay any longer. He smiled and nodded to Sui Guangqi, but he didn't have a good expression toward Sui Yuemin. His expression was still cold. Brother Yang has spoken, so I naturally won't say anything. But what I want to tell you is that if it were any other time, your team won't be able to drive out of Songjiang again. After that, he turned and got into the Jinbei car and started the car. Yang Ming also raised the window. His impression of Sui Guangqi was not very good. This person was very scheming. Zhou Jieji had now been regarded as his woman by Yang Ming, so he was very upset about Sui Guangqi's dirty tricks last time. But other than that, the two people had no deep hatred. Yang Ming was not in the mood to compete with him. But he didn't want to say anything to him. The van slowly drove away from the scene, and the surrounding underlings also dispersed one after another. Only Sui Guangqi, Sui Yuemin, and 4 bodyguards were left standing on the spot. Guangqi, is this person your classmate? What does his family do? Sui Yuemin could also see that Yang Ming, who was sitting in the car, was the one who had the final say among those people. Sui Guangqi let out an ah sound and woke up from the shock just now. When he was in school, he knew that Yang Ming was a gangster, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to be so successful and have such a powerful underling. Yes, he is my junior high school classmate. His family doesn't have much. His parents seem to be workers, but he mingled in the society when he was in junior high school. Sui Guangqi explained. So that's how it is. Looks like we've met a local tyrant today. When Sui Yuemin heard Sui Guangqi's words, he understood the identity of Bao Sanli. It seemed that if their leader didn't know Sui Guangqi, it wouldn't be good today. But Sui Guangqi didn't think so in his heart. He didn't think that Yang Ming was helping him out. Judging from Yang Ming's indifferent tone and attitude, Sui Guanqi thought that Yang Ming was deliberately putting on airs because Yang Ming didn't greet him from beginning to end. Moreover, what made Sui Guanqi hate the most was that Yang Ming ruined his good deeds twice in the resort last time. Back in the car, Sui Guanqi said to the driver, "Uncle Song, help me investigate the information of Song Zhang's underworld." Although Song Jun was only a driver, he also served as the bodyguard of Sui Guanqi and Sui Huijin. In the early years, Song Jun was also a person in the underworld of Mount Jing. The Sui family also communicated with the underworld of Mount Jing through Song Jun. Okay. Song Jun nodded after listening. Sui Huimin listened to his nephew's words, but his eyes lit up. What happened just now made him lose face. Although his underlings were arrogant in the first place, they were still his people. You have to look at the master before you beat the dog. However, Sui Huimin thought that he didn't have the ability to retaliate, so he could only swallow the insult. But if it was Sui Guanqi, it would be different. If Sui Guanqi hated someone, he would definitely do anything to get revenge. Guanqi, do you plan to get back at them in the future? Sui Huimin asked tentatively. Get back at them? Get back at what? Sui Guanqi pretended to be shocked, and then said, "Oh, you mean why am I looking for information about Song Zhang's underworld? I just have to look around. I want to know how my classmate is doing." Oh, it's like this. Sui Huimin saw that Sui Guanqi didn't want to say, so he responded with some embarrassment and didn't mention this topic anymore. Sui Guanheng's wife's family was from Songjiang. Although she was now working in Mount Jing, according to custom, she still had to come to her parents' place to pick up the bride. Sui Huijin could participate in the wedding, but Sui Huijin wouldn't come for things like picking up the bride. Instead, he sent his own car to be the first car and accompanied by his son, Sui Guanqi. Sui Guanheng sat in the extended Lincoln behind the Rolls-Royce. He also saw what happened just now, but as the groom, he couldn't just get out of the car. He wanted to ask, but he could only keep it in his heart. "Brother Yang, do you know that group of people just now?" Bao Sanli asked as he drove. "I was the class monitor in junior high school. I don't like this person very much." Yang Ming replied casually. "Since you don't like him, why are you still interceding for him?" Bao Sanli was a little puzzled. "It's just that there is no need to have a conflict with him. Not liking him doesn't mean that I hate him." Yang Ming said, "I just met him at a class reunion a while ago. At least, I still have to do some superficial work." Bao Sanli nodded and said nothing. After passing by Zhang Dejuan's advertising company, Zhang Dejuan got off first. Before leaving, he promised Yang Ming and Bao Sanli that he would try his best to deal with the website. The car was parked in the parking lot downstairs of the Huashan building. Yang Ming said to Bao Sanli, "You go back first. Don't wait for me. I will go by myself later." "That's fine. Call me at any time if you need anything." Bao Sanli didn't say that he had to wait here because there was no need. What Yang Ming said was the most correct thing for Bao Sanli to do. When they came to the floor where Sun Jia's company was located, the receptionist at the front desk knew Yang Ming. When she saw him come in, she nodded and greeted, "Mr. Yang, you are here. Can I help you call Manager Sun's office?" "No need. I will go by myself," Yang Ming said. The receptionist knew that Yang Ming and Sun Jia had a good personal relationship. The people in the company had also spread the news privately that Yang Ming was the future son-in-law of the Sun family, so her attitude toward Yang Ming was polite. In order to please Yang Ming, the receptionist lowered her voice and whispered to Yang Ming, "In these 2 days, there are always express deliveries to send flowers to Manager Sun. They are red roses." "Oh?" Yang Ming was stunned, then he smiled and said to the receptionist, "I got it. Thank you." It seemed that Sun Jia was still quite popular. Previously, there were Guo Jianchao and Yun Guangdou. In the past few days, there were new pursuers. Without knocking on the door, he directly pushed the door and walked into Sun Jia's office. He found that Sun Jia was writing a document. On the windowsill not far away, there was a large pot of roses. Obviously, they were the flowers mentioned by the receptionist. When she heard that the office door was pushed open, Sun Jia didn't look up and said directly, "Just put the document on my desk. I will look at it in a while." Yang Ming didn't answer. He tiptoed behind Xianxia, then his hands passed under Xianxia's armpits and placed on the towering part of her chest. Yeah. Xianxia exclaimed. Just as she wanted to reach out and push, she looked up and saw Yang Ming's evil smile. She frowned and said, "You are so quiet. Do you want to scare me to death?" Although the tone of her speech was slightly dissatisfied, she didn't push away Yang Ming's mischievous hands. Apparently, she was used to Yang Ming's actions that were close to a lover's, or perhaps she was helpless. Seeing that you are working hard, I can't bear to disturb you. Yang Ming smiled. You don't want to disturb me, but what are your hands doing? Xianxia glared at Yang Ming. I see that you are too big here, and you are bending over to work. You must feel that your chest is heavy and uncomfortable, right? Yang Ming said shamelessly, so, I am helping you hold it up to reduce your burden. No. Need. Xianxia said in a bad mood, but she had to admit that her chest was really too big. Although it was beautiful in clothes and had a high number of people looking at it when she walked on the street, it was really cumbersome when she was working. Xianxia sometimes felt tired, so she secretly opened the drawer of the desk and pressed her chest against the drawer to reduce her burden. What are you looking for me for? Do I have to look for you for something? Can't I miss you and come to see you? Yang Ming said so, but his heart was extremely embarrassed. Xianxia seemed to be able to see through his mind. It was no wonder that every time he looked for Xianxia, there seemed to be something. There was never a time when there was nothing. Of course. Xianxia snorted. If you don't have anything, I will work first. Let's have lunch together later. Ugh. Yang Ming felt like he had dug a hole and jumped into it himself. Seeing that Xianxia lowered her head and continued to work, Yang Ming casually changed the topic. These roses are very beautiful. Did your pursuer give them to you? Yes. Xianxia didn't look up, and two words popped out of her mouth. Then, why did you put them on the windowsill? Yang Ming was slightly jealous in his heart. You don't give them to me, and you don't allow me to put them from others? Xianxia looked up and raised her eyebrows beautifully. That's fine. Tomorrow, I will send you a bunch of flowers every day. Yang Ming was delighted. He didn't know if Xianxia's words were considered to be loosening her grip on him. Then, can you throw these flowers away now? Throw them away for what? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Are you jealous? Why would I be jealous? But, who sent these flowers? Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. I don't know. Xianxia said indifferently. You don't know? Really? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia strangely after listening, but Xianxia didn't look like she was lying. Why would I lie to you? I really don't know. Xianxia smiled lightly. The person who sent the flowers is really good. He didn't leave his name when he sent the flowers. These flowers were sent for nothing. Why don't you just think that I sent it? Yang Ming said with a big face. Who said that he didn't leave it? It's just that I didn't look at it. I just asked the secretary to throw the card away. Xianxia said. Yang Ming smacked his lips twice and said, this person is really unlucky. These flowers were sent for nothing. But then again, if this flower was sent by me, wouldn't you not see it? Why don't I believe that you are so kind? You can still remember me when you have nothing to do? Okay, Yang Ming, don't beat around the bush with me. Just say what you want to say. Xianxia stood up. She seemed to inadvertently shake off Yang Ming's hand on her chest and sat on the sofa next to him. Ugh. How is your car? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed by Xianxia. He was really embarrassed to talk about business directly. It's fixed. It's not very serious. Xianxia glared at Yang Ming and said, when I saw the car, I thought you weren't much better than the car. Xianxia naturally didn't really mean to blame Yang Ming. Yang Ming could certainly hear it. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't just say a few sarcastic words when Yang Ming mentioned this matter. If it were someone else, don't mention chasing to get the car fixed, it would be good enough if he didn't buy a new car to compensate. Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed twice. I ran fast. Otherwise, it would be worse than the car. Xianxia saw that Yang Ming was talking nonsense. She was a little angry. How could she not understand why Yang Ming came to her? During this time, Sun Jia had been silently paying attention to the things that Yang Ming's company did. For Yang Ming's company to hire Xianxia as a spokesperson, she was quite supportive. It could quickly increase their reputation in a short period of time. However, Yun Guangdo get a gunner from nowhere and say some very provocative words. It could be said that if one did not have much judgment, it would be very easy to be confused by this report. What he said seemed to be reasonable, specifically grasping the psychology of people and making them resonate, but in reality, people who knew the inside story would realize that this person was purely jumping out to cause trouble. Although there was a huge difference in quality and material between clothes that cost 100,000 yuan and clothes that cost 100 yuan on the streets, the cost should not be too different. Therefore, it was obvious that this person had ulterior motives. Sun Jia had been in the business world for so many years. She could see these little conspiracies at a glance. Yang Ming came to her at this time. 80% of it was related to this matter. I don't have the mood to talk nonsense with you. I have read the articles on the internet. What are you going to do? Sun Jia pulled the topic back. Otherwise, who knew where Yang Ming was going to go? What else can I do? The person who wrote the article is obviously picking on that group and bewitching the public. Yang Ming spread his hands and said helplessly, the current market is like this. Doing the market is actually doing the brand. The price of a product depends entirely on the value of the brand. This is understandable. Who would have thought that this person would turn me into an enemy? Sun Jia nodded. It seemed that Yang Ming was not completely unconsidered, but his experience was too shallow. If he could think of this step, it was basically the key to the matter. Since the key problem was figured out, it was easy to solve. Sun Jia took out a stack of Lu Weishan Jewelry's recent brochures from the drawer. It was printed with a large portrait of Xianxia. Xianxia opened one of the brochures and pointed to a line of small words on it. You said that all jewelry is designed by an internationally famous designer. Is this true or just hype? Of course, it is true. Yang Ming said, there is no need to lie about this kind of thing. Then, your so-called internationally famous designer, is he really famous, or just a few foreigners to make up the numbers? Sun Jia continued to ask. Now, many advertisements were exaggerated, claiming that their things were designed by an internationally famous designer. However, this so-and-so was actually just a foreigner. He had no reputation in the world at all. It could only fool people who didn't know the truth. If it was exposed, the consequences would be very serious. Of course, it is true. For example, this pair of couples necklaces, heart to heart, was designed by Jessica Robertson, fictional. Yang Ming pointed to a picture in the brochure. Jessica Robertson? The person who designed for many world jewelry brands? Sun Jia was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Yang Ming's company could invite such a master-level character to design. And, it's him. Yang Ming smiled and said, do you want to take a look at the design book? It is in the company. It has his autograph. That's not necessary. There is no need for you to lie to me. Sun Jia naturally believed in Yang Ming. The two people were now discussing how to solve the company's current crisis. If Yang Ming even lied to her, then there was no need to continue the discussion. Since this is the case, then things are easy to handle. You find some people to do an exclusive interview with Jessica Robertson and let her talk about the feelings of the design. In this way, the public opinion will collapse. Sun Jia thought about it and said, Jessica Robertson has designed jewelry for world-class jewelry companies such as Tiffany & Co. and Damiani. Once this exclusive interview is broadcasted, it will imperceptibly raise the status of Lu Weishan jewelry. It is normal for the jewelry designed by a world-class designer and those ordinary jewelry to have a difference in price. No one will say anything more. Yes. Yang Ming was enlightened. He had been thinking about this issue before. The meaning he wanted to express to the public was the intrinsic value of Lu Weishan's brand and the goods sold. He wanted to distinguish it from second- and third-class jewelry companies such as Yun Jewelry. However, he didn't know how to express it. If he held a press conference directly, it would seem that he was a bit too pretentious. Someone had just questioned him, and he was eager to clarify and explain. It would be self-defeating. However, Xianxia's method was a very clever way to save the country. She didn't directly respond to those doubts. She just did an exclusive interview to explain the value of Lu Weishan Jewelry's brand. In this way, there was no need to explain anything. Those public opinions would naturally disappear. Now, most of those who questioned after reading the article had such a mood. They were all selling jewelry. How many times more expensive could you ask Xia to be the spokesperson than others? In their eyes, they put Lu Weishan Jewelry and other jewelry companies on the same level, so they had such an idea. But they believed that as long as the exclusive interview was broadcasted, Lu Weishan Jewelry would rise to the height of an international brand. I understand what to do. Thank you. Yang Ming said very pertinently this time. After all, Sun Jia's words woke him up. Otherwise, he would definitely be troubled by these things. What are you thanking me for? In fact, you thought about it yourself. I just put your ideas into practice. Sun Jia shook her head. It's noon. Let's go to the cafeteria downstairs for lunch. The Huashang building had 46 floors. There were nearly 500 large and small companies in it. There weren't many companies like Sun Jia's that occupied a floor. Most of them formed a small company with a few offices. The dining of the employees of the various companies in the building was a very important issue, so the Huashang building simply built a cafeteria open to the employees of the various companies in the building. However, the meal time was strictly controlled. If tens of thousands of people were crowded in the cafeteria at the same time, how could they sit down? Therefore, from 11 o'clock in the morning to 1:30 in the afternoon, the meal time was divided into several batches according to the floor where the company was located. Sun Jia's company was relatively large, so it was divided into a batch. There was no need for others to remind them. When it was time, the people in the company put down the things in their hands and went downstairs to eat. Do you eat in the cafeteria with everyone every day? Asked Yang Ming. The bosses of other companies are also like this. Sun Jia smiled. There are no fast food restaurants nearby. They are all office buildings, so if we don't eat here, there is really nowhere to eat. Besides, the food in the cafeteria is also good. Hee, little Jia, is there a guest in the company? Do you need to open a private room for you? The cafeteria manager, Sister Lu, came over and saw Sun Jia accompanying Yang Ming, so she asked. Sister Lu knew the managers of the companies in the building. Sometimes, when the company had customers, Sister Lu would open a private room to entertain them. No need, my friend. I'll just have a simple meal in the cafeteria. Sun Jia said with a smile. That's fine. Call me if you need anything. I'll be inside. Sister Lu didn't say much. It was Sister Lu's job to walk between these managers every day. The food in the cafeteria was good. At least, Yang Ming felt that it was better than the food in school, but the portion given was not so enough. It was no wonder when he thought about it. It was only 5 yuan. Now, the prices were rising. The cafeteria was not a charity. Many young and strong male staff bought 2 servings. Everyone didn't talk. They found a place and ate quickly. It seemed that they had developed a habit. Knowing that there were still people waiting in line behind, everyone could be considerate. After the meal, when he went upstairs, Yang Ming suddenly thought of something and asked Sun Jia, have you heard of the Sui family in Mount Jing? Sui family? Why? Don't you have a feud with the Sui family again? Sun Jia was surprised and asked. Not really. I have a junior high school classmate. He is a member of the Sui family. He seems to be a direct descendant. When he just came, I don't know who in his family is getting married. He sent a luxury team to Songjiang to pick up the bride. He was so arrogant. Yang Ming said. I know this. The person getting married is Sui Guanheng, the son of the second son of the Sui family. I also received an invitation here. However, the gift was given, but the Sun family did not send anyone. Right, what is the name of your classmate? Asked Sun Jia. Sui Guangqi, said Yang Ming. Oh? I have heard of him. He is the son of Sui Yuejin, the future leader of the Sui family. Xianxia said, "It seems that your classmate is not simple, but how can he be your classmate? Isn't his family in Mount Jing? I am also very puzzled. How did he come to Songjiang to study in junior high school?" Yang Ming shook his head. "Right, how do you know so much?" "Hee, my family can now be regarded as the first family in Donghai. Naturally, I will pay attention to the previous first family in the provincial capital." Xianxia said, "It is not to belittle ourselves. Our Sun family has only risen in recent years. We did not start as early as the Sui family. In the first few years, when the Sun family was not big, my father had to be on guard against potential competitors coming to Donghai. But now it seems that the Sui family has no intention of expanding to Donghai. I say, since this is the case, you should have detailed information about the Sui family here, right? I want to see it." Yang Ming asked. Yang Ming had encountered this kind of jealousy because of women. He had also suffered a hidden loss. Since Sui Guangqi likes Zhou Jiejia, and Zhou Jiejia is with me, then it is hard to guarantee that this kid will not have any resentment. He will be jealous of me and play some tricks behind my back. I must guard against it in advance. Know yourself and know the enemy, and you can win every battle. I don't have the information here. Third uncle should have very detailed information. If you want, I will ask him to email you in a while, said Xianxia. When he came to Xianxia's office, Yang Ming closed the door and hugged Xianxia from behind. He said softly, "Have you considered our matter?" The business was solved. Yang Ming also had the mood to flirt with Xianxia. Every time Yang Ming saw Xianxia, whether it was words or body language, he was so direct. It wasn't that Yang Ming took advantage of Xianxia. Perhaps Yang Ming initially thought that Xianxia wasn't a virgin. There was this factor, but later Yang Ming learned that Xianxia was a woman, and he was her first man. As for the other women around Yang Ming, including Chen Mingyan who often threw tantrums, Yang Ming had never felt that he couldn't control them. Xianxia was the only one that Yang Ming could not figure out. Yang Ming also wanted to pursue Xianxia like he pursued Lin Jiyun, but he really didn't have confidence. Moreover, Xianxia looked much more mature than Lin Jiyun. She didn't feel anything for the sweet words between lovers. Yang Ming was a very male chauvinist person. Therefore, in order to hide his inability to control Xianxia, Yang Ming could only be frivolous to hide his true thoughts. "What do we do?" Xianxia didn't push Yang Ming away, but she didn't lean into Yang Ming's arms like other women. Instead, she asked very calmly. "What do you think?" Yang Ming turned his head to Xianxia's ear and said somewhat teasingly. "Don't mess around, it's very ticklish." Xianxia shook her head and said discontentedly. "Be my woman." Yang Ming saw Xianxia pretending to be stupid and had to say it. Xianxia didn't open her mouth, but her body trembled slightly. After a while, she sighed and said faintly, "So what if I don't do it? Isn't it good now? Also, are you sure you love me?" It was true that Yang Ming had a good impression of Xianxia, but when it came to love, Yang Ming's feelings for Xianxia were more of an obsession with her body. Also, in terms of his career, he couldn't leave her. "You're not sure about your feelings, and I'm the same. It's still too early to ask this question." Xianxia shook her head. "Let's just go with the flow, okay?" "Okay." Yang Ming knew Xianxia's character very well. He knew that when she said this, it already meant that the two people had the possibility to continue to develop, so he didn't push too hard. On the computer in the bedroom, Yang Ming checked the email sent by Sun San about the Sui family. Sui Huijin, 43 years old this year, was born in a very poor family. His father died early, and he only had an old mother and a younger brother. At the age of 14, he began to work outside. He started as a bricklayer and built his career step by step. He established the current Qiming Group. He could be said to be a legendary figure. He was very dazzling in the 1980s. In 2000 years, the Sui family had a crisis. Haishan City's image project, Xinhong Overpass, collapsed. The contractor was Sui Yuejin's Qiming Group. As for what was going on in the middle, it couldn't be reflected in the information. For a time, many people who had a conflict with the Sui family stood up and prepared to destroy the Sui family. It was also at this time that Sui Guangqi went to Songjiang's Red Flag Junior High School. It was also for this reason that Sui Yujin sent his son to study in a different place. Maybe the situation at the time was really bad. Sui Yujin was ready to fight to the death. The Sui family had experienced a great change. Sui Guangqi would definitely be very low-key, so Yang Ming didn't see anything special about Sui Guangqi when he was in junior high school. Later, the matter was miraculously resolved. A designer of the overpass took the initiative to stand up and admit that there were design flaws in the overpass at that time. However, it was impossible for the Qiming Group to not have any responsibility as the contractor. Fortunately, the accident happened in the middle of the night. Only the driver of a medium-sized truck was injured, and no one was killed. Sui Yujin directly proposed that the Qiming Group fully funded the reconstruction, and the matter calmed down. As for whether or not this was the case, no one knew. However, from other information, it could be seen that Sui Yujin was a very black-hearted businessman. When he was in the real estate business, his demolition team caused a tragedy of 2 deaths and 1 injury when the old residential area was demolished. Although the person in charge of the demolition team was sentenced to life imprisonment, Sui Yujin pushed the responsibility away and just paid some money. This was a relatively sensational case. There were countless cases of other demolitions that caused injuries and disabilities in the demolition. If it was said that this was not Sui Yujin's behind-the-scenes instruction, no one would believe it. However, there was no shortage of people under him who could take the blame. Sui Yujin's business was getting bigger and bigger, and there was no impact at all. The companies that added insult to injury were also on the verge of bankruptcy because of Sui Yujin's opportunity. Obviously, Sui Yujin was a grey businessman who mingled between the white and the black. These things couldn't have nothing to do with the local underworld. Yang Ming didn't object to the connection between the company and the underworld. After all, some industries couldn't be done without the underworld background. However, Sui Yujin let the underworld members target the unarmed people. This was Yang Ming's deep hatred. This was a person who would do anything to achieve his goal. Yang Ming closed the information. The history of this person's business was very similar to Wang Shifan's in the past, but Wang Shifan didn't do it as overboard as this person, making the people angry. However, what made Yang Ming somewhat resentful was that this guy could actually do such a thing. It was more than 10 times bigger than Wang Shifan's business. This kind of person was the most shameless of Yang Ming. If this guy provoked him, then he couldn't blame Yang Ming for being rude. This kind of person wasn't worth playing tricks with. It would be satisfying to kill him directly. At the beginning, although Yang Ming and Wang Jitao's family were like fire and water, Wang Shifan's reputation in Songjiang wasn't so bad. Therefore, Yang Ming could be patient and use normal means to destroy him. However, this Sui Yujin was different. Killing him directly was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Lying in bed, Yang Ming touched Zhou Jiejia's diary. During this time, Yang Ming would read a few articles of Zhou Jiejia's diary when he was free every day. It was easier to understand Zhou Jiejia's character and her inner world. However, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that Zhou Jiejia was actually a computer hacker. Thinking of the competition when he just entered university, the posts that were unfavorable to him disappeared instantly. He didn't expect that Zhou Jiejia was behind it. Reading until here, Yang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. It was said that a woman stood behind a successful man, and Zhou Jiejia was just right for it. The phone rang. Yang Ming put down the diary first and picked up the phone. President Yang, this is Zhang Dejuan. Zhang Dejuan's voice came over the phone. Hello, President Zhang, said Yang Ming. President Yang, I'm here to apologize to you. I'm sorry. That website is a company owned by a competitor of my classmate. He really can't speak. Zhang Dejuan said apologetically. It doesn't matter. There is nothing to apologize for. It's not your duty. You just came to help me. Yang Ming smiled and said, anyway, I still troubled you. Premier Yang, it's fine. I will think of a way here. Said Zhang Dejuan. No need. Let's forget about this. Yang Ming wasn't very concerned about the report now. Since he had decided on a counterattack plan, it didn't matter whether the report was deleted or not. I have a new interview that I need your help with. You help me plan it. That's fine. President Yang, tell me when. I will come to you, said Zhang Dejuan. Tonight. Wait for my call. Yang Ming hung up the phone and looked at the diary in his hand. He thought, if Zhou Jiejia is fine now, it should be easy to delete the report on the website, right? But, when will she wake up? Thinking of this, Yang Ming's mood was a little heavy again. The house decoration was almost done. The contractor called and said that it had entered the final stage. Although the materials used for the decoration were environmentally friendly, a little volatiles were harmful to the human body, especially for patients like Zhou Jiejia who stayed at home for a long time. Yang Ming couldn't be careless. He planned to put Zhou Jiejia away for a while after the decoration. Putting Zhou Jiejia's diary aside, Yang Ming began to think about his special ability. When he was in the car last time, Yang Ming probably had some clues about his special ability. However, he was busy these days. Messy things came together, so Yang Ming didn't have time to think about it systematically. Now that he was free, Yang Ming planned to think about it. His previous train of thought was basically correct. Every time he could see other people's thoughts, it was in some very critical moments. Yang Ming didn't think that his special ability had any warning function. If this was the case, then why didn't there be any warning in the previous few dangers? For example, he was fooled by Wang Jitao into the heavenly earth world, and he inexplicably had a relationship with Lin Jiyun. Then, Zhou Jiejia blocked the bullet for him. There was no warning in advance about these things. Therefore, Yang Ming's idea at the time was that when others were nervous, he could see other people's thoughts clearly. However, Yang Ming later experimented a few more times and found that this wasn't the case. Before this, another idea that Yang Ming thought of was that when he concentrated, he could see other people's thoughts. Now that he recalled it, it seemed that this was the case every time. However, when these two conditions were met at the same time, perhaps the special ability would work. For example, the first time this special ability appeared was when he found two thieves at home. When there were thieves in the house, his spirit was naturally very focused and nervous. When the thieves were stealing things, they would be very nervous. The second time was on the bus, when he encountered a thief with a knife with Chen Mingyan. Blatantly holding a knife on the bus, he must bear some psychological pressure. No one would believe that he wasn't nervous. Yang Ming was afraid that the thief would hurt Chen Mingyan, so he didn't dare to be careless. He was definitely focused. The third time was in Tingchong, where he heard the voice of the young lady, Li Jasmine. Li Jasmine was wrongly accused of being a thief, so she was naturally nervous. Yang Ming lost the imperial jade, so he had to pay attention to it. Yang Ming couldn't remember if he was focused at that time, but it should be like this. The fourth time was when Ho Zhan robbed Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming was afraid that he would hurt Lin Jiyun. The fifth time was when Yang Dashan was kidnapped. Yang Ming heard the voice of the peaked cap man. When Yang Ming's attention was focused, and the other party's psychology was also very nervous, the special ability would appear. Yang Ming decided to find an opportunity to test it, but it was difficult to have such an opportunity recently. Before meeting Zhang Dejuan, Yang Ming was going to the flower shop first. Since he had promised Sun Jie to send her a bouquet of flowers every day, Yang Ming didn't want to break his promise. He called Bao Sanli and asked about the better flower shop in the city. Yang Ming drove the BMW X5, which had just had its windshield replaced, to the flower shop. The scale of this flower shop wasn't small. It was 400 or 500 square meters. The variety inside was also very complete. It was said that there was its own planting shed. As soon as he entered the door, a waiter greeted him. "Sir, do you want to buy flowers? Do you provide a flower delivery service here? I give you money, and you send someone to deliver the flowers to a fixed place every day?" Yang Ming asked. "Yes, sir. Our flower shop cooperates with the city's Haitong Express delivery. The delivery network is the most complete among all the flower shops in the city, and we also have the service of delivering flowers in different places." The waiter smiled and explained, "Sir, if you want to send flowers to a friend, you can go to the service desk over there to register, fill in the blessing card, and confirm the delivery time." "Okay, you take me there." Yang Ming nodded. The waiter led Yang Ming to the service desk of the flower shop, but he saw an acquaintance. I say, buddy, are you also here to send flowers to your girlfriend? Li Yixuan was filling in the card. When he looked up and saw Yang Ming coming over, he quickly greeted, I'm sorry about the last time. I saw it nearby. You were thrown with roses. I will treat you to a meal later. Consider it as compensation. Don't mention the last time. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Wang Xiaoyan actually thought that he was the one who sent her flowers. What kind of mess was this? Then it's settled. I will treat you to a meal later. After Li Yixuan finished, he continued to write on the card in his hand. A stack of cards was a month's supply. Li Yixuan racked his brain and tried to make each card's love words different. Yang Ming picked up a few and found that Li Yixuan, this guy, was quite literary. The love words he wrote were really touching. Yang Ming sighed. So, after he agreed with the waiter on the address and number of flowers sent every day, he took the card written by Li Yixuan and copied it. Anyway, as long as he did his best, Sun Jia wouldn't care if these words were written by him. Li Yixuan didn't sign off on the card, but Yang Ming did. Otherwise, if Sun Jia thought it was an inexplicable suitor and threw the card away directly, wouldn't it be a waste of his gift? After copying, Yang Ming handed the card to the waiter, paid the money, and went out of the flower shop with Li Yixuan. Which of these two cards belongs to which? The waiter was distracted just now and mixed up the two stacks of cards in his hand. They wrote the same. Both are the same. Another waiter didn't look at it and took the cards and put them on the corresponding shelf. Do you want to eat together? Li Yixuan asked Yang Ming. No, another day. I have an appointment with someone else today. Yang Ming refused Li Yixuan's invitation. He and Zhang Dejuan had already made an appointment to meet in a while. That's fine, then another day. Li Yixuan said, right, what about the thing I told you last time? Do you want me to find you a decent job? After all, the renovation isn't done by us college students. No need. I'm not a renovation worker. Yang Ming said with some helplessness, I didn't explain it last time. Ah? Li Yixuan was stunned. He thought that Yang Ming was embarrassed, so he said, it's nothing. I'm not looking down on you. Really, Yang Ming, I just want to help you, just like how you gave me the idea. I'm very grateful to you. I want to find an opportunity to repay you. Seeing Li Yixuan's sincerity, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. I just gave Li Yixuan a bad idea. Li Yixuan actually believed it and was very grateful to me. Ugh, then let's talk about it later. I really have something to do today. Li Yixuan's enthusiasm made Yang Ming blush. He took out the car remote control, opened the door, and left like a fugitive. Seeing Yang Ming drive away in the BMW, Li Yixuan was stunned. Is it so profitable to do renovation? Can you afford a BMW? In the private room of Heavenly Earth, Yang Ming saw Zhang Dejuan. President Yang. Zhang Dejuan arrived a little earlier than Yang Ming. When he saw Yang Ming come in, he quickly stood up and greeted him. Zhang Dejuan was quite tactful in dealing with people. He saw that Yang Ming wasn't ordinary, so he naturally flattered him tightly. I'm sorry, President Zhang. I just met a friend and was delayed for a while. Yang Ming said politely. I just arrived, too. Zhang Dejuan said indifferently, President Yang, what is the special interview you mentioned? This is the case. I want to shoot an exclusive interview and invite the designer who designs jewelry for our company to talk about the feelings and concepts of jewelry design. Yang Ming told his idea to Zhang Dejuan. In this way, it can be regarded as a disguised response to the recent doubts. Great, great. Zhang Dejuan heard the key to it all at once. In this way, those rumors will be self-defeating. But I really didn't expect President Yang's strength to be so great. You invited internationally renowned designers. You go back and study it. Come up with a plan, but the specific shooting will be handed over to the foreign company. Yang Ming said. Okay, no problem. I will go back and ask Qi Ren to seriously discuss this matter. Zhang Dejuan said. Yang Ming could actually find a foreign company to take full responsibility, but after all, it wasn't as convenient to communicate with the local people. On Zhang Dejuan's side, Yang Ming could put forward his own suggestions at any time and let him improve. However, looking for a foreign company, the national conditions of the two countries were different, and the language was different. It was very inconvenient to communicate. It was better to make a plan on his side and let the other side shoot according to this idea. After telling Zhang Dejuan his thoughts and intentions, the two people hurriedly ate something. Zhang Dejuan left and went back to the company to prepare for this matter. Yang Ming looked at the huge sign at the door of Earthly Paradise. Suddenly, he had a bad idea. He took out the phone and dialed Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun was eating at home. Her cell phone was in the bedroom. When Xin Yueping went to the kitchen, she just heard Lin Jiyun's cell phone ring. She took it and glanced at the caller ID on it. She said to Lin Jiyun, "Yang Ming's call." Oh. Lin Jiyun didn't think much and picked up the phone. After all, her parents knew about her relationship with Yang Ming. There was nothing to avoid. "Hello? Jiyun, where are you?" "I'll pick you up," Yang Ming said. "Pick me up? What are you going to do?" "I'm eating at home." "Uncle is there," Lin Jiyun said strangely. "Is he Lulu here too?" Yang Ming remembered the play that He Jibua and Old Jiao performed together. "And then you come and pick me up." "I'll tell you later." When Lin Jiyun heard Yang Ming ask this, she thought that he wanted to know about He Lulu and her uncle's situation. The last time Yang Ming gave her a task, she also got some information from He Lulu's mouth. Yang Ming didn't expect Lin Jiyun to agree to come out with him so quickly. After all, it was a little late. Lin Jiyun didn't say much. She told her mother, Xin Yueping, that Yang Ming was looking for her to go shopping. Xin Yueping naturally agreed without hesitation. When Yang Ming arrived, Lin Jiyun had already packed up, but Lin Jiyun's uncle, He Lulu, Xin Yueping, and Lin Chongqing were still chatting at the dinner table. He Lulu didn't have the previous arrogance. She sat at the table very weakly, but she was very quiet. Listening to Xin Yefeng and Xin Yueping talking about their childhood, she smiled from time to time. She also ate the ordinary food on the table with relish. Yang Ming was too lazy to talk to her. He just greeted Xin Yefeng, Xin Yueping, and Lin Chongqing, then he hurried out with Lin Jiyun. After seeing Yang Ming's powerful strength, Xin Yefeng sighed from the bottom of his heart. His sister's family had turned over a new leaf. He Lulu's family had experienced a great change. It seemed that the family was about to be ruined, but Yang Ming's driver solved the problem easily. This strength was simply amazing. Later, he learned from chatting with Xin Yueping that his niece, Lin Jiyun, also became the general manager of the jewelry company. He was even more surprised. Although the scale of the jewelry company couldn't be said to be particularly large, it was at least 10 times larger than He Jibua's company. Thinking of He Lulu's arrogance, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Lin Jiyun's boyfriend was much richer than her, but he wasn't as flamboyant as her. Uncle and Auntie He are nothing special. Obviously, Lin Jiyun felt awkward calling He Lulu Auntie He. He Lulu was only a few years older than her and Yang Ming, but because of the seniority, Lin Jiyun had to call her Auntie He. Yang Ming nodded. He Lulu didn't seem like the kind of person who could act. Then, what was going on between her and Xin Yefeng? In fact, Yang Ming really wronged He Lulu. He Lulu didn't know anything about her father, He Jibua, and old Yao's plan. He Lulu didn't even know that her father was responsible for the rise and fall of a tribe. He Jibua didn't want his daughter to participate too much in these things because he hid in Songjiang early. In the eyes of outsiders, he lived a very ordinary and normal life. As for He Lulu and Xin Yefeng being together, it was a complete coincidence. The appearance of Yang Ming came into He Jibua's sight because of his relationship with Lan Ling. As for the relationship between Yang Ming and other girls, He Jibua didn't care about it at first. For Xin Yefeng, He Jibua naturally had to investigate. Which parent didn't care about their children's marriage? In the beginning, when He Jibua investigated Xin Yefeng, he found that he was just a poor boy. He only had one sister in the country, and he didn't seem to be very rich. Therefore, He Jibua began to strongly oppose the relationship between He Lulu and Xin Yefeng. However, when he sent people to investigate Xin Yefeng's sister in Songjiang, he inadvertently saw a very important piece of information. That was, Shen Yueping's daughter was actually one of Yang Ming's women. Of course, this was after Yang Ming let Lin Jiyun serve as the jewelry company's manager. Before that, the relationship between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun was still in an underground state. Most people wouldn't notice it. Therefore, He Jibu's attitude had a 180-degree change, and he acted out such a scene at the last minute. He Jibu didn't like to gamble, but he was very restrained. He wasn't the kind of person who was addicted to gambling. This time only Du Dizzy was kept in the dark about this matter. Of course, Yang Ming naturally couldn't guess the twists and turns in this. He found some clues at the last minute that day, and he thought that He Lulu was also involved. Forget it. Don't bother with them. Yang Ming was already full of lice. There were too many inexplicable things recently. It was useless to think about it now. He just had to wait for them to jump out by themselves. However, it was still necessary to be on guard at all times. Yang Ming intended to ask Bao Sanli to investigate and see what this He Jibua had done in the past few years. Ah, you don't care? Then why did you ask me out? Lin Jiyun was a bit puzzled. She thought that Yang Ming asked her out in a hurry because of He Lulu's matter. She didn't expect Yang Ming to say that he didn't care. I'll take you to a place. Yang Ming smiled mysteriously. Where? Lin Jiyun asked, baffled. You will know when we get there. Yang Ming said and stopped talking. When the car stopped at the door of Heavenly World, Lin Jiyun looked at it in surprise. Why did you bring me here? For a long time before, Lin Jiyun was very resistant to this place called Heavenly World. After all, she lost her first time here. Every time she passed by here in the car, Lin Jiyun would lower her head and not let her attention be on it. However, later, as her relationship with Yang Ming warmed up, until she had the most intimate relationship with Yang Ming 2 days ago, Lin Jiyun didn't have the previous resistance to this place. Instead, she missed it. In any case, this was the place where she and Yang Ming had their first time. It should be memorable, but both of them weren't very awake at that time, and Lin Jiyun didn't experience any fun. It was a very regrettable thing. Now that Yang Ming took her to visit the old place, Lin Jiyun thought about it a little and understood that Yang Ming and she should have the same idea. That time. I'm really sorry. Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun and said very sincerely. Why are you still saying this now? Lin Jiyun smiled. You didn't come here just to say sorry to me, right? That's not it. Do you want to go up and experience it again? Yang Ming asked vaguely. Experience what? Lin Jiyun pretended not to understand. You will know when you go up. As Yang Ming said, he got out of the car and opened the door of the passenger seat from the other side. He took Lin Jiyun's hand and walked to Heavenly World. Brother Yang. The security guards at the door knew Yang Ming. When they saw Yang Ming coming, they quickly greeted him. Yang Ming nodded and said to Lin Jiyun next to him, this was originally the property of Wang Jitao's family. Now it is mine. Ah. Lin Jiyun didn't know that Heavenly World was also the property of the Wang family. At this moment, she heard Yang Ming say it. Speaking of it, I have to thank Wang Jitao. Yang Ming shrugged and said. Why thank him? Lin Jiyun didn't understand. If it weren't for him, how could the two of us be together? If it weren't because he schemed against the two of us, I wouldn't be determined to mess with him, and I wouldn't get so many properties. Yang Ming said seriously. Lin Jiyun's face blushed, but she had to admit that Wang Jitao was really a matchmaker between the two of them. When they just entered the hotel lobby, a waiter came over respectfully and handed the room card to Yang Ming. It was still the same room at that time. When they entered the door, Yang Ming pretended to be casual and said, I asked several of the waiters at that time, but they didn't see the bed sheet. It's a pity. I still want to keep it as a souvenir. What bed sheet? Lin Jiyun vaguely seemed to know what Yang Ming was going to say, and said with some embarrassment. It's the bed sheet that we used at that time. Yang Ming continued, if it really doesn't work, I will ask Xianxia to see if she has seen it. You, don't ask, the bed sheet is with me. Lin Jiyun was shy, but she had to tell Yang Ming directly. She was really afraid that Yang Ming would ask Xiaxue. Yang Ming actually guessed this a long time ago. He just deliberately made the atmosphere ambiguous. After all, he asked Lin Jiyun to come over and get a room at night. He was afraid that Lin Jiyun would have some thoughts. Yang Ming locked the door and closed the curtains. Here, he wasn't worried that someone would install any secret camera. If that was the case, then this person really didn't want to live. What are you going to do? Lin Jiyun faintly guessed what Yang Ming was going to do. Lin Jiyun knew it from the moment she entered the heavenly earth world. You know. Yang Ming walked slowly to Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun didn't speak, but gently closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes were slightly raised, which was particularly beautiful. Yang Ming lowered his head slightly and kissed Lin Jiyun's lips. Lin Jiyun's breathing became rapid in an instant. Her hands were tightly wrapped around Yang Ming's body. Men and women in love didn't need too many words. More often than not, they would use body language to express their love for each other. Since Lin Jiyun had already thought it through, she wouldn't refuse Yang Ming. Soon, the two people hugged on the bed naked. Can you not go home at night? The man and woman who had been crazy for nearly an hour finally rested. Yang Ming asked Lin Jiyun. I don't know. Shen Yueping already knew about the relationship between Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming. She didn't have to deliberately hide it from her, but she was still embarrassed to not go back in the middle of the night. Then I'll call Auntie Shen. Yang Ming knew that Lin Jiyun was shy, so he took out his mobile phone and prepared to call Shen Yueping. Just as he was about to dial, the ringtone of the mobile phone happened to ring. From this angle, Lin Jiyun could just see the caller ID above. However, when she saw the name of the person above, she was suddenly scared. She leaned into Yang Ming's arms and said with some fear, I'd better go home. She had to face what she had to face. Yang Ming sighed and patted Lin Jiyun's back. He comforted her, it's nothing. Don't think too much. Yang Ming sighed and picked up the phone. He didn't hide it from Lin Jiyun because this kind of thing had to be faced in the end. It was useless to escape. Meng Yan. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Chen Mingyan's tone sounded unusually calm. However, it was because it was too calm that Yang Ming felt that it was abnormal. It was reasonable to say that usually when Chen Mingyan called him, her tone was very relaxed and pleasant, even with a hint of coquettishness. However, it wasn't like this today. Yang Ming hesitated and decided to tell the truth, I am with Lin Jiyun. When Yang Ming said this, he obviously felt that Lin Jiyun's hand that grabbed his arm became abnormally strong. Her nails were about to be embedded in Yang Ming's flesh. Yang Ming gently stroked Lin Jiyun's body and comforted her not to be nervous. Where? Chen Mingyan continued to ask calmly. At heavenly earth. Yang Ming replied truthfully. On the other side, Chen Mingyan was silent. Yang Ming's mood wasn't much better than Lin Jiyun's. He was also very nervous. He didn't know what Chen Mingyan would do. Although Chen Mingyan said that she accepted Lin Jiyun, words and actions were different. Mingyan. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan didn't speak, so he called her. Fortunately, you didn't lie to me this time. Chen Mingyan's voice was a little bitter, but it could be heard that there was no dissatisfaction in her tone. I won't lie to you again. Yang Ming's heart trembled. He hid everything from Chen Mingyan. It was quite harmful to Chen Mingyan. However, what made Yang Ming feel strange was that how did Chen Mingyan know that he wasn't lying to her now? Could it be? Yang Ming suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Chen Mingyan couldn't have seen something, right? Alright, I believe you. Chen Mingyan's voice sounded hollow, but there was no emotion in it. After a pause, she suddenly asked, which room are you in? Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. I'll be downstairs. I've been waiting for you for an hour. If I go up now, it shouldn't affect you, right? Chen Mingyan said indifferently. Mingyan. Yang Ming was shocked. Chen Mingyan was actually downstairs and waited there for an hour before calling him. Listening to Chen Mingyan's words, she had already seen Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, but she didn't bother them. Instead, she waited quietly until it was almost time before she called. Why? It's not over yet? Chen Mingyan said with some self-deprecation, I haven't done it before. I don't know how long it takes. Then, I'm sorry to bother you. You can call me later. No. Mingyan, I'm in 315. You, come up. Yang Ming braced himself and said. Okay, wait for me. Chen Mingyan finished and hung up the phone. She knows everything? Lin Jian looked at Yang Ming with some horror and didn't know what to do. Mingyan is downstairs. She will come up soon. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. Then, what should I do, what should I do? Lin Jian hurriedly got up from the bed and hurriedly put on her clothes. It's okay. Mingyan, she, is still very reasonable. When he said this, Yang Ming himself was a little guilty. Who knew if Chen Mingyan would make a scene this time? However, listening to Chen Mingyan's tone on the phone, it was completely different from the past. Chen Mingyan was the kind of girl who wrote her emotions on her face. She didn't know how to hide it. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun just got dressed properly, and there was a knock on the door. From downstairs to upstairs, it was fast to take the elevator. Lin Jiyun subconsciously stood up from the bed, and Yang Ming walked to the door with difficulty and opened the door. There was a feeling of being caught in bed, which was very irritating. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming with a blank expression and looked into the room. She saw Lin Jiyun standing there, nervously rubbing her hands. She didn't talk to Yang Ming. She bypassed him directly and went into the room. We actually have nothing, that. I'm sorry, I'm going home. Lin Jiyun lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Chen Mingyan. She stuttered. Since there is nothing, why are you apologizing to me? Looking at Lin Jiyun's pitiful look, Chen Mingyan's mouth showed a playful smile. It seemed that she was still very afraid of her. Chen Mingyan also felt slightly relieved. Sometimes, a woman could tolerate a man's playfulness outside, but it was difficult to tolerate her man having a lover outside. The reason was actually very simple. Playfulness was nothing. Those prostitutes or one-night stands couldn't threaten their status, but lovers were different. Lovers were likely to replace their position. Lin Jiyun didn't know how to explain it. She was very scared. It was like stealing someone else's things and being caught on the spot. Seeing Lin Jiyun's appearance, Chen Mingyan couldn't harden her heart anymore. Originally, she wanted to say a few strong words to let Lin Jiyun know that she was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. She also wanted to warn Lin Jiyun not to have any thoughts of replacing her. Although Chen Mingyan also intended to accept her, some words still had to be said clearly. However, at this moment, these words didn't seem to be necessary. Looking at Lin Jiyun's appearance, Chen Mingyan didn't have any resentment. She was just more annoyed with Yang Ming. Another poor girl was deceived by Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan took Lin Jiyun's hand. Her tone also became calm. Come, don't be afraid. Let's sit down and talk. I don't want to sit. I'll just stand. Lin Jiyun shook her head nervously. Chen Mingyan frowned. With such a weak temperament, wouldn't she be bullied by Yang Ming? She glared at Yang Ming and said, What are you doing here? Me? Yang Ming was inexplicable by Chen Mingyan's words. You go out first. Let's talk. Chen Mingyan reached out and pointed at the door. She said without mercy. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan and looked at Lin Jiyun, who was held by her hand. He couldn't see any trace of anger from Chen Mingyan. He shook his head helplessly and walked out of the door. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan must have something to say to Lin Jiyun. If he was here, he would be a hindrance. Outside the door, Yang Ming gently closed the door. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put one in his mouth. A security guard in Heavenly Earth quickly ran over and lit it for Yang Ming. Yang Ming took a puff and looked at the closed door. He was very melancholy. Chen Mingyan, what exactly does she want to talk to Lin Jiyun about? Yang Ming was somewhat uneasy. He hesitated whether to use his special ability to see the situation inside, but he saw Xianxia coming out of the elevator. Her agent, Suli, was with her. Hey? Yang Ming? Xianxia was stunned. Suli hadn't seen Yang Ming yet, but she saw him first. Xianxia was naturally very sensitive to Yang Ming. Even in a group of people, she could easily find him. However, Suli was a little slower. When she heard Xianxia call out Yang Ming's name, she looked over here and saw Yang Ming. "Xianxia, why did you come to the third floor?" Yang Ming was a bit baffled. The third floor was a guest room. Why did Xianxia come here? Xianxia looked helpless and said with a bitter face, "A friend came from Hong Kong and followed me to live here. He wanted to go up to see me. I didn't want him to know which room I was in, so I could only come down." At this time, a door not far away opened. A young man in his 20s came out from inside and called Xianxia directly, "Little Ya, I just heard your voice at the door." When Xianxia saw Zhong Xiaotian come over, she couldn't say anything more to Yang Ming. She had to smile apologetically and said to Yang Ming, "My father's friend's young master, Zhong Xiaotian." Xianxia's introduction was also to draw a clear line with Zhong Xiaotian. She didn't want Yang Ming to misunderstand anything. In this way, it became that Xianxia had no choice. She couldn't change their friendship. Yang Ming glanced at Zhong Xiaotian. From his eyes just now, Yang Ming knew that this guy was Xianxia's supporter. He is. Seeing a young man standing next to Xianxia, Zhong Xiaotian was slightly stunned and asked. "The organizer of the concert." Xianxia didn't want to introduce more. She thought that there was no need to say too much to Zhong Xiaotian. "Oh." Zhong Xiaotian was relieved and nodded to Yang Ming. Then, he said, "Sir, Miss Xu and I are good friends. I came from Hong Kong to see her. Do you have any work to discuss another day?" Yang Ming didn't want to care much about this, so he said, "I'm fine. You guys can talk." Xianxia quietly raised her right hand and gently waved it in front of her chest. She made a goodbye gesture to Yang Ming and followed Zhong Xiaotian to his room with Suli. Yang Ming looked at Xianxia's gesture and was a little stunned. How familiar is this gesture? Once upon a time, when Suya was separated from me every day, she also liked to say goodbye to me like this. This woman is really getting more and more mysterious. Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. The person just now looked very familiar. Zhong Xiaotian walked and said to himself, "I seem to have seen him somewhere." "Really?" Xianxia didn't care and responded casually. She didn't think that Zhong Xiaotian had the opportunity to see Yang Ming. Forget it. Who cares about him? He isn't an important person. Zhong Xiaotian shook his head and didn't think about this. He followed Xianxia to Songjiang. Naturally, he wanted to cultivate more feelings with Xianxia. How could he have time to care about others? Xianxia thought, "You aren't an important person. If it weren't for Uncle Zhong's face, how could I have time to sit down and talk to you?" For Zhong Xiaotian, Yang Ming had no impression of him. When he was in Hong Kong, he didn't meet Zhong Xiaotian. Moreover, the two guys that Zhong Xiaotian sent to find trouble with Yang Ming, Chicken Eye and Brother He, were also killed by Feng Dao and He Shu by accident. As for Zhong Xiaotian, although he was afraid for a while afterward, he didn't see Yang Ming appear again, so he forgot about it. When he saw Yang Ming just now, although he felt that he was familiar, he didn't remember that this person was the person who bought the ring at the auction. When they entered the room, Yang Ming turned around and wanted to see what was going on in the room. At this time, the door opened. Chen Mingyan poked her head out and said to Yang Ming in a simple tone, "You come in." Oh. Yang Ming didn't know what Chen Mingyan was going to do, but he braced himself and went in. "Don't you know how to close the door?" Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming standing at the door stupidly and rolled her eyes at him. "You don't want everyone to know about your family's matters, right?" Yang Ming closed the door and looked at Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan, who were sitting side by side on the bed. The two didn't seem to have quarreled. On the contrary, they seemed to be somewhat harmonious. Yang Ming walked carefully to the bed. Just as he was about to sit down, he heard Chen Mingyan say, "Did I ask you to sit down?" Yang Ming was shocked. His butt seemed to be equipped with a spring, and he stood up again. "Sister Yan, you let him sit down." Looking at Yang Ming's embarrassed look, Lin Jiyun said with some sympathy. Chen Mingyan frowned and turned to look at Lin Jiyun. She flattened her mouth and said with an exasperated look, "You, really? We just agreed to interrogate him together." Why did you start to feel distressed after letting him stand for a while? Ai. When Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan's words, he knew that the two women must have reached a consensus in the room. However, Lin Jiyun turned her head and became a spy. Lin Jiyun blushed and was very embarrassed. She also said it subconsciously and didn't think too much. At this time, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Yan. Forget it. You sit down. Chen Mingyan didn't want to embarrass Lin Jiyun, so she pointed her finger at Yang Ming. Just now, when Yang Ming entered the room and sat on the bed, he didn't think too much. But now, he was in a dilemma. Should I sit on Lin Jiyun's side or Chen Mingyan's side? Logically, Chen Mingyan was his real girlfriend. It was natural for him to sit on her side. However, he felt sorry for Lin Jiyun. He just did it with her, and she was left out. It wasn't right. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming had to bite the bullet and come between Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. He turned around and wanted to sit down. What are you doing? Chen Mingyan pushed Yang Ming angrily and said, I asked you to sit down. Why are you still pushing your luck? Go to the side. Although Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan were very close, there was still some distance between the two, so Yang Ming had the opportunity to take advantage of it. However, Chen Mingyan's words helped Yang Ming out. Yang Ming no longer sat on the bed but sat on the opposite sofa. Sister Yan. I'll go first. Lin Jiyun couldn't stand the tense atmosphere. She stood up and said carefully. You. What should I say to you? Chen Mingyan looked at Lin Jiyun's pitiful look. She was annoyed and amused. You are really weaker than Sister Lin in Dream of the Red Chamber. You will be bullied to death by Yang Ming in the future. Sister Yan. I'm sorry. Lin Jiyun saw that Chen Mingyan was angry and quickly apologized. Forget it. I don't care about you. You are willing to be bullied to death by him. I'm the bad guy. Chen Mingyan said helplessly, let's go together. Let's ask Yang Ming to send you back. It's so late. I'm worried even if he is relieved. Yang Ming was amused. It turned out that Chen Mingyan was venting for Lin Jiyun. In other words, Chen Mingyan was using Lin Jiyun's matter to vent her anger on him. It was no wonder when he thought about it. Lin Jiyun was actually just a victim of the struggle between Wang Jitao and himself. The struggle between Wang Jitao and himself was because of Chen Mingyan. Therefore, even if Chen Mingyan was angry, it was impossible to vent it on Lin Jiyun. With Chen Mingyan's character, she would most likely sympathize with Lin Jiyun. Chen Mingyan was such a person. She had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. When she didn't see Lin Jiyun, she was very disgusted with her. When she really saw her, she began to sympathize with her. Moreover, Lin Jiyun called Chen Mingyan as elder sister Yan. Presumably, Chen Mingyan had acquiesced to her existence. In fact, according to the time calculation, Lin Jiyun was Yang Ming's first woman. Strictly speaking, she also had the opportunity to compete for the first wife. But since she didn't care about this, Yang Ming was happy to see it. Originally, Chen Mingyan also wanted to take the opportunity to intimidate Yang Ming to see if he still had something to hide from her. However, because of Lin Jiyun's interference, she couldn't ask anything and had to give up. The three of them went downstairs and came to the parking lot downstairs. There was only one passenger seat. If Chen Mingyan or Lin Jiyun were alone with Yang Ming, then they would definitely sit in the passenger seat. However, both of them were there at the same time, but no one took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. Instead, they all sat in the back. On the road, Yang Ming drove carefully and didn't dare to say much. Yang Ming was also very puzzled as to why Chen Mingyan suddenly appeared at earthly paradise. She just happened to witness him and Lin Jiyun going to a hotel. However, these words couldn't be asked now. He could only wait until there was a chance in the future. After sending Lin Jiyun back to the door, Yang Ming didn't dare to accompany Lin Jiyun back. He just told her outside the car to rest well and not to think too much. Lin Jiyun smiled shyly and whispered to Yang Ming, elder sister Yan is a very good person. She is actually not really angry. You have to deal with it carefully later. Yang Ming was very happy. It seemed that Lin Jiyun's character was destined to be unable to form an alliance with Chen Mingyan to deal with him. Watching Lin Jiyun go away, Yang Ming returned to the car and carefully said to Chen Mingyan, who was sitting in the back, "Dear, sit in the front." "No." Chen Mingyan shook her head firmly. Yang Ming sighed and didn't insist. He started the car and said, "That's fine. Where are we going now?" Chen Mingyan didn't speak, but she looked out of the window and was in a daze. Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He had to drive the car around the city first. His heart was also in a mess. Some things were involuntary, but this couldn't be a reason for him to escape. He had to find a way to solve this matter. Now it seemed that the ending was satisfactory, but Yang Ming also knew that no matter how kind and tolerant Chen Mingyan was, she would always have some temper. Who was willing to share half of their own things with others? What's more, feelings were the kind of things that couldn't be divided. The night was bright. Although the night in Songjiang wasn't as prosperous as the provincial capital, there were still many restaurants open at this time. Looking at this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little hungry, but it wasn't good to ask, so he had to endure. "Stop the car." Chen Mingyan suddenly spoke and said to Yang Ming in a hurry. "Ah?" Yang Ming was shocked and quickly stopped the car by the roadside. He didn't know what Chen Mingyan wanted to do. Chen Mingyan pushed open the back door and got out of the car. Yang Ming was shocked. He thought that Chen Mingyan was going to run away. He was about to stop the car and chase after her, but he saw Chen Mingyan open the door of the front passenger seat and get in. Before Yang Ming could react, Chen Mingyan threw herself on him. Why are you so fickle in love?" Chen Mingyan hugged Yang Ming, and tears flowed down. "What should I do? I don't know what I should do. You have other women. I can only accept it with a smile." Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's sad voice and understood in his heart. Which woman would be happy when she encountered such a thing? Although Chen Mingyan had been very generous in front of Lin Jiyun, it was completely against her heart. There was no way. She had to face the mistakes made by Yang Ming together. For Lin Jiyun, an innocent girl, Chen Mingyan couldn't blame her. Yang Ming hugged Chen Mingyan's soft body. He was very upset. He patted her back gently and didn't know what to say to comfort her. A woman's heart is easily filled by a man. "I don't want to lose you, so I can only choose to accept it," Chen Mingyan said with grievance. Yang Ming didn't want to say anything sorry because it wasn't necessary. What was the use of apologizing? He just quietly hugged Chen Mingyan and listened to her talk. After a while, Chen Mingyan separated from Yang Ming's body. She took 2 pieces of facial tissue from the car and wiped her tears. She smiled and said, "After complaining, my mood is much better. Fortunately, I'm young. I don't need to wear makeup. Otherwise, I would have cried until my face was ruined." Yang Ming didn't say anything. He just looked at Chen Mingyan affectionately. This somewhat capricious and proud girl had made such a big change for him. If it were half a year ago, Yang Ming wouldn't believe that these words would come from Chen Mingyan's mouth. Even a month ago, when the incident with Zhaoying and Zhou Jiejie didn't happen, Chen Mingyan still wouldn't compromise so easily, but now. Although this was good news, Yang Ming wasn't happy at all. On the contrary, his heart was very uncomfortable. This was a girl who he loved and loved for a lifetime. If there was a next life, or if time could go back and he didn't get this special ability, Yang Ming hoped that he could spend a lifetime with her, but now. "Why are you looking at me? Drive." Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming was staring at her, and she was embarrassed. "Where are we going?" asked Yang Ming. "Heavenly Earth." Chen Mingyan whispered. "Heavenly Earth?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Why are we going back to Heavenly Earth?" Before Chen Mingyan answered, there was a harsh siren outside the car window. Several police cars flashed their lights and roared past. "Is there a big operation at Uncle Chen's place today?" Yang Ming looked strangely at the police cars in succession and asked. "I don't know. It seems that my dad has a mission. Why would he tell me these things?" Originally, the atmosphere in the car was just right, and there was a touch of ambiguity. However, it was destroyed by Yang Ming's casual question. Chen Mingyan was naturally a little annoyed and said snappily. "Oh. I see. Yang Ming didn't care. He started the car and asked, "You just said that we are going to Heavenly Earth? Why are we going back?" Before Chen Mingyan spoke, the phone rang at this time. Chen Mingyan took out the phone and glanced at it. She made a silent gesture to Yang Ming and picked up the phone. "Hello. Mom, what's the matter?" It was unknown what was said on the other side of the phone, but Chen Mingyan's expression suddenly changed. "Mom, what did you say?" "Okay, I got it. I will be there right away." "What's wrong?" Yang Ming felt that something was wrong. After Chen Mingyan hung up the phone, he quickly asked. "My dad just had a car accident, at the First People's Hospital." Chen Mingyan's tone changed. She was crying and frightened. "What? You said that Uncle Chen had a car accident?" Yang Ming was shocked when he heard Chen Mingyan's words. "Is it dangerous?" "I'm not sure. My mom is also on the way." "Let's hurry over," Chen Mingyan said in a hurry. "Okay." Yang Ming quickly turned the car around and rushed to the First People's Hospital. Along the way, Chen Mingyan bit her lip and lowered her head. She kept looking at the time on the phone, but she didn't open her mouth to urge Yang Ming. She didn't want Yang Ming to have another car accident. However, Yang Ming didn't think that the possibility of an accident was high. Although the speed was very fast, Yang Ming could see the movement in a few kilometers ahead at a glance. Whether it was a corner or a fork, Yang Ming could be prepared in advance. All the way to the People's Hospital. Downstairs of the hospital, they saw several police cars with flashing lights. Obviously, they had just arrived. They were the ones that Yang Ming had just seen. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan knew several police officers here. Among them, there was the police officer surnamed Kai that they met at the entrance of Chen Mingyan's home. There was also a deputy captain that Yang Ming had seen before. His surname was Li. Yang Ming's car came and parked side by side beside the police car. Obviously, it also attracted the attention of police officer Kai and Captain Li. When they saw Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan get out of the car, they immediately ran over. "Mingyan, little Yang, you are here." "Uncle Kai, how is my father?" Chen Mingyan asked quickly after getting out of the car. "I'm not sure yet. He was just pushed into the operating room. Captain Xia is following him." Police officer Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. "But don't be angry. He should be fine." When Captain Chen caught the gangsters, his injuries were more serious than this. He survived. Captain Xia was naturally referring to Xia Shui. Although Xia Shui was relatively young, she had been promoted to the deputy captain. Police officer Kai still had to be respectful. For Xia Shui's promotion, Yang Ming was also very puzzled. Although Xia Shui had made a contribution in Wang Shifan's smuggling case, she was too young. It was reasonable to only record the merit and award the rank, but she was mentioned as a deputy captain. This made Yang Ming wonder if there was a deep background behind Xia Shui. However, then again, no matter how strong the background was, it was useless if she didn't have the ability. However, Xia Shui's contribution seemed to be free. Not long after, a Toyota 4700 also flashed with police lights. Chen Mingyan's mother jumped out of the car. Chief Wang of the police station was with her. For Chief Wang, Yang Ming also had an impression of him. He was an old classmate of Principal Li in high school. He had seen him once in the Good Samaritan case. As the leader of the unit, his subordinate had a car accident while performing official duties. Naturally, he had to come and visit. It seemed that he first picked up Mother Chen and then came together. Accompanying him was a deputy director in charge of criminal investigation work. The few of them also looked anxious. When Chen Mingyan saw that her mother had come, she immediately ran over and threw herself into her mother's arms. Originally, she wanted to hug Yang Ming, but there were too many acquaintances here. They were all her father's colleagues. How could Chen Mingyan do that? "Mom." Chen Mingyan hugged Mother Chen tightly. Although Mother Chen was also very worried about Chen Fei's safety, after all, she was an adult. She was also a senior executive in the unit. She was calmer, so she comforted, "Mingyan, don't be afraid. It's okay. Mom is here." Mother Chen saw that Yang Ming was also there, so she nodded to him and said, "Little Yang, sorry for troubling you." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Auntie Chen is too polite. With the relationship between me and Meng Yin, how can there be troubling? I should be here." As he said this, a doctor in a white coat came out and shouted to the crowd, "Who is Chen Fei's family member? Come here." After Mother Chen heard it, she quickly walked over with Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming and others followed behind. "Doctor, I am Chen Fei's wife. How is he?" Mother Chen calmed down and asked. "Chen Fei's life is not in danger, but the right calf part has a comminuted fracture. He needs immediate surgery. Please come and sign," the doctor said. Hearing that Chen Fei's life was not in danger, everyone was relieved. However, when Mother Chen heard that her husband's calf was comminuted, she couldn't help but worry. "Doctor, then Chen Fei's leg will have any problems in the future? If this recovers, there is no problem in walking normally, but it is impossible to participate in any long-distance running." The doctor explained, "Also, if it rains on cloudy days, the leg may hurt." "That's good. That's good." When Bureau Chief Wang heard the doctor's words, he was afraid that Mother Chen would be worried. He quickly persuaded, "Chen Fei is not young anymore. In the future, he will do the command and coordination work. The specific errands will be done by the young people." Mother Chen also knew that this was already a blessing in the misfortune. Even if he really became a cripple, it was better than not being alive. After signing, everyone went to the hospital to wait. When Qin Mengyan heard that her father's life was not in danger, she was relieved. Bureau Chief Wang asked Deputy Captain Li to pay the bill and go through the hospitalization procedures. Because it was a car accident during the execution of a mission, it was a work injury. The bureau bore all the medical expenses. Several people sat in the lounge. After a while, a young man came in with a circle of gauze wrapped around his head. When he saw Bureau Chief Wang, he was very embarrassed and said, "Bureau Chief Wang. Okay, no one wants this to happen. You tell me what the situation was at that time." Bureau Chief Wang waved his hand and said, "Zhao, you drive very steadily. What happened this time?" Zhao was Chen Fei's driver. His injury was not serious. He just hit his head and got 3 stitches. It was not a big problem. He also felt guilty for breaking Chen Fei's leg. Bureau Chief Wang. "I saw a ghost," Zhao said carefully. "What?" Bureau Chief Wang was stunned, then he immediately frowned and said, "Zhao, what nonsense are you talking about? What ghost? How can there be ghosts in this world?" Bureau Chief Wang. "I know you definitely don't believe it, but I did see a ghost. A person without half of his head in the middle of the road, and he was running toward me." When Zhao said this, his eyes showed horror. Apparently, he was scared. But how could Bureau Chief Wang believe in ghosts? After working in police work for most of his life, he had dealt with many dead people. How could he believe Zhao's words? "Zhao, are you drunk? What nonsense are you talking about?" Bureau Chief Wang couldn't help but shout, "When young people make mistakes, just admit it. No one will blame you. It's not that we can't understand if you say that you were distracted and accidentally got into a car accident, but the reason you came up with is too ridiculous, right?" Bureau Chief Wang. "I really saw it. I didn't lie to you." Zhao was still defending himself. "You." Bureau Chief Wang was obviously angry with him. He pointed at Zhao, and his body trembled a little. "Bureau Chief Wang, don't be angry. Zhao may have been overly frightened. He is not sober now." Deputy Captain Li quickly persuaded. "Forget it." Bureau Chief Wang waved his hand. "Send him back to rest first. Come to the bureau tomorrow and report the details." Looking at the gauze on Zhao's head, Bureau Chief Wang couldn't say anything more. Maybe Deputy Captain Li was right. Zhao was frightened and his head was injured. He may not be sober at this time. Wait. Xiaxia just came in at this time and heard Zhao's words. She quickly said, "Zhao, you said you saw a ghost? Are you sure?" "Xiaxia, you are a police officer. How can you believe in things like ghosts?" Bureau Chief Wang said with some displeasure. No, Bureau Chief Wang, you forgot about the previous car accident of the two foreigners. The forensic examination said that it seemed that the two people were extremely frightened before they died. Xiaxia reminded. You mean, these two foreigners also saw ghosts? Bureau Chief Wang just said halfway and suddenly said, I understand. You mean, someone is pretending to be a ghost to scare people, right? Xiaxia nodded. She was responsible for the haunted case in the hospital, so she was very sensitive to this kind of thing. Bureau Chief Wang also thought of the case Xiaxia was now responsible for, and he suddenly realized. However, this person is standing in the middle of the road pretending to be a ghost. Isn't he afraid of being hit by a car? This doesn't seem to make sense, right? Bureau Chief Wang immediately rejected this idea. Maybe this person's mental state is abnormal, said Xiaxia. People who come out to pretend to be ghosts to scare people must be mentally abnormal people. That's fine. Since you have doubts, you will be responsible for following up on this matter. Bureau Chief Wang obviously didn't agree with Xiaxua's guess, but since Xiaxia was responsible for this kind of case, he might as well let her investigate it. But it must be low-key. Edward's identity is very special. It can't be exposed. Chief Wang whispered. The voice was so low that only Xiaxia on the side could hear it. The others present couldn't hear it. However, no one would deliberately listen. After all, there were organizational disciplines. Some tasks were to be carried out secretly. However, Yang Ming had been paying attention to Chief Wang. Although he couldn't hear Chief Wang's words, he could see Chief Wang's mouth shape clearly. Two foreigners? Edward? Yang Ming's heart moved. Could it be that these two guys died in a car accident? No wonder I haven't seen these two guys jump out again in the past few days. Logically, such a big thing as Edward and Little Dorsk's car accident should be reported in the newspaper. However, when the police checked the identities of the two people, they found that Edward was a terrorist wanted by Interpol. This person originally worked for a mercenary group in Africa and participated in several terrorist attacks. Edward's original name wasn't Edward. Edward was a fake identity after he quit the mercenary group. Therefore, this kind of thing involved some confidential things. It couldn't be made public, so the newspaper didn't report it. Although Yang Ming didn't know the specific inside story of the matter, he saw that Chief Wang lowered his voice, and these things weren't reported. He understood that it was definitely not suitable to be made public. So, he didn't ask anything. Chief Wang asked Xiaxia to drive Zhao back and ask him about seeing ghosts. Since Chen Fei was fine, Chief Wang and the other leaders also greeted Mother Chen and left first. The people left, leaving only Mother Chen, Yang Ming, Chen Mengyan, and a few policemen in the criminal investigation team. Yang Ming, you send little Yen home first. Mother Chen said, I'm fine here. It's useless if all of you are here. Mom. I want to stay here with Dad. Chen Mengyan didn't comply. Be obedient, Xiao Yan. Your dad was anesthetized during the operation. He won't wake up tonight. Mother Chen said, you go back and rest early. Come and bring some food for your dad tomorrow morning. Then, okay. Chen Mengyan also understood that her mother was telling the truth, but she still had some concerns. Then, if Dad wakes up, no matter how late it is, can you give me a call? Okay. You guys go first. I'll be fine. Old Kai and Old Li are here. Mother Chen was referring to Officer Kai and Deputy Captain Li. Director Wang was Chen Fei's leader. It was enough for him to visit Chen Fei and show his sincerity. However, Lao Kai and Deputy Captain Li were both Chen Fei's subordinates. It was normal for them to follow Chen Fei. Then, Auntie Chen, you should rest early. Yang Ming said politely. However, in his heart, he was thinking that he should inform his parents to come over tomorrow. His parents and Chen Mengyan had already met. The two families had basically agreed on the matter between him and Chen Mengyan, so it was necessary for his parents to come over. I know. You should drive slowly and pay attention to safety. Mother Chen instructed. Don't worry, Auntie Chen. Yang Ming nodded and said. He left the hospital with Chen Mengyan. Although Chen Mengyan was still a little worried, her expression at the moment was much better than before. Fortunately, Uncle Chen is fine. Yang Ming smiled kindly. This is already the best result. That's right. His leg is broken and he will be fine after a period of rest. Chen Mingyan said, it just so happens that my dad usually works and doesn't have a holiday. Just treat it as a holiday. It's best that you can think like this. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan got in the car together and drove in the direction of Chen Mingyan's home. Chen Mingyan's mood was still not very good. Yang Ming deliberately teased her to talk. Have you been online recently? Asked Yang Ming. No. You have been busy with the company's matters recently. You are not online. I don't have many netizens on QQ, Chen Mingyan said. Oh, yes, I saw Zhang Bin's QQ signature that day. It was very funny. Yang Ming said. What signature? Chen Mingyan asked casually, why didn't I see it? Chen Mingyan also had Zhang Bin's account on QQ, you may not have noticed. Yang Ming said, he wrote, the person I admire most in my life is Su Xian. Speaking of this, Yang Ming deliberately paused. Chen Mingyan was somewhat puzzled. Su Xian in the Legend of the White Snake? Why does he admire Su Xian? He hasn't finished yet. He said, the person I admire most in my life is Su Xian because he dares to control snakes. Yang Ming said seriously. N? Chen Mingyan was stunned and immediately reacted. She held back her laughter and stared at Yang Ming. You are really disgusting. He said it. I was just relaying it. Yang Ming said innocently. Then you can't change to a more elegant word. For example, because he found a snake to be his girlfriend. Chen Mingyan reprimanded. Isn't the meaning the same? Yang Ming smiled. That's not the same. Who said that a girlfriend must be that? Chen Mingyan retorted with a blush. She temporarily forgot the worry in her heart. That. Seeing Chen Mingyan's appearance, Yang Ming's heart suddenly moved. Just now, she wanted to go to the earthly paradise? Could it be that she wants to do it with me? Yang Ming was a little uncertain. However, looking at Chen Mingyan's appearance before the association, there was an 80% possibility. However, now that there was Chen Fei's matter, Yang Ming couldn't ask Chen Mingyan about her previous thoughts. Right, the day after tomorrow is the first concert of Xianxia. Can you go? Yang Ming changed the topic. I don't know. Look at my father's injury. Or, you can go with Lin Jiyun. Chen Mingyan shook her head. If you want to go, then the three of us will go together. If you don't go, what are we going to do? Yang Ming originally thought about going separately with Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan. However, now that the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun was clear, there was no need to act separately. It wouldn't be good. Let's not. 3 people will be very awkward. Chen Mingyan disagreed. Then, let's talk about it later. The car stopped downstairs at Chen Mingyan's house. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan got off together and said, I will send you upstairs. N. Chen Mingyan nodded. It was so late, and she was a little scared herself. When they came to Chen Mingyan's door, Chen Mingyan was about to take out the key to open the door. Suddenly, a man rushed down the stairs, scaring Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming. Yang Ming's attention wasn't on the corridor, so he didn't use his special ability to detect in advance. Ah! Chen Mingyan exclaimed, and the key in her hand almost fell to the ground. Who is it? Yang Ming shouted. Because this person's behavior was very strange, he didn't run down the stairs directly after coming down, but he stood not far in front of Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming. Obviously, the man was stunned by Yang Ming's shout. After a while, he said, Who are you? Who am I? Yang Ming was almost amused. You stood up to scare people, and you still ask who I am? You are Chen Mingyan, right? The man didn't wait for Yang Ming to answer, and he turned his head to Chen Mingyan. You are? Chen Mingyan also frowned in doubt. She didn't seem to know the person in front of her, but he looked familiar. I am your second uncle. Did you forget? I even hugged you when you were a child. The man grinned, revealing the wrinkles on his face. Second uncle? Chen Mingyan stared at the person in front of her carefully. It seems that he is really my second uncle. In my mother's photo album, I vaguely saw this person. However, when Chen Mingyan was very young, not long after her parents started working, her second uncle was sentenced to prison for embezzling a huge amount of money from the company. Although it was a huge amount, it was only 20,000 yuan. It wasn't much now, but in the early 90s, there weren't many households with 10,000 yuan. This 20,000 yuan was a huge number. Fortunately, it was returned in time, or else he wouldn't necessarily be sentenced to a heavy sentence. It's me, it's me. The man thought that Chen Mingyan recognized him, and he nodded quickly. Yang Ming looked at this person very vigilantly. Obviously, Chen Mingyan wasn't very familiar with this person, so as long as this person did something that wasn't good for Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming would immediately explode. Why are you looking for me? Chen Mingyan was still very vigilant. She quietly put the key in her hand into her pocket and leaned toward Yang Ming. This young man is your boyfriend, right? He looks like a talent. Not bad, not bad. The man turned his head and praised Yang Ming. Yang Ming frowned and said, Sir, what do you want? Even if you are Chen Mingyan's second uncle, you should have something to prove your identity, right? The man was stunned, and then a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He turned into a peaceful smile and said, You see, I forgot. Indeed, I haven't seen you for so many years. Anyone would be suspicious. I just got out of prison. This is my release letter. As he spoke, the man took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan took the paper handed over by the man and looked at it carefully. It was really a release letter. The name on it was the name of her second uncle, Chen Dazhuang. The release date was today. Yang Ming also glanced at the release letter. The photo on it was indeed the person in front of him. However, Yang Ming's heart was always vigilant. Why didn't this person rush to go home when he was just released? Instead, he came to Chen Mingyan's house. Could it be that he is looking for trouble with Chen Fei? Was his case handled by Chen Fei? However, Yang Ming glanced at the date of sentencing and denied this idea. At that time, Chen Fei had just joined the workforce. He mentioned it when chatting with his father, Yang Dehai. At that time, he was only responsible for some errands in the police station. He had not yet joined the criminal investigation team. Moreover, this kind of embezzlement case should be handled by the criminal investigation team. It had nothing to do with Chen Fei. Before Yang Ming determined Chen Dazhuang's real intention, he still looked at him coldly. Seeing that Chen Mingyan didn't speak, Chen Dazhuang thought that she also doubted his identity. He was even more annoyed with Yang Ming. Just now, because of Yang Ming's doubt, Chen Dazhuang was very angry. This is my family's matter. What does it have to do with you? However, after all, he was now under someone else's roof. He had to lower his head and said patiently, Mingyan, are you doubting your uncle? This is my ID card, and the photo taken when your dad and mom got married. Look, this is me. This photo can't be fake, right? After Chen Mingyan saw the release letter, she no longer doubted Chen Dazhuang's identity. When she saw her parents' wedding photo, she was more sure that the person in front of her was the second uncle who was in prison. Chen Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Second uncle, are you looking for my dad? Yes, but it's the same no matter who I look for. I can look for you. Chen Dazhuang nodded quickly. Look for me? Why are you looking for me? Chen Mingyan was somewhat inexplicable. When she was more than 1 year old, her second uncle was sentenced to prison. Since then, there had been no contact. If he said that he was looking for her father, it was possible. But looking for her, it seemed unlikely, right? That. I just got out of prison. I have no place to go and no money in my hands. Chen Dazhuang's original position in the company wasn't low. He was also a person who could respond to a call. Otherwise, it was impossible to have access to so much money. However, as the prison wore him down, he lost his original sharpness and arrogance. Although he still had some backbone, in order to survive, he had to lower his head to his knees. After a long time, Yang Ming finally understood that the person in front of him was here to borrow money. He suddenly said with some displeasure, You just got out of prison. You should go home. Uncle Chen and Auntie aren't here. You should come back another day. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan was not the kind of person who liked to reject others, so he could only be the bad guy. However, Yang Ming was not a heartless person. The key problem was that the matter was not clear yet. Chen Fei was lying in the hospital. How could Chen Mingyan decide to lend the money herself? In fact, Chen Mingyan also wanted to refuse. After all, although the person in front of her was her uncle in name, they were basically not related by blood. Her parents were from Chen village, and almost everyone in the village had the surname Chen. In terms of relatives, she could make some connections with each other. She didn't know where this Chen Dazhuang came from. You. Chen Dazhuang was a little annoyed. He wanted to say that this had nothing to do with her, but he resisted and didn't say it. If it weren't for the desperate situation, Chen Dazhuang wouldn't come to borrow money. After calming down his mood with difficulty, Chen Dazhuang said, "My wife and I divorced. She took the child and went with another man. I have nowhere to go now. Niece, lend me some money. When I find a job in the future, I will definitely return it to you." This. Chen Mingyan was very kind. When she heard Chen Dazhuang say it so pitifully, she immediately felt compassion. Yang Ming also frowned. This person didn't seem to be lying. From his tone and expression, Chen Dazhuang seemed to be completely forced to do this. "How much do you want?" asked Yang Ming. "Ah?" Chen Dazhuang was stunned. Just now, Yang Ming strongly opposed to giving him money. Now, it was Yang Ming who asked him how much money he wanted. This made Chen Dazhuang somewhat unable to respond. After a long time, he said, 300. Is that okay?" On the first day Chen Dazhuang was released from prison, he found that the outside world had changed dramatically. Especially the prices, which were much more expensive than before. The tofu pudding that used to cost 3 cents now cost 2 yuan. The sesame seed cake that used to cost 5 cents for 3 now cost 8 cents. Therefore, the minimum standard for Chen Dazhuang's meal became 3 yuan, which was about 10 yuan a day. Chen Dazhuang calculated that even if he slept at the train station or the bus station every night, he would need about 300 yuan for a month's meal. 300? Yang Ming was stunned. He thought that Chen Dazhuang would ask for tens of thousands of yuan. He didn't expect that he only asked for 300 yuan. It seemed that he was really forced to borrow money because he had no other choice. Yang Ming took out his wallet and counted out 1,000 yuan from it. He handed it to Chen Dazhuang and said, "Take it. Rent a cheaper house, and then find a job." Chen Dazhuang looked at the banknotes handed by Yang Ming and was stunned. He didn't expect his niece's boyfriend to be so generous. He just took out 1,000 yuan. In fact, he was sentenced to 10 years because of 20,000 yuan. He could be released early because he worked well in prison and the result was reduced. Of course, it was also because of Chen Fei's face. With Chen Fei's promotion, the prison also took care of Chen Dazhuang. Thank you. Chen Dazhuang said quickly. "We can help you once, but we can't help you for a lifetime. In the future, you have to rely on yourself." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "This money is not in a hurry to return. Now the policy is much better than before. You can do some small business. Set up a stall in the night market or something." "Okay, I will work hard and not cause trouble for others." Chen Dazhuang nodded heavily. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so young. What he said was very reasonable. The previous bad impression disappeared. After Chen Dazhuang left, Chen Mingyan took out the key and opened the door. Then, she entered the house with Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, can you not tell my mother about this? I don't want her to be distracted by other things." Chen Mingyan hesitated for a while and said. She didn't know whether it was right or wrong for her and Yang Ming to borrow money from Chen Dazhuang, so she didn't want to tell her family for the time being. This kind of small matter doesn't matter. Yang Ming smiled. He didn't care about the 1,000 yuan. The most important thing was that Chen Dazhuang could go on the right path in the future. He thought that Chen Dazhuang's matter was over, but he didn't expect to see him again after some time. "Well?" Chen Mingyan nodded. Looking at the empty house, she was silent. "Then I'll go back first. you have a good rest. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Yang Ming looked at the time. It was getting late, so he said. Chen Mingyan stood up and looked at Yang Ming. Can you not go? Not go? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan. Could it be that it was another signal? However, Chen Mingyan had such a thing going on in her family. Did she still have the mind to think about other things? Seeing Yang Ming's somewhat ambiguous eyes, Chen Mingyan blushed and explained, just, simply accompany me, don't think too much. Oh, I'm not thinking too much. Yang Ming shook his head and said seriously. Xiaxue drove the car and looked at Zhao, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. His face was still pale, and she sighed helplessly. Xiaxue didn't believe in ghosts, but Zhao didn't graduate from the police academy. He was just a driver in charge of driving. Zhao, what you saw shouldn't be a ghost, but someone deliberately pretending to be a ghost. Xiaxue comforted. Sister Xia, although I also told myself not to think about it, the situation at the time was really scary. Zhao took a breath and said, that person's brain was half gone. Little Zhao described the appearance of that thing in detail. Even if Xiaxue was bold, she still had goosebumps all over her body. Just as she was about to open her mouth to persuade him again, her phone rang again. She glanced at the caller ID. It was a small police number. It should be someone from the internal system. Hello, I'm Xiaxue from the criminal investigation team. Xiaxue picked up the phone. Captain Xia, I'm Zhao Dongxing from the Traffic Police West City Detachment, said the person on the other side of the phone. Captain Zhao, what's the matter? Asked Xiaxue. There was a traffic accident on Shatong Road in the west of the city, said Zhao Dongxing. Traffic accident? Captain Zheng, why are you telling me this? Xiaxue was responsible for criminal investigation, not traffic. The situation is a bit strange. It's somewhat similar to the car accident of Captain Chen just now. Zhao Dongxing hesitated. According to the taxi driver behind, he saw a ghost. I think this should be a criminal case. What? Xiaxue was shocked and quickly said, you wait for me. I'll be right there. Shatong Road, right? After hanging up the phone, Xiaxue quickly turned the car around and drove to Shatong Road in the west of the city. Zhao in the car was also a little excited. Sister Xia, look, I didn't lie. At night, the car was very quiet, so Zhao also heard Zhao Dongxing's words clearly. Xiaxue nodded, and her expression became a little dignified. If the car accident over there was also caused by this, then this criminal was really rampant. He had just committed a crime in the south of the city, and now he went to the west of the city to commit a crime. The scene of the car accident had been isolated, and the taxi driver who witnessed it did not let him leave for the time being. The scene was very miserable. A heavy truck overturned into the roadside ditch, and the driver died on the spot. Behind the truck was a taxi. The taxi driver's reaction was quite quick, so he escaped. According to the taxi driver, he saw a ghost at that time. Xiaxue found the taxi driver and asked in detail about the situation at the time. As a result, the image of the ghost described by the taxi driver was exactly the same as what Zhao saw. It could be seen that Zhao did not have an illusion, but he really saw something. Xiaxue couldn't make up her mind, so she directly called Chief Wang. Yang Ming hugged Chen Mingyan and squeezed on the small bed in her room. Why did you want to go back to Heavenly Earth before this? Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan was not asleep, so he suddenly asked. You already guessed it. Why ask again? Chen Mingyan wasn't stupid. Listening to Yang Ming's tone, she knew that he probably knew what she meant. Hee. Is it okay now? Yang Ming laughed twice. At home, it's better than the hotel, right? Chen Mingyan was silent for a moment and said, can we wait until my father is better? I don't have any other mood now. Okay. Yang Ming actually didn't mean to do it. After all, there were too many things today. Right, Mingyan, why did you go to Heavenly Earth today? I accompanied Zhao Cece to Heavenly Earth to find Shuya's agent to get a few concert tickets, and then I saw you. Chen Mingyan said, then you tell me, how many times have you gone to get a room with her without telling me? What do you mean by how many times? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. It was just this time, and you saw it. Humph humph. You are sensible. Your sister Lin told me everything. Chen Mingyan snorted. Yang Ming knew Lin Jiyun's character very well. He knew that Chen Mingyan must be telling the truth. Lin Jiyun probably told everything to Chen Mingyan. However, this was also good. It was better to tell the truth of the whole thing to Chen Mingyan through Lin Jiyun's mouth than to explain it himself. They didn't speak at night, and they slept in each other's arms. Early the next morning, Yang Ming called his father and told him about Chen Fei's car accident. Yang Dehai naturally attached great importance to it. He made an appointment with Yang Ming to meet at the entrance of the hospital. Yang Ming drove and went to Heavenly Earth first. Before that, Yang Ming called the chef there to prepare some breakfast. After Yang Ming went there, the underlings would naturally send it out. Then he drove to the People's Hospital. At this time, Yang Dehai's Audi A8 had stopped at the entrance of the hospital. Yang Dehai's current social status was not what it used to be. The company also specially bought an Audi A8 as an official car. After all, such a large enterprise also needed to put up a front. The one who was responsible for driving Yang Dehai was his assistant, Wang Jinda. Ming Yan, what happened? Is it serious? Big Ming didn't explain what was going on, so your aunt and I rushed over. Yang Dehai looked anxious, and so did Mother Yang, who was next to him. Uncle, Auntie, the doctor said that my father only injured his leg. There shouldn't be any problem. However, I'm not very clear about the current situation. Let's go and have a look, shall we? Chen Mingyan was particularly well behaved in front of Yang's father and Mother Yang. Then let's go quickly. Yang Dehai nodded and went to the hospital with Yang Ming. Wang Jinda ran over and took the breakfast from Yang Ming's hands. When they came to Chen Fei's ward, they saw Chen Fei, who was lying on the bed, comforting Mother Chen with a smile. There were also colleagues who came to visit. What's this little injury? In the past, I was shot 4 or 5 times by the drug dealer. Didn't I still survive? Chen Fei said with a smile. Old Chen, you're so good. We were so worried, but you were talking and laughing. Yang Dehai saw Chen Fei's current appearance and was relieved. When Chen Fei saw Yang Dehai coming, he quickly wanted to sit up. President Yang is here. Yang Dehai was now a celebrity in Songjiang City. He was often with the provincial and municipal leaders. After all, there were only a few such high-tech companies in the country. Naturally, they were the focus of the provincial and municipal support. All right. Mother Chen was dumbfounded as she pressed Chen Fei back to the bed. What, President Yang? Your in-laws won't pick on you. Chen Fei was just showing that his body was fine, so he smiled. Old Yang, I can't get up. You won't blame me, right? Look at what you said. Yang Dehai sat on the bed opposite Chen Fei and said, but you're fine, so I'm relieved. Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fei was no different from a normal person except for the fact that he couldn't get out of bed and walk. However, Chen Fei was stronger than the average person. Otherwise, he would be in so much pain that he grimaced. It was similar to Guan Yu's treatment during the Three Kingdoms period. Isn't this ward a bit small? Looking at the room full of people, Mother Yang felt that the room was a bit stuffy. I'm not a big leader, and I don't have the treatment of a high-level official ward. Hee hee. Chen Fei said indifferently. Little Wang, ask President Li for a high-level official ward later. Yang Dehai whispered to Wang Jinda next to him. Now, in this position, Yang Dehai gradually had the style of a leader. He was much more tactful than before. Wang Jinda nodded without batting an eyelid and turned around to leave. Now, the high-level official ward didn't necessarily require an administrative level to stay in. Those big bosses could also enjoy the treatment of a high-level official ward. Yang Dehai had now become the leader of Songjiang's business community. Moreover, he was inextricably linked with Mingyang Entertainment. In Songjiang, no matter whether it was the underworld, who wouldn't give him face? Wang Jinda's current identity was Yang Dehai's spokesperson. Many of the errands were done by Wang Jinda. After a while, President Li of the hospital came in. Logically, someone like Chen Fei was already considered a relatively powerful figure in Songjiang City, but President Li didn't come to visit in person. The reason was very simple. Songjiang's First People's Hospital was the best hospital in Songjiang. The patients who were usually in contact with a lot of department-level cadres were not much. A department-level cadre like Chen Fei was nothing. However, President Li had to give face to Yang Dehai in any case. Not to mention that Mingyang Heavy Industry had designated the First People's Hospital as a designated employee hospital. President Li had also heard about the background behind Yang Dehai. Among the people who dealt with the hospital, there were many who were in the underworld. After all, they had to go to the hospital if they were killed. Therefore, President Li also learned some inside information from Ho Zhenhan. President Yang, you didn't inform me in advance when you came. Sorry for not welcoming you. President Li was also a person who was smooth and slick. He knew who couldn't be offended. Hee hee. Yang Dehai smiled and pointed at Chen Fei to President Li. This is my in-law, Captain Chen of the police. Station's criminal investigation team. You have to take good care of him. President Li was stunned. He thought that Chen Fei was just a friend of Yang Dehai, but he didn't expect Chen Fei to be his in-law. His face changed, and he immediately apologized to Chen Fei. I'm sorry, Captain Chen. I just got to work. I will let the people below change your ward. There's no need, right? This is quite good. Chen Fei didn't care about this. Why not? The people's police work for the people. You are injured for the people. Our duty is to save lives and help the injured. President Li said with a smile. Chen Fei also sighed. When he saw Yang Dehai during the Chinese New Year, he was still very reserved. He belonged to the kind of simple working class. He hadn't seen him for half a month, but his entire aura had changed. For Chen Fei, Yang Ming didn't want to hide it from him. He told him through Chen Mengyan that he got a lot of money from selling jade. Therefore, he wasn't surprised that Yang Dehai became the chairman. Not only did Chen Fei seem to be in good spirits, but he also wolfed down his breakfast. The breakfast brought by Yang Ming was almost finished. The people present finally felt relieved. Yang Dehai and Mother Yang also left for the company. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan were also driven back by Chen Fei with the excuse that he wanted to sleep. Originally, the two wanted to go back to sleep, and then go back to the hospital to accompany Chen Fei in the afternoon. However, when the car just stopped downstairs at Chen Mingyan's house, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. N? Seeing the caller ID, Yang Ming was stunned. It was actually Zhao. Since the friction between Zhao and Chen Mengyan, Yang Ming hadn't seen Zhao. He didn't know why Zhao called at this time. Answer it. Chen Mengyan saw Yang Ming in a daze and urged. Last time, she felt that she misunderstood Zhao. She was very embarrassed, so when Zhao called, Chen Mengyan was naturally nervous. Hello? Sistering? Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, are you free now? Zhao Ying's voice sounded hesitant. What's wrong? Sistering? What's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. My mom and dad are coming to Songjiang. Zhao Ying's voice was a little embarrassed. They will definitely want to see you after they come. What should I do? What? Your parents are coming? When? Yang Ming secretly complained. He was going to be a professional fake boyfriend. He thought that he was just going to deal with it, but he didn't expect them to come to his door. Tonight. Zhao Ying smiled bitterly. They didn't tell me anything first. They just called and told me that the plane ticket had been booked. I will be boarding soon. So it's like this. Yang Ming's gaze looked at Chen Mengyan. After all, Chen Mengyan was next to him. Yang Ming didn't dare to promise anything. Chen Mengyan had a look of "don't look at me" and deliberately turned her face away. Yang Ming was helpless for a while. What do you need me to do? I don't know. Why don't you just tell them directly? I don't want to trouble you anymore. Zhao Ying was also very embarrassed. You go and help Sister Ying. Chen Mengyan knew that she was in the wrong last time, so she wanted to make up for Zhao Ying as much as possible. After thinking about it, she said, anyway, her parents can't always be here. Chen Mengyan is also next to you? Zhao Ying was embarrassed. She didn't expect Yang Ming to have other people around him. And she is also here. Yang Ming said half a sentence, and the phone was snatched by Chen Mingyan. Then, she said, Sister Ing, it's me, Mingyan. You, okay. Zhao stuttered. Chen Mingyan's voice was soft just now, so Zhao didn't hear what she said. However, last time, Chen Mingyan was furious and scared her. She didn't expect that Chen Mingyan, who was usually quiet, would be so angry because of Yang Ming. Do you think Zhao is lying to us? Zhao Ying's mother, Wang Guifan, who was sitting on the plane, said to Zhao Dequan's father, Zhao Dequan, who was next to her. You are so suspicious. This time, as a thank you for attending the wedding of your third aunt's daughter, you had to go to Songjiang first, and then take the bus to Mount Jing. Isn't this tormenting me? You know that my legs are not very good. Zhao Dequan complained. What do you know? You don't know anything. Wang Guifan glared and said, You look at my third aunt's family. How poor is she? Ever since my cousin got a boyfriend, the guy has taken care of everything. My third aunt is a housewife. She didn't even want to clean the toilet. What does she know? Now she is actually a department manager. My uncle's husband was originally a small stall selling breakfast. You see, in less than a year, he opened a restaurant. Why are you comparing this with others? Our family is not in a difficult situation. Zhao Dequan said indifferently. Not in a difficult situation? Not in a difficult situation? Wang Guifan frowned and began to complain, although I wasn't the most beautiful girl in school, I was still the most beautiful girl in school. There were a lot of people chasing after me. Why did I fall for an honest intellectual like you? I have been earning a dead salary for a lifetime. How many days of happiness have I enjoyed? Other women at my age go out for beauty and fitness all day long. They drink tea and chat with their friends, but can I do it? You look at Li Xiaoyu. She didn't look as good as me in the past. Now, how good is her maintenance? It's like she is more than 10 years younger than me. For Wang Guifan's nagging, Zhao Dequan didn't dare to refute. This was also what he felt most sorry for his wife in his life. In the past, there were many people who pursued Wang Guifan. There were even more who had a good impression of her. There were at least 50 if not 30. But Zhao Dequan finally got the beauty. Love in that era had no benefits or disadvantages. It was completely romantic. Wang Guifan wouldn't think too much about the future. But now, seeing that other people had private cars and went to the underground restaurant and resort every few days, Zhao Dequan's heart didn't feel good. Although he didn't care much about these things, he knew that Wang Guifan liked them. Every time she talked about these things with her colleagues and acquaintances in the neighborhood, she would always be envious when she got home. Guifan. I'm sorry. In addition to saying sorry, Zhao Dequan had nothing else to say. Forget it. I've been like this for the rest of my life. But our Ying is still young. She's still growing. She might think that love is more important than bread now, but in the future, she will think that love is nothing compared to bread. Wang Guifan said, Look at my cousin. She's not even as pretty as our Ying. She married a rich man's son. She may not be happy. Didn't your aunt say that the boy often spends his time outside? Zhao Dequan shook his head. How can this kind of marriage be reliable? How do you know he's unreliable? How many men weren't unfaithful? I don't believe that if you, Zhao Dequan, are rich, you won't have these crooked thoughts? Wang Guifan snorted. If you say no now, it's because you don't have money. When you have money, you won't think so. Although Zhao Dequan felt guilty to Wang Guifan, when he heard Wang Guifan say so, he was a little annoyed. According to what you said, isn't it more profitable to let our daughter be a mistress? If there is a suitable one, then it is also a way out. Wang Guifan snorted. It was no wonder that Wang Guifan's thoughts were so extreme. When people reached this age, they had suffered for most of their lives. Every day, they were calculated for money. They lived a really unhappy life. It wasn't cool at all. She didn't want Zhao to repeat her mistakes. Moreover, she also wanted to live comfortably for the rest of her life. This third aunt, she had no contact with her. But a while ago, when she heard that her cousin had become a phoenix, Wang Guifan became enthusiastic. Zhao Dequan's mouth moved, and finally, he sighed helplessly. He knew that Wang Guifan had suffered too much. It was normal to have such thoughts. You say, what about the son of Boss Lu in our community? Wang Guifan turned to Zhao Dequan. During the Chinese New Year, our Ying came back. Boss Lu's son, Lu Shihao, saw her. He liked her at first glance. Who the hell is Lu Shihao? He is a donkey in the society. Do you dare to introduce such a person to our daughter? Zhao Dequan heard that Wang Guifan's words were getting more and more outrageous. He couldn't help but be angry. That kid isn't a good thing at first glance. He hangs out with a group of hooligans all day long. He fights and flirts. With girls. Young people? It is normal to behave erratically. It will be better in the future, said Wang Guifan. Okay, that kid has never been married. He divorced in 2 months. Do you want to kill Ying? Zhao Dequan waved his hand. What's wrong with divorce? Didn't the woman get more than 1 million yuan as compensation for the loss of youth? Wang Guifan snorted and said, moreover, this time Boss Lu said that as long as our Ying nodded, he would buy a house for Ying and a car, all in Ying's name. When she comes back to El City, she can go to work in his company. She doesn't have to do anything. It is not a problem to earn more than 100,000 yuan a year. Are you thinking about money? Zhao Dequan finally couldn't listen anymore. He glared and shouted. You are so capable, right? That's fine. If you have the ability, buy me a car. It doesn't have to be too good. Just tens of thousands will do. I want to be more comfortable for the rest of my life, Wang Guifan said without showing weakness. Zhao Dequan pouted. In the end, he didn't say anything. He had to hang his head and sigh. Although Zhao had a boyfriend, Wang Guifan didn't see it with her own eyes. She didn't believe it. The most important thing was that she wanted to see what the boyfriend's family background was like. If it was not good, she had to pull Zhao back and let her go on a blind date with Boss Lu's son, Lu Shihao. Sister Ying, do you want to borrow Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan smiled and said, no problem. I will send him to you in a while. Then, thank you so much. Zhao Ying didn't know how to open her mouth. She didn't expect Chen Mingyan to agree so readily, so she quickly said gratefully. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to deal with it. Zhao Ying knew her mother's snobbishness very well. She didn't know how to deal with it. Seeing that Chen Mingyan had no objection, she was relieved. Let's deal with the current situation first. Originally, she knew that her mother and father were going to attend the wedding, but she didn't expect them to take a detour to Songjiang first. Obviously, there was a direct flight to Mount Jing, but they had to take a bus to Donghai first, and then take a bus to Mount Jing. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words, and he was somewhat helpless. He felt that something was wrong, so he pretended to be dissatisfied. I'm not a thing. Why are you borrowing me? Yes, you're not a thing, Chen Mingyan said with a smile. Yang Ming was stunned, and then he knew that he had fallen into the pit that he had dug himself. When did Chen Mingyan become so eloquent? But this time, don't make it real. Chen Mingyan had obviously gotten some information from Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly, but Chen Mingyan had already opened the door and jumped out. I'm going back first. You don't have to send me off. You go to Sister Ying. Don't make her anxious. Yang Ming nodded and watched Chen Mingyan enter the unit door. Then, he tracked her with his special ability until she used the key to open the door and enter the house. Then, he started the car and left. Since the last incident with Chen Dazhuang, Yang Ming had become cautious. Chen Fei's position was very easy to offend people. Therefore, Yang Ming was afraid that someone would retaliate against Chen Mingyan. Manager, I received 2 bouquets of roses today. The secretary walked into Sun Jia's office with the roses, and then said, do you still want to throw away the cards and put the flowers in? N? Sun Jia was stunned, and then a smile crossed her mouth. She said to the secretary, show me the cards. Okay. Although the secretary felt a little strange in her heart why the manager would look at the cards today, she didn't say anything. She took out the cards and handed them to Sun Jia. Sun Jia first looked at the signature on the top card, and then threw the card into the shredder next to her. She picked up the card below. There was no signature on the card, but Xianxia had already guessed who sent it. She glanced at the words on the card and couldn't help but laugh. This guy, I don't know where he copied it from. She shook her head and wanted to throw away the card, but she hesitated and put it in the drawer. The secretary looked at Xianxia's smiling face and was very puzzled. She had never seen the manager so happy after receiving the flowers. She was usually very indifferent. Who was the one who sent her these flowers? It was just that there was no signature on it, so the secretary could only use her imagination. At the same time, Wang Xiaoyan was holding a large bouquet of roses in exasperation. She gritted her teeth and looked at the sweet words written on the card and the flowers. She couldn't wait to bite the bouquet of flowers. This Yang Ming, what the hell does he want to do? Isn't it over yet? Wang Xiaoyan looked at the signature on the card, and she couldn't help but vent her anger. Originally, you knew not to leave your name. Now you have started to sign your name. You are even more unscrupulous. Wang Xiaoyan wanted to throw away the card, but after thinking for a long time, she decided to keep it and show it to Xiaoying as evidence. As for the bouquet of roses, it was thrown aside by Wang Xiaoyan. Every morning, flowers were sent. Wang Xiaoyan was used to it, and there was no need to be angry with the person who sent the flowers. Moreover, these people worked hard to send the flowers, so there was no need to make things difficult for them. Wang Xiaoyan wanted to refuse, but she thought that if she didn't sign for it, the flower delivery person would have made a wasted trip, so she had to sign for it. After not seeing each other for a long time, Xiaoying became more and more beautiful and refined. He couldn't see that she had been a teacher at all. Walking together with Yang Ming looked like a young man who had stepped into society, while Xiaoying was more like a college student. Sister Ying. Yang Ming saw her from afar. He opened the car window and shouted to Xiaoying. Yang Ming. You came so soon? I just came out. Xiaoying ran 2 steps and came to the gate of the school. Because it was still a holiday, the school gate was not open, and the car couldn't drive in. I just sent Ming Yan home. It's not too far from here. There is no traffic jam on the road at this time. Yang Ming said, get in the car. You didn't even bring a hat and scarf. Aren't you afraid of the cold? Who said I didn't bring it? Xiaoying opened the zipper of her down jacket, revealing the scarf tied inside. Then she smiled and said, as for the hat, isn't there one behind the down jacket? Yang Ming looked at Xiaoying, who looked like a little girl. He couldn't help but shake his head. The Xiaoying in his memory as a teacher was gradually blurred. Now, Xiaoying was the real image of the sister next door. Without the barrier of their teacher and student identities, the two of them chatted and joked more naturally. Sister Ying, have you considered really dating a boyfriend? Yang Ming started the car and pretended to ask casually, after all, it's not a long-term solution to hide it. To be honest, Yang Ming didn't have no feelings for Xiaoying. That night was still fresh in his memory. Yang Ming's feelings for Xiaoying at that time were no less than Chen Mingyan. However, Xiaoying rejected him rationally, so Yang Ming didn't dare to go further. He could only suppress this feeling in the bottom of his heart. Ah? When Xiaoying heard Yang Ming's words, she was obviously stunned. Then, she said somewhat unnaturally, why, do you say that? Nothing, I just feel that, you haven't been in love yet, is there something wrong with your heart? Yang Ming naturally wouldn't tell the truth, so he could only make things up. You are the abnormal one. Xiaoying said angrily, how am I abnormal? I think it's a little. Yang Ming continued, at that time, I wanted to kiss you. Why did you refuse? Today, the reason why Yang Ming said so many ambiguous words was actually because of Wang Xiaoyan's words, which made Yang Ming's heart come alive again. Xiaoying didn't expect that Yang Ming would suddenly mention that matter. Her face suddenly turned red. This was one of the things that Xiaoying regretted the most so far. The hesitation at the beginning had caused her to be hesitant now. If I could be braver at the beginning and not think about the secular concept. Then, the card should be reversed. That day, it shouldn't be Chen Mingyan who was angry with me, but it should be me who was angry with Chen Mingyan. However, then again, Xiaoying was just thinking about it. She couldn't really do it. At the beginning, I was your teacher. How can you be like this? And, are you worthy of Chen Mingyan? Zhao calmed down her emotions and said. At the beginning? Yang Ming's heart moved. What does Zhao mean by at the beginning? Is it okay now that we don't have that kind of teacher-student relationship? Yang Ming pretended to focus on driving and secretly used his special ability to look at Zhao Ying's expression. When he saw that Zhao Ying didn't have any special expression, he couldn't help but be disappointed. Maybe I think too much? In fact, Zhao Ying was also pretending to be calm. It should be something that had already passed, and it wouldn't happen a second time. But, what did the kiss when we were rock climbing mean? Unintentional? Intentional? Perhaps, after that unintentional kiss, something could happen again, but it was interrupted by the arrival of Chen Mingyan. Zhao Ying could only lament silently as the will of the heavens was like this. When they were on the highway this time, Yang Ming learned to be smart. He first observed the road conditions and the weather to avoid any serial traffic collisions. Fortunately, the sky was clear today, and there weren't many cars. What did you tell your mother about me before? Don't let the cat out of the bag. Yang Ming asked. I just said that you are my college classmate. Zhao Ying said, it shouldn't be exposed. Anyway, you are indeed a student of Songjiang Industry University. Besides, we are quite familiar with each other. That's true, but what did you say about my age? Yang Ming nodded. You are the same age as me. Anyway, you don't look younger than me. Zhao Ying smiled and said, your mouth is usually very talkative. I believe you will be able to settle my mother. It's easy to settle. I'm just afraid that your mother will like me and force me to be her real son-in-law. What should I do then? Yang Ming said shamelessly. Oh, my mother is very picky. When she said this, Zhao Ying was a little guilty. She knew her mother's character very well. She was a serious materialistic person. When she saw Yang Ming's car, she would probably agree without hesitation. The plane landed at Donghai International Airport. Zhao Dequan and Wang Guifan dragged their suitcases out of the domestic arrival exit. That woman. Don't go. A loud shout came over. Wang Guifan and Zhao Dequan were both stunned, but they didn't think that it was calling them. In Donghai, they didn't know many people. I'm calling you. Didn't you hear me? Wang Guifan took another 2 steps and was pulled from behind. Wang Guifan was stunned. She turned around and saw a young man with a cigarette in his mouth pulling her luggage. What are you doing? Wang Guifan glared and said with some displeasure. Although this young man didn't look like a good person, Wang Guifan didn't believe that he could do anything to her in broad daylight. What are you doing? You scratched my car. Do you want to leave? The young man pointed to the black car behind him and said with a grin. I scratched your car? When did I scratch it? Why didn't I know? Wang Guifan thought, did I encounter a liar? Okay, don't say that I am framing you. The young man pulled Wang Guifan's luggage and walked to the back. Wang Guifan was not as strong as him, so she could only be dragged by him. Look at it yourself. The young man pointed to a scratch on the car and said angrily. Why did you say that I scratched it? Why didn't I know? When Wang Guifan saw the car, she knew that it wasn't cheap. This kind of car, how much would it cost to scratch a piece of paint? Even if she scratched it, how would she admit it? The young man didn't answer. He put Wang Guifan's luggage on the ground and then said, whether it is or not, isn't it clear? When Wang Guifan saw it, she was dumbfounded. Sure enough, the height of her luggage was the same as the scratch on the car. Moreover, on the outside of the luggage, parallel to the scratch, there was a protruding iron buckle. Looking carefully, there were some paint chips on the iron buckle. This time, she couldn't deny it even if she didn't want to. The facts were in front of her, and she couldn't argue. We will pay for it. Zhao Dequan also understood at the moment. It wasn't that the other person deliberately blackmailed them, but they inadvertently scratched the other person's car. I don't know. I have to call and ask, but without 30 or 50,000 yuan, it can't be done, said the young man. What? 30 or 50,000 yuan? Are you blackmailing me? When Wang Guifan heard it, she was immediately unwilling. She wasn't a 1-year-old child. Scratching the paint for 30 or 50,000 yuan? Usually, when she bought groceries downstairs, she heard acquaintances who had cars in the community say that scratching the car was only a matter of 1 or 200 yuan. This guy asked for 30 or 50,000 yuan? Look clearly. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The young man snorted and said, "This car has been scratched. It needs to be sent back to Beijing for the whole car to be painted. It can't be painted here. 30 or 50,000 yuan is a minimum. If our boss knows that his car is scratched, he might scold me." Wang Guifan had heard of Rolls-Royce and knew that this was the world's top luxury car. She couldn't help but be stunned, but she didn't expect that she would inadvertently scratch such a good car. But even if it was a good car, Wang Guifan didn't think it was expensive. Besides, painting. What kind of car didn't need to be painted? Was there a difference in paint? She determined that the person in front of her wanted to blackmail her, so she said, "Okay, I also understand what you think. Don't you just want more money? Well, I will give you 200 yuan, and this matter will end. Otherwise, I will call the police to see who is the right person." 200? What an international joke. The young man snorted and said, "Call the police? Well, you broke my things and didn't compensate me. Let's see what the police will say." Who is afraid of who? Wang Guifan thought that the young man was deliberately stubborn, and she was afraid. She took out her mobile phone and dialed the police number. "Hello, I want to call the police." "Yes, I am at the international airport. When I came out, I accidentally scratched a car. As a result, the driver of the car asked me for 30 or 50,000 yuan compensation. I suspect that he is blackmailing me." "Well, then I will wait for you." After the phone call, Wang Guifan looked at the young man very proudly and said, "The police said that you may be a blackmailer. If you know what's good for you, then quickly drive the car away. Otherwise, you will be in trouble." "I am a blackmailer? Huh, what a joke. Then you wait. I will see if you can't compensate me when the police come." The young man snorted and said. Not long after, a police car came. The speed of the police in the provincial capital was still very fast. There was a police station near the airport. Moreover, the international airport was a channel for international friends to come and go. The strength of cracking down on these blackmailer scams was relatively greater. "Are you the ones who called the police?" A policeman jumped out of the car and asked Wang Guifan. "It's me. It's me. Police comrade, look. It's such a small scratch." Wang Guifan pointed to the scratch on the car and said. "Ah." The policeman naturally knew the Rolls-Royce and knew the value of the car, so at the moment, he really had nothing to say. For this kind of top luxury car, it was unknown how much the painting cost, but if the original painting was done by the factory, it was definitely not cheap. "This?" The police officer hesitated for a moment, then said, "Madam, I think you should negotiate first. First, call the car's after-sales service and ask how much the paint will cost. With the price clearly stated, no one will lose out, right? Then call." Wang Guifan was sure that the person in front of her wanted to blackmail her, so she said without hesitation. "Let's call." Who is afraid of who? The young man snorted. "The police are here. Are you still afraid that you will run away?" Wang Guifan was afraid that the young man would cheat, so she called 114 and asked for the phone number of the Rolls-Royce after-sales service. She called and asked about the paint. The result was similar to what the young man said. The paint of the car was specially treated. It couldn't be sprayed in other places. It could only be painted by the original factory. When Wang Guifan inquired about the price given by the other side shocked her. Depending on the degree of scratching and whether the car body was damaged or not, it would cost 50,000 to 100,000 yuan for maintenance. The labor costs were calculated separately. "I don't care how much you want. This scratch is not big. Let's just calculate it according to the minimum, 50,000 yuan. The young man said, "Is my price fair?" In fact, the young man's price seemed fair, but in fact, he wanted to get some benefits for himself. Although the car was damaged and the boss may scold him when he went back, then again, He could say that he didn't know who scratched the car on the side of the road. 50,000 yuan? Wang Guifan didn't want to pay. How many years would it take for her to save 50,000 yuan? How could she just give it away for nothing? She wasn't willing, so she said, now the car is insured, right? Isn't it compulsory traffic insurance? That is compulsory traffic insurance. If I hit you, the insurance company will pay you, but not me. The young man said, hurry up and withdraw the money. I still have something to do. 50,000 yuan is too much. Or, can it be less? Zhao Dequan didn't speak for a long time, but he had to speak now. After all, he was a man. Some things were more convenient to communicate, unlike Wang Guifan, who was calculative. What is less? This is already less enough. The young man was impatient and said, hurry up and pay the money. Otherwise, the police comrades are here. If you destroy other people's property, they can sue you in court. No one was willing to get involved in this kind of dispute. The police officer who came was the same. After a few words of mediation, he made an excuse and left in a hurry. After all, this kind of civil dispute could only be mediated. If it couldn't be mediated, then whoever wanted to sue could sue. It wasn't something he could control. I don't have money, but I do have a life. What do you want? Seeing that the young man's tone had become aggressive, Wang Guifan was not a kind person. This kind of housewife who struggled at the bottom of society was the most unreasonable. Io? Do you think I can't control you? The young man refused to back down. I can kill you, do you believe me? If you have the guts, then kill me. Wang Guifan usually said such ruthless words, how could she take it seriously? You're not going to compensate me? Why are you still calling me? The young man wanted to get some extra income, but at this moment, he was really angry because of Wang Guifan, so he didn't care about the money. He just wanted to make things worse. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? I'm Li Gu. You bring some people over. D*MN, there is a woman who scratched the boss's car, and she still wants to be unreasonable with me. After the phone call, the young man looked at Wang Guifan and said, you have two choices. One is to pay the money happily, and you leave. The other is that you wait here. When my people come, it won't be so easy to talk to them. Oh? Are you pretending to be ignorant with me? I've seen a lot of you like this. I'm here today. What can you do to me? If you have the ability, then kill me. Wang Guifan thought he was just scaring people, so she wasn't afraid. The young man didn't speak. He stood there calmly, looking at Wang Guifan and Zhao Dequan. He didn't let them have a chance to slip away. Guifan, this is our fault after all. Can't we solve it peacefully? Don't make things worse. We are not familiar with this place. It's better not to cause trouble. Zhao Dequan advised, or, let's call Ying and ask her to send the money. What are you afraid of? You are the only one who is timid. Wang Guifan snorted. How many years has Ying been working? She didn't ask for money from her family when she went to school. How could she have money? Besides, what do you mean by not familiar with this place? How could I have forgotten about that? Isn't my third aunt's son-in-law's family very powerful in this area? Ai. Zhao Dequan shook his head. My wife is really too snobbish. She likes to show off when she has a little ability. She doesn't care whether she is familiar with others or not. She hasn't even met them yet, and she is already asking for help. Wang Guifan seemed to have taken a stimulant. Thinking of this, she picked up the phone, opened the phone book, took Zhao Dequan's mobile phone, and dialed the number. Hello? Is it the third aunt? I am Guifan. Wang Guifan said with a smile. Oh? It's Guifan. Look at you. Your child is getting married. You came all the way here. I'm really sorry. Have you arrived? Do you want me to find someone to send a car to pick you up? Said Wang Guifan's third aunt. I just arrived at the airport. I encountered some trouble. Wang Guifan said, I heard that my cousin-in-law's family is very powerful in this area. So, I called you. Oh? What's the matter? Wang Guifen's third aunt said lightly, but the arrogance in her tone couldn't be concealed. Wang Guifen sighed. People are really different now. How long had it been since that third aunt, who was so timid and insignificant, become so arrogant in such a short period of time? This is the case. I accidentally scratched someone's car at the airport, but that person wants me to pay 50,000 yuan. Said Wang Guifen. Oh? What car? Asked the third aunt. It's called a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Said Wang Guifen. Oh? Wang Guifen's third aunt said faintly, that's a bit much. So, you give the phone to him. I will talk to him. When Wang Guifen heard that there was a chance, she was overjoyed. She immediately became arrogant and handed the phone to the young man. Pick up the phone. The young man snorted. Apparently, he didn't take it seriously. Well, in Donghai, who could be more powerful than the boss? Hello? The young man picked up the phone. Who are you? Asked Wang Guifen's third aunt. Who are you? The young man was somewhat unwilling. You asked who I am when you came up. You haven't said who you are yet. I am a member of the Sui family of Mount Jing. The person who called me is my niece. Before Wang Guifen's third aunt finished speaking, she was interrupted by the young man. What's wrong with the Sui family of Mount Jing? You don't want to pay for scratching the car? The young man said disdainfully. Who are you? When Wang Guifen's third aunt heard the other party's tone, she was annoyed and asked coldly. Me? My name is Li Gu, but my boss is Sun Hongjun. Li Gu said indifferently. Wang Guifen's third aunt immediately became silent. After a long while, she said, you return the phone to her. Wang Guifen's third aunt had also mingled in the upper class for more than half a year. Naturally, she knew who Sun Hongjun was. The Sun family in Donghai was similar to the Sui family in Mount Jing. Hello? Wang Guifen didn't know the result of the exchange. She thought that Li Gu gave in and quickly took the phone. Compensate him with the money, said the person on the other side of the phone. Ah? Wang Guifen was stunned. After a long time, she remembered and asked, why? However, the phone had been hung up. Wang Guifen was not a fool. Her third aunt didn't care about this matter. It meant that the other party was someone she didn't want to provoke, or she couldn't afford to provoke. Thinking of this, Wang Guifen couldn't help but feel a little dejected. The person that the third aunt couldn't afford to provoke, she couldn't afford to provoke. Now, what should I do with the 50,000 yuan? At this time, the people called by the young man had arrived. 6 or 7 men in black came down from the 2 Jiangnan Ruifeng commercial vehicles and gathered here. Looking at this situation, Wang Guifen was a little dumbfounded. She thought that the young man was just scaring people, but now it seemed that these people were not good people. Could they be gang members? Zhao Dequan also saw the situation in front of him and quickly said to Wang Guifen, let's compensate. But, where do we have the money now? The deposit book is at home, and the money in the bank card is not enough. Wang Guifen panicked at the moment. A person with her character was usually rude to people who were not as good as her. Once she encountered a strong person, she was dumbfounded. What's the matter? Didn't they say that they would arrive at 4:20? Zhaoing looked at her watch and then said anxiously, it's almost 5 o'clock. Why haven't they come out yet? I didn't see the notice of a delayed flight. I said to wait, but you said that it was cold in the car. Yang Ming shrugged and said, could it be that they took a detour? Then let's go down and take a look. Zhaoing nodded. In fact, the reason why Zhaoing did not get out of the car was that she was very dissatisfied with her parents' sudden attack. Although she also came to pick them up, she wanted to express her protest. The two locked the car and walked to the exit of the domestic arrival. Zhaoing was still very familiar with her parents. She saw them at a glance, but they were surrounded by a group of people. Dad, Mom. Zhaoing didn't know what was going on and quickly ran over. Yang Ming, at this moment, probably guessed that the 2 people surrounded in the middle were Zhao Ying's parents. Ying, you are here. Zhao Dequan smiled bitterly. At this moment, it was better not to ask his daughter to participate. Dad, Mom, what's the matter? What are these people doing? Jiaoying looked at the black-shirt people around her with unkind eyes. Just in time, your family is here. Li Gu said, Miss, your mother scratched my car. You pay for her. Because there were so many people, Li Gu didn't notice Yang Ming who followed Jiaoying. He even said, but? Your mother doesn't look good, but you are quite pretty. Li Ji was just trying to take advantage of her, but he didn't want to do anything else. However, the people he called over were a little unruly. One of them, a dark-faced man, said, Why don't you accompany us and have fun? We'll pay for you. What do you think? Li Gu usually followed Sun Hongjun. Naturally, it was impossible for him to do anything that wasn't serious. He was arrogant, but if he went overboard, Sun Hongjun would definitely not let him go. But these people under him were a bit unscrupulous. Although these people were working for the Sun family, they were directly managed by the Tian family. Sun Hongjun couldn't interfere too much. However, Li Gu wouldn't do something overboard, but it didn't mean that he would stop others from doing these things. Li Gu didn't vent his anger, so he was naturally happy to watch the fun. When Yang Ming heard the black-faced man's words, he was suddenly a little unhappy. Not to mention his special feelings for Jiaoying, just based on the sibling relationship, Yang Ming wouldn't allow others to make fun of Jiaoying. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't have messed with that idiot Jin gang so badly. Keep the money for your mother to have fun. Yang Ming naturally knew Li Gu, but he didn't greet him. He was just Sun Hongjuan's driver. Yang Ming didn't need to give him any face. Listening to Yang Ming's sudden stiff words, the black-faced man was stunned. His face suddenly became darker. He reached out to grab Yang Ming's collar. Which King bird's nest did you crawl out from? When Li Gu saw Yang Ming, his face suddenly changed, and his heart tightened. How could Li Gu not know the relationship between Yang Ming and the Sun family? When he heard Yang Ming's words, he understood where Yang Ming stood. Li Ji didn't need to give face to the Sui family of Mount Jing, but Yang Ming's face. This was no longer a matter of giving face or not. Yang Ming might not give him any face. He was not qualified to ask for face from Yang Ming. It had to be said that many of the drivers who drove for leaders or CEOs were the best at changing their expressions. They would speak to whoever they met. Li Ji's face immediately changed from arrogance to humility. Brother Yang, you. What happened? Yang Ming coldly glanced at the people nearby and said, Are these the bodyguards for my guest? Who is this? The dark-faced man didn't recognize Yang Ming. Although he heard Li Ji call him Brother Yang, he wasn't very convinced and asked Li Ji. The boss's son-in-law. Li Ji didn't dare to speak loudly. He just whispered in the dark-faced man's ear. Which boss? The dark-faced man was stunned. How many bosses do I have? Li Ji glanced at him and whispered, If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. The dark-faced man finally reacted. The boss is Sun Hongjun, and Yang Ming, isn't that the Sun family's Miss Sun Jia's? Sorry, Brother Yang, misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Li Ji quickly smiled and said, This auntie accidentally scratched my car. We were just discussing what to do. Although Li Ji claimed that it was a misunderstanding, he didn't dare to conceal the matter just now. He also understood that this matter couldn't be concealed. Yang Ming would know everything when he asked the people over there. At that time, he would fabricate and leave a bad impression on Yang Ming. If Yang Ming said bad things about him in front of Sun Hongjun, then he would be completely finished. Yang Ming glanced at the scratches on the car, then took out the phone and dialed Sun Hongjuan's number. Hello, Uncle Sun? I'm Yang Ming. This is the case. I met your driver, Li Ji, at the airport, said Yang Ming. Did this kid offend you? Sun Hongjun knew that Li Ji was a person who bullied others because of his master's power. Moreover, Yang Ming wouldn't call him just because he saw Li Ji. Li Ji wasn't an important person. No, it's just that my friend scratched his car, your Rolls-Royce. I'm just telling you. Do you want me to fix it for you? Yang Ming smiled. You kid, you're asking for a scolding. If it's scratched, then it's scratched. Sun Hongjun smiled and said, Is that it? That's it. Yang Ming said. Tell me next time when you smash the car. After Sun Hongjun knew the identity of Yang Ming, he talked to Yang Ming more casually. He didn't have the attitude of suppressing Yang Ming as an elder. That's fine. I didn't bring a hammer today. I really have to try how it feels to smash a Rolls-Royce another day. Yang Ming smiled and said, I have heard of smashing a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW, but I have never seen smashing a Rolls-Royce. You have friends around you, so I won't look for you. Let's meet another day. I have something to look for you. Sun Hongjun put away his smile and talked about business. Okay, I'm very busy these days. I will come to Donghai with Sun Jia another day. Yang Ming said. I heard that you sent flowers to little Jia? Hee, not bad. Sun Hongjun heard Yang Ming mention his daughter and couldn't help but make a joke. Hee. In front of Zhao Ying's parents, Yang Ming couldn't say much, so he hung up the phone. Your boss asked me to smash the car. You may be able to drive a better car. Yang Ming patted Li Ji's shoulder and didn't make it difficult for him. It seemed that the fault was with Zhao Ying's family. Yang Ming didn't want to bully too much. Ugh. Li Ge smiled awkwardly and said, if Brother Yang wants to smash it, then who dares to say no? I'm just kidding. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, is it okay? If it's okay, take your people and leave. I don't need a bodyguard here. It's okay. Brother Yang, do you need me to send you? Li Ge saw that Yang Ming didn't say anything bad about him, so he was very grateful. No need. I drove here. Yang Ming said with some impatience. That's fine. I will go first. Li Ge saw that Yang Ming was a little unhappy. He quickly winked at the black-faced macho man and quickly left the scene. He didn't even drive the car. He planned to wait for Yang Ming to go away before he came back to drive. Wang Guifan was dumbfounded at the moment. The expression on her face was surprised, envious, but more than that, it was joy. Even if she was stupid, she could guess that the person in front of her was Zhao Ying's boyfriend. Zhao Ying said that her boyfriend was called Yang Ming. Just now, Li Ge called him Brother Yang, so it was undoubtedly him. Wang Guifan suddenly had the feeling of a daughter-in-law who had been waiting for many years to become a mother-in-law. It was as if she was sitting on a helicopter, and her identity was instantly raised. My third aunt and I boasted about how powerful the Sui family is. Isn't there something that can't be settled here? What about Yang Ming? As soon as he came over, he didn't wait to do anything. The originally arrogant Li Ge suddenly became as humble as a toad. Moreover, Wang Guifan also heard that Yang Ming seemed to be very familiar with Li Ji's boss. It was a real kind of familiarity. Although he called the other party Uncle Son, his tone was a kind of peaceful and equal relationship. What did this mean? It was self-evident that her son-in-law's power here was even greater than the Sui family. In her opinion, the matter that the Sui family couldn't settle, Yang Ming solved it easily. That was true strength. She originally planned to call her daughter back and introduce her to Boss Lu's son, but at the moment, she threw it out of the window. She was afraid that Yang Ming would not like her daughter. You are Yang Ming. I often hear Ying mention you. Wang Guifan didn't dare to be too arrogant and said to Yang Ming kindly. Hello, Auntie. Yang Ming didn't know Wang Guifan's nature, so he politely bowed to her. Then, he said to Zhao Ying's father, hello, Uncle Zhao. Good. Although Zhao Dequan wasn't a snobbish person, he was happy to see Yang Ming's ability. However, he was also a little worried. He didn't know how bad his wife would be in the future. He had a headache just thinking about it. Zhao Ying was very familiar with her mother's character. She couldn't help but frown. She didn't know how Yang Ming could have a relationship with the forces of Donghai. She originally thought that Yang Ming just had some money, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Suddenly, Zhao Ying found that she knew too little about Yang Ming. Just like the time when she went to the temple fair, Yang Ming could always give her some surprises. In that memory, there was some ignorant, simple, and even hateful young man. Now, she couldn't see through him. Zhao Ying didn't know if this was good or bad. Is he still the man who made my heart beat? Zhao Ying looked at Yang Ming next to her and recalled the bits and pieces of this time. She nodded affirmatively in her heart. Yes. However, at this time, Yang Ming made her feel very distant. There was an unreal sense of existence. Seeing Yang Ming's car, Wang Guifen's eyes were even brighter. She still recognized the BMW logo. Perhaps many people didn't know the brands of Rolls-Royce, Lincoln, and Cadillac, but they knew BMW and Mercedes-Benz. Because there was a saying, drive a BMW, ride a Mercedes-Benz. It showed the position of BMW and Mercedes-Benz in the minds of the public. After getting in the car, Wang Guifen began to talk more. Yang Ming, do you and Ying usually live together? Zhao Dequan listened to Wang Guifen's words and almost vomited blood. How can you ask this kind of thing casually? Young people also have their privacy. However, the words had already been said. It was too late to stop it. Yang Ming was stunned. He thought that Wang Guifen was testing him. He quickly said, no, we have a dormitory at school. Yang Ming didn't know what Wang Guifen meant, but Zhao Ying knew. She couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Why is my mother like this? So, where did that kind and hard-working mother of his go? Ah, I see. Wang Guifen was obviously a little disappointed. She didn't know what kind of relationship Yang Ming and her daughter had. She was afraid that one day, Yang Ming and her daughter would break up. What should she do? However, when her heart moved, Wang Guifen came up with a good idea. Why don't you buy a house near the school? I heard that there are many college students living outside. It is convenient for you and Ying to live together. Ah. Yang Ming was stunned. He almost couldn't hold the steering wheel. If he wasn't very sober, Yang Ming even thought that he had heard wrongly. Buy a house? Yeah, you are all postgraduate students. Aren't postgraduate students allowed to get married now? Said Wang Guifen. Zhao Ying and Yang Ming's faces changed at the same time. Zhao Ying was extremely embarrassed, and Yang Ming was inexplicable. This was the first time he had seen such a mother. Although Chen Mingyan's parents basically let go of the relationship between him and Chen Mingyan and let it develop, they also had an attitude of neither opposition nor support for that matter. Auntie. We are still in school. Isn't it a bit early to talk about marriage? Yang Ming hesitated and said. Wang Guifen listened to Yang Ming's tone and thought that Yang Ming was a young man who didn't want to get married too early, so she quickly said, then don't get married first. Now, there are many college students living together. Mom, what are you talking about? Zhao Ying frowned. The more she listened, the more she felt that something was wrong, so she quickly stopped her mother. You child, Mom is doing it for your own good. Wang Guifen said seriously, when a man and a woman are together, if they break up one day, the one who suffers is still the woman. So, Yang Ming, for Ying's future life, don't you have to buy a house for her? Don't you think what I said is reasonable? Yang Ming really learned what a fierce mother was. She could even say this kind of nonsense. However, Yang Ming didn't forget the mission this time. Naturally, he couldn't show any dissatisfaction to Wang Guifen. He just nodded and said, Auntie, you are right, this is also a very normal way of thinking. Since you are right, then when? Will you buy a house? Wang Guifen said, this matter can't just be said. Okay. I will buy it in a few days. Yang Ming was helpless. How many days is a few days? Wang Guifen. Tomorrow is fine. Auntie, if you see a good house, you can make the decision. I will pay for it. Yang Ming didn't care about the cost of this house. Moreover, the house was bought for Zhao Ying. He was willing to do so. Not to mention his special feelings for Zhao Ying, just Zhao Ying's help before the college entrance examination made Yang Ming very grateful. However, this feeling of being forced to buy a house was a bit weird. Okay, then it's settled. Seeing that this prospective son-in-law was so understanding, Wang Guifen couldn't help but be happy. Her desire swelled and she blurted out, then, when you have a house, do you still need to buy a car? Isn't it very convenient for you to pick up Ying all day long? What if you don't have time and Ying, a girl, is in danger when she goes back? Don't you think I am right? I heard that the bigger the city, the worse the security. Those criminals are willing to come. Speaking of roaming around, Yang Ming really believed that it was true. Wasn't Ji Shuixing, whom he met with Zhao Ying, a criminal? Therefore, Wang Guifan wasn't wrong. He even bought a house, so he didn't lack a car. Yang Ming simply nodded and said, "No problem. Auntie, do you want to choose one together?" Yang Ming was helpless, so he said such a joke. He didn't expect Wang Guifan to believe it. Really? It just so happens that I was a driver in a large group in my early years. I still have a driver's license. I don't need a good car. You just need to buy a good one for Ying. For my car, just buy it with the small change. A car that costs tens of thousands is fine. Yang Ming was almost amused, but because of Zhao Ying's face, he could only continue, "It doesn't matter. You can buy a better one. Then, buy a domestic BMW? I heard that it is only more than 300,000. Wang Guifan was so excited that her voice changed. It was no wonder that Wang Guifan would lose her composure. Although Wang Guifan was snobbish, she wasn't a fool. It was impossible that she couldn't understand the good words. However, Wang Guifan was so excited today that she lost her mind and spoke without thinking. Moreover, Wang Guifan felt that her daughter was so beautiful. She should charm Yang Ming. If Zhao Ying was just an ordinary friend of Yang Ming, or if Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of her, perhaps Yang Ming would have already turned hostile. However, at this moment, Yang Ming felt that buying things for Zhao Ying was a must. It was just that this method made him feel a little uncomfortable. Okay. Yang Ming was already numb. In his opinion, the price of the car didn't matter, so since he agreed, it was the same to buy anything. Yang Ming, how can you agree? Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming just nodded and said yes. She was a little anxious. What are you doing? Why do you want to buy a house and a car? My mother is being unreasonable. Do you believe it? Yang Ming shrugged and smiled bitterly. He didn't speak. I mean, what can I say? My current identity is your boyfriend. I can't be too calculative, right? Ying, what's wrong with you? Isn't your mother doing this for your own good? When Wang Guifan heard Zhao Ying's words, she was angry. It is said that a grown girl can't be kept at home. Are you not putting your mother in your eyes now? Although Zhao Ying had some opinions about her mother, she was still her biological mother. She still couldn't bear such an unfilial label. Moreover, Zhao Ying actually understood her mother's bitterness. In the early years, the living conditions of the family were not bad. Her mother was a driver of a large group of public institutions, and her father was a coach of the City Martial Arts Center. In the early 1990s, this was a good job. However, with the disbandment of the large group, her mother was out of work, and her father was only receiving a fixed salary every month. She watched other people's lives prosper, but she had to be busy all day for money. It was inevitable that there would be some resentment in her heart. She began to be calculative about her life. When she was at home, she often complained about her father, Zhao Dequan. After he retired from the army, why did he have to work in the martial arts center? There were so many jobs to choose from. There was the police station and the factory security department. Her comrade who went to the police station was now a sector-level cadre. Her comrade who went to the factory was now the head of the XX Group's security department with a monthly salary of more than 10,000. However, the wages in the martial arts center were the lowest, and the benefits were not good. Young people nowadays went to the gym. Who would go to the martial arts center? How could this make Wang Guifan feel balanced? Zhao Dequan was an honest person, but it did not mean that he was as snobbish as Wang Guifan. Although sometimes he would not argue with Wang Guifan, at this moment, he also felt that Wang Guifan was too much. How can she ask for a car and a house on the first meeting? What is this? Is it like selling her daughter? So, Zhao Dequan couldn't help but say, "Little Yang, don't take it seriously. Your aunt is just joking with you. She wants to test whether your feelings for Ying are real. You also know that the hearts of parents are pitiful. What are you talking about?" Wang Guifan saw that the good thing was ruined by her husband. She was annoyed immediately. "Shut up." Zhao Dequan did not retreat this time. He said loudly with a red neck, "Wang Guifan, you will lead your daughter astray sooner or later. What kind of messy thoughts are you having? Isn't it better to let Ying marry into the bank?" Zhao Dequan was angry. Originally, he wanted to use a joke to dissolve the atmosphere in front of him. However, Wang Guifan did not appreciate it. She didn't give him a way out. This made Zhao Dequan very angry. How could Yang Ming not see the key to the matter? He already knew what kind of person Wang Guifan was. Naturally, he wouldn't think that she was joking just now. However, at the moment, Yang Ming's impression of Zhao Dequan was still very good. Originally, Yang Ming was puzzled. With Wang Guifan's greedy character, how could she teach such an excellent girl like Xiaoying? It turned out that Xiaoying was like her father. Uncle, auntie, don't argue. Yang Ming persuaded. Originally, I also planned to buy a house and a car. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoying. Isn't that the case? As Yang Ming said this, he winked at Xiaoying. Seeing that Yang Ming was so considerate of her, Xiaoying was very moved. She couldn't insist anymore, so she nodded and said, yes. You talk too much. After Wang Guifan listened, she suddenly smiled. Ai. Zhao Dequan sighed. He wasn't stupid. How could he not see the shock that Yang Ming showed when Wang Guifan proposed to buy a house and a car? However, at this moment, he felt that Yang Ming was a good young man. He would take care of everyone's face. Little Yang, what does your family do? Wang Guifan didn't let go of Yang Ming. Doing some business. Yang Ming didn't say too much. Then, do you know the Sui family in Mount Jing? Wang Guifan said this just because she felt that some big shots in a place should know each other. Oh, I was a junior high school classmate with a person named Sui Guangqi. I'm not familiar with the others. Yang Ming said faintly. He didn't want to mention the Sui family. Zhou Jiejia's matter and the Sui family's wedding last time made Yang Ming not have a good impression of the Sui family. Oh? Sui Guangqi. Isn't that Sui Guangheng, the younger brother of my cousin-in-law? Wang Guifan didn't hear the indifference in Yang Ming's tone, and she tried to get close to him. Cousin-in-law? Yang Ming frowned. How is this related to the Sui family? What is this messy and complicated relationship? Yeah, your uncle and I are here this time to visit my third aunt in Mount Jing. Wang Guifan said, why don't you come with us? Wang Guifan wanted to show off with Yang Ming. After all, her third aunt had been showing off in front of her for a long time. She was quite confident, so Wang Guifan didn't want to miss this opportunity to show off. I won't go. I am not very familiar with Sui Guangqi. Yang Ming shook his head, but his heart was a little depressed. He was not interested in the Sui family. Zhao Dequan pulled his wife's clothes. Although he was honest, his mind was much more sober than Wang Guifan. When he heard Yang Ming's words, he knew that his relationship with Sui Guangqi was not good, so he quickly said, then don't go. Anyway, we are not familiar with them. We are just going to take a look. Although Wang Guifan was reluctant to lose an opportunity to show off, she had no other way. She also saw that Yang Ming was not very interested in the Sui family. She had to say, yeah, they are not very close relatives, but there is no other way. Out of etiquette, we have to go and take a look. Zhao Dequan didn't say anything after listening, but he secretly snorted. Out of etiquette? No other way? I don't know who was the one who was anxious to claim kinship with others. Now that he saw his daughter's boyfriend, he immediately changed his tone. Dad, Mom, where are you staying at night? Xiaoying was very annoyed with her mother's approach, but since Yang Ming had already helped her out, she couldn't help but appreciate it. However, she tried not to mention those irrelevant topics. We originally wanted to take a look at you and leave, but we have to help you look at the house and car tomorrow, so we can't leave in a hurry. Wang Guifan looked like she was thinking about Yang Ming and Xiaoying. This made Yang Ming feel a little funny, but he was not very angry. Yang Ming could probably understand that Wang Guifan was afraid that he would deceive Xiaoying's feelings, so she wanted to seek some benefits for her daughter as much as possible. However, she was a bit too anxious. However, after he bought these things for Xiaoying, his relationship with Xiaoying seemed to be a bit unclear, but this was also what Yang Ming was happy to see. How about staying in a hotel? Yang Ming said, it's so late. We can only stay in a hotel. Wang Guifan thought the hotel arranged by Yang Ming would not be bad. Just as she wanted to nod and agree, she heard Zhao, "There is no need, right? The house that I used to rent with Yan Yan is still empty. It's fine to live there." "Where?" "Auntie, I will go back to my own home." Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. It seemed that Wang Guifan still thought that he and Zhao usually lived together. After sending Zhao Ying's family to the place where Zhao originally lived, Yang Ming drove home. On the way, he called Chen Mengyan to inform her that he was safe. Yang Ming returned home. When he entered the living room, he saw Yang Dashan sitting on the sofa at home, chatting with his father. However, at this moment, Yang Dahai no longer had the previous honest image. He was talking and laughing with Yang Dashan. Looking closely, his uncle had also changed a little. In front of his father, he became a little cautious. He no longer had the arrogance of the past. The sudden development of Yang Ming's family had a great impact on Yang Dashan. Although he had long known that his nephew had some skills, now it seemed that it was just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, wasn't the strength that Yang Ming showed now also the tip of the iceberg? "Nephew, you are back." Yang Dashan saw Yang Ming come in and quickly stood up and said with a smile. Although Yang Ming was a younger generation, in any case, Yang Ming helped him in the matter of Tianjiao Entertainment City. He also brought back Sha Zhuang for him. Yang Dashan was grateful to Yang Ming from the bottom of his heart. "Uncle, please sit down. Why are you still so polite when you see me?" Yang Ming smiled. After knowing the details of the grievances between his uncle and his father, Yang Ming was not as indifferent to Yang Dashan as before. He did not look down on the failure of his uncle's business last time. He just felt that he was a little reckless. "Big Ming, since you are back, why don't you sit down and listen and give me some ideas?" Yang Dahai no longer treated his son as a child like before. "What's the matter?" Yang Ming stopped with some suspicion and sat on the sofa. "It's like this. Your uncle, he..." "Big brother, you should say it." Yang Dahai nodded to Yang Dashan. "Okay, I will say it. It's like this, nephew." Yang Dashan said, "Sha Zhuang's business, although it is profitable, people always want to make a bigger career, don't they?" "Uncle, don't tell me you're thinking of doing some imaginary business again?" Yang Ming frowned after listening. "Uncle, listen to my advice. It's better not to get involved in an unfamiliar industry. Now the financial crisis is serious. Although the impact on our country is not big, we will always be affected. It's better to do Sha Zhuang's business steadily. Nephew, listen to uncle." Yang Dashan smiled bitterly. "I know that the last time I did Entertainment City, I was really confused, but this time, I thought about it carefully." "Okay, then uncle, tell me about it. If it really works, money is not a problem." Yang Ming nodded and decided to give his uncle a chance. People can't deny everything when they make a mistake, right? Sha Zhuang's business has been done for so many years. Everything is on the right track. Just ask your aunt to take care of it. It has nothing to do with me." Yang Dashan said, "These days, I am thinking about whether Dahai's company can produce some heavy construction machinery. For example, excavators, bulldozers, and the like. These heavy products have relatively low technical content, but the sales are good. In our province, there is really no similar company." "Oh?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect his uncle to talk about this. He thought about it and said, "This can be considered. After all, we don't lack technology now. These heavy equipment, I believe that old Buffon can get the relevant technical information. Production and assembly is not a problem at all. If this kind of thing is really popular, then it is not impossible to consider." However, the purpose of Yang Dashan coming here is just to give his father an idea? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. "Uncle, do you mean that you want to participate?" "Participate?" Yang Dashan shook his head after listening. "The total assets of your father's company are so large. Even if I throw all my assets into it, it won't even make a splash. I was thinking that if the production and sales department of heavy equipment is really established, I would like to see if I can take a position as a manager in the family's Sha Zhuang. It sounds like a nouveau riche. It doesn't sound as good as an entrepreneur." "That is not a problem. Yang Ming glanced at his father and said, "Uncle is more familiar with these things. If it is really done, he can be responsible for sales and market development." Yang Ming was not guarding against his uncle. It was just that it was best not to have relatives involved in core things to avoid differences in opinion on some major decisions. It would not look good when the time came. There would not be any problems with sales. At most, he would contact the channel merchants. Although he might receive some small benefits from the channel merchants, these were insignificant things. Yang Dehai nodded. He thought that Yang Ming would not agree with his uncle coming to the company, but now it seemed that Yang Ming did not object. However, Yang Ming was very supportive of Yang Dashan's opinion. Otherwise, if Yang Dashan was really in charge of some core departments, it would be very difficult for the employees when the time came for him to order them around. "Dad, you guys talk. I am going back to my room." Yang Ming didn't want to interfere too much with his father's company. Since Yang Dehai had already done it, Yang Ming didn't want to be a behind-the-scenes boss. "Okay, then I will talk to your uncle for a while. I am also very interested in his idea." Yang Dehai nodded and said. At this time, Mother Yang also came over and said, "Dehai, it's quite late. I will call the restaurant downstairs to send some supper. You and Big Brother can talk while eating?" "Okay, I just happen to be hungry." Yang Dehai smiled and said, "You go ahead." Yang Ming returned to the room and turned on the computer. He wanted to go online to see if there was any public opinion against the jewelry company today. He opened QQ and chose the invisible state. However, there was still a message. Yang Ming clicked on it, but it was from wild female teacher whom he hadn't seen for a long time. "Are you there? Are you there? Haven't you come yet?" Wild female teacher sent 4 or 5 messages to ask if Yang Ming was there. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to look at the web page first, but when he saw so many messages, he didn't want to see anything urgent. So, he replied, "I just went online." "What's the matter?" "Ah. You are here." Wild female teacher's message came quickly. N. Yang Ming sent an emoji. "Are you free?" asked wild female teacher. "Some, but it shouldn't be possible to compensate for your points," said Yang Ming. "It's not about points. I haven't played landlord for a long time. I'm in a bad mood today. I want to find someone to talk to," said wild female teacher. "Hee, every time you talk to me, you seem to be a little depressed. Why? Is it a relationship problem?" Yang Ming recently felt that his relationship was very smooth. Little sister Lin was finally put to bed. Little classmate Xiaochen also began to compromise. Today sister Zhao seemed to have a chance. So, Yang Ming's mood was quite good. "I met him today," said wild female teacher. "And then? Since you saw the person you like, why are you still in a bad mood?" asked Yang Ming. "I don't know. I just feel that today's meeting was very bad," said wild female teacher. "What did you say or do that made him hate you?" Yang Ming asked patiently. After all, wild female teacher was one of his few netizens with a good relationship. "I didn't say anything, but my family's approach should make him very unhappy," said wild female teacher. "Family? You even took him to meet your family?" Yang Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after a few months of not seeing each other, the other party had made progress. "Not really. It's a bit complicated." After wild female teacher sent this message, she immediately sent another one. "You say, if the girl wants something, the boy will buy it for her. Does that count as the boy being interested in her?" "It should count. If the two are not relatives, then it should be like what you said." Yang Ming didn't know how to answer, so he could only say something nice. "But, the key problem is that these things were asked by my mother. He also agreed to buy them for me. But, I think he is just taking care of my mother's face," said wild female teacher. Yang Ming looked at the message sent by wild female teacher. He was slightly stunned. "Why do I feel that this is so familiar? It seems like it happened around me?" Wild female teacher? Yang Ming clicked on the details of her QQ, age 23. Then, he opened the chat records of the two people before. Yang Ming couldn't help but be shocked. Is it really her? At first, it was a teacher, then it was a student. She went to my school. Yang Ming's mind was suddenly in chaos. How can there be such a coincidence? That also depends on what it is. If it's a small thing, I may agree to it out of respect. But if it's a very expensive thing, at least I won't give it away casually. What did your mother ask for from him? Yang Ming resisted the excitement in his heart. He trembled as he typed a line of words and sent it over. The car and house she asked for. He also agreed. I don't know what to do now. I don't know if he really wants to give it to me, or it's just against his will, said wild female teacher. Yang Ming widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He couldn't speak while facing the computer screen. Accident? Coincidence? Or is it the truth? Some things can't be explained clearly through chatting. Why don't we meet and I'll tell you in detail? Yang Ming wished that his special ability could go through the network cable and see the other person's appearance. Meet? Wild female teacher was obviously stunned, and then immediately said, forget it, I'm not used to meeting online friends. Yang Ming was a little disappointed. There were some things that couldn't be asked directly. A meeting was the best solution. Yang Ming was afraid that if he asked something on the internet, the other side would not admit it. At that time, he would have no choice but to throw his QQ account aside forever and never go online again. Who could find him? That doesn't matter. Let's just say it like that. Yang Ming didn't insist. After all, if the other party was really Zhao Ying, with Zhao Ying's character, she definitely wouldn't easily meet an online friend. Then, he's already accompanied you to meet your parents. What else are you worried about? If he didn't like you, why would he go to see your parents? Yang Ming further induced. Actually, the relationship between the two of us really hasn't reached that step yet. My parents want to introduce a boyfriend to me. I don't like it, so I pulled him here to make up the numbers, said wild female teacher. Make up the numbers? Is it just to make up the numbers? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah, that's why I'm worried. Wild female teacher said. Then you don't have to worry about it. You think about it. Who is more stupid? Can you buy a house and a car just to make up the numbers? If he isn't interested in you, then he simply has money to burn. Yang Ming thought, I don't have the habit of burning money. Really? Thank you. I feel much better. My parents told me to go to bed. Let's talk another day. Wild female teacher sent a goodnight emoji over. Yang Ming wanted to say a few more words, but the other party had already gone offline. Ying, go to bed. Why are you still playing online by yourself when mom and dad finally come? Zhao Ying greeted Zhao Dequan, who was sitting at the computer table. Oh, I know. Zhao Ying closed QQ and replied. Wait, don't turn off the computer. You go online and check what kind of car is more suitable for you to drive, and mine. Wang Guifan couldn't forget about the car. Mom. Why do you really want to buy it? Zhao Ying frowned. Yang Ming and I haven't reached that step yet. Now you want a house and a car. How can I face him in the future? What's wrong with that? A woman? You have to use your own capital. Think about it. If one day little Yang doesn't want you, don't you still have some assets? Wang Guifan said disapprovingly. She moved a stool and sat next to Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying didn't move. She didn't want to be her mother's accomplice. However, Wang Guifan grabbed the mouse in Zhao Ying's hand and opened the IE browser. She went to the home page of Good 123 and entered a professional car website. It had to be said that the website of Good 123 was quite successful. There was only one page, but from the office workers to the housewives, they all remembered this one-page internet access. Zhao Ying was helpless. She didn't expect her mother to actually surf the internet. It seemed that the internet was very popular now. This new BMW 325 is good, but Ying, you can't buy such a cheap one. You should buy a BMW 5 Series, right? Wang Guifan had a soft spot for BMWs. Mom, can you not be like this? Zhao Ying was about to cry. How can we ask for things from others? What is this? How is this asking for it? Didn't little Yang agree? Since he has already said it, it is like spilled water. How can he take it back? If we don't want it, we are not giving face. Then you can see for yourself. Zhao Ying stood up angrily and went to sleep on her own. Wang Guifan ignored Zhao Ying. She sat directly in Zhao Ying's position and read the car introduction with relish. Zhao Dequan also sighed helplessly. He looked at Wang Guifan. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. Early the next morning, without informing Zhao Ying, Wang Guifan rushed to the car market and came to the BMW store. After she went there, she directly looked at the two new cars of the BMW 3 Series and 5 Series. Although Wang Guifan's dress wasn't very good, it was all street goods. But in this day and age, there were rich people who wore beggars' clothes, celebrities, and people who drove tractors. Who could distinguish them? Therefore, the salesperson didn't dare to neglect. He followed Wang Guifan all the way to choose the car. When Wang Guifan was satisfied, he asked, "Ms. Wang, have you decided to buy the 3 Series or the 5 Series? I want both." Wang Guifan finally enjoyed the treatment of a superior person today. She had lived for most of her life, and she was finally generous for once. "You want both?" The salesperson was stunned. "You want to buy two?" "Yeah, I have one, and my daughter has one." "Hee, my son-in-law will pay for it." Wang Guifan said this with a smile. The salesperson finally understood what was going on. She had hooked up with a rich husband. He didn't dare to delay and quickly complimented, "Then you are really blessed. That is, who let me give birth to a good daughter." Wang Guifan felt that she liked to hear this. "Then, how do you pay?" asked the salesperson. "Wait. Let me call and ask." Wang Guifan said, "Right, I left in a hurry and didn't bring my cell phone." "Do you have a phone in your store?" Yes. The salesperson didn't doubt it. If she could afford a car, how could she not afford a cell phone? How could he know that Wang Guifan didn't have a cell phone at all? When she was at home, she only had a little smart that couldn't roam and was tied to a landline phone. Wang Guifan deliberately asked for Yang Ming's phone number yesterday for today's action. "Hello, Xiaoyang? I am Ming Ying's mother." Wang Guifan dialed the phone and said with a smile. "Oh? Auntie Wang, what's the matter?" asked Yang Ming. "I am at the BMW Car 4S store. I chose 2 cars." Wang Guifan hesitated and said, "Now I have to pay the bill." "Oh, so that's the case. You give the phone to the salesperson. I will talk to him," Yang Ming said. Okay. Wang Guifan quickly gave the phone to the salesperson on the side. "Hello." The salesperson politely picked up the phone. "How much is it?" "Give me the account number of your store. I will ask someone to transfer it to you." Yang Ming said indifferently, "The procedures are all done together. Get a better license plate. If you can't get it, I will give you a phone call. You can find Bao Sanli or Ho Jinhan from Mingyang Entertainment and let them do it." Okay. The salesperson was stunned. He thought, who is this person? With such a big tone, he can even order Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan? Now, it was impossible for people in the business world not to know the names of Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli. This store was no exception. Just as he was wondering, after a while, someone who claimed to be Bao Sanli from Mingyang Entertainment called and asked about the payment. The salesperson felt that his level wasn't enough, so he quickly called the boss to answer the phone. Seeing that the shop owner was talking to her son-in-law's subordinate, Wang Guifan's heart was so cool. She had never thought that one day, she would have such an awe-inspiring moment. After the shop owner hung up the phone, he first scolded the salesperson for his bad reception. "Ms. Wang is a VIP. Why did you receive her yourself? Where are the others? Hurry up and invite Ms. Wang to the VIP room. I will do the following procedures personally." After that, he turned to Wang Guifan and said, "Ms. Wang, look. You came to buy a car, but you didn't call in advance so that I could receive you personally. If you are not free, you can tell me the model of the car. I will ask someone to drive it for you to choose." Although he didn't know the real origin of Wang Guifan, He heard from the salesperson that the person who called before was very arrogant. He treated Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan like his subordinates. And this Wang Guifan was that person's mother-in-law. How could this be? How could the manager not care? Of course, these were all done by Wang Guifan behind Zhao Ying's back. If Zhao Ying knew about it, she would also stop her. However, Wang Guifan thought, when the time comes, what is done cannot be undone. The procedures are all done. You can't just return it, right? After completing the procedures, Wang Guifan didn't rush to drive Zhao Ying's car away. Instead, she only drove the blue BMW 328i that she chose and left Car City. Anyway, she didn't have to worry about the license plate. She found the sales office of Huasong Wenyuan, a luxury residential area that she saw online yesterday. This was a luxury residential area closest to Songjiang Industry University. It had just opened, and there were still many good locations that were not sold out. Driving a brand new BMW, Wang Guifan felt different. It was much more comfortable than driving the Volga in the past. In the early years, Wang Guifan also drove a car for the leader, but the car drivers at that time weren't as bad*ss as they were now. The relationship between them and the leader was only a superior and subordinate. Unlike now, which driver wasn't the confidant of the leader? Even if the large group was disbanded, the leader couldn't be laid off, right? It wasn't difficult to bring a person to another unit. However, Wang Guifan sighed that she didn't have the opportunity. She was a car driver for a few years in vain. She thought that she would never have the opportunity to touch a car again in her life, but she didn't expect that she would drive a BMW directly when she drove again. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, or the salesperson at the sales office saw Wang Guifan's car and acted snobbish. He flattered Wang Guifan for a while. Wang Guifan finally realized the charm of money at this moment. Money makes the world go round. This saying is really true. If it were a few days ago, who would be around a housewife like me? The more she realized this feeling of floating, the more Wang Guifan couldn't give it up. She was thinking in her heart. When I go back, I must teach my daughter how to lock a man's heart. If one day little Yang is tired of my daughter, then it will be terrible. Wang Guifan didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. Madam, what kind of house do you want to see? The salesperson responded with a smile. Well, what kind of houses do you have? Wang Guifan asked casually, looking like a rich lady on TV. Although Wang Guifan didn't dress well and didn't have a brand on her, her car was good. Moreover, who could be sure that she didn't find a tailor shop to order her clothes? Although his taste was not that good, everyone had their own preferences. The salesman had even seen people wearing hurdle vests and big pants driving Mercedes-Benz to buy buildings. Therefore, she was not surprised and said, there are small apartments, medium apartments, large apartments, and luxury duplexes. Of course, there are also independent villas. What's the price? Wang Guifan asked. A normal apartment costs around 10,000 yuan per square meter, a duplex costs around 20,000 yuan per square meter, and a villa costs up to 50,000 yuan per square meter, the salesperson explained. Wang Guifan clicked her tongue. She didn't even dare to look at such a high-priced building. Wang Guifan calculated for a moment. The price of the villa was too high. She estimated that one villa would cost more than 10 million. Oh my God, was it possible to buy such an expensive house? However, a duplex could be considered, so he asked, how much does a duplex cost? Looking at the display model on the side, the structure of the duplex was really good. Wang Guifan just took a look and liked it very much. A duplex is about 7.5 million yuan. The salesperson said the orientation and the type of house are the same, but the price is slightly different according to the distance to the entrance of the community. More than 7 million yuan. Wang Guifan was a little dazzled. How many lifetimes did she and her husband have to struggle to save so much money? Originally, she thought that the car she bought was luxurious enough, but now she found that the car was really nothing compared to the house. Wang Guifan didn't dare to make a decision on her own. She said to the salesman, I will make a phone call and discuss with my family. That's what you should do, but there is no signal in this hall. You can use our phone here. The salesman was not surprised. After all, buying a house was a big deal. It was normal to discuss with family. The salesman's suggestion was exactly what Wang Guifan wanted. She didn't have a cell phone. When she wanted to borrow a phone, the salesman took the initiative to ask. Wang Guifan dialed Yang Ming's phone again. "Little Yang, it's me, Yingying's mother." Wang Guifan said, "I am at the sales office. I saw a duplex, but the price is a bit expensive. It costs more than 70,000 yuan. Oh? Where did you see the house?" Yang Ming didn't care about the price. "In Huasong Wenyuan." Wang Guifan said, "I think this is the closest place to the school." "Huasong Wenyuan? No way, right?" Yang Ming sweated, but he couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Fortunately, Wang Guifan wanted to buy a duplex, not a villa. If he bought a house here, once Xiaoying moved in, it was possible to meet Chen Mingyan again. At that time, God knew if Chen Mingyan would have any ideas. However, judging from the recent events, Chen Mingyan seemed to be more open-minded. She was not as jealous as before. Forget it. Anyway, even if I end up with Xiaoying, the relationship between these women will be exposed sooner or later. He simply didn't think so much. He braced himself and said, "Okay, but you wait. I will look for someone to see if I can get a discount." Okay. Wang Guifan saw that Yang Ming didn't question the price of the duplex. She was excited, but she couldn't help but regret it. "I should have asked for a villa." Yang Ming picked up the phone, opened the phone book, and found Li Dagong's number. He was about to dial it, but he hesitated. After a long while, Yang Ming shook his head and didn't call Li Dagong directly. Yang Ming could see from Wang Guifan's style that she wasn't a tight-lipped person. Li Dagong didn't know about Zhao Ying's matter. If they were together, it wouldn't be good if something was leaked. Therefore, Yang Ming directly dialed Manager Lu's phone number. "Manager Lu, I am Yang Ming. Do you remember me?" Yang Ming wasn't sure if Manager Lu could remember him. After all, they just exchanged phone numbers politely. Remember. How can I not remember?" Manager Lu's hearty laughter came from the phone. "The owner of the Sun Moon Pavilion. Mr. Yang, do you have any orders?" Previously, Manager Lu was very puzzled about the identity of Yang Ming. However, Manager Lu inquired about the identity of Guo Jianchao that day. The current Mingyang Century was the chairman of the former Wang Century Xiongfeng Group. For this company, Manager Lu still understood it. It had a strong black background. Who was the person who could reprimand Guo Jianchao face to face? During a company dinner by chance, Li Dagong drank too much. When the two were chatting, Manager Lu asked about Yang Ming. Li Dagong wasn't very clear. He just said that he used to follow Yang Ming in the underworld. This bit of information was more than enough. Combined with the clues in Li Dagong's words and the scene of him reprimanding Guo Jianchao that day, Manager Lu had some idea of Yang Ming's identity. This person might be a big shot in the underworld of Songjiang. However, he didn't dare to inquire about it. Manager Lu was really lucky that Yang Ming didn't give him a real-life PK in his office at that time. "This is the case. I have a relative who went to your place to look at a house. She is next to the phone. Help me take care of her. Her surname is Wang, and her name is Wang Guifan. She is in her 40s. Yang Ming said. "No problem." Manager Lu quickly agreed. It didn't take long for a man in his 30s to greet them. After the salesman next to Wang Guifan saw him, he quickly said, "President Lu." Manager Lu looked next to the phone. There was only an unfamiliar middle-aged woman, Wang Guifan. So, he thought that this was probably the relative that Yang Ming talked about on the phone. "Hello, are you Ms. Wang Guifan?" Manager Lu asked tentatively. "It's me." "You are?" Although Wang Guifan learned from the salesman that the person in front of her was a president, she didn't know him. "I'm the manager of the sales office. My surname is Lu. Mr. Yang called me, so I quickly rushed over." Manager Lu smiled and said to Wang Guifan. Wang Guifan was shocked. Completely shocked. She really couldn't imagine that Yang Ming's influence in Songjiang was so great. A phone call could make the manager of the sales office so respectful. Including when she bought the car before, the owner of the car dealership was the same. Among the people that Wang Guifan had contacted before, there were some who had some money in their family, such as Boss Lu, but it was just a little money. It was impossible to have the influence that Yang Ming had in Songjiang. When Boss Lu went to buy a car, people would at most receive him for the face of money, but the manager would definitely not accompany him personally. But now, Wang Guifan found that whether it was President Lu or the car dealership owner, they were all really respectful to her, not just perfunctory. Manager Lu, hello. Wang Guifan dreamed of the day when she would become a lady, so she quickly adapted to her position in a hurry. She nodded to Manager Lu casually. This is the case. The authority of our sales office can only give a 10% discount. However, Mr. Yang has a good relationship with the developer, Xinheng Real Estate. If you are not in a hurry, you should be able to get a lower price. Manager Lu said. Wang Guifan didn't expect that Yang Ming actually knew the developer. However, she could only stay in Songjiang for one day. Who didn't like to save money? But she was afraid that a long night would bring more trouble, so she said with some doubts, but, I bought the house in a hurry. It is best to get the key as soon as possible. That's easy. Zhao, you go and get the key now and give it to Ms. Wang. Manager Lu casually instructed someone. Give me the key? But I haven't paid yet? Wang Guifan was stunned. She didn't expect to get the key. Money is not urgent. Mr. Yang has other businesses here. How can you owe us money? Manager Lu smiled. Other businesses? Other industries? What do you mean? Wang Guifan asked, baffled. Mr. Yang also bought a villa here. Don't you know? Manager Lu also asked, baffled. Villa? Wang Guifan frowned suspiciously. How did Yang Ming buy a villa here? Who did he buy it for? Why didn't my daughter mention it before? Yeah, Mr. Yang bought it with his girlfriend. He bought the most luxurious villa here. Manager Lu didn't know the secret. So he didn't hide it and said with a smile. Yang Ming didn't expect Manager Lu to mention this before. If he knew, he wouldn't make this unnecessary call just to save money. Girlfriend? Wang Guifan's heart skipped a beat. Her keen woman's intuition made her feel that this girlfriend was definitely not her daughter. Then, who was it? Seeing that Yang Ming was so generous and actually bought the most luxurious villa here, his feelings for this girl were definitely not shallow. Then, what about my daughter? Fortunately, Wang Guifan was also a woman in her 40s. Although she was a bit snobbish, she usually lived at the bottom of society and had trained a fake face. She said without batting an eyelid, "Oh, I know. That little girl is quite pretty." How could Manager Lu know that Wang Guifan was testing him? He thought that Wang Guifan really knew Chen Mingyan, so he followed her intention and complimented, "Yeah, Miss Chen and Mr. Yang are really a match made in heaven." Miss Chen. Wang Guifan's heart twitched twice. It really isn't Miss Zhao. What should I do? Now it seemed that Yang Ming had a woman outside. This was already an established fact. This couldn't help but make Wang Guifan's head hurt. If it were someone else, knowing that her daughter's boyfriend had another woman outside, she would definitely ask her daughter to break up with him directly. However, Wang Guifan didn't want to do this. Today's glory had made her thoroughly understand the beauty of having money and power. Everyone's respectful words and attitude made Wang Guifan intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. This kind of life made her unable to give it up. This feeling of squandering money and driving a luxury car was really cool. She didn't want to go back to the past, the life of arguing with the hawkers in the vegetable market for a few cents. Wang Guifan smiled forcefully. She didn't have the mood to continue to stay. She said to Manager Lu, "That's fine. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll have to trouble you for the rest." "Don't worry, Ms. Wang." After it was done, Manager Lu left. Wang Guifan. She. When? Wang Guifan decided that she must have a thorough talk with her daughter. She couldn't be so passive anymore. Otherwise, it was very likely that everything would turn into a dream. Zhang Dejuan's work style and efficiency made Yang Ming appreciate it very much. He did the things that were given to him not long ago. Even the communication with the foreign side was done in an orderly manner. Yang Ming looked at the video demo on the computer and admired Zhang Dejuan's means. The advertising technique was natural and unrestrained. In the entire promotional video, there was not a single mention of the previous high-priced door incident. However, the entire video made people feel that the previous article on the website was purely a farce, an ignorant piece of news written by an ignorant person. As for the later operation, as well as the broadcast and dissemination on TV and the internet, it was all up to Zhang Dejuan. At least, Zhang Dejuan was still very popular in this small area of the province. Tomorrow was Xianxia's concert. Ho Zhenhan was very busy, and the planning work had entered the final stage. The venue of the district stadium had been negotiated. In fact, there was no need to talk about it. Songjiang, as a non-provincial city, could host the concert of an international superstar. It had made this small city famous all over the country. The leaders in charge of the city were also very concerned about this. After all, the success of the concert also represented the economic development level of the city. The sound equipment was brought directly from Hong Kong with Xianxia's staff. The installation and debugging were also done by a special person. But even so, the overall work made Mingyang Entertainment prepare day and night for several days to be foolproof. Yesterday, the suspenseful chat record made Yang Ming sleepless all night. He really couldn't figure it out. If the other party was not Zhaoying, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? It was just a pity that the other party refused to meet with him. Otherwise, he could confirm it himself. For Wang Guifen's requests, Yang Ming naturally agreed. It was all for Zhao Ying's face. No matter how much she tossed around, it wouldn't cost much money. Big Ming, tomorrow is Xianxia's concert. Aren't you going to the company to take a look? Today was Saturday. Yang Dehai rarely slept in at home. I'm not going. I have nothing to do. Yang Ming was a little annoyed. There were too many things in these 2 days, and it was too sudden. First, Chen Mengyan revealed his relationship with Lin Jiyun. Then, Zhaoying came out, making Yang Ming somewhat at a loss for a while. Yang Ming didn't deny that he was greedy. He was still thinking about what he had in his bowl, but who wasn't like this? Big Ming, you seem to have something on your mind? Yang Dehai looked at Yang Ming's frowning bad luck and asked. It's okay, Dad. Yang Ming smiled. You go ahead with your work. Well, you have grown up. I won't say more. Yang Dehai nodded and said, however, you don't have to worry too much about external things. Although our current life isn't as good as those of the world's richest people, it's still not bad. Living happily is better than anything else. Yang Ming didn't expect his father to have this awareness. He couldn't help but smile and said, Dad, I'm really fine. I'm just a little tired recently. Yang Dehai turned and went to the kitchen. His mother had already prepared the meal. After a few bites, he had to rush to the company again. Although it was Saturday, he still had to take a look. As a leader, there was basically no weekend. Yang Ming called Chen Mengyan and asked where she was. He didn't expect her to be shopping. This made Yang Ming slightly stunned. Isn't she too heartless? Uncle Chen is still lying in the hospital. It's only been less than 2.5 days, and she went out shopping? Chen Mengyan seemed to have heard Yang Ming's surprise. After a little consideration, she knew why Yang Ming was like this. So she said, I was chased out by my dad. Originally, my mom and I went to the hospital to accompany him. We didn't expect him to be playing chess with his colleagues. When he saw us coming, he kept chasing us out. He said that he was fine and didn't want to make it seem like he was seriously injured. He didn't ask us to accompany him. My mother went to my grandmother's house. I had nothing to do, so I came out to walk around. Yang Ming was relieved. He knew Chen Fei's character very well. He was the kind of person who was more forthright and didn't care about trifles. He really only hurt his leg. There were no other problems. Naturally, he wouldn't ask the whole family to accompany him in the hospital. He would feel uncomfortable. However, Yang Ming thought that Chen Mengyan was shopping with her mother. After listening to it, it wasn't so he asked curiously, "You came out to shop alone?" "Of course not. I wanted to look for you, but didn't you go to see Sister Ying's family?" "I was afraid that you weren't done with your work, so I didn't call you. It just so happened that your sister Lin called me in the morning, so I asked her out." Chen Mingyan smiled. "Sister Lin? Lin Jiyun?" Yang Ming was shocked. How did these two people get together? Or did Lin Jiyun call Chen Mingyan first? Seeing that Yang Ming didn't say anything, Chen Mingyan also knew that Yang Ming was surprised. However, after experiencing so many things these days, Chen Mingyan also took Lin Jiyun's matter lightly. Her father's car accident shocked her. At that time, the feeling of nervousness and anxiety could only be understood by those who were in it. After seeing that her father was fine, Chen Mingyan really realized that it was best to have the person she loved safe and sound by her side. Since Yang Ming loved her and spoiled her, even if Lin Jiyun existed, this love wouldn't be less. Then, why should she care so much? Lin Jiyun's existence wasn't something she could change. Instead of fighting with each other, it was better to be friendly. Not only could it show that she was magnanimous, but it could also make Yang Ming feel guilty toward her. Chen Mingyan already knew that Yang Ming's character was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If she really made a fuss, not only would it have no effect, but it would also make Yang Ming impatient. When the two of them had a cold war, she would still be the one who suffered. Unless she completely wanted to break up with Yang Ming, but now it seemed that this wasn't a realistic thing. "You two, why are you going shopping?" Yang Ming's question was somewhat incoherent. "Why? You don't want us to be together?" asked Chen Mingyan. "That's not it. You two continue." Yang Ming was afraid that he would say too much and make a mistake, so he quickly hung up the phone. In fact, the two of them didn't go shopping together in advance. This was what happened in the morning. Lin Jiyun learned from Yang Ming that Chen Mingyan's father had an accident. After thinking about it, she decided to call Chen Mingyan to ask. After all, her identity had been recognized by Chen Mingyan. She couldn't be like before. She had to try to integrate into this three-person group. Chen Mingyan was surprised that Lin Jiyun called to greet her, but she was also very happy. It proved that Lin Jiyun wasn't the kind of person who was arrogant and self-righteous. It just so happened that Chen Mingyan had nothing to do, so she proposed to go out for a stroll. The newly bought villa had been properly decorated. Chen Mingyan planned to buy some daily necessities. Seeing that Chen Mingyan asked her out, Lin Jiyun was instinctively shocked. She was still a little afraid of Chen Mingyan in her heart. After all, the love that originally belonged to Chen Mingyan was divided into half by her. Perhaps it was less than half, but this was not important. For Chen Mingyan, even if it was divided into half, it was not a fair thing. However, she couldn't refuse. After hesitating for a while, Chen Mingyan said directly, "Okay, let's meet at the commercial street after 30 minutes. Lin Jiyun still wanted to say something, but Chen Mingyan had already hung up the phone. Lin Jiyun held the phone and was stupefied. She was somewhat at a loss. For Chen Mingyan's initiative to ask her out, Lin Jiyun was very hesitant. Although Chen Mingyan looked very friendly, after all, her identity was there. How could it not be awkward? Until Xianxia came over and saw her daughter in a daze, she shouted, "Yunair, what are you doing?" Lin Jiyun woke up with an awe, and looked at the phone in her hand. 10 minutes had passed. She quickly got up from the bed and put on her clothes in a hurry. She said, "Mom, I'm going shopping." "With Yang Ming?" Xianxia asked casually. "No, with a classmate, a girl," said Lin Jiyun. "Oh, then come back early," Xianxia said. Since her daughter became the company's manager, Xianxia rarely cared about her daughter's social situation. Lin Jiyun nodded and thought, if I don't make it, it won't be good if I'm late. Compared to Yang Ming asking her out, she was much more nervous. She hurried out of the house. Lin Jiyun, who had always been thrifty, was also extravagant this time. She stopped a taxi and hurried to the commercial street. Fortunately, the two got off at the same time, so Lin Jiyun was not late. "Elder sister Yen." Lin Jiyun lowered her head and called out carefully. "What are you doing? You look like you are being bullied." When Chen Mingyan saw Lin Jiyun being bullied, she couldn't help but feel pity for her. All his resentment towards her was thrown away. Such a girl would never be envied or disliked by others. Lin Jiyun's character really made Chen Mingyan unable to be angry. Chen Mingyan sighed. If I really instigated Lin Jiyun to break up with Yang Ming, with Lin Jiyun's character, she would definitely agree. But what was she going to do after they broke up? It could be seen that Lin Jiyun's feelings for Yang Ming were very special. From the initial hatred and gratitude to later love. It could be said that Yang Ming was the only person she could rely on in her heart right now. Chen Mingyan couldn't bear to do this no matter what. Since she couldn't bear to do it, then it wasn't a bad thing to get along well with him. Just like now, when she didn't have anyone to accompany her, she could find her. Both of them were Yang Ming's girlfriends. Although there was still some awkwardness between them, they were always on the same side. It was convenient to talk, and it was easy to find common topics. I didn't. Lin Jiyun always felt a little guilty in front of Chen Mingyan. You still don't want to say it. I said that if you like it in the future, you can call me Sister Yen. I will also treat you as a sister. I won't have any prejudice against you. Really? Chen Mingyan said sincerely. Thank you, Sister Yen. Lin Jiyun was a little moved. She looked up, and her eyes were full of warmth. What are you thanking for? Chen Mingyan smiled and said, we will be a family in the future. You don't have to be so polite. Chen Mingyan was very surprised that she would say this sentence so casually. A family. This is such a difficult decision to make. However, looking at Lin Jiyun's thin body in front of her, Chen Mingyan said this sentence so easily. Just like when she saw Zhou Jiejia, there was no hesitation. When Lin Jiyun heard Chen Mingyan mention a family, her jade face couldn't help but blush, but it was full of joy. The current result was already a gift from God. Lin Jiyun didn't ask for too much. Her wish from the beginning to the end was that Yang Ming could always pretend to be her boyfriend forever. The current situation was better than her previous wish. She never had the idea of monopolizing Yang Ming, so it was particularly important to get Chen Mingyan's approval. That's good. Lin Jiyun nodded and said, I also treat you as my sister. That's right. Chen Mingyan gently took Lin Jiyun's hand and said, don't stand here stupidly. Buy some daily necessities with me. No one would feel that there was anything wrong with two girls holding hands while shopping. However, if it were two men, it would be a little shocking. Although Lin Jiyun was puzzled why Chen Mingyan would ask her to buy so many bedding products, sofa products, and some teacups, kettles, and the like, she didn't ask much. These things, in the Lin family, were all bought by Xianxia Ping, but the situation was different. Lin Jiyun thought that Chen Mingyan was buying these things for her. As they were shopping, Chen Mingyan received a call from Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan glanced at the phone and then whispered to Lin Jiyun, who was next to her, it's my husband's call. Do you want to hear it? Chen Mingyan's words were very ambiguous. If she was with others, she might add the word me and turn it into my husband's phone call. However, Chen Mingyan omitted the word me. Lin Jiyun licked her lips and was very embarrassed. Sister Yan, he is calling you. Hee, are you jealous? Chen Mingyan teased her. No. Lin Jiyun was shocked. Her shyness was her instinct. She was scared by Chen Mingyan. She immediately turned pale and said nervously, Sister Yan. I really didn't mean that. Chen Mingyan looked at Lin Jiyun's appearance. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, Sister Lin, I'm just joking with you. Don't be like this. Am I really so scary? Like a big tiger? Lin Jiyun looked at the smiling Chen Mingyan and knew that she was really joking with her. After listening to Chen Mingyan's words, she couldn't help but laugh. I know. If I really had a problem with you or something, I wouldn't accept you and recognize you as my sister. I wouldn't ask you out to shop. Chen Mingyan shook her head. If Yang Ming saw it, he would really think that I bullied you. Lin Jiyun nodded and knew that Chen Mingyan was telling the truth. She was really too sensitive. She smiled embarrassedly. This was why Chen Mingyan picked up the phone and told Yang Ming that she was shopping with Sister Lin. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mingyan said to Lin Jiyun, "Husband is very strange. Let's go shopping together." Heh. Lin Jiyun smiled and leaned toward Chen Mingyan intimately. She said, "Sister Yan, I'm so happy now." Me too. Somehow, Chen Mingyan felt that Lin Jiyun, this girl, was really amiable. She had a good temper. It was really good to have her accompany her. At the very least, the two could become really good friends. As long as both of them had Yang Ming in their hearts, they would never scheme against each other because of some other interests. It wasn't until Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan brought these bedsheets and quilts into the villa in Huasong Wenyuan that Lin Jiyun said in surprise, "Sister Yan, where is this? How is it? Isn't it beautiful?" Chen Mingyan was quite satisfied with the love nest that she carefully designed with Yang Ming. "Anne, it's really beautiful, but it seems that it has just been renovated." Although the renovation was done with environmentally friendly materials and deodorizing treatment, there was no special smell. However, the emptiness in the room still showed that this was a new house. "Anne, I just bought it with Yang Ming a while ago." Chen Mingyan nodded. "Ah." Lin Jiyun was stunned. She was slightly envious, but she also understood that Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. Therefore, it was understandable that they bought a new house together. A girl's heart was always very delicate and sensitive. Seeing that Lin Jiyun's expression was gloomy, Chen Mingyan immediately understood the key. She pulled Lin Jiyun's hand and said, "Why are you still standing there stupidly? Let's decorate our house together." "Our house?" Lin Jiyun was stunned. She looked at Chen Mingyan suspiciously, thinking that she said something wrong. "Don't say that you are a good student. You must live in the dormitory." Chen Mingyan smiled. After listening to Chen Mingyan's words, Lin Jiyun was really surprised. There was actually a place for her in this villa. Looking at Lin Jiyun's stunned look, Chen Mingyan said, "Do you think Yang Ming is so kind? He bought such a big house for me? Can I live here?" Chen Mingyan blamed the reason for buying the villa on Yang Ming. In fact, wasn't she the one who chose this place? As a matter of fact, Chen Mingyan's name was written on the villa's property certificate. However, Chen Mingyan couldn't say too much. She blamed Yang Ming and included him in the list of premeditated perverts. After listening to Chen Mingyan's words, the envy in her heart was swept away. Lin Jiyun happily picked up the things on the ground and began to decorate the new home with Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan didn't intend to tell Lin Jiyun about the villa. After all, this was a house that Yang Ming bought for her. It had an extraordinary meaning. However, since Zhou Jiejiao lived here, Lin Jiyun wasn't left out. Besides, this villa was really big. It was a bit empty for two people to live here. This room. Lin Jiyun looked at the bedroom that had been properly decorated and asked, "Sister Yan, is this your room?" "It's not mine. It's Zhou Jiejia's." Chen Mingyan glanced and explained. "Zhou Jiejia?" Lin Jiyun seemed to have heard of this name. After all, Lin Jiyun wasn't the kind of student who didn't pay attention to the outside world. The school forum selected the campus belle of each department, and she was one of them. Anne, a very pitiful girl. When Zhou Jiejia was mentioned, Chen Mingyan's heart was always a little blocked. She didn't know when she could wake up and enjoy this beautiful life again. "In a while, let's go and see her. Maybe she will lie in bed for a lifetime." As Chen Mingyan said this, she looked a little melancholy. "Isn't she from our university?" Lin Jiyun suddenly remembered that Zhou Jiejia was also from Songjiang Industry University. Moreover, she was the campus belle of the computer science department. Why is she lying in bed? Lin Jiyun didn't know about Zhou Jiejia, so she had this question. There is a very complicated story in this. Let's go. Let's go to the hospital first. We will talk about it while walking. Chen Mingyan was a little melancholy. She didn't have the mood to decorate the house. Okay. Lin Jiyun nodded. She saw that Chen Mingyan's mood wasn't good. She knew that something must have happened to Zhou Jiejia. Although she had some psychological preparation, when she heard Chen Mingyan say that Zhou Jiejia took the bullet for Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but be moved. Although Lin Jiyun would do the same if she were in Zhou Jiejia's shoes, it was different. After she had a close relationship with Yang Ming, she became so unhesitant. However, Zhou Jie didn't even get Yang Ming's love. She could do this. It could be seen how infatuated she was with Yang Ming. I have asked Yang Ming to take her over and take care of her for a lifetime. You won't have any opinion, right? Chen Mengyan thought. After all, Lin Jiyun was now Yang Ming's woman. This matter still needed to be told to her. Lin Jiyun naturally wouldn't have any opinion. Chen Mengyan had no opinion. How could she object? What's more, Zhou Jie's story was really sad and beautiful. Lin Jiyun felt that it was right to take care of her. However, Lin Jiyun was a little excited that Chen Mengyan could ask for her opinion. Did he have the right to speak in this family? Yang Ming didn't expect that the relationship between Lin Jiyun and Chen Mengyan would become so harmonious. When he called Chen Mengyan again at noon, he got a piece of news that made him even more stunned. Both of them were actually in Zhou Jie's ward. For a moment, Yang Ming was at a loss. He didn't know what exactly Chen Mengyan wanted to do. A three-party meeting? Are you going to the concert tomorrow? However, Yang Ming didn't care too much. He could do whatever he wanted. Anyway, as long as they didn't fight, it was always a good thing. Tomorrow, I'm going. My dad is fine. Chen Mingyan's mood was still good, which made Yang Ming feel relieved. Then, is Lin Jiyun going too? Yang Ming asked tentatively. You have to ask your sister Lin. After Chen Mengyan got along with Lin Jiyun in the morning, she didn't have the previous awkwardness. The relationship between the two was much more harmonious. Therefore, Chen Mengyan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with going to the concert with Lin Jiyun. As he spoke, the phone was handed to Lin Jiyun's ear. Lin Jiyun was shocked and hurriedly said, "Hello? Jiyun, let's go to Xia's concert tomorrow," asked Yang Ming. Okay. Lin Jiyun was a little stunned by Chen Mengyan's sudden phone call. She didn't listen carefully to what Yang Ming said, so she agreed. Chen Mengyan smiled. Lin Jiyun's character was still a bit weak. She needed to be trained well so that she could be independent in society. Chen Mengyan wasn't a fool. Yang Ming's career was getting bigger and bigger. He would definitely need a lot of helpers in the future. The people who could be trusted by him, in addition to his parents and Zhang Ben, had to rely on his women. She wasn't a person who didn't have a sense of the overall situation. She knew that Yang Ming put Lin Jiyun in the position of the company's manager to train her so that she could be prepared for a bigger career in the future. Therefore, Chen Mengyan wouldn't deliberately suppress Lin Jiyun's ability. Through the last time in the car, she cried with grievance once. She also found out Yang Ming's weakness. Only the more she tolerated, the more tolerant she was, and the better she coordinated the relationship with Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming would feel more guilty about her. In this way, she could always maintain the most important position in Yang Ming's heart. Chen Mengyan took the phone and said to Yang Ming with some sarcasm, "Your purpose of hugging both women has been achieved. What else is there?" Yang Ming listened to Chen Mengyan's sarcastic tone. He was a little embarrassed and said, "I don't mean anything else. I always have to treat everyone equally. I can't favor one and discriminate against the other, right? It's only fair that everyone goes together. I'm too lazy to care about you." Chen Mengyan snorted. "Drive to the hospital to pick us up later." "Okay, no problem." Yang Ming quickly agreed. Looking at Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun walking out of the hospital hand in hand, Yang Ming's nervous heart suddenly relaxed. It seemed that the relationship between the two really had a breakthrough. No wonder Chen Mengyan refused to go to the concert with Lin Jiyun 2 days ago, but she didn't put forward any objections just now. "How is Jie?" Yang Ming opened the back door for Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun and asked with a sigh. "It's still the same." Chen Mengyan shook her head. "Don't you want to go up and take a look?" "Today, I won't go. Every time I see it, it will be very painful." Yang Ming didn't have much of a romantic relationship with Zhou Jie, but he had tried very hard to fall in love with this strong and persistent girl who was willing to give everything for her lover. From Zhou Jie's diary, he learned about Zhou Jie's usual emotions. Yang Ming began to feel more and more heartbroken. Chen Mengyan nodded. Wasn't she in the same mood? Every time she saw Zhou Jiejia, her heart was very bitter. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were still sitting in the back seat, and Yang Ming didn't say anything. Where are we going? Yang Ming started the car. Accompany us to buy some electrical appliances. Chen Mingyan instructed. Why do you want to buy electrical appliances? Yang Ming didn't know that Chen Mingyan had already taken Lin Jiyun to the villa. Of course, it is to buy for our family. In the morning, Sister Lin and I went to buy bedding and daily necessities, but for electrical appliances, we still have to choose together. Chen Mingyan said. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's plain smiling face. It was really strange. Once upon a time, Chen Mingyan, this little vinegar jar, faintly began to have the demeanor of the master of the harem. Okay, let's go to Xianxia department store. I have a VIP card. Right, Jiyun also has one. Yang Ming smiled and said, Mingyan, do you want to get one for you? That's not necessary. When I buy things, I will be with you or Sister Lin. Why do I need to get so many? Chen Mingyan knew that the young master of Xianxia department store was a tutor of Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming. In the afternoon, Yang Ming was asked to buy with him, but Chen Mingyan often asked Lin Jiyun's opinion and then made the final decision. She rarely listened to Yang Ming's opinion. However, Yang Ming had no opinion. He didn't have any special requirements for these things. Moreover, seeing the two girls walking together in harmony was worth more than anything else. However, he didn't know if Chen Mingyan would still be like this after knowing about Xiaoqing and Sun Jia, and even Zhao Ying's matter. She definitely wouldn't. For Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia's special experience, it was understandable that Chen Mingyan could accept them. But for others, Chen Mingyan probably wouldn't be so easy to talk to. She was still brooding about Lan Ling's matter, but Chen Mingyan didn't mention it. The goods in Xianxia department store were very complete. The three of them also ordered the commonly used furniture. Anyway, there would be a special car to help them send it back. Looking at Yang Ming and the two girls chatting and laughing as they directed the workers to move a pile of furniture and electrical appliances into the villa, Wang Xiaoyan's anger had nowhere to vent. Isn't this Yang Ming too much of a playboy? This Chen Mingyan was really patient. She had already brought a woman home, and she was still talking and laughing with her. I hope Zhao Ying doesn't follow in his footsteps. Thinking of every morning, Yang Ming still called someone to send flowers on time, and the ambiguous words on the cards were getting more and more ridiculous. This made Wang Xiaoyan want to kill Yang Ming. While she was sulking, the phone rang. Wang Xiaoyan looked at the phone number and directly hung up. But it didn't take long for the phone to come in again. Wang Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and finally pressed the answer button. However, her tone was very indifferent. What is it? Baby girl, do you miss your father? There was a kind middle-aged man's voice on the other side of the phone. No. Wang Xiaoyan replied coldly. Hee hee. The person on the other side of the phone couldn't help but laugh twice. He was a little embarrassed. Are you still angry with me? No. Wang Xiaoyan still replied coldly. Then when will you come home? The person on the other side of the phone asked. Didn't we agree? Before I graduate from college, I have my own life. After graduation, I will listen to you and go back to get married. Wang Xiaoyan's tone was still very calm. That's fine. You take care of yourself. I'm hanging up, remember to call your father often. The person on the other side of the phone said, also, don't create the organization you created. It's just a small matter. The situation there is different from Europe. Don't cause trouble. It's none of your business. Wang Xiaoyan hung up the phone after she finished speaking. With a sigh, Wang Xiaoyan laughed at herself, but she was a little envious of the two girls in the opposite villa. In any case, they have their own love and their own pursuit. What about her? She ran out, but she was still monitored by the family. Although Wang Xiaoyan didn't know who her father sent, she could also feel that someone was always monitoring her. Yang Ming, the culprit who made Wang Xiaoyan angry every day, was still unaware. Who would have thought that the flower delivery man would make such a blunder? However, Sun Jia could still receive flowers every day, so Yang Ming didn't suspect anything was wrong at all. Sitting on the brand new leather sofa, watching the two charming girls busily tidying up the new house, Yang Ming couldn't help but squint his eyes in enjoyment. In just 1 year, he went from a poor boy with no money to a top billionaire with 10 billion yuan. He used to have some inferiority complex and still regarded Chen Mingyan as a dream lover, but he could actually have two. This made Yang Ming have an unreal feeling. King of assassins, special abilities, voodoo, these things that seemed to be very far away from life were actually related to him. Although there was some element of luck in his success. But things in this world often seem to be accidental, they contained inevitability. If Yang Ming didn't have compassion for the old man who set up the stall, then he wouldn't have gotten such a pair of glasses with special abilities. Similarly, if Yang Ming didn't stand up for Fan Tian in the detention center, the two people who didn't have any intersection would never meet again in the future, let alone Fan Tian accepting him as an apprentice. Therefore, Yang Ming's success wasn't enviable. Maybe some people would say that Yang Ming was lucky, but those were jealous people. Since ancient times, there have been many good people who inadvertently helped the gods and got successful stories and fables. However, most people have heard of similar stories, but when they encounter similar things, they won't do it. If others did it and got benefits, these people would be jealous. This was the twisted mentality of some people. If they were jealous, they would find ways to take it for themselves. This was the so-called an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Therefore, only a few trustworthy people knew that Yang Ming had special abilities and got the black gold from Dorsk. However, Xianxia was an anomaly. When Yang Ming killed Dorsk and transferred the money, Xianxia saw it all. If it weren't for Xianxia's identity, which made Yang Ming seriously suspect that she had some connection with Suya, Yang Ming would really consider whether to kill her. Yang Ming wanted to investigate Xianxia's life, but unfortunately, his sphere of influence was limited to Songjiang, or Donghai and Jiduan City, but that was only in the province, not to mention the distant Hong Kong. Old Buffon didn't have any power in Hong Kong, so it was difficult for Yang Ming to get anything useful. Even if he found a private investigator to investigate, he would only get the surface. Yang Ming. Why are you sitting down? A shout interrupted Yang Ming's thoughts. When he looked up, he saw Chen Mingyan standing in front of him with her hands on her waist, staring at him. Listening to this familiar tone, Yang Ming had the illusion of returning to high school. At that time, when he skipped class, Chen Mingyan always lectured him like this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. He patted his thigh and said, come up and give me a hug. You're not serious. Chen Mingyan glanced at Lin Jiyun not far away with her eyes. She bared her teeth at Yang Ming and said, who cares? Don't be mischievous. Come and help. Okay. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan was embarrassed in front of Lin Jiyun, so he didn't force it. Things always had to be done step by step, right? With the current result, Yang Ming was already very satisfied. Although the house had been renovated, when it was really decorated, he found that there were still a lot of places to do. Even if the bedsheets were newly bought, Chen Mingyan was a clean freak. She washed them again and left them on the balcony. Most of the time, Lin Jiyun wouldn't express her own opinions, but Chen Mingyan would discuss with her if she had any ideas. This made Yang Ming feel very happy. Whether the harem was harmonious or not, it directly affected the quality of life and career of Yang Ming. Until the bought things were put in place, the three of them sat on the sofa tiredly. Chen Mingyan didn't have the mind to care about the fact that Yang Ming was sitting between her and Lin Jiyun at the moment. Because she was too tired, Chen Mingyan was too lazy to say anything. Besides, with Yang Ming's personality, this would happen sooner or later. Yang Ming leaned his head comfortably on Lin Jiyun's soft chest, but he put his hand on Chen Mingyan's thigh. Don't push your luck. Chen Mingyan patted Yang Ming's hand and told him not to move. What time is it? Lin Jiyun looked up by chance, but she saw that it was already dark outside the window. Yang Ming didn't move his head. His eyes turned and saw the phone on the coffee table not far away. Then, he said, it's 8 o'clock. Are we going to do it? Lin Jiyun asked. Poochie. Yang Ming suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed until his whole body trembled. What are you laughing at? Lin Jiyun asked, baffled. Isn't it a bit too early to do it? What about Ming Yan? Should we do it together? Yang Ming laughed until tears came out. What's a bit early? It's already 8 o'clock. It's not early anymore. Lin Jiyun was somewhat inexplicable. Chen Mingyan also didn't understand. She patted Yang Ming and said in a bad mood, "Are you having epilepsy? Why are you laughing?" Yang Ming sighed. My 2 wives are really too pure. If I were to say those words to Sun Jia, I don't know what effect it would bring. So, he explained, haven't you heard of a joke? What joke? We asked you what time it is. Why did you think of a joke? Chen Mingyan said angrily. Hee, the joke is like this. Yang Ming said with a smile, there is a couple. The husband asked the wife, what time is it? The wife looked at the watch and said, 10 o'clock. The husband asked, is it the same time? The wife said, it's too early. Others haven't slept yet. The husband was a little annoyed and asked, I'm asking you, is it 10 o'clock? The wife said, is it 11 o'clock? The husband was annoyed and said, I'm asking you, is it 10 o'clock? The wife was also annoyed and said, I said 11 o'clock. If you don't do it for a day, you won't feel good, right? The husband said helplessly, I'm just asking, is it 10 o'clock? The wife said impatiently, yes. Do it now, okay? Of course, the original joke was much more vulgar than this. Yang Ming just elegantly removed the swear words. Yang Ming said it so straightforwardly. How could Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan not understand? Chen Mingyan couldn't help but laugh and said, Yang Ming, you are really evil. Lin Jiyun was so shy that she blushed. How could she still laugh? She couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Between her and Chen Mingyan, only she and Yang Ming had that kind of relationship. Therefore, when Yang Ming said this joke, it seemed that she was in a hurry to do it with him. She said anxiously, I didn't mean that. I mean, is it 8 o'clock? It was fine if she didn't explain. Once she explained, Chen Mingyan coughed violently and almost laughed until she fainted. She said breathlessly, yes. You two can do it now. I'm going upstairs. Haha. Lin Jiyun was about to cry and stomped her feet. I don't want to do it now. Then when do you want to do it? Chen Mingyan asked with a smile. Lin Jiyun found that the more she explained, the worse it was. It was better not to explain. Yang Ming on the side was stunned. It turned out that girls could be so fierce when they made jokes. In fact, the reason why Chen Mingyan was so open was entirely because she was facing Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming was the closest person to her. Chen Mingyan would not avoid anything in front of him. Lin Jiyun was also the closest person to Yang Ming. As a result, it was much more natural. Seeing Lin Jiyun's aggrieved crying face, Chen Mingyan couldn't tease her anymore, so she said, okay, let's not joke anymore. We haven't had dinner yet. Let's go eat something together? Let's go. I'm hungry too. Yang Ming stood up and said, it's not far from the school. There are many restaurants nearby. Let's go and have a look. Lin Jiyun saw that everyone was no longer joking with her, so she naturally nodded. Wang Guifan returned to Zhao Ying's residence with some melancholy. She stroked the exquisite BMW car key and thought about how to talk to Zhao Ying. Mom, why did you go out so early in the morning? Why didn't you tell me and Dad? We were worried sick. Zhao Ying saw her mother come back and said quickly. Oh, it's like this. I went out to choose a car and a house for you. Wang Guifan said directly. What? You went to buy a car and a house? Zhao Ying was shocked. She thought last night that even if her mother went to buy a car and a house, she would find a way to stop it. But she didn't expect her mother to act so quickly. So she asked, you have already bought it? Yeah, the money has been paid. Wang Guifan shook the car key in her hand and said, I also bought one myself. Where did your money come from? Zhao Ying looked at the key in her mother's hand and was furious. Isn't this causing trouble for me? What is my relationship with Yang Ming? How can you just casually ask for things from others? When the time comes, how can I pay it back? I called Little Yang, and Little Yang directly asked someone to transfer the money. Wang Guifan said, Little Yang is so straightforward. AI. Zhao Ying sighed. She didn't expect Yang Ming to be so indulgent with her mother, but what was he thinking? Ying, come in. Mom has something to talk to you about. Wang Guifan said. Zhao Ying frowned and followed. Although she didn't know what her mother was going to do, she wanted to talk to her mother about the car and the house. After entering the house, Wang Guifan closed the door and sat on the bed. Then she said to Zhao Ying, Ying, how is your relationship with little Yang? What do you mean how is it? It's pretty good. Zhao Ying was somewhat inexplicable when she heard her mother's question. Is it really good? Wang Guifan asked suspiciously. It's really good. Zhao Ying didn't know what her mother was going to do, so she nodded and said. Ying, then you tell me, how far has your relationship with Yang Ming developed? Wang Guifan lowered her voice and asked quietly. What do you mean? Zhao Ying's face was red. Apparently, she didn't want to talk about this issue, so she deliberately pretended not to know. What other step? That is, how close are the two of you? Wang Guifan didn't pay much attention to her daughter's expression. She thought that her daughter really didn't understand, so she explained. Mom, why are you asking these questions? Zhao Ying couldn't pretend not to understand this time. Her mother explained in detail. If she still didn't understand, then she was a fool. Of course, I have to ask. Wang Guifan said, Mom has to understand your current situation. Since you don't want to say, then I will ask. Have you held hands? Zhao Ying thought about it. Yang Ming really held her hand, but it seemed to be the kind of relationship between siblings. When they were robbed in high school, Yang Ming did hold her hand. In order to perfunctorily answer her mother, Zhao Ying nodded. Oh, then have you kissed? Wang Guifan continued to ask. Ah. Zhao Ying was stunned. She remembered the accident when she went to the temple fair with Yang Ming a few days ago. This kiss, although it was a bit of an accident, later on, no one could say it clearly. It was full of feelings. Only the two parties knew. After hesitating, Zhao Ying nodded. If this wasn't a kiss, then what was it? A kiss? It seemed to be the same. Wang Guifan nodded secretly. Fortunately, this silly daughter still knows how to kiss, so she continued to ask, then, have you guys gone to bed? What? Zhao Ying widened her eyes and looked at her mother incredulously. After a while, she said, Mom, how can you ask this? Why can't I ask? Wang Guifan said, if I ask you, just tell me the truth. No. Zhao Ying shook her head. Not yet? Wang Guifan was also surprised. She frowned and said, why not? Wang Guifan finally thought that she had found the crux of the problem. However, as long as the crux of the problem was found, there would always be a solution. What do you mean by not yet? Zhao Ying didn't understand what her mother meant. It was reasonable to say that premarital sex was something that every parent should resist, but looking at her mother's expression and tone, it seemed like she was complaining about why she didn't sleep with Yang Ming. Sigh. Wang Guifan sighed and said, Mom used to be your age. Especially a young and vigorous boy like Yang Ming, it's inevitable that he would have such thoughts and needs. If you don't give it to him, aren't you forcing him to find other women? The reason why Wang Guifan guessed so wasn't completely unreasonable. She was still very confident in her daughter's appearance and figure. She wasn't a national beauty, but at least she was one of the best. If she participated in a talent contest, it wouldn't be strange to get the first place. Therefore, Wang Guifan thought that the reason why Yang Ming went to find other women was because her daughter wasn't willing to be closer to him. Which man would be able to endure it? Mom, what do you want to say? Zhao Ying saw that her mother's words were getting more and more outrageous, so she couldn't help but stop. What did I say? Don't you understand? Wang Guifan shook her head and said, do you know what I heard when I bought the house today? What did they say? Zhao Ying was inexplicable. They said that Yang Ming has a villa in the place where I bought the house. Moreover, he bought it with his girlfriend. Wang Guifan said in a hurry, and that girlfriend isn't you, but a girl surnamed Chen. Ah. Zhao Ying was stunned and said, you know it? What do you mean I know it? What do I know? Wang Guifan was stunned when she heard Zhao Ying's words. She immediately understood. So, you know about this matter? Zhaoying didn't know how to explain it. Just now, when her mother suddenly mentioned this matter, Zhaoying was shocked. She inadvertently said the wrong thing and exposed herself. Ying, why are you so stupid? Yang Ming has an affair with another woman behind your back. It's fine. Why don't you care when you know it? Wang Guifan said resentfully, what are you thinking? Mom. Zhaoying couldn't speak because Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's girlfriend. How was she? What qualifications did she have to care about others? However, how could she tell her mother? What you? What me? Since you know about this matter, then it can't be ignored. Wang Guifan said, even if you acquiesce to this matter, at least you have to talk to Xiaoyang. You have to always maintain the image that you are his legitimate girlfriend. What have you become now? You see, he bought a villa for the little vixen, but he didn't buy one for you. How can this be? You call him now and ask him to come over. If you can't say it, I will say it for you. Wang Guifan's calculation was to use this matter to get some benefits from Yang Ming. The reason was very simple. If you bought a villa for a woman outside, then you have to buy a manor for Zhaoying, right? Mom, can you stop messing around? When she heard that she had to call Yang Ming, Zhaoying was anxious. I will handle my own matter. Can you not participate in it? Why can't I participate? I am your mother. How could Wang Guifan let it go? Since she had caught Yang Ming's weakness, how could she give up if she didn't use it to get more benefits for herself and her daughter? If you don't call, I will. Seeing that her mother was really going to make a call, Zhaoying simply said, Mom, don't call. Chen Mingyan is Yang Ming's real girlfriend. What? Chen Mingyan? Who is it? Wang Guifan was stunned. She didn't expect there to be a sudden change. Mom, it is the girl surnamed Chen that you said. She is Yang Ming's girlfriend. Since Zhaoying confessed, she didn't care. Her? What about you? What happened to you? Wang Guifan asked in amazement. I temporarily called Yang Ming to pretend to be my boyfriend. I wanted to fool you and Dad. Zhaoying lowered her head and whispered. What you said is true. Wang Guifan asked numbly. Yes. Zhaoying nodded. It is pretending? Wang Guifan suddenly felt like she was struck by lightning. She covered her chest and her face became pale. How could this be? Wang Guifan didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this. Although Wang Guifan thought before that maybe Yang Ming wouldn't give up the girl surnamed Chen, this was nothing. Zhaoying was wronged. As long as Yang Ming's feelings for Zhaoying were real, she would accept it. However, the current situation was that the girl surnamed Chen was Yang Ming's boyfriend. Her daughter and he were just pretending to be a couple. How could Wang Guifan accept this? Today, she just enjoyed the benefits of being rich and powerful. She just thought that the rest of her life was settled. She could be a superior person, but it turned into nothing? How could Wang Guifan bear this? This feeling of losing something after having it was the most uncomfortable. Ying, you didn't lie to Mom, right? Wang Guifan looked at her daughter absent-mindedly. Mom. I didn't lie to you. Zhaoying looked at her mother. How could she not understand the loss in her heart? Sometimes, Zhaoying could understand her mother's greed and snobbery. After all, she had suffered for most of her life. So, she said, Mom, don't be like this. In the future, I will earn a lot of money for you. Ying, you don't understand. No matter how much you earn, can you afford to buy a villa? Can you afford a BMW? Wang Guifan shook her head. This feeling of being rich and powerful, you won't understand. Mom, let's return the car and the house tomorrow, or return them to Yang Ming. Zhaoying sighed. This is my fault. No. After Wang Guifan heard Zhao Ying's words, she suddenly thought of something and said, since he pretended to be your boyfriend, why did he buy you a car and a house? How would I? No? Maybe he has money? Zhaoying couldn't explain it clearly, otherwise, she wouldn't be upset. Has money? Just buy things for others with money? Wang Guifan shook her head. Who is a fool? Buying a house and a car for an unrelated person? Even if he has money to burn, he won't do this kind of thing, right? Then. I don't know. Xiaoying shook her head. Right, Ying, you said before that you held hands and kissed. What happened? Wang Guifan was snobbish, but she was still a little smart. Those were accidents. Xiaoying hesitated. Accidents? I don't think it's that simple, right? Wang Guifan seemed to have grasped the life-saving straw and quickly asked, you tell Mom in detail. What happened? Actually. Xiaoying and Wang Guifan were mother and daughter after all. Xiaoying was also very upset these 2 days. She couldn't figure out the things between Yang Ming and herself. Now that there was someone to talk to, Xiaoying simply didn't hide it. She told the several things that she and Yang Ming had experienced. The more Wang Guifan listened, the more relaxed her frowning brows became. After listening to the end, she showed a faint smile. Ying, tell Mom the truth. Do you like Xiaoyang? Xiaoying bit her lip and softly said, N. If I guessed correctly, Xiaoyang also likes you, right? Wang Guifan asked with a smile. I don't know. Xiaoying shook her head. Silly daughter. Wang Guifan shook her head and sighed. Isn't this obvious? If he doesn't like you? Why did he ask you to go to the temple fair? If he doesn't like you, why did he take on these trivial matters? Is it so easy to pretend to be someone else's boyfriend? Besides, he is willing to spend a lot of money for you. If he has no feelings for you, will he do this? Yang Ming is a very good person. Xiaoying hesitated and said. Although she was also somewhat inclined to her mother's point of view, this was after all a guess. Besides, even if this was the case, what could she do? Yang Ming's girlfriend was Chen Mingyan. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. No matter how good the person is, I have never heard of anyone buying a house and a car for a beggar. Wang Guifan saw it clearly. Mom is telling you that Xiaoyang must be interested in you. What can you do? Xiaoying simply didn't argue with her mother about this issue. She just said, Yang Ming has a girlfriend now. Yeah, as you said, so what if he has a girlfriend? Wang Guifan said with some disdain, a girlfriend isn't a wife. As long as you aren't married, you have a chance to compete. Mom, what are you talking about? Xiaoying was stunned, and then immediately said with a straight face, you want me to destroy other people's relationship? How can this be? Why can't it be done? If Xiaoyang doesn't like you, you are shamelessly sticking to him. That is destroying other people's relationship. But you are different. You are in love with each other. How can you say that you are destroying it? Wang Guifan said. Mom, can you not come up with these bad ideas? Xiaoying frowned. Yang Ming is not the kind of person who likes the new and gets tired of the old. Let's not talk about whether I can succeed or not. Even if I succeed, how can you guarantee that there won't be another girl in the future to take Yang Ming away from me? Ah. Wang Guifan obviously didn't think of the more profound meaning of this layer. She just considered the immediate benefits. Since Xiaoying analyzed it like this, she had to consider it carefully. Indeed, what Xiaoying said was very reasonable. If her daughter's intervention could make Yang Ming abandon the girl surnamed Chen, then he might abandon Xiaoying one day in the future. However, if she didn't do this, what else could she do? Wang Guifan couldn't bear to see the glory and wealth at her fingertips disappear overnight. Now that she finally saw a glimmer of hope, how could she give up so easily? Ying, you don't have to worry so much. A woman's happiness sometimes has to be fought for by herself. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Wang Guifan gritted her teeth and said. She really didn't want her daughter to become like her in the future, snobbish and greedy, but there was no other way. She lived like a dog for a little money. She did not want her present to become her daughter's future. Although on the one hand, Wang Guifan couldn't give up the temptation of wealth in front of her. But more importantly, she was planning for her daughter's future. In fact, this worry was also due to some kind of abnormal psychology. With Zhao Ying's current conditions, not to mention finding a rich man, at least finding a white-collar or civil servant with a stable income was more than enough. However, Wang Guifan was a little too worried. Mom, I actually have a plan. Can you not add to the trouble? Zhao hesitated and confessed. Since her mother did not object to the matter between her and Yang Ming, and even facilitated it, Zhao no longer hid her thoughts. Oh? Wang Guifan was a little surprised after listening to her daughter's words. You already have a plan? What's the plan? Tell Mom about it. Mom. Zhao thought about it and gritted her teeth. If I don't get married for a lifetime, will you scold me? Don't get married for a lifetime? Wang Guifan was stunned at first, and then faintly understood Zhao Ying's meaning. You mean, you want to do it for little Yang? Mom, in fact, in addition to Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming also has a woman. Zhao Ying simply said all she knew. Although the relationship between her mother and herself was not very harmonious, if she really went to that step in the future, she must pass the test of her parents. She couldn't not go home for a lifetime, right? So, before that, she had to get her mother's support. There is more? Wang Guifan frowned after listening. To be honest, Wang Guifan did not object to her daughter's approach, but she was quite critical about Yang Ming having a woman outside. Then, will he still be good to you? Yang Ming, he is not that kind of person. Zhao Ying was very familiar with Yang Ming's temperament, so she said with certainty. Well, since you have your own idea, Mom won't say anything more. Although Wang Guifan was a little unwilling, this result was acceptable. Besides, she was not a fool. She could see that Yang Ming was really good to Zhao Ying. He didn't just want to play with her. Wang Guifan also had some understanding of these rich children. She knew that if they just wanted to play with women, it was impossible to spend so much money, and it was even more impossible to be so patient after not getting started for so long. Mom, are you saying that you support me? Zhao Ying was overjoyed. The most important hurdle of her parents was actually passed just like that. Of course, I support you, but Ying, Mom still has to remind you. Wang Guifan said, although little Yang is really good to you now, you also have to remember that you must take what you should take. Otherwise, when you break up in the future, you won't have a stable life. Oh. Zhao Ying said so, but she didn't take it to heart at all. How could Wang Guifan not see it? But she also knew that it was useless to say more now, so she simply didn't say it. She planned to nag later when she had time. Then Mom will go first. You can think about it again. Wang Guifan stood up, pushed the door and went out, leaving Zhao Ying in a quiet daze in the room. Originally, he thought that at this time, the restaurants near the school would be very quiet and even closed early. But after Yang Ming drove over, he found that every shop was in full swing. Many years later, some rural students who returned to school early came here to do short-term work as greeters to earn some tuition. 3 of you, please come in. 3 of you, what do you want to eat? Our restaurant's specialty, roasted lamb leg, is the best. Such voices came one after another. Yang Ming didn't know what to eat. In the face of a group of enthusiastic girls, Yang Ming really couldn't refuse anyone. He had to look at Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. Which one shall we eat? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. How about hot pot? Chen Mingyan was also a little embarrassed. Each greeter cast an expectant look. The closest one to them was a hot pot restaurant. Okay. Lin Jiyun didn't care. She was not picky. Yang Ming knew that these bosses gave these greeters a commission in order to attract customers. Therefore, every time they attracted a customer, they would get a lot of income. Seeing that the 3 people had made a decision, the other greeters showed a disappointed expression on their faces, but there was no other way. Every industry had its own rules. They couldn't just rob from others, right? The greeter of the hot pot restaurant was happy. After all, Yang Ming and the others were eating here, so they got a commission of 10 yuan. Yang Ming and the others were about to enter, but they heard a noise coming from the side. Who are you? Can you not bother me? Another voice said, Son, I am your father. Why don't you even recognize your father? Both voices were very familiar. Yang Ming couldn't help but turn his head. His expression was very surprised. The 2 people who were arguing over there were actually Chen Afu and Chen Dazhuang. Chen Dazhuang, see the previous chapter, Chen Mingyan's second uncle. Chen Afu was wearing a waiter's uniform at the moment, and Chen Daozhuang grabbed his hand and refused to let go. Chen Mingyan also heard the conversation between the two people. She also looked at Chen Afu and Chen Daozhuang with a stunned expression. Chen Afu and Chen Daozhuang are father and son? This was something that Yang Ming couldn't think of in any case. The two people pulled and quarreled. Chen Afu impatiently shook off Chen Daozhuang's hand, then he got into a taxi parked on the side of the road and quickly left here. Chen Daozhuang, on the other hand, had a face full of sighs and worries. He staggered as he watched Chen Afu's car leave. Then, he slowly walked away. Your second uncle and Chen Afu are father and son? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan strangely. How would I know? Chen Mingyan shook her head. She also looked suspicious. Second uncle was sentenced when I was very young, and my second aunt took the child and ran away with someone else. We have lost contact since then. Besides, this kind of cousin is not very close. I don't know much about it. Otherwise, how can I not know that I am related to Chen Afu after being in the same class for so long? Yang Ming nodded. Chen Mingyan was also telling the truth. This kind of cousin, if you want to talk about it, even people who couldn't reach each other could be considered as distant. They weren't familiar with each other, not to mention that her second aunt ran away with another man. After that, they lost contact, so it was normal that they didn't know each other. However, it was really amazing that Chen Afu and Chen Daozhuang could be connected together. Yang Ming shrugged and didn't take it seriously. He couldn't care about the private affairs of other people. He walked into the hot pot restaurant with Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun and left this matter behind. Chen Afu was really baffled today. Out of nowhere, a person suddenly appeared and claimed to be his father. There was no end to the dilly-dallying. He still had things to do urgently. His master, Elder Yu, was in a hurry to find him, so Chen Afu had to rush over as soon as possible. He could only get rid of this inexplicable man first. Recently, there were always police cars patrolling on the road with flashing lights parked on the side of the road, which made it difficult for Chen Afu to make a move on the cars on the road. Elder Yu was probably looking for him for this reason. Although Chen Afu didn't know what kind of evil voodoo Elder Yu practiced, Chen Afu was still very happy to do this kind of mutually beneficial thing. Chen Afu felt that he was like the king of hell who controlled the life and death of others. As long as he appeared, someone would die. I say, buddy, have you heard of a haunted incident recently? The taxi driver passed through a relatively secluded alley and was a little scared. He couldn't help but chat with Chen Afu, who was sitting behind him. Recently, Songjiang had a rumor of a haunted incident. It was said that when driving at night, it was easy to encounter a ghost. It was said to be a legend, especially among the taxi drivers who worked the night shift. They were on the road every day, so naturally, they paid special attention to these things. When they were eating together, the taxi driver also heard others talk about a haunted incident. Previously, at the entrance of the restaurant, there was a lot of noise. Naturally, he wasn't afraid. Now that there was no one in this alley, how could he not be afraid? Haunted? The corner of Chen Afu's mouth curled into a sinister sneer as he calmly asked, what kind of ghost? I haven't seen it, but I heard that it was scary. It only had half of the head and it was bloody. When the driver said this, he couldn't help but shudder. Oh? That's quite interesting. Chen Afu smiled and said. Interesting? I say, little brother, you didn't see it. After seeing it, you will be scared to death. The taxi driver snorted. Really? Chen Afu said faintly, stop the car. Stop the car? Aren't you going to West Star Mountain? The taxi driver asked curiously, it's still far from West Star Mountain. I suddenly remembered that I have to do something here. Chen Afu grinned. Oh, okay. The taxi driver stopped the car. Since the customer wanted to get off here, what opinion did he have? Chen Afu paid the taxi fare and then said to himself, I didn't bring hell money. What? What did you say? The taxi driver was stunned. His face was a little nervous. He looked at Chen Afu and said, little brother, it's late at night. Don't joke around. It's creepy. I'm not joking. Xianxia opened the door and got off, but he didn't close the door. Is there anything else? The taxi driver was a little baffled. Oh, I just wanted to ask you. That ghost, does it look like this? Xianxia suddenly asked. What the hell? The driver raised his head inexplicably, but he suddenly realized that Xianxia's face, which was originally fine, had suddenly become bloody. Half of his head was overflowing with brain matter. Ah! The driver let out a strange cry and instinctively wanted to escape quickly. He stepped on the accelerator and the car flew out quickly, but he didn't pay attention to the front. With a bang, the car hit a large garbage dump, and the front of the car immediately caved in. Tsk tisk. Xianxia shook his head and scolded, "Idiot, can't you tell the difference between an illusion?" After he was done, he felt a little smug. The illusion brought by this good technique was really not for show. It was much more effective than those hypnotic techniques. These low-level voodoo had no lethality, but it was enough to scare people. After Xianxia learned it, he used it vividly. Xianxia took out his mobile phone and dialed Elder Yu's phone number. Hey, master, it's me, Fu. I just killed someone on the ancient Han Road. Why are you here now? Xiaxia looked at the messy scene and was at a loss. It was really difficult to find witnesses in this kind of backstreet alley. If it were normal times, it might be treated as an ordinary traffic accident, and the criminal police department would not be notified, but now it was a sensitive period. The traffic police who came saw that the scene was suspicious and immediately called Xiaxia. Because of this, although Elder Yu absorbed part of the blood of the dead body to quench sinister voodoo, he left some leeway, so the body did not mutate like Su Daji's body on West Star Mountain. This was also done by Elder Yu in order not to attract too much attention from the police. Although the effect was not as obvious as before, it was a long-term plan. If there were mutated corpses everywhere, some mysterious departments might be sent to participate in the investigation. At that time, there was no telling what would happen. After Xiaxia took photos of the scene, the rest was handed over to the forensic doctor to find out the cause of death before the next decision could be made. While eating, Yang Ming received a call from Wang Guifan. Little Yang, it's me, Yingying's mother. Wang Guifan said with a smile. Oh, auntie, hello. What's the matter? Although Yang Ming was not very impressed with Wang Guifan's character, he was still very polite to her because of her relationship with Zhaoying. This is the case. I was thinking that since the house is bought, shouldn't we decorate it and add some household items? Wang Guifan said very righteously. I'm sorry, auntie. I almost forgot. Yang Ming's own house was also renovated for a long time after he bought it. He just bought a bunch of household items today. After the house was bought, it could not be moved in directly, so Yang Ming did not think much about it and said directly, how much does it cost? This? I haven't calculated it. Wang Guifan wanted to ask for 200,000 first, but she didn't open her mouth. So, I will ask someone to send you 1 million first. If it's not enough, you can call me. Yang Ming estimated the price according to the standard of his villa. Ah. Wang Guifan was delighted. This was far more than her budget. The rest of the money, wouldn't it be? Yang Ming wouldn't ask for it back? That's fine. I will wait. I will ask someone to contact you now. Is this the number? Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID on the phone and asked. Yes, yes. Wang Guifan said quickly. Okay, you wait for a while. After Yang Ming finished, he called Bao Sanli and asked him to find someone to do it. Originally, Wang Guifan had some doubts about whether Yang Ming could be good to her daughter in the future. Now that Yang Ming gave her 1 million without hesitation, she no longer thought about it and waited for the phone call happily. Not long after, someone who claimed to be Mr. Yang's subordinate called and asked for Wang Guifan's location. He said that he would immediately send the bank card to her. Sure enough, after less than 20 minutes, someone knocked on the door. A young man in black handed a bank card to Wang Guifan respectfully. Wang Guifan was so excited that her hands trembled a little. After sending the person away, she picked up the phone excitedly and checked the balance on the card. There was actually 1,200,000. The bank was closed at night. Bao Sanli couldn't open a new card, so he simply found a card with a similar amount and sent it to Wang Guifan. Anyway, he didn't care about the small change. Wang Guifan really wanted to scream loudly. As she was excited, Zhao came over and looked at her mother strangely. She asked, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" No, nothing," Wang Guifan said quickly. "What are you holding in your hand? A bank card?" Zhao saw the bank card in her mother's hand and couldn't help but frown. What happened? This is the case. Xiaoyang gave me 1,200,000 to renovate the house. Wang Guifan knew that even if she hid it, her daughter would know from Yang Ming, so she simply said it. The renovation cost more than 1 million? Zhao looked at her mother in amazement, but she immediately understood something. She couldn't help but say with some displeasure, "Mom, how can you be like this? How many things have you asked for from Yang Ming today? Now you still want money? My daughter has been given to him. What's wrong with me asking for some things?" Wang Guifan disagreed. Zhao looked at her mother's appearance and knew that it was useless to say more. She couldn't help but sigh. The relationship between herself and Yang Ming is getting more and more unclear. How can I face it in the future? Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun still had to go home at night. Chen Fei had nothing to do, so Mother Chen didn't have to accompany him overnight. In the senior management ward, there were specialized nurses taking care of him 24 hours a day. There wouldn't be any major problems. Therefore, Chen Mengyan had to go home, and she couldn't bring Yang Ming home with her. As for Lin Jiyun, when she saw that Chen Mengyan had gone back, she was embarrassed to live alone with Yang Ming. Especially after the joke of whether or not was made, Lin Jiyun didn't want to be laughed at by Chen Mengyan. After sending off the two women, Yang Ming drove home alone. When he passed by the Hanxi Ancient Road, he saw many police cars parked on the side of the road with flashing lights. A taxi that was smashed beyond recognition had been pulled into a tow truck. Among the crowd, Xiaxue's figure was among them. "Xiaxue!" Yang Ming opened the window and shouted at Xiaxue. Xiaxue heard the shout and looked back. She saw Yang Ming. She came over with a bitter smile. "Why? Are you passing by?" "I'm going home. I passed by here and saw you by chance." Yang Ming explained, "So, I said hello." "You're frowning. Why? What's wrong? Isn't it because of the investigation of the haunting?" Xiaxue lowered her voice and said. She had nothing to hide from Yang Ming. The relationship between Chen Fei and Yang Ming was there, so Yang Ming was clear about Chen Fei's matter. Yang Ming was also present that day. Recently, there have been public opinions and rumors in Songjiang City. If it isn't solved as soon as possible, there will be big problems. Haunting again? Yang Ming frowned and seemed to think of something. However, there were too many things recently, and some of his thoughts were unclear. He had to comfort her, "Don't be too tired. Have a good rest. How old are you? Don't be so tired that you have wrinkles and can't find a husband. If I can't find a husband, I will find you." Xiaxue clenched her teeth and said fiercely. Yang Ming let out an ah. Only then did he realize that his words were a bit ambiguous. Last time, he almost had something with Xiaxue, which made the relationship between them somewhat unnatural. Xiaxue was just joking, but when she saw Yang Ming's awkward look, she couldn't help but think of some past events. Her face turned red and she explained, "I mean, if I have no food in the future, I will find you. But you promised me." It was fine if she didn't explain. Once she explained, it became more ambiguous. "Ugh, no problem." After Yang Ming listened, he couldn't help but remember the previous scene. He nodded awkwardly. But fortunately, Yang Ming's face was getting thicker and thicker, so there wasn't too much unnaturalness. After Xiaxue explained, she probably felt that her explanation was easy to misunderstand, especially since her relationship with Yang Ming wasn't so pure. Originally, Xiaxue and Yang Ming didn't have to worry too much about what they said and did. Therefore, she didn't think about whether the words long-term meal ticket would cause any ambiguity in the association. Xiaxue didn't understand anything, but she was more careless in the past. She didn't care much about this, but now it was different. She thought about what she said. It seemed that it was a bit too easy to cause misunderstandings, so she coughed twice and said, then. I'm on duty now. Let's talk another day? Xiaxia was much more mature than half a year ago. She had some leadership qualities in her gestures. When this sentence was said, it didn't seem abrupt. Instead, it was very natural. Yang Ming nodded and glanced at Xiaxia. If there is anything, call me. In fact, if you don't always go against me, we can still be good friends. We can drink together another day. Xiaxia nodded. Hee hee. Xiaxia smiled and waved to Yang Ming. Okay, then it's settled. Looking at the tow truck that was far away, Yang Ming hesitated. The shabby taxi had a feeling of déjà vu, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Yang Ming shook his head. Maybe I'm too sensitive. Things like taxis are everywhere on the street. It's not surprising that I have a feeling of déjà vu. When he got home, he saw his parents sitting on the sofa in the living room and talking about something. His father frowned and held a cigarette in his hand. He seemed to be troubled. His mother, on the other hand, was unhappy. She said to herself, if you let him come, then I won't go to work. Now there are many units that invite me. But, now it's not just a classmate relationship. His family also has some connections. It's reasonable for me to refuse. Yang Dehai said helplessly. That won't do either. You know what Xianxia was like when he was in school. Sticking to me all day long. Mother Yang said with some disgust. What era was that? What's more, old Qian is married now. He just came back from studying in Japan a few years ago. He's a lot more mature now. Yang Dehai said, now, the general manager of the ex-steel factory who is cooperating with the factory is his brother-in-law. How can I refuse? Dad, Mom, what are you arguing about? After Yang Ming entered the house, he quickly asked. One of your mother's pursuers wanted to enter the company and take a senior position. Your mother and I are discussing what to do. Yang Dehai didn't hide it from Yang Ming. He had already regarded Yang Ming as an adult. Oh? I just heard that his family has some connections. What's going on? Asked Yang Ming. This is the case. After the company's reform, the steel factory that originally cooperated with the company can no longer meet the company's production needs in terms of raw steel supply. We can only contact another steel factory. Yang Dehai explained, you also know that the current steel factory is a monopoly enterprise. It's basically a seller's market situation. Although our relationship with the local government isn't weak, the steel factory is in another province. We can't let the leaders put pressure on others. In this negotiation, the other party's general manager put forward a condition. There is no problem with the supply, but his brother-in-law just came back from studying in Japan this year. He studied marketing. He recommended him to work here. In fact, it was said that he recommended a talent. In fact, it was clear that he was using it as an exchange condition. If I don't agree, there won't be any future business. How much does he want a yearly salary? Asked Yang Ming. About 1 million, but this doesn't matter. The company doesn't lack this money. Even if he comes and doesn't do anything, it's still okay to raise a person. Yang Dehai said until here and said, so I agreed before, but I didn't expect that when we had lunch together, I found that the person who came was actually your mother's and my former classmate, Xianxia. Then, you hesitated, and my mother was a little unhappy, right? Is that so? Yang Ming said with a smile after listening. Yang Dehai laughed twice and agreed with Yang Ming's point of view. Dad, Mom, I won't say much about this, but I think that I'm already so old. My mother isn't the kind of person who likes to do scandals, so it's not a big deal. Yang Ming said. That's also true. You see, you're not as good as a child. Yang Dehai said to Mother Yang, do you think I don't know your character? It's impossible to do anything with old Qian. If something could happen, it would have happened long ago. Would you still marry me in the past? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just afraid that he will have some ideas and affect my work. Do you think I'm afraid that something will happen between me and him? Mother Yang said angrily, this time, in order to prove my innocence, I really have to let him come. Otherwise, it would seem that I have a guilty conscience. Hee hee. Yang Dehai didn't expect that his son's words would stimulate his wife to agree. He smiled and said, then it's settled. I can also reply to people. However, if he really has any bad signs, just fire him directly. There's no need to leave any face. Yang Ming said, as for the manager, leave it to me. Yang Ming's consistent point of view was that if you can't negotiate, then you have to use violence. Generally speaking, this kind of rich corporate executives were more afraid of death. The method of using violence to control evil was most suitable for them. In particular, these people usually didn't dare to call the police, fearing that it would lead to a fatal disaster. Although Yang Dehai didn't know what solution his son had, during this time, Yang Ming's calmness made Yang Dehai completely relieved. Yang Ming went back to the bedroom and turned on the computer. He wondered if Wild Female Teacher could come online again. However, when Yang Ming logged into QQ, he saw a gray profile picture of not online. Yang Ming sent a message and asked if the other party was online, but he didn't get an answer. Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little regret. Why didn't he ask more about the other party's information when they were chatting and playing cards? You are here? Yang Ming opened a new message from I'm a superstar. There's no true love in this world, and I'm here. Yang Ming returned a message. I'm a superstar, what are you doing? I haven't seen you online for a long time. There's no true love in this world, I've been busy recently, so I haven't been online. How are you recently? I'm a superstar, AI, aren't you busy with the concert? I'm tired to death. Yang Ming looked at the message sent by I'm a superstar. He couldn't help but laugh. He thought, how can you still be so good at pretending? Yang Ming didn't think that the other party would be a superstar. The reason was very simple. Which star had the time to chat with a strange netizen online? However, Yang Ming was still very cooperative and sent a message, concert, where is it? Can I go and see it? I'm a superstar, can you come? That's great. I will ask someone to send you a ticket. You tell me the address. Yang Ming was stunned. No way? It's so realistic? So he continued, okay, I'm in Songjiang, but I'm going to see Xia's concert tomorrow. Your concert can only be postponed for a few days. I'm a superstar. There's no true love in this world, are you angry with me? I'm a superstar, no, I just want to say that I will hold a concert in Songjiang tomorrow. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. This netizen is really funny. Does he think I am Xia? There's no true love in this world, you don't want to tell me that you are Xia, right? I'm a superstar, what do you think? There's no true love in this world, okay, see you tomorrow. I'll sit in the VIP seat. See if you can recognize me. I'm a superstar, it's a deal. I have to rest. See you tomorrow. Yang Ming simply took this as a joke. Xia? She knows how to chat with me? And it's a good netizen? The next night, before 17 o'clock, there was a sea of people at the entrance of the district stadium. Although the concert was scheduled to officially open at 18 o'clock, those excited fans didn't wait at home at all. They all came to the square at the entrance of the stadium early. In the square, on the large advertising screen, Xia was beautiful and dignified, kind and natural. The fans spontaneously put up long slogans under the billboards. Xia, we love you. Xia, welcome to Songjiang. Such banners could be seen everywhere. The entertainment reporters also rushed to the scene early. They set up their cameras and were ready to get the first-hand news. Although there were many people in the square, these people were not messy. Instead, they stood together in groups. Because they were all fans of Xia, they all came here with the same expectations and purpose. Even so, Bao Sanli still sent all the bodyguards of the Mingyang security company to maintain order at the scene. The relevant departments in the city also gave instructions. This was the largest national concert held by Songjiang in recent years. No mistakes were allowed. Because this concert brought immeasurable economic value to Songjiang's tourism, catering, and hotel industries. The hotels that usually had less than 30% occupancy rate were now full. Although Bao Sanli didn't need to listen to anyone, it was also very good to have a good relationship with the competent departments of some companies. Bao Sanli's company was being bleached. It had to be said that this was also a good opportunity. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan came to the scene early because Yang Ming said that he would come. In that case, it wouldn't be strange for these two heavyweights to appear together. There was no doubt that the concert was very successful in terms of promotion and planning. This was the first time that Xianxia held a concert in the mainland, and the first stop was actually chosen in Songjiang, a small place that was not well known. While everyone was puzzled, they had to come here from afar. After all, this was the first concert, and the sensation it brought was unparalleled. Although Xianxia had stops in many cities after that, the second stop was Macau. This made many of Xianxia's fans somewhat impatient. If they wanted to see the concert as soon as possible, they could only come to Songjiang. After all, the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan passes were not so easy to get in any city. Just like when Yang Ming went to Hong Kong, Songjiang was a prefecture-level city. It was very troublesome to get a Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan visa for personal travel. This couldn't help but make people feel a sense of detour. It was much closer to go directly from Hong Kong to Macau than to go to Songjiang and then go to Macau. This also led to a lot of doubts and speculations. They all guessed what special significance Songjiang had for Xianxia. However, the most sensitive tabloid reporters couldn't find any valuable clues. On the one hand, Xu Haiku's power in Hong Kong was great. No one dared to touch confidential things. On the other hand, they really couldn't dig up any clues. After Xianxia arrived in Songjiang, the people she contacted were nothing more than the organizers here. There were no others. Now, Xianxia endorsed Lu Weishan Jewelry and Mingyang Heavy Industry. Most people thought that the reason why Xianxia chose here as her first stop was because she had a cooperative relationship with the two companies here. Yang Ming looked at the dark crowd outside the car window and said to Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, "Let's not get off the car. I will call Bao Sanli to come out and pick us up. Let's enter the stadium from the dedicated staff passage. This atmosphere makes people feel good. I want to go down and take a look." Chen Mingyan was infected by the atmosphere at the scene. She was also a fan of Xianxia, but she was not so crazy. But when she saw that the people at the scene were cheering for Xianxia, she couldn't help but want to be one of them. This? Yang Ming hesitated. Although there were fans of Xianxia here, Yang Ming was still worried about the safety of Chen Mingyan. After all, there was nothing wrong with being careful. "I want to go down and take a look." Lin Jiyun spoke at this moment. Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun strangely because he knew Lin Jiyun's character very well. He knew that she wasn't someone who liked to join in the fun. Lin Jiyun's right. Yang Ming parked the car in the parking lot's dedicated area for work vehicles. This BMW was the original car of Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, so the security guards at the scene knew it. They didn't need to show their ID, and no one came up to check. After parking the car, a sharp-eyed security guard who recognized Yang Ming ran over. "Brother Yang. President Bao and President Ho have arrived. They are waiting for you." "Oh? They are already here?" Yang Ming didn't expect Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan to come so early. He thought about it and said, "I will walk around nearby first. I will look for them later." "Okay, Brother Yang." The security guard nodded. He thought that after Yang Ming left, he would inform Bao Sanli. Yang Ming accompanied Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan to the square. In the square, there were some vendors selling light sticks and small flags. For these things, the security guards saw them, but they didn't drive these vendors away. After all, this contributed to the atmosphere of the scene. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun bought a light stick and a small flag. They shook it in their hands with satisfaction. Yang Ming found it funny. It seemed that the guests in the first row of the VIP seats rarely brought these things into the venue. As everyone knew, the first row of the VIP seats in the concert were some people with status. The tickets in this row weren't sold to the public. Generally, they were the higher-ups of the organizer. "Do you want a ticket?" A young man with a cigarette in his mouth walked over to Yang Ming and the other two people and asked in a low voice. "Ticket? What ticket?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Coming here, what else can it be?" Of course, it is the concert ticket. There aren't many. If you want it, hurry up. The young man said. How much is it? Yang Ming asked casually. 800, the ordinary seats upstairs. The young man said. 800? So expensive? The normal ticket price is only 300, right? Yang Ming frowned. He had long heard that the scalpers were very black-hearted, but he didn't expect it to be so black-hearted. TSK, that still needs to be calculated, right? Can you buy it for 300 now? The young man said disdainfully. That's not right, right? I heard that the ticket sales are very strict this time. One person can only buy 2 tickets. Is there a strict control of ticket scalpers? Yang Ming asked, baffled. In the beginning, Bao Sanli vowed that the ticket sales were public and he was determined to crack down on ticket scalpers. When he just arrived, he met a ticket seller. Our boss's father is. The young man just said half a sentence, and he was interrupted by a young man wearing sunglasses behind him. Don't talk nonsense. The young man in sunglasses patted the young man's shoulder and stopped him. Boss. The young man's face suddenly turned pale. He remembered that the boss told them to be low-key. Forget it. The young man in sunglasses waved his hand and then looked at Yang Ming. Why are you asking so much? If you believe it, then buy it. If you don't believe it, then leave. We have tickets. Yang Ming glanced at the young man in sunglasses and remembered his appearance. Although the big pair of sunglasses blocked half of his face, it was useless for Yang Ming. Yang Ming wanted to get some information, but now it seemed impossible. This young man in sunglasses was very vigilant. Why are you still wasting time with us when you have tickets? Let's go. We are still doing business here. The young man waved his hand impatiently. When Yang Ming walked away, the young man scolded, Idiot. Idiot? He isn't. The young man in sunglasses shook his head. I have seen him. He seems to have a good relationship with Ho Zhenhan. Ah? That won't involve you, right? The young man was stunned. Why should I be afraid of him? My dad is the vice president of the company. Ho Zhenhan can't offend my dad because of such a small matter. The young man in sunglasses said indifferently. Indeed, Yang Ming didn't tell Bao Sanli about the scene he saw, but he silently remembered it in his heart. But he didn't expect that one day, this scene would become his trump card. After walking around the square, most of the people he met were Xia's fans in this area who were recruiting members. Although Lin Jiyun and Chen Mengyan also liked Xia, they weren't crazy enough to join the fan club. After all, celebrities were out of reach. Even if they chased Xia crazily, they wouldn't chase Xia all the way home. Xia was still everyone's Xia, so Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun wouldn't do such meaningless things. The groups in the square were mostly gathered in the name of various fan clubs. Chen Mengyan and the others didn't join other people's fan clubs. Naturally, they couldn't participate in other people's activities. At this time, Bao Sanli called and asked where Yang Ming was. Yang Ming asked about his current location, and then he went with Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun to meet him. At the entrance of the staff passage, he saw Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. Both of them were standing there. Presumably, they didn't dare to go in to rest because he hadn't arrived yet. Unconsciously, Yang Ming found that his prestige had been established. Now, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan had more awe than respect for him. Have you been waiting for a long time? Yang Ming smiled. Not yet. Bao Sanli smiled. Just now, there was a subordinate who informed us that Brother Yang had arrived. So, we came out. Yang Ming nodded and then suddenly thought of something. Right, send me a copy of Mingyang Entertainment's personnel information tomorrow. Why? Brother Yang, do you have a problem with anyone? Bao Sanli was shocked. I'm afraid that someone didn't do a good job and Yang Ming found out about it. That's not it. I'm just looking around and understanding it. Yang Ming said indifferently. The topic was over. Yang Ming and the others entered the stadium through the staff passage. Right, do you want an autograph? Yang Ming suddenly thought of something and turned to Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun. Can I? Chen Mingyan was delighted. After all, girls had vanity. A copy of Xia's autograph was enough to make many people envious. Of course, no problem. Yang Ming turned and asked Bao Sanli, "Where is Xia?" "In the dressing room, just over there." "I'll take you there." Bao Sanli pointed to the front and said. Suli knew Yang Ming, so when Yang Ming pushed the door and came in, she didn't stop him. Instead, Xia had her back to the door and asked, "Suli, who is it?" "It's Mr. Yang," Suli said. Xia was looking down at the concert list. When she heard the words, she turned around and was delighted. However, when she saw the two beauties behind Yang Ming, she was a little worried. However, there was nothing unnatural on her face. "Yang Ming, you are here?" My girlfriend said that she wanted your autograph. So, I brought them to find you." Although Yang Ming was polite, his behavior was not polite at all. He sat on the sofa in the dressing room. It turned out to be like this. Of course, there is no problem. When Xia heard this, her heart immediately became active, but she looked at Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun quietly. She said, "These two sisters, who is?" Xia didn't expect that Yang Ming's girlfriend would be her fan. How could she not take the opportunity to win him over? However, Xia also had a little thought. When she opened her mouth, she turned Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun into two sisters. In fact, in terms of age, Xia was the same age as Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. To be honest, Xia was slightly younger. Her birthday was in December, so she was worthy of being called a little sister. However, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun didn't think about this problem. Being called a little sister by a big star, any fan of Xia would be happy and excited. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Although he had vaguely talked about the problem of the two girls with Xia before, when he really brought them over, it was still a bit unnatural to introduce them. "This is Lin Jiyun. You have seen her before. She is Chen Mingyan." Oh, it turned out to be like this. Xia didn't show the slightest abnormality. Xia had seen Lin Jiyun, but she had never seen Chen Mingyan. Based on her feelings, she had already determined that the girl next to Lin Jiyun was Chen Mingyan. She was just confirming it out of politeness. Xia took out two newly released CDs from a drawer. After signing, she handed them to Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. "There is still time. How about we take a picture together as a souvenir?" In fact, Xia wanted to take a picture with Yang Ming openly and keep it with her. When she missed him, she could take it out and look at it. Okay. Chen Mingyan naturally didn't understand Xia's thoughts. She was very happy with Xia's enthusiasm and affinity. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Xia took pictures separately. When it was Yang Ming's turn, Xia asked inadvertently, "What about you?" "Me? Forget about me." Yang Ming wasn't interested in chasing stars, so he said indifferently. Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming wasn't very interested in Xia, and she was a little annoyed. "A big star took the initiative to take a picture with you. What kind of face is this?" If it were other fans, they would definitely rush to get it, but Yang Ming said, "Forget it." In fact, this was also because Chen Mingyan felt that Yang Ming and Xia wouldn't have any other relationship, so there would be such a reaction. A big star and a college student, the two people shouldn't have any intersection. However, Chen Mingyan ignored that Yang Ming's current identity wasn't just a college student, but a billionaire with tens of billions of dollars. She didn't expect that there was an unknown relationship between Yang and Xia. "Yang Ming, why are you not giving me face?" Chen Mingyan whispered angrily. Of course. Of course. At least, Xia, who was close by, heard it clearly. Of course. But seeing that Yang Ming didn't seem to have much interest, he didn't force it, so he said, "Then let's share a picture together?" Okay. Without waiting for Yang Ming to speak, Chen Mingyan spoke first. Yang Ming had no choice but to stand up. However, when taking the photo, everyone's standing position was a bit difficult to arrange. 4 people took a photo together. There was always a priority. If Xia stood in the middle, and Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun stood on both sides, then Yang Ming's position was a bit awkward. Should he stand on Lin Jiyun's side or Chen Mingyan's side? However, if Yang Ming stood in the middle, and Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun stood on both sides, then wouldn't Xianxia, the protagonist, have to stand on the side? This seemed to be a bit unreasonable. The best solution was for Xianxia and Yang Ming to stand in the middle, and Lin Jiyun and Chen Mengyan to stand on both sides. In this way, even if they weren't next to Yang Ming, they would be next to Xianxia. It was justifiable no matter what. This was also the result that Xianxia wanted the most. She had analyzed these assumptions before, so she proposed the request for a group photo. Chen Mengyan was very generous and stood on the side of Xianxia. Lin Jiyun stood with some awkwardness on the side of Yang Ming. Suli picked up the digital camera and selected the continuous shooting function. She took 7 or 8 photos in one breath. She and Xianxia were usually the closest people. She understood Xianxia's thoughts very well. Although she didn't know that there was an old relationship between Xianxia and Yang Ming, based on the current situation, Xianxia must have a good impression of Yang Ming. Originally, as an agent, she should dissuade and kill Xianxia's idea. After all, it wasn't so good to have a scandal with a female celebrity. However, her boss, Xu Haikua, didn't object, so Suli didn't have to worry about that useless thought. In order to be afraid that Xianxia would be dissatisfied, she took a few more photos to prepare for selection. After taking the photos, a staff member came in. When he saw Yang Ming, he nodded and said, "Miss Xu, the concert is about to begin. Do you want to prepare? The fans over there have begun to enter the venue." He knew the identity of Yang Ming. He was a member of the organizer, so he didn't find it strange that Yang Ming was here. "Okay." Xianxia nodded. "Then, let's enter the venue?" Yang Ming turned to Xianxia and said, "I wish you a successful concert." "Thank you." Xianxia smiled sweetly. Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and Yang Ming came out of the dressing room together. Chen Mengyan was obviously dissatisfied with Yang Ming's behavior. "Xianxia is a big celebrity. Why are you so arrogant? What's wrong with a celebrity? Isn't a celebrity also a person?" Yang Ming smiled indifferently. "I didn't talk to her so much. Wasn't it because I was afraid that you would be jealous?" "TSK, I won't be jealous." Chen Mengyan snorted and didn't care that Lin Jiyun was also there. She blurted out, "Didn't we agree before? If you pursue her, I will never be jealous." Chen Mengyan had already regarded Lin Jiyun as one of her own, so there was no need to avoid anything. However, after she finished speaking, she remembered that Lin Jiyun was now a member of the family. She also had the right to speak. She asked, "Sister Lin, you can object." "I have no objection." Lin Jiyun naturally prioritized Chen Mengyan. She was already very happy to be with Yang Ming. She didn't have too many requests. "You see, we have no objection. You missed the opportunity. You can't blame us." Chen Mengyan smiled and put her hands together. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't take it too seriously. Celebrities looked beautiful, but the turbid and dirty entertainment circle was no longer a secret. Since the pornographic photos were exposed, Yang Ming had no interest in these celebrities. Although Xianxia seemed to be very pure, who would know the things behind her? Yang Ming didn't want to be made a cuckold. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan didn't dare to go far. They were waiting for Yang Ming not far away. When they saw Yang Ming coming over, they quickly greeted him. "Brother Yang, are we going in now?" "Let's go now," said Yang Ming. Several people entered the VIP seats in the front row of the concert through a special passage. This place was separated from the audience behind. It was a relatively independent area, so there was no noise from people coming and going. Yang Ming's position was in the middle of the VIP seats. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan sat next to him. Both of them were boorish people. They didn't chase after celebrities, and they weren't very interested in the concert. However, since Yang Ming came, it wouldn't be good if they didn't come. So, they sat by the side. Those who entered the venue were some of Song Jiang's famous young masters. Their parents were either rich or high-ranking officials. Most of them were tickets given by Bao Sanli. These officials and businessmen naturally didn't have the leisure to come to the concert, so they gave the tickets to their children to let them come and watch. However, Yang Ming had only heard of these people. He learned some information from Bao Sanli, but he didn't have any dealings with them. What surprised Yang Ming was that Sun Jiwei actually came, too. Sun Jiwei and Wang Jitao were messing around last time. After Sun Jia found out, she scolded Sun Jiwei severely. Later, when he saw that Yang Ming actually became his brother-in-law, he didn't dare to do it again. However, he didn't have much of a good impression of Yang Ming. When he saw that Yang Ming was here, he didn't come to greet him. Yang Ming didn't care. He just regarded Sun Jiwei as a child. With Sun Jiwei, there were a few young men who he didn't know. However, at first glance, he could tell that their family conditions were very good. They looked arrogant. Yang Ming didn't bother with him. For this kind of child's temper, he always had to suffer some losses to gradually mature and grow up. Now, with his relationship with the Sun family, he really couldn't do anything to Sun Jiwei. What made Yang Ming feel a little surprised was that the young man who sold the tickets at the door was actually sitting in the VIP seat. Who is that? Yang Ming pointed to the young man and asked Bao Sanli. Oh? The young master of the company's vice president Chu. What's wrong? Brother Yang, did this kid offend you? Bao Sanli asked subconsciously. Not really. I'm just asking. Yang Ming waved his hand and didn't say much. Sure enough, it's the company's internal affairs. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. No wonder he could get the tickets. It's hard to guard against a thief in your own home. How can I stop this kind of internal scalping? Yang Ming looked at these young dignitaries of Songjiang. These people were also looking at Yang Ming. Sitting in the middle of the VIP seat, accompanied by two beauties. The strangest thing was that they had never heard of this person before. Especially with the two underground kings, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, accompanying him, this made Yang Ming's identity even more suspenseful. There weren't many people in the VIP seats. After a while, it was full of people, but the audience hadn't been seated yet. It was bustling, and only half of them had entered. Yang Ming. A familiar figure flashed into the VIP seats. When he saw Yang Ming, he called out strangely. Yang Ming looked up and saw Tian Donghua and his girlfriend, Wang Shui. Old Tian. Yang Ming was also surprised that Tian Donghua would appear here, but after a little hesitation, he understood. The Tian family in Donghai was similar to Bao Sanli in Songjiang. Because of the relationship between Yang Ming and the Sun family, Bao Sanli would give some VIP tickets to the Tian family. You are here, too? D*MN, your seat is very bad *SS, right? Tian Donghua saw where Yang Ming was sitting and couldn't help but be stunned. It's okay. My dad's company is the organizer. Yang Ming didn't say his relationship with Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. After all, his current identity was still a student. He didn't want his roommates to know too much. At this moment, he could use his father's company as a shield. Even if he already knew the true identity of Tian Donghua from the side, he was the young master of Donghai's Tian family, which was Tian Dongguang's brother. Yang Ming didn't want to say much. Mingyang Entertainment? Tian Donghua was stunned. No, it's Mingyang Heavy Industry. Yang Ming said with a smile. So that's how it is. Tian Donghua couldn't help but nod. My seat is over there. My wife and I will go over first. Okay, call me if you need anything. Yang Ming said. Tian Donghua took Wang Shui's hand, and the two sat intimately in a seat not far away. Those who knew Tian Dongguang naturally started to chat with him. Brother Tian, who is the kid who just talked to you? A rich second generation who knew Tian Donghua from Donghai asked with some confusion. Yeah, Brother Tian, who is that kid? I haven't seen him before. The person who asked was a young master from Songjiang. His family had some business dealings with the Tian family. It was reasonable to say that their generation was about the same age, and their family background was prominent. They would know each other. The appearance of Yang Ming suddenly seemed very abrupt. My college classmate. His father is the boss of Mingyang Heavy Industry. Tian Donghua had no need to hide this kind of thing, so he introduced it. Oh? The newly established Mingyang Heavy Industry? The people present were stunned. The reputation of Mingyang Heavy Industry was quite well known recently. It could be said that no one in the province didn't know about it, especially those who did business at home. they more or less knew the inside story of the factory restructuring. With billions of capital injections and the support of the European consortium, Mingyang Heavy Industry could be said to be the most dazzling star in this period. Tian Donghua nodded and said, "It should be like this. But I heard that the boss of Mingyang Heavy Industry used to be a worker. How did he suddenly have so much strength? He wouldn't be a nouveau riche, right?" asked the young master of Songjiang. "Don't spout nonsense. It's a taboo. Who knows what kind of background someone has these days?" The young master from the East Sea was more knowledgeable and knew what to say and what not to say. "If you don't have that ability, how can you find a European connection?" "That's true." The young master of Songjiang quickly nodded and said yes. He also realized his impulsiveness just now. Who knew what the relationship between Tian Donghua and Yang Ming was? Speaking ill of others behind their backs was a taboo. At 6:25 that night, the bright lights in the stadium suddenly dimmed, and the audience cheered in the stands. This was the precursor to Xia's appearance. Every celebrity's concert was probably like this. Xia. 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 No one knew who started it, but the audience began to call Xia's name loudly. From the beginning, it was messy, but later, it was neat and tidy. In this cheer, the exciting and passionate music sounded. The little fluorescent sticks were waved, forming different words. The most common was the English abbreviation of "I love you." In the dynamic music, the stage slowly rose. The silver lights lit up, and the mist generated by dry ice curled around the stage. Xia was dressed in white and stood in the middle of the stage. She looked exceptionally tranquil and pure, just like a high and mighty holy fairy. For a time, the people in the entire stadium held their breath. The people who were originally noisy quieted down in an instant. Even Yang Ming couldn't help but be shocked by Xia's current appearance. A woman could attract him so much. This kind of charm made Yang Ming, who had been with women for a long time, couldn't help but be moved. "So beautiful," Chen Mengyan praised. "I didn't expect Xia on the stage to be so unreachable. Just now in the dressing room, I didn't have such a feeling." Yang Ming nodded and said, "TSK, now you regret it, right? I just asked you to take a picture, but you didn't give me face." Chen Mengyan said sarcastically. "Hee, that's nothing." Yang Ming smiled and said, "What's wrong with taking a picture? I can't take her home to be my wife." "You want to?" Chen Mengyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. "I'm very supportive of you. I'm just afraid that you can't do it." "Who can't do it?" Yang Ming wasn't happy when he heard it. Which man likes to hear a woman say that he can't do it? "You." Chen Mengyan didn't have any special meaning, but it was easy to be misunderstood when she said it. "You haven't tried. How do you know that I can't do it? Why don't you ask Xian if I can do it?" Yang Ming said lecherously. "Disgusting, there's no healthy thought." Chen Mengyan also understood what Yang Ming said this time. All of a sudden, the dynamic music in the stadium changed into a melodious and pleasant melody. Xia's clear and pure singing voice also rang out. This song was the endorsement song of Lu Weishan Jewelry, our anniversary. This familiar song suddenly pulled up the atmosphere of the scene. The fans waved the light sticks excitedly. Applause and screams came one after another. After the song, the silver lights on the stage began to become a little brighter. "Friends from Songjiang and friends from all over the country, hello." Xia smiled and greeted the audience present, and then continued, "Today is my first concert in the mainland. It can be said to be a very memorable day. I hope that everyone will always remember these days. This is our anniversary." When Xia's voice fell, the audience in the entire stadium boiled up. Most of the people who could come here were hardcore fans of Xia. The first concert, this was such a memorable day. Although there was no hot dance, there were no seductive movements. But Xia's concert had been carried out in a very high atmosphere. In the hearts of the fans, Xia was their goddess. Childhood is the best time in life. I don't know if everyone still remembers the love of childhood. Xia said with a nostalgic voice, "The next song is called Childhood Love. It is a song that I wrote myself. It is also a song that I like very much. I want to invite an audience present to share the love of childhood with me. Are you willing? Yes. Almost all the fans agreed loudly in unison. After that, there were many voices volunteering, I am willing, I am willing. I understand everyone's enthusiasm, but because the time of the concert is limited, I can only find a fan friend from the front row. Xianxia blinked and said apologetically. Oh. Although the people behind were a little disappointed, what Xianxia said was also true. It was really difficult to run from the back of this crowded stadium to the stage. However, even so, sitting in the VIP seats, the eyes of the young masters in the front row also showed a look of desire. Xianxia walked towards the VIP seats with light steps. Fortunately, the people in the VIP seats still had some manners and didn't get up to catch Xianxia. However, it should also be because there were a lot of security guards around Xianxia. Xianxia looked back and forth at the people in the VIP seats with some hesitation. She held the microphone in both hands and said, everyone is so enthusiastic. It is a little difficult for me to choose. This kind of interactive activity existed in many celebrity concerts, but some were impromptu, and some were prearranged. This time, Xianxia was probably improvised because Yang Ming hadn't seen such a line in the concert process. However, the concert process wasn't the kind that had to be deliberately followed. Celebrities could freely express themselves, so Yang Ming didn't take it too seriously. However, when Xianxia walked to him, Yang Ming felt that something was wrong. Is this little girl trying to invite me? Before Yang Ming could figure it out, Xianxia reached out and said to Yang Ming, this gentleman. Ah? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia in amazement. My feeling is really right. This little girl really came to invite me. However, although Yang Ming had listened to Xiaxia's songs, he couldn't sing it himself. Not to mention that he wasn't familiar with the tune, he couldn't even remember the lyrics. If he went up, wouldn't it be shameful? Yang Ming didn't care, but many people stared at Yang Ming with envious eyes that could kill. They secretly thought that Yang Ming's luck was good, but there were also some people who thought that they knew the inside story. For example, the young master of Songjiang just now. He thought that the reason why Xianxia invited Xianxia was because Yang Ming's father was the boss of the organizer company. Ugh, forget it. I think such a good opportunity should be given to others. Yang Ming hesitated and said awkwardly. Xiaxia's microphone was already facing Yang Ming, so when Yang Ming said this, the people in the audience were suddenly dumbfounded. They looked at Yang Ming with an incredible expression. Such a good opportunity, others couldn't even ask for it. This person actually refused? Is there a problem? When Xianxia heard Yang Ming's words, she was stunned, and then her face suddenly turned pale. In front of so many people, Yang Ming actually refused her. This hurt Xiaxia's self-esteem. If it were someone else, Xianxia would feel better, but this person was Yang Ming, the person she loved the most. Xianxia had been thinking about it these days. She finally found such an opportunity to sing with Yang Ming. Last night, she was so excited that she almost couldn't sleep, but she was ruthlessly rejected by Yang Ming. How could Xianxia not feel uncomfortable? However, Xianxia was still Xianxia in the end. Her on-the-spot quality was very good. Although her heart was uncomfortable, her face was only slightly lost, and it returned to normal. Hee, it seems that this gentleman has some stage fright, but it doesn't matter. I don't know how the lady next to him is. Xianxia turned to Chen Mingyan with a smile. Ah. Chen Mingyan was still annoyed with Yang Ming's lack of understanding. He had already rejected the big star once when they took a photo together, and now it was the same again. She wanted to blame Yang Ming, but she didn't expect Xianxia to invite her instead. Chen Mingyan's depressed mood was swept away. She stood up and said, okay. Chen Mingyan was a class cadre since elementary school, and she was a member of the student union, so in this kind of situation with so many people, she didn't have stage fright. She was very relaxed and walked on the stage with Xianxia. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't continue to invite him. Otherwise, if she said a few words to squeeze him, it was impossible for him not to want to go on stage. Originally, many people were more or less jealous of Yang Ming's appearance on stage, except for envy. But now it was Chen Mingyan, who was also a beauty, so there was less jealousy. Chen Mingyan didn't have professional stage makeup, but she wasn't inferior to Xianxia. Compared with Xia's elegant and refined image, Chen Mingyan was more youthful and lively. Although Chen Mingyan didn't have special vocal training like Xia, her voice was also good. Even if the voice wasn't as clear as Xia's, it was also euphemistic. Are you nervous? In the middle of the interlude, Xia turned off the wireless headset and whispered to Chen Mingyan. It's okay, but there are so many people. It's really a bit oppressive. Chen Mingyan smiled bitterly. Hee, you sang well. You also have the potential to be a star. Do you want me to introduce you to some celebrities in the entertainment circle? Xia asked with a smile. Can I? Chen Mingyan listened to Xia's words. She was surprised. Which girl didn't dream of being a celebrity? Chen Mingyan was no exception, but after hesitating, she shook her head and said, forget it. Yang Ming won't like me to be a celebrity. Do you care so much about his opinion? Xia was a little curious. Yang Ming's charm was actually so great. The girl in front of her seemed to have completely fallen into the trap of love. But then again, wasn't it the same for him? Originally, he wanted to abduct Yang Ming's little girlfriend to his side, but he failed. Yes, Chen Mingyan nodded and said, when you fall in love with someone, you will care about him. Xia nodded and thought, it's because of you that I don't have any way. Xia wasn't the kind of person who liked to destroy other people's feelings, but some things were involuntary. What's more, Xia felt that since Yang Ming already had 2 girlfriends, then her chances were still great. After the interlude, Xia turned on the headset and continued to sing with Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming didn't think that Chen Mingyan would whisper to Xia on the stage, so he didn't pay attention to their lips. Thank you. Thank you, this lady, for singing this song Childhood Love with me. What do you think of her singing? After the song was sung, Xia asked the audience. Good. The audience below clapped and applauded. 2 beautiful women performing on the same stage. How could anyone say that it wasn't good? What's more, Chen Mingyan sang really well. Then, do you want to listen to her sing with me again? Xia continued to ask. Yes. The audience replied without hesitation. If Chen Mingyan wasn't a beauty or tone deaf, then there wouldn't be such a good effect. Then let's cover an old song together. Teacher Luo Dao's love song 1990. I believe that everyone is familiar with this song. Xia said, this is one of my favorite songs, and it's also a song that one of my netizens likes. He told me that he would come to my concert today. I don't know if he's at the scene now. Although we haven't met, I'm very grateful to him. When I'm lonely, he can listen to me on the internet. Huh? Yang Ming opened his mouth in shock at the moment. Netizens? Concert? And this song that I often play on QQ Music? Xia, is I'm a big star? How can there be such a coincidence? Yang Ming's mouth was big enough to put an egg in. Sometimes, I often find that the world is really small. There are always some coincidences between the people around me and the people I'm familiar with. Yang Ming's mind was a bit blank, so he didn't listen to what Xia and Chen Mingyan sang. My netizen, there's no true love in this world, are you there? Can you hear it? Xia sang excitedly. She waved her hand and shouted to the audience. At this time everyone knew that Xia's netizen was called There's No True Love in This World. On the other hand, Chen Mingyan was so stunned that she had forgotten half of the lyrics. Chen Mingyan looked at Xia inexplicably. She naturally knew Yang Ming's netizen name. Not only that, but her own netizen name was also similar to Yang Ming's. Xia also saw Chen Mingyan's abnormality, but now on the stage, there was no way to ask. She had to take Chen Mingyan's lyrics and continue to sing. Although there was a pause in the middle, it was a good connection. Chen Mingyan also felt that she had lost her composure. In this world, there were many people with the same netizen name. Yang Ming was not the only one who was called There's No True Love in This World. Others could also be called. Not to mention the netizen name, even the real name, there were many people with the same name. Chen Mingyan smiled apologetically and continued to sing her part. Although she didn't know why Chen Mingyan lost her composure, Xia could only smile and send her off the stage. After all, this was Xia's concert. Singing 2 songs together was already a lot. You sang well. You have the potential to be a singer. Yang Ming praised. Wait, let's not talk about this first. If it were normal times, Chen Mingyan was naturally very happy with Yang Ming's appreciation, but now she didn't care about this. Instead, she said, you and Xianxia are netizens? You are asking about this? How would I know that she is Xianxia? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I thought she was fooling me. What the hell is going on? Tell me the truth. Chen Mingyan had some sense of crisis. Although she said that she wanted Yang Ming to pursue Xianxia, she also knew that it was impossible. However, this time, the two people became netizens early, so there might be some development. Speaking of it, I have known this netizen for a long time. I knew her when I was in junior high school. She told me that she was a star. I thought she was joking. When I asked her who she was, she didn't say, so I didn't take it seriously. Yesterday, when I was online, I saw her. She said that she was going to hold a concert. I teased her that I was going to participate in Xia's concert. I was afraid that I couldn't go to her concert. However, I didn't expect that she was Xianxia. That's it? Chen Mingyan asked suspiciously. What else could it be? Yang Ming said helplessly, look at me and her. Do we look like we have known each other before? That's not it. Right, when you go back, give me Xia's QQ. I want to add her. When Chen Mingyan heard that Yang Ming and Xia really didn't have an ambiguous relationship, she was relieved. The little girl's temper rose again, and she began to think about being netizens with a big star. Okay. Yang Ming sighed and looked at the girl next to him who was obviously jealous but pretended to be indifferent. He had mixed feelings for a while. That's right. Ever since Lanling started, the number of girls around him kept increasing. Chen Mingyan only complained a little and threw a tantrum at him. She had been following him around without any complaints. Chen Mingyan was also a normal girl. She cared about me, but she was also accommodating me. However, I hurt her again and again, making her accept other girls against her will. Yang Ming knew that although Chen Mingyan looked very happy now, it was also because she deliberately didn't think about those troublesome things. Otherwise, who would feel good? He gently hugged Chen Mingyan's shoulder and thought of Lin Jiyun next to him. Yang Ming felt guilty again. If I said that I was sorry to Chen Mingyan, then wasn't it the same for Lin Jiyun? However, this girl who never fought with others made Yang Ming feel more uncomfortable. What's wrong? Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming's mood was a bit down and asked curiously. Nothing, I just thought of some sad things. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. You and Jiyun watch the concert. I'm going to the bathroom. Oh. Chen Mingyan didn't think much and nodded. Yang Ming stood up and left the VIP seat. He walked to the emergency passage on the side. Out of the stadium and into the corridor, Yang Ming lit a cigarette and took 2 deep breaths. Now, Yang Ming rarely smoked. He would only smoke when he was in a bad mood. Yang Ming was now thinking about the problem of Xiaoqing and Sun Jia. How should I tell Chen Mingyan about these two people? Although Xiaoqing said that she would be Yang Ming's godsister for a lifetime, Yang Ming knew that it was just her comforting words. She also longed for him to be recognized one day and be able to walk on the street with him openly. What's wrong? You don't want to watch the concert but come here to smoke? A hand was placed on Yang Ming's shoulder. Yang Ming turned around and found that it was Tian Donghua. He was alone. Wang Shui didn't come out with him. Hee, aren't you out too? Yang Ming put out the cigarette and said with a smile. I saw that you came out, so I followed. I have something to say to you. Tian Donghua also lit a cigarette for himself. What's wrong with you? Why do you look more depressed than me? Yang Ming looked at Tian Donghuang's gloomy expression and asked curiously. Yang Ming, I see that you have 2 girlfriends. You must know a lot about women, right? Tian Donghua hesitated and said. No? Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly after listening. Do I know? You should know more than me, right? I fought for a woman, but the woman didn't appreciate it. Is there such an idiot like me? Tian Donghua said self-deprecatingly, Yang Ming, to be honest, I have encountered a problem now. What's the problem? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Why would Tian Donghua suddenly come to find him and say these things? But thinking about it, it seemed that Tian Donghua didn't have many close friends in university. He could only talk to his roommates, Zhang Bing and himself. Emotional problems. Otherwise, what do you think it is? Tian Donghua shook his head and said. Emotional problems? What emotional problems? Is there a problem in your relationship with Wang Shui? Or did you fall in love with someone else? Yang Ming asked with some surprise. It's not me. It's Wang Shui. Tian Donghua said with some depression, I found that she has been dating other men behind my back recently. What? Her? Behind your back? Yang Ming was stunned. Tian Donghua's family, although not as good as Sun Jia's family, was also prominent. It was also a famous family in the province. In this case, the daughter-in-law of the Tian family still dared to go out and fool around. Wasn't that looking for death? Especially since the Tian family relied on the underworld to make a living, they wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. I don't believe it, but I saw it with my own eyes. I have to believe it. Tian Donghua sighed. What the hell is going on? Don't worry. Tell me slowly. I will help you analyze. Looking at Tian Donghua's depressed look, Yang Ming said with some sympathy. It's like this. A while ago, Wang Shui received a call and then ran to the bathroom to answer it. I didn't take it seriously at that time. When she came back, I casually asked who it was. I didn't expect her to stutter and didn't say it clearly. Tian Donghua paused and continued, everyone has some privacy. I didn't delve into it. I just secretly remembered the phone number. After that, this number often appeared in Wang Shui's call log. I began to be on guard. He ordered a set of wireless monitoring equipment online and eavesdropped on Wang Shui's phone conversation. The man asked her to meet him at night. I followed Wang Shui and found that she secretly went to meet with that man. Ah? Really? Yang Ming found it a little unbelievable. Then what did they do after that? They didn't do anything. They just met and talked to each other. Wang Shui gave that person something, and then the two of them broke up. Tian Donghua said. Gave that person something? Yang Ming frowned. How many times has this happened? 2 or 3 times. Tian Donghua said with a solemn expression, although I don't dare to believe it, the facts are right in front of me. I have no choice but to believe it. Are you sure they're dating? Yang Ming's current analytical ability was no longer what it used to be, and his view of things had also become more meticulous. If they're not dating, then what are they doing? It's so late. Why are they still going out to meet? Tian Donghua's thought was relatively simple. Could it be that Wang Shui was blackmailed? Or was there something that fell into the hands of others, so they blackmailed her? Yang Ming thought about it and said the most likely situation to Tian Donghua. You don't say. Your analysis is a bit reasonable. Maybe this is the case. It makes me feel enlightened. Tian Donghua slammed the wall and then said with some excitement, so, I misunderstood Wang Shui? Misunderstanding or not, I don't know. I just said a hypothesis, a possibility. Yang Ming said, however, I think this possibility should be slightly higher. And, it must be like this. As long as Tian Donghua understood that Wang Shui didn't betray him, it was enough. As for the others, he didn't care. D***mn, someone dares to blackmail my wife. I will kill him. Hee, let's figure out the situation first. Yang Ming said, if you need anything, call me at any time. I understand. Tian Donghua's whole person was relaxed a lot. It could be seen that his feelings for Wang Shui were deep. Yang Ming and Tian Donghua returned to the stadium together. Yang Ming's mood, which was a little hazy, became a little relaxed after being disturbed by Tian Donghua. You're back? She just sang a new song. It's not in all the albums. Chen Mengyan said with some regret. Really? Yang Ming smiled. If you like it, let's ask her for the master tape of the concert recording. We can watch it when we go back. Yang Ming said. The 2-hour concert ended quickly. Xia also said to all the fans with some reluctance, time flies so fast. I didn't expect 2 hours to pass so quickly. It can't be helped. Let's meet again next time. The last song is for you, all the friends who love and support me. This was an old song sung by Andy Lau in 1997, A Letter to You. Although the original singer was a male voice, under Xianxia's interpretation, it had a different style. The ordinary voice didn't expect to get a reaction. The echo of the applause actually sounded non-stop. Thank you for your encouragement. Thank you for all your sincerity. I will cherish this feeling forever. A little star also needs your sympathy. My heart is no longer lonely. Because of your true feelings, my life is complete. Tell me how beautiful the world is. I sing everything to you on the stage. Every word in my heart contains my tears, contains my joy. You are the spirits of my life. Put everything aside and be close to you no matter how hard it is. I am willing to go together. If you want to stop, we will stop together. If you want to go in together, leave your footprints on the journey of life. Ah. Footprints in life. The singing was very beautiful, and it was also appropriate to describe Xianxia's rise to fame. Many fans were moved to cry. They waved the light sticks and wanted time to stop at this moment. Chen Mingyan was also very emotional. Like most fans, she stood up and shouted Xianxia's name. However, what should end will always end. We don't have Doraemon's treasure bag, and we don't have a time stopper. Finally, Xianxia disappeared from people's sight along with the slowly descending stage. Undoubtedly, this concert was quite successful, and it was also quite moving. For a long time, the people in the stadium stood up and slowly left. There were too many people, but fortunately, Yang Ming and the other two could leave through the staff's dedicated passage. They didn't have to follow the crowd. I have read a novel. It said that after a concert, the male protagonist of the novel met a big star who sprained her ankle at the entrance of the stadium, and then carried her to the hospital. When leaving, Yang Ming smiled and said to Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, then, the two people had a marriage. Oh? I think I have also read that book. Chen Mingyan said thoughtfully, I think it is the novel that you rented when you were in high school, right? After I confiscated it, I flipped through it twice. It was written well, but there were too many women. Sweat. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. After a few words, the topic of too many women came up. So, he quickly changed the topic. I don't know if Xianxia sprained her ankle at the entrance of the stadium and met her Mr. Right. Hee, but it is quite romantic when you think about it. After Chen Mingyan finished, she suddenly thought of something. She turned around and said to Lin Jiyun, Sister Lin, do you think Yang Ming wants to be the Mr. Right? I don't know. Lin Jiyun was like this. She rarely cared about Yang Ming's matters. The three people were talking and laughing. Suddenly, they heard an ayah not far in front of them. They saw Xianxia holding the wall with one hand and rubbing her ankle with the other hand. Sister Xianxia, what happened to you? After singing on the same stage, the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Xianxia had become more familiar. When she saw that Xianxia was in trouble, she quickly ran over. I'm not used to wearing high heels for this performance. I sprained my ankle as soon as I came out. Xianxia grimaced in pain. It hurts. When Chen Mingyan heard it, she quickly held Xianxia, and then shouted to Yang Ming behind, Yang Ming, what are you doing? Come and help. Me? Help? Yang Ming thought, isn't this a copy of the plot of The Big Star Falls in Love with Me? It is said that novels come from life. It seems that this is not false at all. Look, I encountered it. Yeah. You're the only man here. Don't you feel embarrassed if you don't help? Chen Mingyan wasn't happy. Yang Ming scratched his head and walked forward. He leaned down and was about to check Xianxia's ankle, but Chen Mingyan pulled his ear. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Why are you going under Sister Xianxia's skirt? Are you trying to take advantage of her? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just want to see how her injury is. You're not a doctor. What do you know? Chen Mingyan didn't appreciate it. Yang Ming thought, although I'm not a doctor, my massage technique is top-notch. But since you don't believe it, then I don't need to reveal anything. Quick, help me hold Xianxia. Let's find a place to rest. Chen Mingyan said anxiously. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Aya. Just as she took a step, Xianxia was in so much pain that her face turned pale. Her voice changed a little. It hurts. Chen Mingyan frowned and said with some worry, Sister Xia's injury seems to be not light. Yang Ming, why don't you carry her? She definitely can't walk like this. She might even worsen her injury. Huh? I carry her? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with some surprise. Yeah, if you don't carry her, who do you think is stronger than you between me and Sister Lin? Chen Mingyan said without hesitation. If you're not afraid that what you just said will become true, I will carry her. Yang Ming whispered to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan heard Yang Ming's words and hesitated. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. She really understood what to speak of the devil. However, Chen Mingyan finally bit and said, You carry Sister Xia. Yang Ming smiled and leaned down, but his heart was very relaxed. Although Chen Mingyan was very jealous, she had a weakness, which was that she was too soft-hearted. Xia didn't hesitate. She directly lay on Yang Ming's back. There was no avoidance between men and women. Yang Ming gently lifted Xia's buttocks and carried her steadily on his back. Looking at the empty corridor, Yang Ming couldn't help but wonder, when you returned to the lounge, you didn't seem to pass through this corridor, right? This corridor was only a dedicated staff passage from the VIP seats to the backstage. Usually, very few people came here. There were only people guarding the doors on both sides. If it weren't for the relationship between Yang Ming and the organizer, they wouldn't have taken this passage directly. But when Xia came here, it seemed a bit abrupt and strange. I went back to the backstage from the stage and found that there were a lot of reporters. I didn't dare to go over, so I went directly into this passage. I didn't expect to sprain my ankle. Xia explained. Reporters went into the backstage? Yang Ming was very puzzled. It seems unlikely, right? Bao Sanli had sent a large group of security guards to guard the entrance of each passage. How did the reporters get in? Although this reason was somewhat far-fetched, Yang Ming also felt guilty. Maybe someone accidentally let the reporters in. Only Xia understood in her heart. It seemed that she didn't suffer in vain. Finally, Yang Ming came. It was just that she didn't have a good sense of propriety. She really hurt her ankle seriously. Now, it was so painful that she was sweating a little. Xia had also seen the movie The Big Star Fell in Love with Me. She was very envious of the encounter between the star and the protagonist, so she designed such a play. The feeling of being carried by Yang Ming was really good. She hadn't had this feeling for many years. This couldn't help but remind Xia of the situation many years ago when they were in junior high school. There was a physical education class where she hurt her foot. Yang Ming carried her to the infirmary. Back to the backstage, Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Where are the reporters here? Probably, they were driven out? Xia's face was red. Fortunately, she was on Yang Ming's back, so others couldn't see her expression. Miss Xu, what happened to you? When Suli saw Yang Ming carrying Xia, she quickly ran over and asked. Sister Xia sprained her ankle, and we happened to meet her. Chen Mingyan quickly explained, Do you think we should call the doctor over? Okay, I'll call the doctor now. Suli said quickly. After putting Xia on the sofa in the lounge, Yang Ming also sat on the side. Thank you for just now. Xia thanked, otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Yang Ming smiled. Intuitively, he felt that something was wrong. Xia seemed to be lying, but the swollen ankle was right in front of him. While Yang Ming was thinking about this, Chen Mingyan had already sat on Xia's side and chatted with her. Sister Xia, you have to hold on. The doctor may be here soon. Chen Mingyan looked at Xia's painful expression and persuaded her. It doesn't matter. Xia frowned and pretended to be relaxed with a smile. It's not a big injury. I remember that when I was in junior high school, there was a physical education class where I sprained my ankle. A boy in my class carried me to the school doctor's office. That time was much more serious than this time. Yang Ming listened to Xia's words, but his whole body trembled. He turned his head in surprise, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Yes, the Xia in front of me is really similar to the Suya in my memory. The same habits, the same ring, the similar past, and the similar name. How could this not make Yang Ming doubt? but doubt was doubt. The difference between the appearance of the two people was too big. Yang Ming even thought that Xianxia was wearing something like a human skin mask. But unfortunately, Yang Ming didn't see anything on Xianxia's face. If Xianxia really wore a mask, then it definitely couldn't hide from Yang Ming's eyes. Therefore, it was precisely because of this that Yang Ming would think that these two people were not the same person. There were too many coincidences in this world. Yang Ming himself had encountered countless coincidences. Therefore, it wasn't so strange that Xianxia and Suya were similar. Yang Ming sighed. It may be that Xianxia's words just reminded him of Suya. Yang Ming couldn't bear to see Xianxia in pain. He couldn't help but lean over and say, I have learned to massage. Let me help you see how your foot is. Xianxia's heart was naturally willing, but Chen Mingyan still looked at Yang Ming with suspicion. You wouldn't want to take advantage of her, right? Sweat. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Am I so dirty? Chen Mingyan was just joking. Seeing that Yang Ming was embarrassed, she didn't say anything. Yang Ming leaned over and slowly took off Xia's shoes. Although it was winter, Xia was wearing performance shoes, so it was easy to take them off. Looking at Xia's swollen ankle, Yang Ming sighed and slowly massaged with the massage method that Feng Tian taught him. Xia's feet were very beautiful. Although they were red and swollen, it didn't affect the beauty. Instead, it made people feel more tender. It was just that Yang Ming had something in his heart, and Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were next to him. He couldn't help but have some thoughts. Eh? Xia looked at Yang Ming with some curiosity. It really doesn't hurt. It's very effective. Hee hee. Yang Ming stood up and said, it's a secret ancestral prescription. Ancestral? Xia was very puzzled. Why didn't I know that Yang Ming still had such a skill? If it was really ancestral, then when I sprained my ankle, he wouldn't be so anxious. At this time, Su Li ran in with the doctor. Su Li said, Miss Xu, I have invited the doctor. However, looking at Xia talking and laughing with the people around her, she couldn't help but wonder, Miss Xu, your foot? Oh, my foot is almost healed. It's not a big problem. Yang Ming helped me do a massage, and the swelling has gone down. Xia smiled and said, I don't need to trouble the doctor. Massage? How can a massage be done? This doctor was young and was also a fan of Xia. He originally wanted to come to today's concert, but he was on duty in the hospital, so he couldn't leave. Just as he was a little depressed, a person who claimed to be Xia's agent found him and asked him to make a house call. This made him happy. He had some doubts at first, but when he saw Su Li's business card and the place where the concert was held was indeed the stadium. When he saw Xia in front of him, he couldn't help but be excited. But he didn't expect Xia to say that he didn't need to see it. He still wanted to take the opportunity to get close to her. In fact, this kid's heart was quite dirty. He was going to take the opportunity to touch Xia's foot. Therefore, when he heard that someone was massaging, he was unhappy. He immediately put on the appearance of an expert and said, the folk massage is a lie. It can only relieve the pain, but it can't be cured. Chinese medicine can only relieve the pain, and Western medicine can cure it. Yang Ming listened to the *T theory from this kid's mouth, and he was immediately furious. What did he mean by the folk massage is a lie? What did he mean by Chinese medicine can only relieve the pain? Although Chinese medicine and Western medicine had their own strengths, and it couldn't be said which one was good and which one was bad, this kid obviously belittled Chinese medicine. How could Yang Ming not be angry? Yang Ming waved his hand impatiently and said, Miss Su, we don't need him here. Give him some consultation fee and let him go. The consultation fee is not necessary. Miss Xu's health is the most important. How could this kid give up? He didn't care whether Su Li and Xia agreed or not. He ran over with an anxious look. He squatted down and grabbed Xia's ankle. Mother *Ker, are you deaf? Yang Ming really couldn't bear it this time. He directly grabbed the back of the kid's collar and lifted him up. He frowned and shouted outside the door, Security? Is there anyone here? When Yang Ming shouted, Bao Sanli immediately rushed in and said, Brother Yang, what's the matter? Throw this bastard out for me. Doesn't this guy understand human language? Yang Ming released his hand and threw the kid to the ground. Bao Sanli stepped forward and dragged the kid out by his hair. How could he have a good time after provoking Yang Ming? Looking at Yang Ming's angry look, Xianxia smiled. Is he doing this for me? Xianxia couldn't help but think faintly. Today's incident made Yang Ming determined that no matter how difficult it was, he had to investigate Xiao's family background. Although there were some coincidences in this world, it was necessary to confirm that it was a real coincidence. Once the promotional material of Lu Weishan jewelry was broadcasted, it directly reversed the current situation. Most people still recognized the guidance of TV and media. Therefore, the high-end brand value of Lu Weishan jewelry was known overnight. Looking at the employees in the company dealing with these problems in an orderly manner, even Zhao Cixi was able to do it with ease. Lin Jiyun felt a little inferior. Yes, from the company's opening until now, although I was the deputy general manager, I didn't help with the company's operation. Of course, Lin Jiyun didn't tell Yang Ming about these thoughts. She was also afraid that Yang Ming would be worried about her after he knew. After Yin Guangdou saw the promotional material on TV, he was so angry that he smashed another TV. He deliberately came up with such a wonderful idea, but he didn't expect it to be so easily resolved by the other party. Not only did it not have the opposite effect, but it also gave the other party a free opportunity to hype. This made Yin Guangdou almost have a heart attack. What do we do now? Yin Guangdou looked at Li Xiaodao and Lu Xiaoxing with a pale face. President Yun. I didn't expect the designer of Lu Weishan jewelry to be an international master. Li Xiaodao smiled carefully. Now it's not a problem of whether you think of it or not, but how to solve the problem. Yin Guangdou said angrily, Song Jiang is the foundation of the company, but now it is being squeezed by Lu Weishan jewelry. We can't sell anything. We are going bankrupt. President Yun. Lu Xiaoxing hesitated and then said to Li Xiaodao, you go out first. I have something to discuss with President Yun. Both Li Xiaodao and Lu Xiaoxing were Yin Guangdou's confidants, but what Li Xiaodao knew was only related to the company. Only Lu Xiaoxing knew Yin Guangdou's true identity. Li Xiaodao knew that it was inconvenient for Lu Xiaoxing to say something behind his back, so he nodded and walked out of the room. This was nothing. He was just President Yun's military advisor, responsible for making plans, but Lu Xiaoxing was President Yun's real confidant. After Li Xiaodao left, Lu Xiaoxing lowered his voice and said, President Yun, this King Yang Ming is too much. Should we use some ruthless methods? Ruthless moves? What ruthless moves? Wasn't the previous move ruthless? Wasn't it resolved by him? I'm so pissed off. Yin Guangdou said angrily. President Yun, have you forgotten our identity? Lu Xiaoxing suddenly reminded him with a sinister smile. Identity? You mean to use that, to deal with him? Yin Guangdou was stunned and then whispered. Yeah, we can use voodoo to deal with him, let him die. Lu Xiaoxing said fiercely. He hated Yang Ming to the bone. The previous fat beating was unforgettable for Lu Xiaoxing. But, we use voodoo to deal with ordinary people. If the elder knows, will he let us go? Yin Guangdou said hesitantly and worriedly. Now, we have made Elder Yu unhappy. We are considered to have defected. President Yun, do you still expect him to let us go? Lu Xiaoxing shook his head. He just doesn't have the mind to care about us now. That's right. If the old man Lan Hai doesn't appear, Elder Yu won't be at ease for a day. Yin Guangdou nodded. Then, let's do it. Let's give him a ruthless voodoo and kill him. Xiaoxing, this matter can't be known to others. I can only let you go. It's okay for me to go, but the key problem is that I only know a little about voodoo. It's not very powerful, right? Lu Xiaoxing was only a peripheral member of the barbarian Wu clan, unlike Yin Guangdou, who was a direct disciple. That's easy. I will prepare the voodoo. You just have to do it. Yin Guangdou said. Oh my god. Lu Xiaoxing said proudly. This was a good opportunity for him to take revenge on Yang Ming, an opportunity that he had been plotting for a long time. Lu Xiaoxing was selfish. Last time, he was beaten up so badly by Yang Ming. If he did not take revenge on Nanping, he would be furious. Yang Ming naturally didn't know that there were people thousands of miles away waiting for an opportunity to retaliate against him. And the matter here had already made Yang Ming somewhat anxious. Valentine's Day was a very romantic holiday, but for Yang Ming, it was like a day of suffering. The reason was very simple. There was only one Valentine's Day, but he had more than one lover. Who to go out with and who not to go out with made Yang Ming extremely vexed. Xia's concert was still going on. Yang Ming didn't tell her that he was her online friend. There's no true love in this world, but he told Chen Mengyan Xia's QQ number. As for whether Chen Mengyan would tell Xia his identity, that was her business. However, he didn't know whether Chen Mengyan was selfish or not. When she added Xia's QQ number, she didn't mention who she was. Instead, she added Xia as a friend as the girlfriend of There's No True Love in This World. Xia was bored lying on the hotel bed. 2 consecutive nights of concerts made her a little tired. Although she was still young, she couldn't overdraft her body. Suddenly, there was a cough sound from the computer. There was a new system message on QQ. Xia clicked on it, and it was a friend request. There's no true love in this world? Xia looked at the personal information of this online friend suspiciously. She thought it was a side account of There's No True Love in This World, but she didn't expect the gender to be a woman. Intuitively judged that this person had something to do with There's No True Love in This World, so Xia clicked on the confirmation button and added her as a friend. Hello, are you there? The other party sent a message. Hello, I'm here. Xia replied, excuse me, you are? I'm the girlfriend of There's No True Love in This World. Hehe, I heard that you are a big star, so I added you on QQ, Chen Mingyan said. Hehe, I guessed it. Hello. Xia sent a smiley face. Xia and There's No True Love in This World were relatively close friends, but there wasn't the slightest relationship between men and women. Therefore, she was very polite to Chen Mingyan without any hostility. Chen Mingyan knew Xia's true identity, so she didn't have any hostility to Xia. The two people casually chatted about their daily lives, and they got along well. As they talked about emotional issues. It was no wonder that the two girls in adolescence talked about the most topic was probably feelings. Xia didn't know why, but she had an innate sense of intimacy with There's No True Love in This World. Perhaps it was because of There's No True Love in This World, Xia easily revealed her own thoughts. When Chen Mingyan asked her if she had a boy who she liked, Xia actually admitted it. Firstly, Xia didn't know that the other party was Chen Mingyan. She just regarded her as a netizen that she had never met. Secondly, Xia also wanted to find someone to talk to. Although There's No True Love in This World had a good relationship with her, and they got along well, after all, he was a boy. It wasn't good to tell him some of the girl's thoughts. Then, are you together? Chen Mingyan asked as if it was a piece of gossip. No, he has a girlfriend. Xia replied helplessly. Ah. No way, you are so excellent. How can that person choose someone else? Is he blind? Chen Mingyan naturally knew Xia's true identity and had seen Xia's amazing charm, so Chen Mingyan naturally thought that the man Xia liked was really blind. However, Chen Mingyan was also very relieved. Since Xia had someone she liked, then there would be nothing special between her and Yang Ming. However, Chen Mingyan felt that in this world, only Yang Ming was worthy of such a beautiful and refined beauty like Xia. This was a contradictory mentality. He isn't blind. His current girlfriend is also very beautiful. Xia sighed and continued to type faintly, it's just that the story between me and him is very complicated. Can you tell me? Inquiring about the privacy of a celebrity was a characteristic of every fan. Well, anyway, there is nothing to do now. Xia looked at the time. It was still early to sleep, so she would talk to her. When I was in junior high school, I liked a boy. He was my deskmate. It can't be said to be love. Anyway, it was a kind of hazy feeling. However, I know that he must have this feeling for me, said Xia. It sounds so romantic. I envy you. Chen Mingyan said with some fascination. There was some regret in her heart. When I was in high school with Yang Ming, why didn't I secretly play some small love games? At that time, this kind of underground love was quite interesting. It was just that Chen Mingyan wanted to study hard, so her thoughts and concepts were not the same as now. Yeah, that relationship was really beautiful. Xianxia said from the bottom of her heart, but later, another girl who liked him told the teacher about our relationship in order to be with him. In the end, the teacher invited both his and my parents, and my relationship with him ended just like that. Ended? Why? You can still be together with him secretly. Chen Mingyan was puzzled. My father is very snobbish. He felt that his family's conditions weren't good enough for me, so he transferred me to another school. At that time I was too young, and I couldn't go against my father's wishes. So, we separated like this. Said Xianxia. What? You transferred? Chen Mingyan was shocked. Before that, she felt that Xianxia's past was somewhat familiar. When she heard that Xianxia transferred, Chen Mingyan was shocked. She stood up and looked at the chat record on the computer screen in disbelief. Chen Mingyan only felt that her head was boom and became blank. Could it be that between Xianxia and Yang Ming? Yeah, I transferred. Xianxia couldn't see Chen Mingyan's expression. She was still wondering about Chen Mingyan's tone just now. Chen Mingyan forced herself to calm down and took a few deep breaths. Then, she said, did he get together with the girl who complained? No, but after that, he fell and became a little punk in the society. Every day, he fought and skipped classes. Of course, this was what I found out later. Xianxia said. Then, is he still a little punk now? Chen Mingyan felt that her fingers seemed to be disobedient. She was trembling as she typed a few words. No, after that, he met his current girlfriend. He changed a lot for his current girlfriend, and he was admitted to university. Said Xianxia. Then, does he know that you still like him? Chen Mingyan was anxious. I'm very conflicted. When I saw him again, although I wanted to recognize him, he loved his current girlfriend. I was afraid that if I opened my mouth, I would be rejected by him. Then, I would die of discomfort. This is my last hope. I want to leave myself some space for fantasy. Xianxia was moved. She couldn't help but tell the other party about her thoughts. Chen Mingyan was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the computer and didn't know how to answer. Recalling when she saw Xiaxia's tone of speaking to Yang Ming, and that kind of resentful eyes, Chen Mingyan was more convinced that the person Xianxia was talking about was Yang Ming. Before, Chen Mingyan didn't think about this. She naturally thought that Xianxia was a big star. It was impossible for her to have anything with Yang Ming. Therefore, even the sensitive Chen Mingyan didn't think much about it. But now, it was different. Chen Mingyan gritted her teeth and typed 5 words on the keyboard. Are you Suya? End of chapter 768. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.